Reborn in the London of the 1990s, Brian has the honor of becoming a new student at Hogwarts. To become a hero alongside Harry Potter? That is a choice only a fool would make. In Brian's grand design, he plans to navigate through 7 years at Hogwarts, striving to distance himself from Potter as much as possible. Chapter 1. The further away from Potter, the better. Everyone prepare for CPR. Quickly, bring the defibrillator, one more time. Increase the intensity. Why Ian felt himself floating in a gray void, utterly devoid of substance. Perhaps his consciousness was gradually fading. He might be on the brink of death. Faced with mortality, a twinge of fear crept in. Yet, if given another chance, he would still choose to save that little girl. However, in this world, there remain matters of concern and individuals who hold his affection. Amidst the doctor's frantic calls, Ian's consciousness plummeted into an endless abyss that, in the next life, I must be cautious, steady, and stable. The somber sky weighed heavily, as if it sought to suffocate all beneath it. London is often cloaked in this oppressive canopy, its low European-style buildings exuding an eerie aura. Swathes of leaves, caught in the wind, raced past eaves and corners, resembling mourning spirits that drifted by, ushering away a classical villa steeped in British charm. This room, spacious and luxurious in European style, featured a soft bed placed in the very center, flanked by a nightstand adorned with a vintage lamp, and on the opposite side, a quaint wooden cabinet. A grand floor-to-ceiling window graced one wall, draped with thick curtains of European design, while the dark wooden floor contrasted with a specially elevated platform that housed a reclining chair and a writing desk, upon which sat a copy of the Times. On the reclining chair lounged a small boy, lazily nestled, with light yellow hair and porcelain skin. Notably striking were his crystalline eyes, clear as mountain spring water, illuminating the dim room like the first star appearing at dawn, twinkling with a shimmering glow. Swaying gently like ripples on water, that moment, the boy found himself locked in a gaze with an owl, an encounter unlike any he had experienced in his previous life. The boy's name was Mike Bryan, who, 9 years ago, had slipped into a coma on the operating table and, without pain, had transmigrated into a 2-year-old child in London, 1982. Upon realizing he was merely a toddler, Bryan felt an initial rejection, yet upon discovering he had landed in a world 40 years prior, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. After all, wealth awaited. However, a child of merely 2 years could hardly coax his parents into procuring every vintage Lafite from the current year. Should he tell them he desired wine over milk? That would surely earn him a reprimand. Or perhaps he could consider playing the lottery. Yet, who would remember the lottery in 1980s Britain? Nevertheless, such thoughts seemed trivial at the moment. As Brian suddenly noted the peculiar occurrence of an owl during daylight hours, he stared, entranced, at the creature outside, or rather, the brown envelope wrapped in parchment gripped tightly in its talons. At that instant, Brian doubted his own wakefulness. Slowly rising, he rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was indeed awake, and cautiously approached the window, swiftly drawing the heavy curtains shut. Damn it, seeing an owl during the day is truly ominous. I'm fortunate to have reacted quickly. The owl, incensed, had never before been so disregarded as Hogwarts messenger. It first struck the glass twice with force, and upon finding no success, it swiftly flew to the opposite side of the house, entering through an open window. With a flap of its wings, it barreled into Brian's room, dropping the letter at his feet before pecking him sharply. Ouch! Now, he was somewhat uncertain whether he faced an owl or a mischievous spirit. Just as he prepared to act, footsteps echoed from the staircase. In the next moment, a gentle voice called out, "Brian, what's wrong? I think I just saw something fly in." A woman clad in a classic black gown entered gracefully, her light brown hair styled in an elegant updo, radiating sophistication without a hint of age. Instead, it accentuated the graceful curve of her rounded chin and her elongated neck, akin to that of a swan. Time had left no blemish upon her visage, rather enhancing her beauty. Mrs. Eleanor Bryan, upon witnessing her son in a tussle with an owl, appeared incredulous. In her memory, her son possessed a maturity uncommon for children of his age. Perhaps one might even describe him as languid with the arrival of summer. He spent his days either lounging on that chair reading the news or doodling at his desk, never once seen playing with classmates or friends. Yes, Eleanor pondered. Her gaze fell upon the parchment-trapped letter at Brian's feet, her expression morphing into one of indescribable curiosity as she looked up at the owl. After all, Hogwarts owls were known for their remarkable intelligence, and it quickly sensed Eleanor's scrutiny, emitting a soft hoot, eager to depart. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, it hesitated momentarily before delivering a sharp flap against Brian, then promptly flew out of the room. Mother, Brian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had never acted so childishly, and as he raised his head to explain, Eleanor interjected, "Since you're fine, I shall take my leave." I prepared some snacks you may come down to eat. With a gentle smile, she turned and exited the room. Brian, feeling somewhat despondent, picked up the envelope and reclined on the chair, swaying gently in search of solace. He scrutinized the peculiar envelope before him, the brown parchment inscribed with verdant ink. 2. Kings Road, White Stub, Bedroom 2, Mr. Mike Bryan. The envelope bore no sender's name, and as Brian rocked gently in his chair, he rifled through his mind for names of possible correspondents. This strange sense of familiarity. Brian squinted, the series of odd occurrences evoking an inexplicable sense of recognition. Stretching languidly, he carefully opened the envelope and extracted the letter, reading aloud. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Head of the Wizarding Association, First Level. Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Calculating the current time, the weight of the parchment in hand dispelled any notion of a prank. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the letter tightly. Good heavens, this is an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. It's no wonder that only a wizarding school would employ an owl for deliveries. Had he truly traversed into the parallel universe of Harry Potter? For the past 9 years, he had meticulously crafted every annual plan based on the familiar reality, only to be abruptly informed that he now resided in a completely alien magical realm. What to do? Brian lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, a habitual method of contemplation. Yet at that moment, an inexplicable voice resonated in his mind. Detected that the host has received an acceptance letter to the wizarding school. The wizarding system is now officially activated. Generating tasks. Please wait. Ding. Beginner task. Acquire a wand suited to yourself and use your first spell without guidance. Task introduction. As a wizard destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the magical hierarchy, how could one possibly remain devoid of magic? Mastering the first spell prior to enrollment will yield a reward from the system. For the sake of a luminous future, let the struggle commence. The system's mechanical yet solemn voice resonated within Brian's mind, serving as a reminder. Brian tilted his head, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Is this the fabled golden finger? It appears rather humane, even providing motivational tidbits. Suddenly, an idea struck Brian. He solemnly unfolded the booklet, writing earnestly while clenching his fist and murmuring softly, 7-year safety guide no. 1. The further from Harry Potter, the better. Chapter 2. The chicken soup system. As night fell, the kitchen on the first floor was filled with an enticing aroma. Eleanor had evidently put great effort into preparing this sumptuous dinner, with a fluffy whipped cream cake and a golden pumpkin pie encircled by a drizzle of syrup, enough to make anyone's mouth water. The oven emitted a sizzling sound as meats roasted, while golden fried potato chips showcased the feast's abundance. Father Ted Bryant sat at the dining table, casually crossing his legs while perusing the day's newspaper. Upon seeing Brian descend the stairs, Ted set down his cup of red tea and embraced him lightly, exclaiming, "Come, my son, enjoy the lavish dinner that Eleanor has prepared." Eleanor, smiling, brought forth the roasted meat and pudding, and the three of them gathered around the table, elegantly enjoying their meal. Brian found it somewhat peculiar that Eleanor had not inquired about the strange owl since the afternoon. However, Eleanor had never been the type of mother to incessantly ask questions, so Brian did not dwell on it too much. He resolved to explain the morning's events after dinner, as he needed his parents' consent to attend Hogwarts and study magic. As dinner approached its conclusion, Brian cleared his throat gently, causing Ted and Eleanor to pause, turning their attention to him. "Mother, Father, I have something to discuss with you." Brian quickly explained the events of the morning and produced the envelope, offering it to Eleanor. She accepted it nonchalantly and handed it to Ted, appearing utterly unconcerned. Ted, holding his coffee, a post-dinner habit, sipped slowly while scrutinizing the peculiar letter, withholding any immediate judgment. After a brief silence, he raised his gaze, returning the letter to Eleanor, and regarded his son with a serious expression. "Brian, I believe there is no such thing as magic in this world. This is likely a prank. Even if it exists, we will not send you to a place of which I have no knowledge. You know that Eleanor and I only wish for your safety, not for you to pursue some form of magic. Indeed, practical experience is the only criterion for truth, but at present, Brian possessed no magical abilities." Fortunately, Eleanor quickly assessed the envelope and came to Brian's aid, stating, "I have heard of these peculiar individuals before. They seem to be the wizards mentioned in this letter. However, Brian, I would first like to hear your thoughts." Taken aback, Brian pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. He cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "I believe no one can resist the allure of learning magic. There are many things in this world that defy rational explanation, much like the unsolved mysteries reported in the newspapers. If magic exists, it would certainly make sense of many of these phenomena. I cannot resist this temptation, which is why I wish to attend the school of magic called Hogwarts. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, with Eleanor and Ted remaining silent, as if time had stretched on for an eternity. This was evidently an unexpected turn of events, and it seemed that Brian's plans were not as robust as he had hoped. After a prolonged period of contemplation, a strange glimmer flickered in Eleanor's eyes as she finally spoke with solemnity. "Ted, and I shall consider respecting your wishes, provided you pass this test." Eleanor withdrew the second sheet of paper and handed it to Brian. "If you wish to attend that magical school, Ted will grant you £1,000, and you must procure all the necessary items for the school year on your own." Brian's eyes sparkled with joy as he rushed forward to embrace Eleanor, exclaiming, "You are the best mother in the world." Ted suddenly lifted his gaze toward Eleanor, his expression one of disbelief. Brian's mind began to wander. It seemed he recalled that Professor Minerva McGonagall of Gryffindor was responsible for Muggle families, specifically visiting them to address parental inquiries. He resolved to beseech Professor McGonagall to accompany him to Diagon Alley in London to purchase magical supplies, thus fulfilling his mother's test. Straightening his posture, he asserted, "I will certainly plan meticulously, rest assured, Mother." Eleanor chuckled lightly and remarked to Ted, "Who would have thought we would have a little wizard in the family?" Ted's demeanor appeared somewhat uneasy as he muttered to himself, failing to catch Eleanor's jest. Although their household relied on Ted's work to sustain them, he typically adhered to his wife's counsel. Thus, with Eleanor finally accepting the reality of magic, Brian breathed a sigh of relief. If he could not attend Hogwarts, his golden opportunity would be in vain. Without that opportunity, he would be unable to partake in the system's daily motivational offerings. At last, there seemed to be a favorable outcome. Brian sat despondently at the table. A full month had passed, and aside from the daily visits from the postman delivering newspapers and milk, no one had come to their home. Wasn't someone supposed to visit Muggle households? He pondered bitterly, fearing he had watched a fictitious film. Nevertheless, he had to visit Diagon Alley. Otherwise, he would be letting down the system that provided him with daily encouragement. Brian felt a surge of frustration as the system would deliver him a bowl of inspiration precisely at midnight. Yet it was merely that, a single bowl of encouragement. Everything else seemed to have fallen silent, devoid of any functionality. While a time-traveling advantage was expected, the current situation felt like a mere half-measure. Curse this insipid motivational system, Brian muttered under his breath. The utmost priority remained to venture to Diagon Alley for the essential items needed for school, and he had to set off the following day. Otherwise, he could not be certain of making it in time. Could a time traveler not be clever? Brian mused quietly. Before him lay a notebook densely filled with myriad possibilities and corresponding strategies, overwhelming to behold. Just the explanations at the leaky cauldron with the proprietor comprised 13 potential scenarios and responses, while exchanging currency at Gringotts involved 26 different explanations and inquiries, among others. After considerable time, Brian finally stood up, satisfied with his preparations. He checked the pounds and clothing in his backpack, content, and then retired to bed, ready to embark on his journey at dawn. Ding! To ascend to the pinnacle of the wizarding world, the host must not cower in the face of adversity. Every hardship encountered is but a thorny path laid out for your success. By severing these thorns and stepping over the stumbling blocks, you shall emerge as the mightiest wizard in the realm. Again, this tiresome motivational spiel. Chapter 3. The Enigmatic Little Boat and Harry on the Last Day of July. Brian rose early, prepared to embark on his journey to the wizarding haven of Diagon Alley in London. He perused the guide he had meticulously prepared the day before, realizing he needed to walk along the seaside to the nearest bus station, a distance of 3 kilometers, and then transfer between 2 trains to reach the vicinity of the leaky cauldron. At that moment, the rain had just ceased, giving way to a vibrant summer day. Rays of sunlight cascaded upon the ocean's surface, reflecting myriad glimmering fragments. The salty sea breeze gently caressed him, infusing the air with the essence of the ocean, while the distant calls of seagulls echoed melodiously. Brian was in high spirits, captivated not only by the post-rain sun, but also by his eagerness to explore Diagon Alley. Just as he was about to depart, he heard a distant rumble. Turning towards the sea, he beheld a small wooden boat parting the waters with astonishing speed, akin to a rocket racing towards a dock. As it drew closer, Brian could even discern snippets of conversation emanating from the vessel. What is the Ministry of Magic doing, I wonder? Oh, their primary duty is to ensure that Muggles remain oblivious to the multitude of wizards residing in this country. Why? My goodness, Harry. Everyone wishes to employ magic to resolve their dilemmas. It's best we avoid such matters. At that moment, the boat reached the shore, and the first to disembark was a burly man, towering and robust, with a square jaw and a scruffy beard. He wore a long robe riddled with patches, which strained against his muscular frame. Beneath the robe, he sported a pair of grimy trousers stained with rust, and tufts of animal hair clung to his leather boots. Behind him stood a diminutive boy, possessing bright green eyes and tousled black hair that resembled the nest of the owl perched behind him. Most striking was the lightning-shaped scar cleverly concealed beneath his fringe. The giant, lost in thought at the side of the boat, turned his head and noticed Brian's figure, pausing momentarily in his grooming. He had anticipated the possibility of being spotted by a muggle, which prompted his early departure. Nevertheless, he had devised a plan for such an eventuality. The giant discreetly raised a tattered pink umbrella and declared, "I apologize, Muggle, but you have witnessed my use of magic. I must now employ a memory charm upon you." Hagrid felt a sense of relief. Had he not consulted Dumbledore beforehand on the intricacies of the memory charm to prevent any inadvertent encounters with Muggles and his magical possessions, the situation could have turned dire. To Hagrid's and Harry's astonishment, the boy before them remained utterly unperturbed, as though he had not heard a word. Out of courtesy, Hagrid waved his hand, opting to reiterate, "I apologize. I shall be swift. Upon your awakening, you will forget all that has transpired. I am truly sorry if I disturbed your life." His large hand gently grasped the umbrella, as if it were a mere toothpick, the tip aimed at Brian, who was preparing to speak an incantation. A faint blush appeared on Brian's face as he struggled to keep his heels steady, gradually donning a charmingly obsequious smile. "Please hold on a moment, esteemed wizard. I believe you're mistaken. I'm a new student at Hogwarts this year, on my way to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary supplies." Brian spoke in a rather dry manner, delivering his grandiloquent words while touching his nose, producing a parchment letter from an owl, and handing it to the giant before him. "Hagrid, apologies, young one, but the Ministry of Magic forbids us from using magic in front of Muggles," Hagrid replied, scratching his beard, his complexion reddening as if he had indulged in spirits. He beckoned Harry over. "I am Hagrid, and this is Harry. We are also heading to Diagon Alley to gather Harry supplies for the year. I believe we can go together. Harry, this is your classmate at Hogwarts." At last, Brian's nerves settled. Any trace of panic faded from his visage, and he bowed deeply, a serene expression settling on his face as he spoke. "Thank you immensely, Mr. Hagrid. My name is Brian. It is a pleasure to meet you." WTF. The first rule of safety had already been breached. Danger was imminent, and retreat was imperative. Why must he keep his distance from Harry? Establishing familiarity with him would inevitably draw the attention of Dumbledore and Snape, both masters of soul manipulation. Moreover, Harry's adversary each year was Voldemort, the most formidable dark wizard in the magical realm. Harry Potter was the chosen one, while he was merely a novice with a penchant for magic. Were it not for such circumstances, becoming friends with Harry would indeed be delightful. However, the wizarding world was perilous, teeming with countless elite practitioners. For a newcomer to rise through the ranks was a daunting task, with failure often leading to a gruesome demise. What to do? Just as Brian was caught in this internal conflict, Harry hesitated for a moment, shyly extending his hand toward Brian. "Hello, I am Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you." Harry appeared calm as he stood there. Although his left hand was outstretched, his gaze was cast downwards, his right fingers inadvertently concealing the scar on his forehead. This seeming nonchalance belied an intention, and despite having exchanged only a few words, he wore a bashful expression that evoked a mixture of amusement and sympathy. Truly, he was a self-effacing child. Brian mused inwardly, yet he responded quickly, reaching out to gently shake Harry Potter's hand. "Good morning. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am like Brian." Once at school, they would have ample time to converse. Hagrid rolled up the newspaper he had yet to put away and urged, "All right, Harry, we have much to accomplish today. I think we should hurry to purchase what you need for school. Brian, you should join us." Brian contemplated briefly before nodding gently. Although his original plan had been thwarted, accompanying Hagrid would spare him considerable trouble. As for the notion of distancing himself from Harry, he would no longer need to fret once he entered Hogwarts and befriended the Weasleys. After a swift contemplation, Brian quickly caught up with Hagrid and Harry, matching their pace as they made their way through the small town towards the station. Hagrid's towering frame, standing at 3 meters, undeniably drew the attention of passers-by, particularly as he animatedly gestured at everything in the Muggle world, occasionally posing questions to Harry, which left him feeling rather awkward. Being somewhat unfamiliar with the two, Brian found solace in the shadow of Hagrid's immense stature, granting him a momentary reprieve. Deciding to accompany Hagrid and Harry Potter to Diagon Alley was a well-considered choice on his part. Although his understanding of the world of Harry Potter was confined to the pages of novels and the frames of films, he was aware that the wizarding realm harbored its own shadows. While Hagrid may not be the most formidable of individuals, He was nonetheless aligned with Dumbledore and had spent considerable time within wizarding circles, with his giant blood granting him a respectable degree of strength. Though Harry could be a source of trouble, he had yet to arrive at Hogwarts, making him merely an intriguing presence for the time being. More importantly, accompanying Hagrid to Diagon Alley would save him considerable effort. With a little charm, Hagrid would likely be of great assistance. Staying close to Hagrid also provided an added sense of security. What was that? On the train, Hagrid's massive form occupied 2 seats as he produced a pale, yellow item resembling a circus tent. Chapter 4. The Leaky Cauldron. This is it, Hagrid exclaimed, pointing at a grimy, narrow pub. This is the gathering place for wizards in London, the entrance to Diagon Alley. It's quite a famous spot. Amidst the bustling city of London, the Leaky Cauldron appeared dilapidated, reminiscent of a relic from the previous century, nestled between a large bookstore and a record shop. Had it not been for Hagrid's indication, Brian might not have even glanced at it. Passers-by hurried along, their curiosity seemingly dulled, with hardly anyone stopping to observe the peculiar establishment. This is the wizard's rendezvous. Thus, it has been enchanted with protective and muggle-repelling charms. Hagrid explained as he pushed open the heavy door. As a hub for London-esque wizards, it was clear that the pub did not live up to its reputation. The environment was dark and filthy, with mismatched furniture. A few elderly ladies sipped from small cups at a mahogany table, while burly men at an iron table indulged in cockroaches. A man in a tall hat engaged in conversation with the pub owner. Upon their entrance, the chatter ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to Hagrid. The pub owner picked up a glass and said, "Hagrid, another drink?" "No, Tom. I'm on Hogwarts business. Perhaps next time," Hagrid replied, casting a sidelong glance at Tom and blinking in refusal. Harry was present, and drinking in front of a child would be quite uncouth. "Goodness," the pub owner exclaimed, scrutinizing Brian closely. "Is this gentleman? Could it be?" Brian, using his remaining hand to cover his face, let out a soft sigh and pointed to the boy hidden behind him. "I'm sorry, sir, but I believe you have mistaken me. This is Mr. Potter." The atmosphere within the Leaky Cauldron fell into an immediate hush, as every gaze turned towards Harry. Under the weight of their attention, Harry's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, and even Brian beside him sensed an air of discomfort. Suddenly, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the silence, as numerous patrons approached Harry to shake his hand. A pale, hooded young man made his way over, his demeanor radiating palpable anxiety. Hagrid introduced them, saying, "This is Professor Quirrell, one of the teachers at Hogwarts." Out of courtesy, Harry bowed slightly to Quirrell, who seemed entirely focused on Potter, casually waving towards Brian before grasping Harry's hand and stammering, "P.P. Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you." Brian observed the scene with keen interest, his expression morphing into one of peculiar amusement. If memory served him right, this Quirrell was the primary antagonist from their first year. He wondered how Harry would react upon realizing this fact. It took Harry a full half-hour to extricate himself from the throng at the Leaky Cauldron. With a pleading look, he turned to Hagrid, who finally raised his voice, exclaiming, "Harry, it's time to go. We have much to purchase. Come on, Brian." Navigating past the bar, Hagrid led the two into a small courtyard enclosed by walls, which held nothing but a trash bin and some weeds. Harry halted, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Why do they all know me? I've never met them." Hagrid turned with a grin. "Didn't I tell you? You're quite famous." He then resumed counting the bricks atop the trash bin, murmuring to himself, 3 up, 2 across. After a moment, he instructed them to stand back. He gently tapped the wall with the tip of his umbrella 3 times. The brick he tapped quivered and shifted, revealing a small opening that widened until an archway large enough for Hagrid to pass through appeared before them. "Welcome," Hagrid announced, arms wide open. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." The trio proceeded along the cobblestone path, turning a corner, and were greeted by a dazzling view of a bustling hub for wizards. The streets, paved with ancient stones and flanked by imposing buildings, exuded an indescribable air of mystery. The shops along the road, rugged and weathered by time, conveyed both grandeur and solemnity. A ray of sunlight fell upon Harry's face, drawing his attention toward a stack of cauldrons outside a nearby shop. Above them hung a sign that proclaimed, "Copper, brass, tin-plated. Silver cauldrons, all sizes available. Automatic stirring, collapsible." Hagrid glanced at the duo. "You really need to buy one, but first, we must go get some money." They arrived at a towering white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood 2 diminutive goblins clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, their sharp, pointed beards lending them an air of intelligence. 3 individuals ascended the white stone steps, entering a grand marble hall. As they passed through the doorway, 2 courteous goblins bowed to them. Within the hall, approximately 100 goblins were seated on high stools behind long counters, each with a high table before them adorned with a few rubies, engaged in various activities. Some weighed gleaming gold coins with brass balances, while others examined gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily jotting down notes in their nearby notebooks. Numerous doors lined the hall, and several goblins were guiding visitors in and out of these entrances. The trio approached one of the counters. "Good morning," Hagrid addressed a free goblin. "This gentleman, Mr. Brian, requires an exchange of some galleons." "I need to exchange 150 galleons, sir," Brian stated, producing a small stack of pounds and handing it to an elderly goblin. "At a rate of 5 to 1, if that suits you. We could continue our transactions in the future." Hogwarts, renowned as the public school of the wizarding world, mandated 7 years of compulsory education without tuition fees. However, textbooks, robes, wands, and various materials still necessitated out-of-pocket expenses from the students, with prices varying drastically, some exorbitantly so. A barrage of malicious thoughts crossed Brian's mind. This model of free education coupled with hidden fees was all too familiar from his past life, and Hogwarts seemed to be a pioneer in such practices. He surmised that Hogwarts was likely the financial benefactor behind Diagon Alley, reaping profits through taxation, which could explain the inflated prices of various items, he thought bitterly. The goblin swiftly placed the exchanged galleons into a leather pouch and handed it to Brian. It then cast a casual glance at Hagrid, seemingly inquiring if there was anything else. "We also need to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault. Do you possess his key, sir?" "Indeed," Hagrid replied, carefully extracting a small golden key from a disheveled pile of items and presenting it to the goblin. "I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore regarding the item in Vault 713. Hagrid's expression turned serious, and he lowered his voice deliberately. The goblin first scrutinized the letter, weighing it thoughtfully in hand, then inspected the key with a magnifying glass before smiling and returning both items to Hagrid, snapping his fingers lightly. "No problem. I will have someone escort you to these 2 vaults." Harry secretly wished for a peer to accompany him, which was evident from his expression. Throughout his life, his interactions had been mostly with Dudley and his ilk, who only bullied him for amusement. Although his time with Brian was brief, he felt a respect he had never known before. This experience contrasted sharply with his feelings at the pub, which left him uneasy, a vague sense of foreboding lingering. Yet, Brian had made his decision, and Harry chose not to voice any further thoughts. Chapter 5, A Shopping Expedition in Diagon Alley. "You cannot imagine what we just experienced," Harry exclaimed to Brian, his pocket brimming with coins, excitement radiating from him as they exited Gringotts. "Oh, what was it?" Brian stood leisurely to the side, chuckling softly. "In my vault, I can hardly count the gold coins and silver bars piled high. It's astonishing. I've never seen so much wealth. Thankfully, my uncle and aunt are unaware, or they would surely claim it all for themselves." "Do your uncle and aunt treat you poorly?" "Well, life has been somewhat arduous for me." Up ahead is Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hagrid interrupted their conversation, pointing ahead. "Why don't you 2 go get your uniforms?" He rubbed his hands together, his beard trembling slightly. "Harry, Brian, I fancy a refreshing drink at the Leaky Cauldron. I hope you don't mind. That little cart from Gringotts is quite vexing." "Old drunkard." Brian silently scoffed, leading Harry into Madame Malkin's shop. As newcomers to the magical world, both felt a twinge of nervousness. Madame Malkin was a stout witch dressed in a flowing purple robe. "Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms? We have plenty in stock. To be honest, there's a young lad trying on robes inside right now." Brian pulled out a piece of parchment from his pocket to confirm the details before responding, "Yes, madam. We each require 3 plain work robes. I believe black is the color needed." Harry remained silent, taking a few deep breaths, his gaze fixed on the measuring tape that flew through the air, his expression one of astonishment. Madame Malkin readily agreed to Brian's request, gesturing to the back of the shop, smiling as she said, "Of course. Who would like to go first?" Brian stepped forward, following Madame Malkin's instructions as he stood on a stool, curiously watching the measuring tape swirl around him. The measurements were soon completed. As crafting the new robes would take time, Madame Malkin suggested they procure other items from the school list in the meantime. They purchased parchment and quills, followed by the tin cauldron, scales, and brass telescope they had seen upon entering. Hagrid also visited the apothecary to collect some pre-ordered potion ingredients. Once they exited the apothecary, Hagrid carefully checked Harry's list and remarked, "All that's left are textbooks and wands. You can head to Flourish and Blots for your books. Most students come here for their supplies. Then you can pick up your robes and finally buy your wands." Hagrid paused, slapping his forehead. "All right, I still haven't gotten you a birthday present, Harry." Harry shook his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "You needn't bother." Brian adjusted his belongings behind him, freeing his hands to pat Harry on the shoulder, presenting him with a flamboyant box. "Happy birthday, Harry. This is for you." Harry clumsily accepted the box, overwhelmed. It was his first birthday gift. For him, birthdays had always been a source of torment, having never known his parents, bullied daily by Dudley, and disfavored by his uncle and aunt. No one had ever remembered his birthday. Thank you, thank you." Today's experience felt dreamlike to him. Brian maintained a composed expression, merely chuckling as he remarked, "I see cake frosting on Hagrid's backside. As I waited for you at Gringotts, I purchased some delightful snacks that seem to belong to the wizarding world. I hope they do not offend your palate." "No, not at all. I am quite pleased," came the cheerful response. "This is a chocolate frog, which comes with a trading card featuring a famous wizard, a favorite among young witches and wizards for collecting these cards." Hagrid leaned in to take a glance and proclaimed, "That settles it, Harry. I know you needn't purchase one. I intend to gift you an owl. It will be able to deliver your letters and parcels." As Harry attempted to voice further thoughts, Hagrid waved his hand dismissively with a smile, saying, "You two should head to Flourish and Blots to procure this year's textbooks. We shall meet at Ollivander's wand shop thereafter." With that, he turned and departed. Flourish and Blots, situated beside Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, stands as the largest and most comprehensive bookstore in Diagon Alley and indeed all of London. Prior to the commencement of the school year at Hogwarts, most students flock to this store to acquire their textbooks. The shelves are brimming with a plethora of books, with even a cluster suspended gracefully from the ceiling in vibrant hues. There are volumes as grand as paving stones, bound in leather, and others petite enough to resemble postage stamps. Some scrolls are inscribed with countless peculiar symbols, while others remain blank, devoid of any text. Following the booklist guidance, Brian swiftly gathered all the first-year texts. Turning around, he noticed Harry engrossed in a book titled Theories of Magic. After a moment of contemplation, Brian shook his head and ventured deeper into the store to select a copy of Magical Theory by Adrian Waughlin. Brian was utterly oblivious to the current state of the magical world. Thus, books became his most effective means of comprehending this new realm. Their allure was immense. Despite many passages eluding his understanding, he realized that to merely linger at Hogwarts, to practice alchemy, and to pass the days, he must possess a profound understanding of this world, an act of both respect and reverence. "I am uncertain whether bringing you both here alone was the right choice," Hagrid remarked, straining to pull the pair away from the books. "You do not yet need these spells. There is much more to learn before reaching that level. Let me see what you have. Magical Theory, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, potions, and elixirs. These selections are not overly absurd. Naturally, you'll find all of them in the library at Hogwarts. Harry, this one is for you." Harry quickly forgot the book he had just perused, his attention now fully captured by the magnificent birdcage in Hagrid's hands. Within it rested a stunning owl, its feathers a pristine white, peacefully slumbering with its head tucked beneath its wings. Overjoyed, Harry could hardly contain his gratitude, stammering his thanks repeatedly. No need for thanks. The only destination left is Ollivander's wand shop. Only the Ollivander family sells wands, and there you shall undoubtedly find the finest wand. Regarding wands, not only Harry, but even Brian displayed a rare spark of excitement. To him, it felt like a key to a whole new world. Accompanied by Hagrid, the three arrived at a small, dilapidated shop. In the dusty window display, a solitary wand rested atop a brown and purple velvet cushion, waiting patiently for a new owner. The shop door stood ajar, with weeds flourishing at the base of the surrounding walls. Vines of unknown origin clung to the door, their long tendrils and verdant leaves cascading down. The gilded sign above had weathered, but a wooden plaque beside the door proclaimed, "Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. The three entered the shop, and Brian's immediate sensation was one of confinement. Aside from the small spaces left in front and behind the counter, the remainder of the shop was cluttered with slender cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling. It was obvious that these boxes contained a myriad of wands. Hagrid casually settled onto a bench while Brian, in a state of tedium counting the boxes, noticed Harry shivering beside him. "Good afternoon." A soft voice emanated from within the shop. "Good morning." An elderly man with pale eyes gazed intently at Harry. "I've been wondering when I would meet you, Mr. Potter. Your eyes are as beautiful as your mother's. It feels as if it were just yesterday when she purchased her first wand here, a wand of 10 1/4 inches, made of willow, which swished delightfully when waved. Your father, however, preferred a wand of mahogany, 11 inches long, more flexible and powerful. In truth, it was the wand that chose him." Suddenly, Ollivander scrutinized Harry with an odd expression, his face contorting in a peculiar manner. He leaned closer, nearly touching Harry's face with his nose. and Harry could see his reflection in the old man's murky eyes. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander." "I believe Harry is eager to possess a wand," Brian interjected, unable to bear the awkwardness any longer. Harry shot a grateful glance at Brian, who had to admit that Ollivander's warmth far exceeded his expectations. Ollivander was taken aback by Brian's unexpected question and paused momentarily before responding. "Indeed, our young wizard requires a wand, but remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." While speaking, Ollivander's gaze remained fixed on Harry, specifically on the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. "All right, let me see." He ceased his intense scrutiny, retrieving a long measuring tape, marked with silver increments. "Which arm do you use for your wand?" "Oh, I am accustomed to using my right hand." "Please raise your arm." Ollivander proceeded to measure Harry's dimensions, first from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, his head circumference. As he measured, he explained to both Harry and Brian, each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties. This is its essence. We typically use cores from unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each wand is unique, for no two unicorns, phoenixes, or dragons are identical. Of course, if you were to wield a wand meant for another wizard, you would not achieve such remarkable effects. Mr. Ollivander is undoubtedly the finest wand maker of our time, with many foreign wizards rumored to journey to London solely for the purpose of acquiring one of his exquisite wands. However, it appears that Ollivander has not fully divulged the intricacies of wand making, as there remain ancient recipes and rare wands that have been passed down through generations, which are exceedingly uncommon and suited for only a select few. Harry nodded, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "Mr. Ollivander, are you truly over 2,000 years old this year?" Brian, overhearing this exchange, involuntarily twitched, while Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing like thunder, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Ollivander's lips quirked slightly, and a faint smile graced his otherwise cold visage, a glimmer of warmth appearing in his pale eyes. "Certainly not, Mr. Potter. Why do you ask?" "I saw the sign at the door," Harry replied. Hagrid shook his head, muttering under his breath at Harry's nonsensical remarks. Ollivander, with a look of pride, slowly articulated, "I belong to the Ollivander family. All wand makers of the Ollivander lineage refer to themselves simply as Ollivander." As he finished speaking, he vanished amidst the densely packed shelves. Harry's face turned a deep shade of purple, contorting in a most unattractive manner as he stammered, "That's quite remarkable." He wished to say more, but just then, Ollivander re-emerged, holding a box. "Well then, Mr. Potter, please try this one. It is crafted from beech wood and contains the heartstring of a dragon. 9 inches, quite flexible, go on." "Get a wave." With trepidation, Harry took the wand and waved it, only for Ollivander to swiftly snatch it back. "This doesn't seem quite right." "Let us try this one," he said, offering a wand of alder, featuring a phoenix feather, measuring 7 inches and possessing good elasticity. Harry experimented with wand after wand, each heaped upon a bench, growing taller until at last he discovered the wand that was destined for him, an ilex wand, imbued with a phoenix feather. A look of exhilaration spread across Harry's face, yet the intimidating exchange with Ollivander left him rattled, and he hurriedly paid 7 galleons, retreating to stand beside Hagrid. Ollivander, unperturbed, turned his gaze towards Brian and softly remarked, "I believe it is your turn, sir." Like Harry, Brian indicated that he was accustomed to using his right hand. The process commenced with measurements, followed by Ollivander selecting suitable wands for Brian to try. Before long, Ollivander produced several long boxes from his shelves. After a careful assessment, he selected one and said, "Here, give this one a try. It is made of willow, 14 inches long, and contains unicorn hair, a splendid wand." Taking the wand, Brian cautiously waved it, but experienced no reaction. Understanding that it was not meant for him, he willingly returned it to Ollivander. "This one is made of ironwood, containing dragon heartstrings 14 inches in length, but it feels rather off as well." Ollivander pondered for a moment, retrieving a box from beneath the counter. It was indeed rare to encounter a guest as discerning as Mr. Potter. "Let me think. Let's try this one." It measured 14 inches in length, crafted from purple heartwood, with a core made from the tail feather of a nocturnal steed. Brian accepted the wand, gliding his fingers along its length. A profound, ebony light swiftly coursed through the wand's body, and it seemed as though he could hear the anguished wails of souls echoing in his ears. As the box was opened, a cloud of dust wafted through the air, causing several individuals to cough incessantly. Brian, at the forefront, found his face coated in dust, a peculiar expression surfacing upon his countenance. This wand shimmered in a lustrous silver hue, adorned with intricate carvings, and despite the dust-laden box, it remained impeccably clean, truly remarkable. Brian even deemed it somewhat flamboyant. Even more astonishing was the fact that the silver wand appeared to tremble. Yes, Brian swore he was not mistaken. The wand was quivering of its own accord, albeit ever so slightly. An irresistible urge surged within him, a compelling impulse to seize the wand without delay. Ollivander seemed quite pleased, a gentle and refined smile gracing his pale features. Excellent, excellent, it is indeed the one. Come, get a wave. The wand felt extraordinarily cold to the touch, as if it had just emerged from a refrigerator. A warm current surged through his fingertips as the wand emanated a silvery glow from its tip, casting a sacred and solemn light upon the walls. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your very own wand. The system panel is now accessible. Congratulations, host, on taking the first step towards becoming the most formidable wizard in the wizarding world. The next step is to conquer the realm of sorcery. However, Brian wore a grave expression as a virtual parchment materialized before him, a series of messages unfolding in his sight. The long-awaited system panel had finally appeared. Host Brian. Profession, wizard. Magic bar, none. Magical items, sealed wand, material unknown. Magical power, 5. Upgrade points, 0. Newbie task completion, 50. Brian fixated intently on the magical items section, his mind swirling with countless questions. Boss, let us exchange it. I do not want the sealed one. Chapter 7. Homecoming. Ollivander placed the wand into a new box, wrapping it in a brown paper bag. His silver eyes gazing intently at Brian. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Mr. Brian, it seems you have made some discoveries regarding this wand? Ollivander was indeed astute, having captured the fleeting emotions in that brief moment. Brian mused internally, but outwardly shook his head, feigning ignorance as he regarded Ollivander. Ollivander regarded Brian thoughtfully before handing the wand to him. In that fleeting glance, an abundance of unspoken words passed between them. A moment so ephemeral, yet captured by Brian's keen perception. He had intended to inquire further about the wand, to subtly probe for information regarding its sealed nature. Yet this exchange rendered him speechless. What secrets did this old man truly harbor? Brian was beset by numerous doubts. However, he understood that speaking too much could lead to missteps. He harbored a significant secret that he could not afford to reveal. Thus, he hastily paid Ollivander 10 galleons and pulled Hagrid and Harry away. I believe Mr. Ollivander is quite eccentric. It is best we leave sooner rather than later. Brian remarked with a furrowed brow, earnestly explaining his sentiment. Indeed, you have no idea. While he was crafting my wand, he fixated on the scar on my forehead and muttered something. Harry concurred, nodding vigorously in agreement. Nonsense. Mr. Ollivander is the foremost wand maker in Europe. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Come, we have some time to grab a bite. I shall treat you, Hagrid chimed in, patting Harry on the shoulder. He dares. Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes widening in outrage. He was oblivious to the many onlookers staring at him with wide eyes, as he pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it to Harry, adding, if the Dursleys bully you again, just write me a letter. The owl will know where to find me. This is your ticket to Hogwarts. Brian gently rubbed his nose and offered quiet comfort to Harry. Hagrid bought a hamburger for Harry and one for Brian as well, but Harry seemed disinterested, gazing around restlessly. Are you all right, Harry? You haven't said a word. Hagrid inquired softly. Upon arriving home, Eleanor was seated on the living room sofa, her arms wrapped around her knees, exuding an air of leisure. As Brian pushed open the door, she regarded him with a subtle expression, as if appreciating a masterpiece. Brian ignored her gaze and took a seat at the dining table to eat. And the etiquette instilled in him by Eleanor, silence during meals, provided ample reason for him to prepare his remarks. Ted, unfazed, retrieved a letter from the opposite side of the table and placed it beside Brian, then resumed reading his newspaper. Brian's parents did not open the envelope on his behalf. They had always respected his independence. After finishing his dinner at a leisurely pace, Brian rinsed his mouth with a cup of water, wiped his hands, and finally opened the letter. Indeed, it was the familiar parchment in the well-known emerald green ink. Brian gently read the content aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Brian, we are pleased to inform you that you have successfully exchanged Muggle currency for galleons at a rate of 51, as approved by the Ministry of Magic. This signifies your acceptance of admission. Please board the Hogwarts Express at Platform 9 and 3/4 at King S. Cross Station on September 1st. A ticket is attached to the back of this letter. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. What is a Muggle? Ted and Eleanor exchanged puzzled glances, with Ted shrugging and inquiring. Well, I suppose it refers to ordinary people who cannot perform magic, Brian cautiously clarified. I did not take it upon myself to secretly inform Hogwarts of my intent to attend. Certainly, Eleanor smiled faintly. I certainly believe you. Did the letter not state that they learned about it through the currency exchange? Thanks to my mother. Long live understanding. Now, could you share with us what transpired today? Ted inquired thoughtfully after a brief moment of reflection. Brian hesitated before recounting all that had occurred throughout the day, from his encounter with Hagrid and Harry upon leaving to the numerous magical items purchased in Diagon Alley. Aside from everything concerning the system, he relayed the rest to his parents in great detail. Ted set down the newspaper, straightened his posture, and turned his gaze towards Eleanor, who lowered her head, lost in thought. Sensing the scrutiny of her husband and son, Eleanor lifted her head and forced a smile. Well then, congratulations on passing my test, Ted, and I shall permit you to study magic at Hogwarts for the next 7 years. Initially, Brian felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing his parents' serious demeanor. But upon hearing his mother's assurance, he was instantly filled with joy. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Eleanor interjected, "You've had a long day. Go wash up and rest. We shall discuss the rest tomorrow." Chapter 8. The first spell, the lofty moon, was silently cloaked by a shroud of dark clouds, casting a sudden gloom over the suburban nightscape of London. A cool breeze swept through, ushering in a gentle drizzle. The soft patter of raindrops on the rooftop resonated like a symphony, while the droplets danced upon the surface of the sea, creating countless ripples. A flickering light emanated from a window of a seaside villa on Whitstable Kings Road, where a figure sat at a grand mahogany table beside a large floor-to-ceiling window. Having met Harry Potter, encountered Quirrell possessed by Voldemort, and the enigmatic Ollivander, Brian had initially wished to distance himself from Harry. Yet, before even reaching Hogwarts, he had already forged a friendship with him. This was not the boon one might expect from a time traveler. It felt more like a nightmare. The protagonist's aura of Harry Potter seemed to shield only that trio. Being too close to them would attract the scrutiny of Snape and Dumbledore upon entering the school. And once outside, he would have to contend with Voldemort. This was evidently misaligned with his carefully laid plans for a discreet and prosperous existence. The question arose, why not join Slytherin? Firstly, Slytherin students always attended classes alongside Gryffindor. And secondly, the head of Slytherin was the formidable Severus Snape. As a master of the soul-sucking arts, Snape's protective instincts toward Harry might inadvertently draw his attention to Brian. To thrive as a rogue, one must minimize all potential risks. If one wishes to survive, one must first establish stability. Brian nodded in satisfaction, making additional marks across the names of the two houses. His worries regarding his future at Hogwarts diminished significantly, lifting his spirits considerably. Restless and unable to sleep, he retrieved his first-year textbook, Basic Standard Magic, and began to leaf through it casually, hoping to fulfill the task set forth by the system. According to the system's stipulations, he was required to perform a spell without guidance in order to receive the novice reward. This implied that the system expected him to engage in self-study of a spell. Cursed be it, after traversing through a decade into the present, he has never felt any extraordinary qualities within himself, nor has he encountered any peculiar occurrences. Yet, it matters not. According to the freshly devised plan, the foremost task at hand is to discover the simplest of spells. Clad in a crimson robe, Brian sits upon a mahogany high chair, casually crossing his legs while diligently perusing his textbook. Fluorescent flicker, he declares, grasping his wand and glancing at the section on this incantation within the elementary standard spells. He recites the spell, mimicking the cinematic portrayal of directing the wand forward, and waves it with conviction. A fleeting shimmer of bluish-green light flares at the tip of the wand before vanishing without a trace. Brian stares at the wand, shaking his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself in self-deprecation, indeed a failure. After dozens of attempts yielding no success, Brian exhibits no sign of frustration. Instead, his mood settles into tranquility. He sets the wand aside, approaches the desk, and begins to jot down notes. Throughout his multitude of attempts at the fluorescent flicker, the light flickered over 40% of the time, indicating that he must possess a latent talent for wizardry. Thus, the issue likely lies in his ability to effectively channel his magical energy into the spell. After all, the law of conservation of energy appears to apply even within the realm of magic. The power of a spell corresponds directly to the amount of magical energy exerted. Should the output be inadequate, the magic may dissipate. It seems that the novels never clarify the origin of magical energy within the human body, so the reason for his recent failures should not stem from this. However, if Hogwarts has never provided instruction on the source of magical power and the essence of magic, then what is the purpose of teaching spellcasting? Professor Flitwick, who instructs the spellcasting course, adopts a rather straightforward teaching method. He first introduces the relevant incantation, demonstrates it once, and then encourages the students to practice in accordance with his example. This approach resembles a practical course, rather than a combination of theoretical teaching and practical application. The magical realm appears to function similarly. Most wizards cast spells by utilizing their wands to direct the magical energy within their bodies, supplemented by gestures and incantations. Brian seems to grasp a glimmer of insight. These 3 steps are, in fact, reduced to one key element for his current endeavor of casting fluorescent flicker. The wand's role in channeling the magical energy is an enigma that has perplexed humanity for centuries. Thus, it can be set aside for now. Likewise, the elementary standard spells does not provide any specific annotations regarding gestures, leading Brian to believe that they may not be particularly significant for this spell. Hence, the essence lies within the incantation itself. It may hinge upon pronunciation, tone, or pace. Suddenly, Brian bursts into laughter, shaking off the weighty demeanor he had earlier donned. Indeed, if he merely enumerates the various possibilities for the fluorescent flicker incantation, he could succeed in casting the spell. Though this approach may seem foolishly simplistic, it is, at this moment, the most effective means. Thus, Brian swiftly lists out 84 potential variations of the fluorescent flicker incantation on paper and begins to experiment with each one in succession. Fluorescent flicker. Endless attempts at casting spells had culminated in a moment of triumph. After yet another incantation, the wand emitted a steady and gentle blue glow, albeit for just a few fleeting seconds. This ephemeral brilliance heralded Brian's success. The proverbial soup of encouragement had arrived, just in time. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task. The system rewards are about to be dispensed. Indeed, the direction was not amiss. Stability achieved. Brian sat in his chamber, brimming with anticipation as the coveted golden finger began to reveal its formidable prowess in his quest to become the most powerful wizard atop the wizarding world. Congratulations were in order for taking a significant step towards that lofty goal. The rewards included 2 upgrade points, a 1-hour potion legend experience card, and a permanent automatic brain sealing technique. Could this be considered the unlocking of a new skill set? And 3 varieties at that. A wave of astonishment washed over Brian as he accessed the system panel, revealing a plethora of new information. Host Brian. Motto: strive to become the strongest wizard at the pinnacle of the wizarding realm. Young one. Basic magic. Glimmering flicker, subpar. Advanced magic. Brain sealing technique, level 7, automatic. Course, spellcasting class, subpar. Upgrade points, 2. As the new content of the system panel materialized, a mysterious force enveloped his mind. Brian was beset with a multitude of questions. Yet the system's clarifications soon elucidated the meaning of the awarded upgrade points. The system categorized spells into basic magic, level 15, intermediate magic, level 17, advanced magic, level 19, and ultimate magic, level 111. Alchemy and potions were similarly classified into beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, master, and legendary tiers. In essence, upgrade points could enhance skills and bolster one's abilities in potion making and alchemy. Most exhilarating for Brian was the system's gift of the permanent brain sealing technique. This advanced magic afforded him a significant safeguard within the wizarding world, shielding him from being discovered as a traveler by formidable figures such as Dumbledore, Snape, and Voldemort through the invasion of his thoughts. Praise be to the system. It proved not only to be a source of encouragement, but also remarkably reliable. However, this assurance did not entirely quell his apprehension. Brian stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired of the system. Might we negotiate? Let the scope of the permanent brain sealing technique encompass only my memories related to my travels in this system. The system seemed to fall into silence. After a prolonged pause, a voice resonated. Considering the host's safety, the system shall permanently seal the host's memories pertaining to being a traveler in this system. The cost is merely 5 upgrade points. Currently, the host owes the system 3 upgrade points. The system's solemn and earnest tone echoed within Brian's consciousness. Brian was taken aback. Could it truly be? The system could indeed regulate the extent of the brain sealing technique. This was the most secure approach, remaining a nondescript student at Hogwarts while ensuring that even Dumbledore could not extract a student's memories through soul probing. The mere thought of such repercussions sent shivers down his spine. Wait, owing 3 upgrade points? Tears streamed down Brian's face. System, I no longer desire this. Return my upgrade points. The 9th chapter, avoiding the accrual of negative credit records. To reap rewards, one must make sacrifices. Nothing comes without effort. Brian lay in bed, continually soothing his wounded spirit. Anxiety plagued him, rendering him restless and unable to sleep. The feeling of being exploited by the system was unbearable. He was unsure how much time had passed before a hint of drowsiness enveloped him, just as he began to drift into slumber. The system's serious and stern voice echoed in his mind, startling him into an upright position. Given that the host currently owes 3 upgrade points. In order to prevent the host from acquiring poor credit, a temporary task is hereby issued to avert overdue status. The temporary task, before the start of the new term. The host must self-study the curriculum to reach a passing level, earning 1 upgrade point. A good level earns 2 upgrade points, and an excellent level earns 3 upgrade points. Borrowing requires caution. Overdue accounts carry risks. To avoid generating negative credit records, young one, apply your brilliant mind to diligent study. Temporary task, preventing negative records? System, come forth. I assure you I will not harm you. Is this rule you established? What do you mean by overdue? I merely propose something. Do you understand what a proposal is? Brian raged silently within himself. Upon analysis, this requirement was deemed necessary to ensure the safety of both the system and the host. Therefore, the system upgraded the brain sealing technique to level 9, the system stated earnestly. Brian scrutinized the advanced skills panel, his expression twitching as if an invisible arrow had struck him in the heart. Very well, this operational style is indeed systematic. He shrugged his shoulders, preparing to lie down when suddenly he froze. System, I had just fallen asleep. I finally managed to drift off. This summer was destined to be long and fulfilling. With merely a month remaining, as a child on the brink of entering the magical realm and a youth burdened with system debt, Brian immersed himself in the studies of Hogwarts. He first chose to study history of magic, as this was the easiest way to fulfill his temporary task, requiring nothing more than rote memorization. Brian devoted nearly all his time to this objective, only occasionally resting to glance at other books. It was no joke. One must not owe the system upgrade points. Otherwise, losing the system would lead to infinite regret. Magic is an exceedingly intricate and well-structured system, possessing its own unique operational model, entirely unlike anything Brian had experienced in his past life. Of course, the subject of history of magic was an exception. Such a course, reliant solely on memorization, is essential in any era. The book History of Magic, authored by Bathilda Bagshot, was nearly worn out after Brian's intense study over the past fortnight. He had thoroughly memorized the tales of the Goblin rebellions, the birth of werewolves, and the discovery of dragons, among other fascinating historical facts of the magical world. If he were to take the first-year final examination in History of Magic immediately, Brian was 1,000% confident he would score a perfect 100. After receiving outstanding evaluations from the system and clearing his accrued upgrade points, Brian, within the brief span of half a month, committed to memory a plethora of spells and endeavored to experiment with various incantation techniques. Lacking a dedicated instructor, he resorted to his most reliable, albeit simplistic, methods, systematically organizing and comparing to discern the precise movements, articulate pronunciations, and appropriate intonations, thereby mastering a considerable number of spells from the text. This endeavor significantly bolstered his aspirations to blend into the Hogwarts environment as a mere bystander. To survive in Hogwarts without drawing attention, one must not be the most exceptional student, for being overly remarkable can easily attract scrutiny. Harry Potter serves as a quintessential example. His name resonates throughout the wizarding community in Britain, with every action of his garnering widespread attention, leading to immense pressure. Thus, Brian understood the necessity of concealing certain aspects of his abilities to avoid unwanted notice while retaining them as personal advantages. However, he also recognized the importance of not performing too poorly, lest he become a target for the professor's attention, who were notably dedicated to their craft. Over time, even mediocrity could lead to notoriety within the Hogwarts realm. It became evident that the art of blending proved more challenging than the magic taught at Hogwarts, necessitating meticulous planning. The book primarily elucidates the evolution from ancient times to the modern era, alongside speculations regarding the origins of magical power within the contemporary wizarding world. It introduces fundamental concepts concerning magical abilities and the key factors in spellcasting, alongside theories regarding the essence and development of spells. These theories provided Brian with profound insights during his month-long study of charms, though they simultaneously shattered his previous assumptions, particularly his belief that the key to spellcasting lay solely in the incantations themselves. The text notes that wizards exist across various nations, and due to linguistic differences, their spells and gestures do not appear to be uniform. Yet magic consistently achieves the same effects. In retrospect, the underlying secret must pertain to the critical factors enabling spells to be cast, though the book merely glosses over this notion without extensive explanation. leaving Brian rather disheartened for an extended period. A significant portion of magical theory is devoted to discussing three hypotheses concerning magical talent. The prevailing thought within modern magical society is straightforward. Only the fortunate can wield magic, as these individuals inherently possess magical gifts. However, among these fortunate individuals, wizards from pure-blood families are believed to possess magical aptitude far exceeding that of those of mixed heritage. The infamous Voldemort was, in fact, a staunch advocate of this theory, viewing it with extreme conviction. He aspired to classify wizards into hierarchies and deemed all Muggle-born wizards unworthy of studying magic, thereby allowing pure-blood families to monopolize the use of magic. This ideology faced significant opposition from others in the magical community, ultimately leading to Voldemort's downfall at the hands of the newly born Harry, while the Ministry of Magic continued to lead the wizarding world. The debate regarding whether pure-blood families inherently possess greater magical talent than ordinary individuals remains contentious. Historically, many renowned wizards have emerged from pure-blood families. Yet this remains a mere conjecture, lacking definitive proof. As numerous pure-blood families have long since faded into the annals of history, only 28 remain recognized in contemporary society, and even their authenticity as pure-bloods is often questionable. The designation of the Sacred 28 has become merely a nostalgic expression for these families to uphold their ancestral glory. In light of this, Brian merely glanced over the information, briefly absorbing it before moving on. For him, the insights and hypotheses regarding spellcasting were far more beneficial, as he needed to navigate his time at Hogwarts while minimizing interactions with members of pure-blood families. Additionally, today marked August 31st, the day before Brian would embark on the Hogwarts Express. At last, he was bound for Hogwarts. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the long-dormant system panel to review his personal details for thorough preparation. Host Brian. Basic skills. Lumos Level 2. Levitation Charm. Level 2. Alohomora Level 2. Reparo Level 3. Expelliarmus Level 2. Reducio Level 3. Intermediate skills. Disarmament Level 1. Obstacle Course Level 1. Advanced skill. Mind Blocking Level 9. Courses. Charms Year 1 Good. History of Magic Year 1 Master. Herbology Year 1 Below Average. Astronomy Year 1 Below Average. Defense Against the Dark Arts Year 1 Pass. Transfiguration Year 1 Pass. Potions Year 1 Good. Upgrade points 0. However, this was not a significant concern for Brian, who chose not to dwell on it. After a month of relentless fatigue, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber, clutching his pillow. Not long after he fell asleep, the door creaked open slightly. Chapter 10. The Hogwarts Express. Upon waking in the early morning, Brian's mind remained in a hazy state. He struggled to rise, inadvertently striking his hand against the sharp corner of the bedside table, resulting in a small cut. Never mind, he thought. Time was of the essence. With a deep sigh, Brian hastily dressed and, after freshening up, shrank his neatly packed luggage with the Reducio charm and stowed it in his pocket. A glance at the wall clock revealed it was only 6 o'clock, providing him ample time to reach King's Cross Station before the 10:30 departure of the Hogwarts Express. Eleanor and Ted had already risen, quietly seated in the dining room, observing Brian as he descended the stairs. "Good morning, Mom and Dad." Brian yawned, intending to bid farewell to his parents. Just as he was about to speak, Eleanor stepped forward and ushered him to a seat. "You must eat before you leave." Eleanor frowned, noticing the cut on Brian's hand. "How could you be so careless?" Despite her reproach, Eleanor swiftly retrieved the household first aid kit to tend to Brian's wound. "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. This little scrape is nothing," he muttered. "Even at 30, you must heed my words," Eleanor admonished, quickly wrapping the injury with a beautifully tied butterfly bandage. Ted, witnessing the scene, burst into hearty laughter, brimming with delight, until Eleanor playfully smacked his shoulder, silencing his mirth. Lowering his gaze to meet Brian's eyes, he naturally said, "Brian, it's essential to build good relationships with your classmates at the new school. Avoid causing trouble and focus on mastering magic." The warm moments were fleeting, lasting only the time it took to have breakfast. After bidding farewell to his family, Brian prepared to take the bus to King's Cross Station in London. From this moment on, every second counted, for missing the 11 o'clock Hogwarts Express would spell disaster. After wandering around, Brian finally arrived at King's Cross Station half an hour early. The station was bustling with people, and it took him some time to locate Harry, who was being teased by the Dursleys. "Well, you made it, kid. Platform 9 and Platform 10. Your platform should be between these two. But it seems it hasn't been built yet, has it?" Mr. Dursley's words dripped with sarcasm, reminiscent of the film. Brian silently rolled his eyes at Mr. Dursley and waved at Harry, who was spotting him. "Brian," Harry exclaimed, waving enthusiastically. Mr. Dursley's mouth froze in a grimace, perhaps never imagining that the peculiar Harry Potter would have a friend. Naturally, the appearance of Brian, his wizard friend, made him feel both displeased and uneasy. "I wish you a successful term." Mr. Dursley hastily muttered a disingenuous farewell before driving away with his family. "Do you know where platform 34 is?" Harry curiously inquired, glancing at his ticket. "Of course," Brian replied nonchalantly. "It's the wall between platform 9 and platform 10. We simply need to walk through the wall to reach the dedicated station for Hogwarts." Harry, struggling with Hedwig and a plethora of luggage, was quite encumbered. Brian contemplated casting the shrinking spell several times, but the crowd was too dense, and the presence of Ministry of Magic officials was a possibility. So he dismissed the thought and helped Harry push the luggage. "What about your luggage?" Brian momentarily found himself at a loss for words, and after a while explained, "I learned a shrinking spell for my books." "You can perform magic already? That's so cool," Harry exclaimed, his excitement infectious. Brian smiled slightly at Harry's enthusiasm, shaking off his earlier seriousness. "It's not particularly difficult, though I did spend an entire month learning it." Pushing the luggage, with Harry carrying the cage, they chatted and soon passed through the wall, arriving at the platform for the Hogwarts Express. A deep red steam locomotive, reminiscent of the Victorian era, stood beside the crowded platform. The sign hanging from the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The steam billowed into the sky as the crowd buzzed with chatter. Owls shrieked piercingly, and various cats weaved through the legs of the passengers, creating a scene of delightful chaos. With Brian's assistance, Harry finally managed to push the trunk into a corner of their compartment. "Thanks," Harry said, as he settled into a window seat. Brian casually took a seat opposite Harry. Retrieving his miniaturized luggage from his pocket, he waved his wand, restoring it to its original size, and the spacious compartment instantly felt a bit more crowded. "Are you casting a spell?" Harry inquired curiously. "I am merely restoring these items. Soon, someone will come to collect our luggage." "It feels peculiar to have nothing," Brian elucidated. "Indeed, I know nothing about this place." Brian and Harry exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's apprehension. Harry was anxious about the unknown magical life at Hogwarts, which felt to him like a fantastical tale. Brian, on the other hand, was worried about soon encountering Ron Weasley, who, as far as he recalled, was notorious among the trio for causing trouble. Once entangled with him, it would be difficult to escape. Additionally, there was Hermione, the ever-enthusiastic scholar, seemingly eager to instruct those of average ability. If she set her sights on him, heaven help him, perhaps due to the clutter of luggage. The sliding door had scarcely opened, nor had any red-haired boys appeared. Instead, Harry, having purchased nearly all the snacks on the train, warmly invited Brian to share. Brian accepted, munching on the pies and cakes Harry had bought while casually conversing with him. Yet, throughout their exchange, a lingering question occupied Brian's mind. Where was Ron? Chapter 11. The Beginning of Term. The fields racing by outside appeared increasingly desolate. Neat farmlands had vanished, replaced by sprawling forest, meandering rivers, and dark green hills. Time flew swiftly as they engaged in discussions about various interests, cultural nuances, and the impending life at Hogwarts. During this period, a round-faced boy tearfully approached the door, inquiring if Harry and Brian had seen his pet toad. Brian recognized him as Neville, one of the more hapless children at Hogwarts. Brian and Harry assured him they had not seen it, with Harry offering words of comfort, though the boy departed in sorrow, making quite a commotion. "What about your pet, Brian?" Harry bravely licked a gray birdie bot's every flavor bean. Brian glanced at Harry and replied nonchalantly, "I did not purchase a pet. They are far too expensive." "Do you think everyone is as wealthy as you?" Yet, it seemed Harry's fortune stemmed from his late parents, whose early demise had cast a significant shadow over his childhood. Well, Harry did not press further. He tore open a wrapper to reveal a multicolored cream cake, tasted it, and his face lit up with astonishment. He then offered one to Brian, eager to share with his newfound friend. "We have already informed him that we have not seen any toads," Harry explained. "If you happen to see Neville's toad, please take it to the front compartment." "Ah, are you both new students at Hogwarts this year?" "I am Hermione Granger," she interjected, sitting down unceremoniously. "By the way, what are your names?" To Hermione's surprise, upon hearing Harry's name, her interest piqued. "Is it really you? I know all about you. You've been mentioned in several reference books." "My goodness, how could you not know? If I were in your position, I would certainly find a way to gather all the books that mention me." Hermione gazed intently at Harry for a while. "Do you two know which house you will be sorted into?" "I have inquired everywhere, and I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it is said to be the best. I've heard that Dumbledore graduated from there as well, though Ravenclaw seems quite admirable too. I just hope to avoid Slytherin." Brian, upon hearing this, cast a casual glance at her, and remarked, "Miss Granger appears to be quite knowledgeable about the houses of Hogwarts. Could you enlighten us?" Harry's eyes widened in agreement. "Yes, we're not very familiar with Hogwarts matters. Miss Granger, could you please provide us with some insights? Otherwise, I fear I might make a fool of myself later." Hermione nodded. Harry's comment resonated with her sentiments, thus softening her tone slightly as she continued. "Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. None are particularly lacking, though Slytherin has a rather tarnished reputation. That is due to Voldemort, or rather, the Dark Lord's association with it, correct?" "Indeed, but is not entirely accurate." Hermione explained that Slytherin students are predominantly from pure-blood families and exhibit a pronounced disdain for Muggle-born wizards. Suddenly, Hermione had a thought and hurriedly pulled Neville out. "Regardless, we must first help Neville find his toad." Harry exhaled in relief, just as a head peeked through the door. It was Hermione. "You two should quickly change into your robes. We are likely to arrive soon." Harry exerted considerable effort to retrieve his black robe from beneath a pile in the trunk. The two shed their outer garments and donned the long black robes, spending some time tidying up the clutter in the compartment. By the time everything was in order, the sky outside had darkened, and the train appeared to slow down. Amidst Harry's anxiousness, the train gradually rolled into a station that bore an antique charm. As it came to a halt, the voices of the prefects rang out, urging everyone please disembark. There are house elves to assist with your luggage. They stepped off the train into a throng of students, bustling and jostling, which reminded Brian of the chaos at train stations from his previous life. Soon, a lamp swung above the crowd, and a familiar booming voice quelled the din. "First years. First years, over here. Harry, come this way. Are you all right?" Harry felt a wave of relief upon seeing Hagrid's towering figure, who was holding a bronze lamp several times larger than ordinary, waving to guide the first-year students. "Harry, Brian, are you both well? Are there any more first years?" Hagrid greeted the two and promptly turned to address the young wizards with seriousness. "Watch your step." A group of first-year wizards followed Hagrid down a steep and narrow path, with Hermione and Neville chattering beside Harry and Brian, sharing tales of the history of the place. When Hagrid finally led the first years to the shores of a dark lake, they fell silent. The moonlight cascaded softly over the inky water, creating a delicate shimmer that danced gently, forming a fragmented beauty. On the opposite bank, a towering castle loomed majestically atop a high slope. Hagrid passionately recounted the illustrious history of the 4 founders of Hogwarts until Harry cleared his throat, prompting him to pause. He gestured toward a row of small boats docked at the edge and instructed everyone, no more than 4 people per boat. Hermione, eager to experience life at the magical school, casually selected 2 girls and pulled Neville aboard one of the boats. Brian observed the wooden vessels for a while, ensuring their safety before stepping into the last boat at Harry's urging. Shortly after, a red-haired boy, trailing at the end of the line, joined them. All the other boats were full. He pointed to the departing boats, hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly, "May I join you? I'm Ron Weasley." Chapter 12. The Arrival at School. The presence of Ron Weasley among the trio stirred an indescribable feeling within Brian. After all, his delay in boarding was not solely to confirm the safety of the wooden boats. It was also an attempt to avoid Ron Weasley. After the sorting hat ceremony, he would likely be placed in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, thus minimizing his entanglements with the trio. Once the trio became acquainted, Brian was certain that his life would be rife with uncertainties, all thanks to Harry. Yet, despite his mixed emotions, he knew he must not reveal them. He must not let Ron think he harbored disdain for him, lest he find himself in a similar situation as Malfoy. "Of course you can," he replied with a slight smile, extending an invitation in a gentlemanly manner. "I'm Mike Bryan. I'm Harry Potter." Harry, somewhat shy, struggled to exhibit the same ease as Hermione when confronted with strangers. Ron Weasley, still settling into the boat, stumbled slightly, eyes wide with astonishment. "Oh my, you are?" He stared at Harry for a long moment, causing Harry's face to flush as he hurriedly explained, "Yes, that's me." "Then you really know about this place?" Ron pointed at Harry's forehead. At that moment, Hagrid, seated alone in another boat, called out, "Is everyone on board? Then let us set off." He tapped his small umbrella against the side of his solitary boat, and all the small vessels glided swiftly across the mirror-like surface of the lake, seemingly enchanted, heading rapidly towards the castle. The students aboard felt as if they were gliding smoothly over solid ground. Yet, silence enveloped them, with only the occasional whisper breaking the stillness. Harry, too, dared not speak loudly, brushing aside a lock of hair from his forehead, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. Brian and Ron beheld a lightning-shaped scar that was revealed. Brian merely glanced at it before diverting his gaze. choosing instead to admire the exquisite scenery of the dark lake at night. Ron, with his eyes wide open, seemed poised to utter something, yet, constrained by the tranquil atmosphere surrounding them, he reluctantly sealed his lips, mumbling inaudibly to himself. All the boats traversed a pitch-black tunnel, arriving at a place reminiscent of an underground dock, before ascending to a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. Everyone disembarked, following Hagrid to a colossal oak door, during which Hagrid fortuitously discovered Neville's lost toad, eliciting tears of joy from Neville. The prospect of becoming a true Hogwarts student, with the opportunity to learn magic, filled Brian with unparalleled excitement. Even as a traveler endowed with a system, his mind was solely consumed with anticipation for Hogwarts. After instructing everyone to await quietly, Hagrid proceeded to knock on the castle gate alone and entered. Finally afforded the chance to speak after a prolonged silence, Ron quietly inquired, "Was this the work of you-know-who? You don't remember it all? Oh, I'm sorry. Perhaps you wish to attend a different house?" Realizing the absurdity of his question, Ron quickly shifted the topic, asking about something else. "I'm not too familiar with this place. I've merely heard that Gryffindor is quite commendable. Are all of you wizards?" Harry asked. "Indeed. We are all wizards, and we are all from Gryffindor," Ron replied with a hint of pride. At that moment, a haughty voice pierced the air. "Only the noble purebloods may attend the illustrious Slytherin house." A blond boy with slick-back hair, flanked by two students who resembled bodyguards, approached with a slow gait. He smiled slightly, though his grin seemed laced with an icy disdain. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew exactly who you were: big nose, red hair, and a tattered old robe. You must be from the wretched Weasley family. I presume that robe depleted all your family's savings." Humiliated before the crowd, Ron's face flushed crimson, and he erupted in a fit of rage. The blond boy, however, dismissed Ron entirely, turning his gaze to Harry Potter with a look of complex intrigue. "So the rumors are true. You are Harry Potter. I am Draco Malfoy, and perhaps the noble Malfoy family would be a more suitable choice for your friends." With that, he extended his hand in an attempt to shake Harry's. Harry's expression turned frigid. He did not reciprocate Draco's gesture, but instead fixed him with a steely gaze, slowly articulating in a low tone, "I believe I have the right to choose my own friends." Draco raised an eyebrow, about to respond, when the grand door suddenly swung open. A tall, black-haired witch clad in a vibrant green robe stepped forward, her demeanor grave. Hagrid, falling a step behind her, explained, "First-year students Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall appeared exceedingly stern, exuding an imposing aura that left all the first-year wizards so intimidated that they scarcely dared to breathe. Only Brian, who had already caught the attention of the professors before officially enrolling, internally lamented his situation, increasingly convinced that distancing himself from the trio was indeed the wisest course of action for survival. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall finally spoke, indicating that the start-of-term feast was about to commence. "However, before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must determine which house you shall join. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will begin. I advise you to compose yourselves and present a spirited demeanor while you wait. I will return to escort you shortly, so please maintain silence during this time." Professor McGonagall's gaze drifted across the crowd before she entered the Great Hall to report to Dumbledore. Brian distinctly noted that her attention lingered the longest on Harry, Ron, and their direction. Although he understood it was Harry who commanded her focus, he still felt a twinge of unease, uncertain of the efficacy of the brain-blocking technique provided by the system. Chapter 13. The Sorting Ceremony and the Peculiar Sorting Hat. As Brian pondered the recent events, he was compelled to consider how he might petition the Sorting Hat to place him in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. After all, the only precedent was Harry in the film, who silently wished not to be sorted into Slytherin, a rather unreliable example that left him at a loss for a viable plan. Meanwhile, Harry was consumed with worry, having just learned from Ron about the entrance examination. As of now, he lacked even the slightest grasp of magic, and to perform in front of the entire school faculty and student body was nothing short of a death sentence. Additionally, he was anxious about whether he would be accepted into Gryffindor. Harry glanced at the distracted Brian before gently prodding his shoulder and whispering, "Brian, which house do you wish to join?" Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had not directed her attention towards Brian at all, confirming his suspicions that her gaze had been solely on Harry. Brian found himself at the rear of the line, following the other young wizards into the grand hall where the feast was to take place. The hall accommodated thousands of students, all seated around 4 long house tables, laden with an array of golden and silver platters and an assortment of unique goblets. Above, thousands of floating candles illuminated the entire hall, and when one looked up, the transparent ceiling mirrored a constellation of stars. reflecting the brilliance of the night sky beyond the castle walls. At the front of the hall, a raised platform was reserved for the professors and Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore sat at the center, clad in a flowing black robe, his silvery hair cascading down to a meticulously groomed beard beneath the table. He wore half-moon spectacles, and his deep blue eyes sparkled with wisdom as he regarded the first-year students advancing slowly before him with great interest. Brian gazed forward, noticing an empty seat to Dumbledore's left, presumably reserved for Professor McGonagall. To his right sat a gaunt, sallow-skinned male professor, whose chilling gaze pierced through the crowd, fixated intently on Harry at the forefront. His greasy, long hair cascaded down his shoulders, giving him the appearance of a man who had never attended to his grooming. It was needless to elaborate. This striking feature clearly identified him as Severus Snape, a figure Brian was particularly wary of. A remarkably gifted half-blood wizard, Snape excelled in the dark arts, particularly in the realms of soul extraction and mind closure. Additionally, the potions master's extensive experience in potion making was something Brian fervently coveted. For a master of potions symbolized immense wealth. Professor McGonagall ushered the first-year students to the center of the Great Hall, then produced an old, tattered four-cornered stool from an unknown source, placing it before the faculty table. After completing this task, she set a grimy, well-worn pointed wizard's hat upon it. The hall fell into a profound silence, which was soon interrupted as the patched hat began to stir, splitting open along its side like a mouth, and sang a peculiar melody. You may think me unappealing, yet do not judge by appearance alone, for I am a thinking hat. After a protracted interlude of over 10 minutes, the audience finally emerged from the torturous cacophony, erupting into thunderous applause. Many students moved to tears, overwhelmed by the hat's lamentable performance. Only a pair of exuberant twins stood atop their chairs, cheering loudly. The hat, oblivious to its lack of self-awareness, took a slight bow as if to perform a graceful curtain call, then fell still, its mouth continuing to mumble incoherently. Harry, standing at the head of the line, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety about the impending events. He perceived himself as overly indecisive, lacking the courage and wisdom the hat had mentioned. Professor McGonagall shot him a pointed look before unfurling a parchment and commencing the sorting. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with two golden braids, dashed from the line and donned a sorting hat. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." Applause erupted from the table on the right, welcoming her to her new house. Susan Bones, the hat called out next. Susan quickly joined Hannah at the table. Following them, Neville, Hermione, and others were sorted into Gryffindor, while Draco Malfoy and his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, eagerly found their place in Slytherin, the hat barely touching their heads before assigning them. Harry Potter. With McGonagall's announcement, the crowd buzzed with excitement. All eyes fixated on the boy who had survived against all odds, whispers and speculations swirling about him. After a brief exchange with the sorting hat, Harry was finally placed into Gryffindor. He exhaled a sigh of relief and, before making his way to the Gryffindor table, winked at Brian, signaling him to wait. Harry was fervently hoping that his only friend would be sorted into the same house as himself. Brian, of course, understood Harry's unspoken wish. However, for the sake of navigating these 7 years unscathed, he could not afford to be placed in Gryffindor alongside those three troublemakers, which would be nothing short of a disaster for him. Apologies, Harry, Brian silently mused, and within the brief minutes of waiting, he had devised a meticulous plan. If he could successfully bribe the sorting hat, he would be able to join Ravenclaw, a realm of knowledge that he considered his paradise, where he would have a greater chance of realizing his dreams of fortune. On the other side, the atmosphere in Gryffindor was electrifying, as everyone rose to their feet in applause. The identical twins even leaped onto the long table, embracing one another while shouting, "Potter, we have a Potter!" Even Professor McGonagall, typically stern and serious, displayed the faintest hint of smile. Soon, it was Ron's turn, and he too was sorted into Gryffindor. After all, the entire Weasley clan hailed from Gryffindor, and even the sorting hat was accustomed to this tradition. Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor, quickly approached the group to extend his enthusiastic congratulations. "Mike Bryan," Professor McGonagall called out, rolling up the parchment as she announced the final student. Chapter 14, I agree. I'm acting. At last, it was his turn. Brian stepped forward, took the sorting hat in hand, and hesitated for a moment before placing it upon his head. All surrounding sounds faded away, and soon Brian heard a faint, sharp voice directly emanating from within his mind. It seems you have something to ask of me. Very well, but what might I gain from this curious newcomer? After all, I'm merely a hat. The sorting hat shifted slightly, perplexed, and, in its confusion, It seemed only able to grasp his thoughts in a rudimentary manner, failing to comprehend the intricacies of the system at play. Feeling reassured, Brian spoke softly. I see the patches upon your hat. How could a magical hat bear such imperfections unless it has been damaged or is a tattered sorting hat? If you could place me in Ravenclaw, I would dedicate my time during the next 7 years to study ancient tomes and do my utmost to mend your wounds. The sorting hat appeared taken aback, its edges or mouth opening and closing for a long while without uttering a sound. After a moment, the sharp voice returned to Brian. Curious young wizard, how did you come to this realization? Even the past headmasters, including Dumbledore, were unaware of this matter. I believe I've made it clear, Brian replied. You are a magical hat. How could you be so unkempt and patched? Perhaps I possess a keen eye for observation. He began to weave a tale, for the source of this knowledge was his greatest secret. The sorting hat shifted the conversation, beginning to assess Brian. Quite challenging. You possess ambition and a touch of cleverness. Logically, you would be well suited for Slytherin. However, your inclination for study also aligns with Ravenclaw. Your promise seems steadfast. Perhaps I could trust you. Some time has passed outside, and the prolonged silence of the sorting hat left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Whispers filled the hall, and all present felt a sense of astonishment. Even Dumbledore at the head table cleared his throat softly and shifted his gaze downward. At the end of his line of sight was Brian. With his back turned to the head table, Brian did not notice Dumbledore's lips moving slightly, but he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of unease washing over him. In his calculations, the probability of being sorted in a Ravenclaw had risen to over 90%, so why this disquiet? Yet this was Hogwarts, a realm of magic, an entirely unfamiliar domain fraught with unpredictable variables. Brian sighed, hoping for the best. At that moment, the sorting hat abruptly turned and, brushing its wide brim with its pointed tip, hesitantly declared, All right, I consent. Ravenclaw, indeed, this is the most fitting choice. Before Brian could utter a word, the hat bellowed, Raven. The weight in his heart finally lifted, and a satisfied smile graced Brian's face, only for it to freeze in an instant. The sorting hat grinned mischievously. No, it's Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Immediately, a mocking voice echoed in Brian's mind. I've agreed. I was just pretending. Removing the sorting hat, Brian's expression turned rigid as he swallowed hard, casting a furious glare at it. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Utterly bewildered by how he had ended up at the Gryffindor table, his hands and feet felt cold as he stared vacantly at the starry ceiling, lamenting the uncertainty of his future over the next 7 years. Nevertheless, the long table of Gryffindor erupted into thunderous applause, the sound of cheers echoing through the hall. With Harry's enthusiasm shining through, his face flushed with excitement palpable from afar. Now that all students have been sorted, Professor McGonagall departed with the sorting hat and a rolled parchment. As the sorting hat left, it couldn't resist whistling triumphantly in Brian's direction. Oblivious to all of this, Brian's composure crumbled. He felt utterly toyed with by the hat. Who was orchestrating this? The entire affair had proceeded as planned until that final moment when everything changed. Brian's complexion was now ashen. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to him. Not even Harry, who was unable to engage with Brian as Dumbledore rose. The venerable wizard, with his flowing white beard, spread his arms and simply stated, Fools weep, remnants twist. Thank you all. Let the feast begin. With a gentle tap of his wand against the goblets on the tables, a wondrous array of food materialized in the empty dishes. Roasted chicken, fried pork chops, lamb shanks, sausages, beef, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, potatoes, and creamy milk desserts. The young wizards, seemingly famished, eagerly began to indulge in the culinary delights before them. Brian responded to Harry's inquiries with casual indifference, as Harry had previously engaged in conversation with the sorting hat. He vaguely surmised that the hat had refrained from assigning Brian to a house for an extended period, likely engaged in some form of discourse. Harry was profoundly touched, firmly believing that Brian had prolonged his interaction with the sorting hat merely to join him at Gryffindor. This is infuriating, Brian exclaimed, stuffing his mouth full of food before muttering under his breath. Harry, caught up in his enthusiastic dialogue, was startled, leaping from his seat in a moment of bewilderment. At that instant, Brian felt an inexplicable gaze upon him. Upon raising his head, he found Albus Dumbledore's azure eyes fixed intently on him. Chapter 15. The Gryffindor Common Room. Fortunately, Dumbledore seemed to have merely been momentarily intrigued, or perhaps he had been observing Harry all along. After their eyes met, the old man offered a casual nod and smile before redirecting his attention elsewhere. Following the sorting ceremony, the feast continued for an extended duration. Although Brian remained largely silent and consumed his food with fervor, He was introduced to numerous individuals by the enthusiastic Harry and Ron. The identical twin brothers, George and Fred, belonged to the Weasley family, and their older brother Percy served as their prefect. The Weasley family certainly knows how to multiply, Brian mused inwardly. Once the feast concluded, Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the remnants of the meal to vanish in an instant, leaving no trace behind. So, one need not go hungry after becoming a wizard. This sophisticated magic was a novelty for Brian, evoking a sense of wonder. Until George and Fred enlightened him about the Hogwarts kitchen and how to procure food in the dead of night, leading to a sense of disillusionment. After all, magic was not omnipotent. Dumbledore then stood to announce several important reminders and the school's opening notices, purely to pique the students' curiosity. Did they not notice how George and Fred were already eagerly concocting some mischievous plan? Nevertheless, to his credit, Dumbledore was succinct, unlike those verbose leaders. Within 4 or 5 minutes, he had conveyed all pertinent reminders. Adjusting his slightly askew wizard hat, he raised his wand and proclaimed, "Lastly, let's join together in singing the school song." Strands of golden ribbons flowed from his wand, transforming into words that snaked through the air. Brian observed that, aside from a diminutive professor who resembled a fairy, every other professor on stage visibly changed countenance, while the small professor displayed a look of regret, having long coveted the role of conductor. As Dumbledore waved his wand, everyone began to sing in various melodies. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please impart us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds can embrace intriguing matters, for at present, they are quite empty. After enduring the jumbled performance of the crowd, the Weasley twins leisurely continued their rendition to the tune of the wedding march for quite some time. At the end of the corridor hung a myriad of portraits, each seemingly engaged in hushed conversations with one another. Percy strode briskly until he halted before a wall adorned with the portrait of a portly woman. The opulent matron animatedly spoke, her tone grave. "Password." With a nod, she stepped aside, revealing a circular opening in the wall. The group passed through this aperture and entered the Gryffindor common room. This expansive chamber was adorned with a shimmering coat of gold paint, exuding an air of grandeur. One wall was partially recessed, featuring a large opening that housed a magnificent crystal, while the Gryffindor banner, depicting a crimson lion, hung majestically in midair. Bright crystal chandeliers illuminated each corner, and the fireplace in the corner crackled with burning branches, filling the air with a faint scent of pine resin. In the center of the room were several low square tables surrounded by plush sofas, the fabric of which appeared exceptionally soft. A few individuals were already seated, sinking comfortably into the cushions, and they greeted Percy and the newcomers with friendly waves. Percy guided the girls through a door on the left upstairs to their dormitory, while Neville reluctantly bid farewell to Hermione and followed Percy and the boys through another door. Gryffindor dormitories typically housed 5 students per room, and within this spacious chamber were 5 four-poster beds draped with red curtains, strategically placed in various corners, with the students' belongings already situated beside them. Harry and Ron found themselves assigned to the adjacent dormitory, which meant that Harry could no longer rouse Ron for nighttime escapades, a fortunate turn of event for Brian, who had come to Hogwarts to study magic rather than engage in mischief. After all, what was it to spend days frolicking with children when one possessed a soul nearing 30 years of life experience? The other children, already weary, would have collapsed into slumber had Percy not been present. Observing their fatigue, Percy added, "Tomorrow is Monday. It would be prudent for you to rise early and explore Hogwarts. If possible, seek guidance from an upperclassman to familiarize yourselves with the pathways to the classrooms, lest you find yourselves lost and tardy. Hogwarts is far more wondrous and labyrinthine than you might imagine. Finally, welcome to Gryffindor, new students." The group expressed their gratitude to Percy, and once he departed, they quickly assigned themselves to their respective beds, changed into their nightwear, and soon completed their evening routines before drifting off to sleep. The sound of soft breaths filling the dormitory. Brian found himself in the most secluded corner near the window, but he harbored no objections. His secrets were plentiful, and the privacy here was quite satisfactory. The series of events throughout the night left Brian feeling rather fatigued. He pondered how his once steady life had transformed into this perplexing situation. Even being sorted into Slytherin would have seemed preferable to Gryffindor. Brian leaned against the wall by the window, gazing out at the scenery while contemplating the next remedial measures. The moonlight gently illuminated the cobblestone path of Hogwarts, and above the nearby Black Lake, the occasional silhouette of an owl glided across the night sky. With his head bowed, Brian fixated on the patches of grass that occasionally sprouted through the crevices of the stones and the fleeting dance of a firefly or two, lost in thought. A gentle night breeze caressed him as the broad leaves of the towering trees on campus swayed in the wind. Close to the window, an unknown plant with delicate, tiny leaves formed large, cloud-like fronds, filtering the wind and the night. One step at a time, but here I am at Hogwarts, Brian murmured to himself as he prepared for sleep. Chapter 16. A new task. Brian's journey as a freshman at Hogwarts commenced with a bout of aimless wandering from the very start of the day. He gazed at the swaying, precariously shifting staircases before him, a peculiar expression gracing his features. It is often commendable when beings possess aspirations, and such ideals are truly worthy of support. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that they are merely staircases. What need have they for aspirations? If they were to have dreams, what would become of the pedestrians? What are you doing here? Lost, are you, freshman? A melodious, ethereal voice drifted from behind Brian. Yes. How does one reach the dining hall, senior? He replied, somewhat awkwardly. It was clearly not a flattering situation to be caught in by a girl. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw senior seemed not to dwell on his embarrassment. Her bright, sparkling eyes appraised him for a moment before she smiled warmly and said, "Follow me, freshman." It is quite rare to see such industrious new students rising so early on their first day. The two engaged in casual conversation as they made their way, with the enthusiastic Ravenclaw senior sharing various details about the Hogwarts castle, while Brian mostly listened quietly, interjecting with questions from time to time. By the time they reached the dining hall, he had garnered a substantial understanding of the castle. Indeed, mingling with those knowledgeable can save one from much trouble. Upon entering the dining hall, they found all 4 long tables empty, devoid of any presents. The senior paused, then, with an apologetic tone, said, "I'm sorry, freshman. I forgot that the food is usually served starting at 7:30. If you're quite hungry, I can take you to find the house elves." Brian's admiration for this senior soared. She was so warm-hearted and radiant, truly heartwarming. If he were to stay close to such a remarkable individual, his life at Hogwarts would surely become much easier. Moreover, who would refuse the chance to spend time alone with a pretty girl? Brian felt an increasing sense of regret for not being sorted into Ravenclaw, and his resentment toward the sorting hat deepened. He instinctively touched his nose and replied lightly, "No worries, senior. I could just read here and wait. By the way, I'm Brian, a new Gryffindor this year. I truly appreciate your help today." As a fundamental theoretical text on Transfiguration, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration is not an incomprehensible tome. However, its thick pages and dry prose present considerable challenges to the reader, making it difficult to grasp in a short span of time. An hour slipped away in an instant, and Brian had merely managed to peruse about a quarter of the book. These ancient volumes are rife with esoteric theories and peculiar annotations. Emrys, which not only elucidates his unique understanding of transfiguration, but also translates many concepts into the lexicon of magical systems, which adds to Brian's difficulties. Each segment he reads necessitates a pause for deep contemplation, requiring him to interpret the material in his own way. Reward: 1 hour of Master-Level Transfiguration Experience Card. Upgrade Point 1. Long-term task: explore Hogwarts. Just as Brian pondered the content he had just reviewed, a serious and earnest voice from the system resonated within his mind. He held the textbook, his gaze vacant and fixed ahead. Another task, 2 at once. This system is indeed systematic, invoking notions of bravely uncovering the secrets of Hogwarts and the young hero. Wasn't this a perilous endeavor? However, the description of the reward was intriguing, as he speculated that the bounty for high completion could vastly exceed his expectations. Would it be 10 upgrade points? Or perhaps a Philosopher's Stone? This left Brian in a state of considerable indecision. You can imagine, even more boldly, the system interjected unexpectedly. This insufferable system had grown increasingly audacious, much to his chagrin. Given such a generous reward, perhaps he could stealthily explore Hogwarts. Feeling a surge of restless anticipation, Brian's breathing quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He needed to remain composed. Haste would not serve him well. "Brian, are you studying Transfiguration?" Sonia approached, having arrived unnoticed. Upon glancing at the textbook in Brian's hands, she inquired, "Chapter 17, the matches are gone. Is that so? How splendid." Sonia appeared somewhat astonished, finding it peculiar that an 11-year-old who had just entered Hogwarts and had yet to attend a single class could engage with such material. Nevertheless, she shook her head and explained, "No, I don't think that's the case. While it may assist beginners to some extent in practical application, wizards do not have the luxury of time to dissect the internal structures of every object before employing a transfiguration spell. Professor Flitwick mentioned, he will be your next charms instructor, that the essence of magic lies in one's own will. It is about whether you believe you can successfully perform the magic. Furthermore, During the application of transfiguration, I always visualize the object I wish to transform and firmly hold that thought. After a considerable period, Brian finally regained his composure, realizing where he had erred in his self-study. Since he began learning magic, he had assumed his lack of magical power was the reason many spells had not succeeded. Only now did he arrive at a profound understanding. The issue had always stemmed from his flawed approach. Brian took a deep breath to concentrate, conjuring the image of a paperclip in his mind, while his silver wand waved gracefully in the air with a remarkable rhythm. On the dining table, the textbook titled Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration suddenly appeared to be affected by some unseen force, visibly twisting and distorting before his eyes. The upper half of the book vanished into thin air, revealing a slender metallic object that shimmered faintly. "Quite impressive, young Brian," Sonia remarked with a gentle smile. "With a few more attempts, you shall succeed." As students gradually trickled into the dining hall, the house elves had already prepared breakfast, preventing Brian from continuing his practice of transfiguration spells, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, his morning spent with Sonia had been immensely rewarding, equipping him with sufficient knowledge about Hogwarts to navigate those pesky staircases, not to mention the assistance he had just received regarding transfiguration magic. The very first class at Hogwarts would be Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson, and being late would likely result in a confrontation with the professor, who could transform into a tabby cat, leading to a fate similar to that of Harry and Ron. Thus, after finishing his breakfast, Brian bid farewell to Sonia and headed to the classroom, overhearing a girl beside Sonia repeatedly ask, "Sonia, who is he?" Upon arriving at the transfiguration classroom, he found it completely empty, devoid of even a single cat. Brian frowned slightly and stepped out to wander around. It would be a jest if Professor McGonagall, who always arrived early to prepare, were to catch him here. It would place him in the same category as Hermione, the model student, which would be decidedly detrimental to his plans of leisurely coasting through his time at Hogwarts. After a brief interval, several first-year wizards had settled into their seats, while a distinctive tabby cat poised regally upon the podium. Although it appeared like an ordinary cat, its piercing red eyes fixed intently on the door, remaining utterly still. Given its position atop the professor's podium, even the dimmest of minds could discern that this cat was no ordinary feline, yet only Harry and Ron chose to overlook it. Feigning ignorance, Brian found a neutral spot in the middle and quietly rested his head on the desk, awaiting the commencement of class. Another half hour passed before Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom, breathless. "We made it," Ron exclaimed, oblivious to the enigmatic tabby cat on the podium, relief washing over him as he spoke to Harry. "Can you imagine how furious old McGonagall would be if she found out we were late? I can hardly bear to think of it." Before he could finish his sentence, the tabby cat leaped gracefully from the podium, its form twisting and transforming until it landed as a stern-looking middle-aged witch, none other than Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. The enchanting display of magic, coupled with her earlier serious warning, effortlessly captivated all the young wizards present, plunging the classroom into an utter silence as everyone obediently turned their attention to the blackboard, focused on the lesson ahead. After explaining the method of casting the transfiguration spell and its intricacies, Professor McGonagall informed the students that today's objective was to transform a matchstick into a needle. She proceeded to distribute the matchsticks to each student one by one. It was unclear how Professor McGonagall managed the distribution, but she eventually approached Brian, who was feigning eager anticipation. However, he noticed a glimmer of amusement in her serious gaze, which filled him with foreboding. "The matchsticks are gone. I apologize, Mr. Brian. You shall continue with your earlier transformation of the textbook into a sewing needle from the dining hall this morning." Chapter 18, Transfiguration Class. Although Professor McGonagall's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the hushed classroom. Hermione, seated beside Ron and Harry, abruptly turned her head, her face a portrait of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the notoriously strict Professor McGonagall would put someone in a predicament, and to think there could be such a prodigious student in this class, capable of such a significant transformation on the very first day of school. We are all aware of the challenges presented by the transfiguration spell for novices, particularly as it relates to the size of the object being transformed. This is due to the requirement that a wizard's magical essence must entirely envelop the object and alter its material structure. Thus, Professor McGonagall chose matchsticks for the first-year students instead of easier alternatives, such as transforming the desks or chairs before them. Brian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had never anticipated that Professor McGonagall would witness his practice of the transfiguration spell with Sonia that morning, nor did he foresee her publicly exposing the incident. The carefully crafted facade of his modesty seemed to crumble on the very first day. He forced a smile and stammered to Professor McGonagall, "Professor, I believe this might be somewhat challenging. I did not think a first-year student like myself, who is just beginning to engage with magic, should attempt such a large object. In fact, I could use the matchsticks like my classmates." Without allowing Brian any opportunity for further explanation, Professor McGonagall surveyed the room and offered guidance to several students who were struggling with the spell, leaving Brian, despondent, staring blankly at the introductory transfiguration guide. Hermione, equally dazed, was disheartened to see Harry effortlessly transform his matchstick into an elongated, glimmering object after just a couple of attempts, while she could only manage to alter the matchstick's shape to a limited extent. This setback was a significant blow to the young witch, who had always been at the top of her class. Watching Harry share his joy with Ron, Hermione gently bit her lip and resumed her mechanical practice. Brian was utterly lost in thought. Even the explosion caused by Seamus's attempt at transforming his matchstick failed to capture his attention. Hogwarts felt like a treacherous place, with the capricious Sorting Hat and the voyeuristic Professor McGonagall, not to mention the yet-to-be-encountered greasy-haired Snape, who knew whether he would survive potions class unscathed. If this continued, it would be impossible to maintain a low profile, and increasingly more people would surely take notice of him. In pursuit of that coveted upgrade point and the hour-long Transformation Master Experience card, Brian gritted his teeth and resolved to complete Professor McGonagall's task. However, he silently vowed that this would be the last time he sought to stand out in front of others. Should he fail, he would punish himself by consuming an entire packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. After a brief contemplation, Brian waved his wand. Under the influence of magic, the textbook before him began to twist and morph, eventually transforming into a shimmering silver needle, sharp at both ends. A wave of joy washed over him as he distinctly felt the success of this transfiguration spell. Yet, he quickly released his magical output, and with a resounding pop, the silver needle reverted to its original form, releasing a puff of black smoke. The surrounding Gryffindor students cast glances of disappointment. After all, one of their peers had exceeded the task, bringing a glimmer of pride to their faces, and Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly award points to Gryffindor. Hermione, who had been observing intently, finally exhaled in relief. Had Brian succeeded on his first attempt, it would have been a severe blow to her confidence. Now, she could focus on her own practice of the transfiguration spell. Time slipped away amid repeated failures, and aside from the exceptionally gifted Harry, no one in the class managed to complete Professor McGonagall's task. While feigning continued attempts, Brian carefully observed the other young witches and wizards around him. He finally understood why Sonia had reassured him not to worry. In truth, no one could successfully cast the transfiguration spell on their first try, except for Harry, the anomaly born to defeat Voldemort. It seemed that Professor McGonagall had momentarily forgotten the challenge she had set for Brian. Aside from a brief check-in on his progress, she offered no guidance. Just as the class was nearing its conclusion, Hermione Granger finally succeeded in transforming her matchstick. Although it was not a complete transformation, it at least held its needle-like form with stability. She lifted her head triumphantly and shot a challenging glance at Brian, then began enthusiastically instructing Neville beside her. Poor Neville, already overwhelmed by the knowledge imparted by Professor McGonagall, made an error in the flurry of activity, causing a matchstick explosion following Seamus's earlier mishap. As time raced on, just as Professor McGonagall approached the podium to announce the end of class, Brian finally released his magic, transforming the beginner's guide to transfiguration into a complete and stable silver needle. Trembling, he interrupted Professor McGonagall's announcement, saying, "Professor, may I show you this? Is it a success?" Her serious tone was abruptly silenced. Though interrupted, she did not display any anger. Instead, she quickly made her way from the podium to Brian's desk, taking the silver needle he had transfigured. After a careful examination, a flicker of amusement sparkled in her serious eyes, revealing a look of satisfaction. She raised the silver needle and announced to the entire class, "Mr. Brian has successfully exceeded the task, transforming a textbook into a perfect silver needle. Excellent work. This is indeed a remarkable achievement. Everyone must strive to learn diligently, and for this, I shall award 5 points to Gryffindor." The students of Gryffindor erupted in a fervor, a thunderous applause resonating throughout the classroom. Enthusiastic classmates jostled Brian in celebration. In stark contrast, the Slytherin students appeared considerably subdued, with Malfoy's complexion paling to an extreme. Enraged, he simmered at having been outperformed by Harry, only to find himself further distanced by the unexpected rise of Brian. The thought of his father learning of this was unbearable for him. Amidst the cheers from his Gryffindor peers, Brian felt tears welling in his eyes. This sensation was overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Was it truly so difficult to remain inconspicuous? Chapter 19. Endless? Brian, how did you manage that? Hermione rushed over the moment class ended, her excitement palpable. I merely followed Professor McGonagall's instructions and kept trying until I succeeded. Is that so? Yet I have attempted that method numerous times without success. It wasn't until she modified some steps that she seemed to find her voice, and as soon as the topic turned to academics, the little witch unleashed a torrent of questions that inundated Brian, leaving no opportunity for Harry and Ron to interject. Brian suddenly felt as though his head had doubled in size. He finally comprehended why Neville had accidentally ignited that match during class. He was far from a demolitions expert. Listen, Hermione, I was just lucky. I'm serious. I don't possess such abilities. Raising his voice significantly, he managed to interrupt Hermione's incessant chatter. Relieved that Professor Flitwick's charms class was about to commence, Hermione muttered a few words under her breath, but did not continue. Urging the trio to hasten to the classroom, determined not to allow Harry and Ron to be late and incur points lost for Gryffindor, Brian sensed that if this continued, he would become further entangled with Gryffindor's core trio. Seeking an excuse, he claimed the need to visit the restroom and meandered through the corridors before finally heading to class. Why take such a detour? Naturally, it was to avoid sitting with Hermione and Harry. After all, if he accompanied them, it would be difficult to refuse Harry, and Hermione's inquiries were simply too numerous. Yet, as fate would have it, upon Brian's arrival at the classroom, it was already brimming with students. Hermione waved him over, gesturing to the empty seat beside her, her charming smile revealing her prominent front teeth. Brian surveyed the room and, resigned, made his way toward her. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, one that conveyed a sense of caution, as they understood Hermione's formidable influence all too well. Brian, I saved you a seat. No need to thank me. Before class starts, do share your experience with a transfiguration spell. Hermione brushed aside her unruly brown locks and shifted her textbooks to make space. Eagerly inquiring, Brian's expression grew oddly strained. He managed a wry smile and thanked her before stumbling through a recount of his morning conversation with Sonia, striving to present himself as merely a fortuitous underachiever. Firstly, you must believe in yourself. No, wait. It should start with visualizing the form of the object you wish to transfigure in your mind. Then what comes next? Brian hesitated for quite some time, observing Hermione's increasingly disapproving gaze. Finally, he feigned a moment of recollection and elaborated on the remaining insights he had gleaned. Hermione let out a dismissive huff, lowered her head in contemplation, and suddenly inquired, should we not analyze the internal structure of the matchstick? Brian shook his head. I believe it is unnecessary. For when you wish to transform it, there are no silver needles at hand to assist in the analysis. Thus, even if you fully comprehend the material structure of the matchstick, it seems it would not aid you in effecting the change. The essence of spell casting lies within one's will. Well said. Professor Flitwick, carrying an enormous stack of books, entered at that moment. He placed the tomes atop a chair and, standing atop the towering stack, enunciated clearly, Brian's explanation is truly splendid. Gryffindor earns an additional point. Brian shut his mouth. A look of resignation etched upon his face. He vowed to say nothing further. Professor Flitwick paused, a smile gracing his features as he addressed the other students. As Brian has articulated, the crux of a wizard's spell casting resides in the steadfastness of his will, in his heart's belief in his ability to succeed. This is precisely the purpose of our charms class. Listen closely. This course does not merely teach you an array of spells, but also aims to cultivate your confidence and capability in casting them. Task rewards have been distributed. 1 upgrade point, 1 hour of Transfiguration Master Experience card. System detection indicates that due to the host's exceptional completion of the task, an additional reward will be granted. Brian momentarily froze, narrowing his eyes as his thoughts settled. It appeared that the motivational system held a fondness for him, and he suddenly felt curious about the nature of the reward he would receive. Images began to flash rapidly in his mind, shifting incessantly as the system conducted a random selection. Finally, the pace of the images slowed, allowing Brian to discern that they were the names of various spells. The selection came to a halt, clearly reflecting in Brian's mind. The drawn reward is a level 5 intermediate levitation charm. May the host strive further to master more magic and become the most formidable wizard. To his astonishment, it was this spell. Brian cast a glance at Professor Flitwick, who was passionately delivering his lecture, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. This indicated that for much of the semester, he could delve into other subjects in this class, such as the alchemy he had long yearned to explore. The mere thought of this ignited a spark in Brian's eyes. To acquire the Philosopher's Stone, mastering alchemy was an indispensable skill. Currently, the only individual capable of producing magical substances Nicholas Flamel, was one of the world's few renowned alchemists. Achieving success in creating the Philosopher's Stone would likely require alchemy to reach that esteemed level. As Brian daydreamed, Professor Flitwick finally concluded his inspiring discourse and instructed the students to commence their experiments. Hermione, brimming with enthusiasm, had already attempted the spell several times and achieved complete success. She raised her head high and noticed that Brian had yet to succeed, even nearing the end of the class, almost causing the feather to explode. Recalling Brian's occasional daydreams during class, Hermione eventually came to believe that his ability to successfully perform transfiguration was merely a stroke of luck. With newfound confidence, she began to assertively direct, "Brian, you've got it all wrong. You should." Brian felt a throbbing headache. He had been doing well, yet Miss Granger was once again taking on the role of instructor. Would this never end? Chapter 20, Potions Class. Having freed himself from Hermione's incessant teaching, Brian found his classes at Hogwarts to be much more agreeable. By Friday morning, he arrived early at the dining hall, casually perusing a book after finishing his breakfast. However, unlike usual, his typically slothful friends, Harry and Ron, sat across from him, wearing distressed expressions as they mechanically shoveled food into their mouths. They were about to endure the nightmare of Professor Snape's potions class from 9 to noon. First-year Gryffindors shared potions with the Slytherin students. And with the rumors of Snape's bias, none could predict the tribulations that awaited the Gryffindor wizards. "Let us hurry. We need to be cautious today. I heard George and Fred say that Professor Snape is notoriously partial to Slytherin students. He will surely make things difficult for us," Ron remarked. Harry nodded in agreement. Recalling the intense pain that had surged through his scar upon seeing Snape at the sorting feast, a shadow that still loomed over him, the trio hurried to the potions classroom, located in the depths of Hogwarts. The atmosphere was dark and damp, exuding an inexplicable air of eeriness. Surrounding shelves held glass bottles, and various dismembered specimens were submerged in amber solutions. The classroom was not particularly large, yet it could accommodate at least 50 students. A long wooden table was adorned with brass scales, jars of potion ingredients, and numerous cauldrons. Brian chose a seat, with Harry and Ron settling beside him. Instantly, he felt a wave of dread. He knew he was likely to be within the range of Snape's acerbic tongue today. While silently praying that Snape would not focus on him, he pondered whether to continue concealing his abilities. Just as Brian was caught in his indecision, the classroom door swung open with a loud bang. A gaunt figure strode in briskly, draped in a black cloak and with a stern expression. He approached the podium to take attendance. Snape possessed narrow, elongated eyes, which seemed to nearly reach his temples. His thin nose, sharp as a blade, was set between those eyes, and his prominent hooked nose gave him the appearance of a vulture poised to prey. With greasy long hair, sallow skin, and thin lips that resembled a razor's edge, he exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. The moment Snape entered, his formidable presence intimidated everyone in the room. Harry and Ron dared not even breathe. His cold gaze swiftly swept over the young wizards, and anyone caught in his line of sight felt an uncomfortable pressure, as if the air had thickened, making it difficult to breathe. Snape's gaze was frigid as he pronounced each name with deliberate emphasis. "Next, I shall call the roll. It would please me immensely if someone were to arrive late or vanish from my class. Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, Mike Bryan." But when he reached Harry's name, a trace of mocking amusement flickered across Snape's face, and his tone shifted peculiarly. "I almost forgot. It appears we have a celebrity among us." The surrounding students turned their heads toward Harry, who felt quite uncomfortable in this situation. His facial muscles tensed, and his eyes twitched slightly, his body trembling with unease. Draco and his 2 cronies stifled their laughter, barely able to contain themselves. "You are here to learn the intricate art of potion making, a practice devoid of foolish wand-waving, which might lead many of you to doubt that this is indeed magic. I do not expect you to grasp the profound beauty of potion making." At this, a complex expression crossed Snape's features as he surveyed the first-year wizards before him. In a low, measured tone, he continued, "Consider the gentle, simmering cauldron, emitting fragrant wisps of steam, the liquid coursing through human veins, creating a sensation of rapture and an enchanting, ethereal power. Here, I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death. However, you must not be the foolish imbeciles I frequently encounter." After this brief introduction, Brian instantly understood that Harry was about to face a predicament. Sure enough, Snape paused and suddenly asked, "Potter, what would occur if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort?" Harry felt as though he might lose his mind. What child would peruse a tedious potion book over the summer? He glanced helplessly at Brian, seeking assistance, only to find Brian sitting upright, fixated on the blackboard, leaving Harry with no choice but to respond, "I do not know, sir." Hermione raised her hand high in the front, but Snape ignored her and continued pressing Harry. "Tiske, it seems that fame does not equate to ability, does it? Let's try again. Potter, if I were to ask you to obtain a piece of Bezoar, where'd you seek it?" With each inquiry from Snape, Harry's hope for help from Brian dwindled, leaving him in despair, standing awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Brian's mind raced. Indeed, sitting next to Harry in Snape's class was no stroke of luck. Reluctantly, he stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Professor, I do not know." However, Brian had underestimated the potency of Snape's sharp tongue. He slowly approached Brian and bellowed, "Then why do you not write these things down instead of sitting there like a fool?" Chapter 21, Divergence. It is not the act of killing that leads to demise, but rather one's own folly. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Finally, Snape ceased his tirade against the rumors of Harry's heroism and Brian's foolishness, deducting 10 points from Gryffindor as if pronouncing a sentence, before turning back to continue his lesson. Brian clearly perceived the murderous intent in Snape's eyes, which was briefly replaced by a flicker of amusement as he turned away. However, Harry was now ablaze with fury, his pallid visage reflecting his desire to leap up and engage in a heated argument with Snape. Fortunately, Brian managed to restrain Harry as he sat down, thus averting a potential disaster. Snape spoke only briefly before instructing the young wizards to embark on their potions practical, with today's assignment being the preparation of a potion to cure scabies. This was Snape's forte. Apart from the occasional scolding of a hapless wizard who had erred in the steps, he spent the majority of the time hovering around Harry like a magnet, scrutinizing every step of his potion-making with a frigid gaze, occasionally casting a glance at Ron and Brian nearby. Ron, too, found himself in dire straits, flustered by Snape's admonition that potion-making should not involve consulting the textbook. He had intended to buy time with a potion that he thought might pass muster, but Snape was not one to be trifled with. Ultimately, under Snape's disapproving glare, he was forced to toss uncut ingredients directly into the cauldron, resulting in a murky, unidentifiable concoction of a putrid yellow hue, which predictably earned him a deduction of 10 points. However, Ron should have been grateful to Merlin that Snape had only docked his points. Upon witnessing Brian being thoroughly berated by Snape, he realized just how fortunate he had been. What is this? The Savior's best friend cannot even brew a simple potion for scabies? Snape mocked. Brian, in truth, remembered the sequence and ingredients for the potion. Yet he was currently troubled by the ambiguous instruction regarding the quantity of sneezewort juice to be added. At that moment, Snape had already moved past Ron and approached him. Growing impatient with Brian's hesitance, Snape was eager to deduct points from Gryffindor. "Hurry up, fool. How can you afford to waste so much time pondering such trivialities while brewing potions? Move faster." Brian had never encountered such a formidable obstacle in his life. Despite knowing Snape's true nature, he felt embarrassed and stifled, as the man had an uncanny ability to incite animosity. In an effort to avoid becoming the center of attention for further reprimands, Brian mustered his courage and hesitantly inquired, "Professor, how much sneezewort juice should be added?" Harry, taken aback, dropped his task and stared incredulously at Brian, unable to believe he had the audacity to question Snape after enduring a half hour of scathing rebuke. All wizards typically relied on intuition to concoct potions, as the measurements in the book were merely approximations. The inclination to conceal knowledge is a fundamental aspect of human nature, which explains why potion masters are so rare in the wizarding world. Snape's response was, in fact, a conclusion drawn from countless experiments. Thus, potion masters are not merely creators of wealth. They are also, on the path to mastery, machines that consume resources. With Snape's precise answer in hand, the subsequent process unfolded with much greater ease. Brian's movements quickened. He deftly squeezed in 3 drops of juice, heated the mixture, and stirred it all together in one fluid motion. Even a master of potions like Snape could find no fault. He cast a lingering glance at Brian before snorting dismissively and departing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Neville had incinerated his cauldron, spilling potions that assaulted several classmates like a biochemical weapon. "Idiot!" The echo of furious shouts reverberated throughout the classroom. While other professors' classes might bring joy, potion-making was sheer torment for these first-year wizards. After enduring the agony, the students fled the underground potions classroom as if escaping a prison. Good heavens! I finally understand why George and Fred despise Snape so much. How could Dumbledore appoint such a devil as a professor? Ron lamented with a morose expression. "Relax. I don't care about that. There's no need to dwell on it." Brian sighed, realizing only through personal experience the kind of torment Harry faced. which explained Harry's deep-seated hatred for Snape. After some contemplation, Brian ultimately declined Harry's invitation. Perhaps another time. I have some matters to attend to at the library this afternoon. My word, you are actually going to the library? I thought only that know-it-all would venture to such a place. Before Harry could respond, Ron exclaimed dramatically, only to stumble, causing his textbooks to scatter across the floor. The figure hurrying past them was indeed the know-it-all Ron had mentioned. She must have overheard his grumbling. Harry and Brian stood awkwardly, both surprised that Ron's remarks had been heard by the subject of their discussion. Brian hesitated for a moment before suggesting, I think she heard what you said. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly commendable. I believe we should apologize. Indeed, Ron, Brian is right. So what? A flicker of unease crossed Ron's face, yet he stubbornly retorted, she has already gained a reputation after just a few days of school. She feels the need to meddle in everyone's affairs. Harry, can I accompany you to see Hagrid? Since Ron had made his decision, neither Brian nor Harry was particularly inclined to persuade him otherwise. Harry, feeling disheartened by Brian's inability to join him, was uplifted when his companion, who had just shared in their recent ordeal, expressed a desire to join him. The two quickly agreed to embark on their journey together. Chapter 22. A terrifying encounter in the restricted section. The library at Hogwarts is situated on the second floor of the castle and boasts the largest collection of magical books in all of Europe, encompassing everything from magical theory and wizarding history to instructional texts and even tomes on dark magic. However, over a century ago, the headmaster designated a portion of the library as the restricted section, perhaps due to the contentious nature of dark magic or the formidable power of certain forbidden spells. The headmaster at the time relegated these perilous volumes to the restricted section, permitting only professors to read them upon receiving explicit approval from the headmaster. Even so, upon his first visit to the library, Brian was profoundly astonished by the sheer volume of its collection. Before him stood rows upon rows of closely arranged bookshelves, each laden with an array of tomes, some large, others petite, some handwritten, others lithographed, and still more woodblock printed. The materials varied as well, encompassing bamboo paper, sandalwood paper, silk scrolls, and parchment. Behind the shelves, hundreds of exquisitely bound leather volumes were displayed in two grand brown cabinets, an awe-inspiring sight. Perhaps due to the recent commencement of the school year, the number of students was relatively sparse, avoiding any semblance of crowding. Yet, students frequently employed magically animated ladders to seek out books across the shelves. At the heart of the hall, the ground was paved with impeccably polished stone slabs, upon which rested a thick, durable red carpet. Rectangular tables were arranged on the carpet, providing spaces for students to study or read. Above, a magical ceiling, reminiscent of a grand auditorium, shifted colors in harmony with the sky outside. Brian had emerged from his initial astonishment and steadied himself, embarking on a quest through the shelves in search of texts on the disillusionment charm. Neither the rise and fall of dark magic nor major discoveries in modern magic proved fruitful. Rubbing his temples, Brian realized he had been searching for nearly an hour without uncovering any relevant magical tomes. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation of trepidation washed over him, akin to a spiritual resonance. It felt as though something were beckoning him, a faint call that stirred his very soul, rendering him somewhat disoriented. As time progressed, this call intensified, and he discerned that it emanated from the depths of the restricted section, an allure that became increasingly difficult to resist, compelling him to move in that direction. Approaching the entrance to the restricted section, secured by iron chains and guarded by Madame Pants, he ultimately located the source of the call. From deep within the restricted section, he faintly perceived a weak cry, fragmented and intermittent. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Help! Brian jolted awake, suddenly aware of the direction from which the voice seemed to come, his expression shifting through uncertainty before settling on astonishment. He could not ascertain whether this was a mere figment of his imagination or if he had genuinely heard a cry for help. What are you doing? Madame Pants, the librarian, approached with an air of stern authority, positioning herself before Brian. Familiar with the antics of young wizards like Fred and George attempting to sneak into the restricted section, she was not easily swayed by Brian's words. Pointing to a distant corner, she admonished him, "The books you seek are over there. This is the restricted section, a place forbidden to students unless you possess authorization from the headmaster. I warn you, do not attempt to breach this area again. If I catch you, I will immediately inform the professors and have you confined." "I certainly won tea, madam." After receiving Brian's assurance, Madame Pants nodded in satisfaction and reminded him of the library's rules against noise before she vanished to attend to other matters. Brian touched his nose and settled into the lounge, casually tossing the book aside. The recent events still haunted him, a wave of intense unease washing over his heart. How could a plea for help emanate from the restricted section? He was certain that Mrs. Pants stood right before him, even closer to the forbidden area, yet she showed no sign of reaction. Did this mean that, among all the people present, he was the sole listener to that desperate cry? Why was he able to hear it? And who was calling for help? What secrets lay hidden within the restricted section? The forbidden area was a place Brian felt compelled to explore, for there he could learn powerful spells, including the highly coveted methods of advanced potion making and even access some arcane tomes of alchemy. Yet the bizarre scene he had just witnessed left him with lingering trepidation, amplifying his sense of dread regarding that ominous space. To recklessly venture in without unraveling the truth behind the incident would entail considerable risk, an eventuality that Brian, ever the cautious soul, was unwilling to confront. After all, he had come to Hogwarts merely to blend in, not to court danger. To stride into the eerie restricted section without a comprehensive plan could indeed be tantamount to courting death. A sudden scoff interrupted Brian's contemplation. Turning to see Hermione passing by, he noted the raised brow and the confident tilt of her head as she carried a hefty stack of ancient tomes with apparent ease, striding purposefully towards the exit. Just as she reached the door, she turned back, casting a seemingly casual glance in his direction before greeting her roommate Lavender, and then she departed. Indeed, she was a proud little witch, subtly asserting that she was not as inept as Ron had claimed. Her relationships with her classmates were evidently quite amicable. Brian gently rubbed his throbbing temples, bemused that it was Ron who had spoken ill of her, yet she chose to direct her ire at him. As he approached the door, he hesitated, casting a suspicious glance towards the restricted section before ultimately making a decisive exit. Chapter 23, Flying Lessons. Brian chose not to disclose the events that transpired in the library to Harry and Ron. Instead, he subtly probed for information from Sonia during a chance encounter over the weekend in the dining hall, though he gleaned nothing of value. His secretive behavior had incited considerable discontent from Harry and Ron, who mockingly dubbed him a lone wolf. After all, the two were engrossed in wizard chess, with Harry enduring countless defeats without losing an ounce of interest. Hermione, too, kept to herself, not uttering a word to the trio until Tuesday, when she merely huffed at Brian in the library, choosing to distance herself. Brian could only respond to her somewhat childish demeanor with a resigned smile. However, Tuesday proved to be a momentous day, as the Gryffindor Common Room had posted a notice the previous day announcing that a flying lesson would take place that afternoon. This sparked an animated discussion between Harry and Ron about the intricacies of flying techniques, with Ron eagerly sharing his fervent passion for Quidditch, regaling them with tales of his past practice sessions at home, which left Harry filled with admiration. It was not only Ron. In that fleeting moment, nearly all the first-year students hailing from wizarding families began to engage in discussions about Quidditch. They all understood that the flying lesson served as a preparatory exercise for the upcoming Quidditch matches. Draco Malfoy even boasted within his Slytherin circle about his superior flying skills and the adventures he had experienced alongside his father, garnering a throng of admirers. This behavior was somewhat understandable, as the ability to soar through the skies is a dream that resonates with all of humanity. Even young wizards, endowed with magic, are not exempt from this aspiration. However, Brian, amidst this exuberant crowd, stood out as a skeptic. He scoffed at the notion of engaging in such a perilous endeavor, where a single misstep could result in grievous injuries or even death. Was the handle of a broomstick truly more comfortable than an airplane seat? Given that a crash could lead to a gruesome demise, he mused that it would be wiser to choose a more comfortable method of travel before meeting his end. The most prudent approach, he concluded, would be to take a broomstick aboard a plane. Should the aircraft falter, he could grasp his broom and soar to safety. Indeed, Brian was remarkably composed. Although he had resolved to learn the art of flying, he would never willingly participate in Quidditch, a sport that risked life and limb merely to capture a small golden ball. He could not fathom how such a game, involving tossing and striking balls while wagering one's fate on a mere trinket, could incite such fervor among wizards. Were there not enough players in previous matches who had suffered broken limbs, or was the hospital's cuisine exceptionally enticing? As Brian stood on the field, cradling his elbow with one hand while thoughtfully pinching his chin with the other, he was suddenly jolted from his reverie by Ron's excited exclamation, "Madam Hooch is here." The flying instructor, Professor Rolanda Hooch, sported a refined head of short, yellow hair, and her piercing yellow eyes fixated on the students as she sternly announced, "Class is now in session. Why are you still standing there? Everyone, gather beside a broomstick. Quickly, time is of the essence." Brian cast his gaze downward at the few shabby, uneven broomsticks, their bristles nearly worn away. He felt a wave of resistance wash over him, How could such decrepit brooms ensure his safety in the air? Place your right hand on the broomstick, Madame Hooch commanded with her usual authoritative tone. Now on my count. Shout up. All the bravado must eventually be reckoned with. And as Madame Hooch issued her command, among all present, only Harry promptly grasped the broomstick lying on the ground. Many of the Gryffindor students turned to look at Ron, whose face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he timidly shrank behind Harry, continuing to attempt the incantation in a hushed voice. Malfoy, consumed by anger and humiliation, shouted furiously, finally managing to summon his tattered broomstick, avoiding the utter embarrassment that Ron had faced. As for Brian, he was already somewhat reluctant about participating in the flying lessons due to the dilapidated broom. After a failed attempt, he feigned ignorance, standing idly by as others persisted in their endeavors, a rather amusing sight. However, Madame Hooch, a remarkably responsible instructor, tirelessly roamed the area, guiding the struggling students. With her kind assistance, Brian, albeit reluctantly, succeeded in grasping the flying broom. Madame Hooch raised her voice to direct the group. But before anyone could mount their brooms in preparation for flight, Neville, who was at the back, nervously kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky like a rocket, nearly reaching 20 feet high. Just as he spoke, a piercing scream from Neville echoed through the air, followed by a thud as he crashed onto the grass. Wailing in pain, both his wrist and ankle were broken. Madame Hooch bent down to inspect Neville, her face as pale as his. She levitated him with her wand and hurried towards the castle, intent on bringing this unfortunate boy to Madame Pomfrey for treatment. Brian was utterly astonished. It seemed incredible that Neville, after falling from such a height, had merely sustained broken bones. Was it possible that wizards possessed a sturdier constitution than muggles? As the two walked away, Malfoy erupted into laughter. Did you see that fool? Did you see him? Other Slytherin students echoed his sentiments. Ever since Snape had berated Brian, Malfoy had taken to calling the Gryffindor students fools incessantly. Shut your mouth, Malfoy. Hermione, who had been seething with anger due to Ron's earlier jibes, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing her dear friend Neville's unexpected injury and Malfoy's mockery. How dare you insult me, you filthy mudblood? Malfoy retorted viciously, kicking the ground in frustration, sending a glimmering glass ball flying far away. Mounting his broom, Malfoy swooped down and retrieved the marble-sized memory ball, sneering. It's a gift from that big fool Longbottom's grandmother. Ha ha ha, I shall hide it away. Chapter 24. Look at this pit, it's so large and round. Let me think where I should toss it. How about placing it on this tree? Ha ha ha, mudblood, can your big oaf friend reach it? Ha ha ha, get it back. Harry, infuriated, disregarded the protests of his fellow Gryffindors and mounted his broom, pursuing Malfoy into the air. Hermione stomped her foot, finally speaking to Harry. Harry, come down. Madame Hooch won't allow us to move around like this. You're going to get into trouble. Harry ignored her, swiftly engaging in a fierce aerial duel with Malfoy. Despite it being his first time flying on a broom, he unexpectedly discovered that he possessed a natural aptitude for it, consistently making the right moves at the right moments. The Gryffindor witches below gasped, while Ron shouted, "That's so cool, Harry." Brian shrugged helplessly and softly explained, "You know I couldn't stop him in that situation." Malfoy was truly out of line. Moreover, the words he used against you were exceptionally harsh, and he deserves to learn a lesson. Hermione paused momentarily, but then grasped Brian's arm, pulling him forward with urgency. You must stop him. I'm afraid Harry might get expelled. Brian sighed softly and gestured toward the sky for Hermione to look up. Harry, mounted on his broomstick, had completely subdued Malfoy and, amidst the terrified shouts of the crowd, dove sharply to catch the memory ball that Malfoy had recklessly thrown. Malfoy's smile instantly froze on his face, while Ron, unable to contain his frustration, drew his wand and shouted at Malfoy in the distance, stupefied. If not for the fear of harming Harry, Ron might have acted sooner. For Malfoy had truly gone too far. The Weasley family had always been bitter rivals with the Malfoys. From his lofty position, Malfoy looked down at Harry, cursing under his breath. Struck by the unexpected spell, he found his feet bound together and panicked, struggling desperately as he fell from his broom, plummeting towards the ground. Under the influence of Ron's spell, Malfoy accelerated headfirst, hurtling towards the earth. Pansy Parkinson, Daphne, and the other girls turned pale and screamed in horror. Ron, having just acted out of anger, was now struck by the gravity of the situation, trembling uncontrollably, unsure of how to proceed. Brian furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately drew his wand and whispered softly, Wingardium Leviosa. Just as Malfoy was about to hit the ground, the levitation charm caught him. His face drained of color, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, quickly soaking a patch of grass below. Hermione sighed in relief and glared at Ron, exclaiming, "Are you trying to kill him?" Ron did not retort. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Harry Potter!" Professor McGonagall was striding toward them. "How dare you fly like that? You could break your neck. Come with me, Potter." Only Brian noticed that just before Professor McGonagall departed, she cast a glance in his direction. His face paled, and he could not help but support his forehead with one hand, his mouth twitching slightly. It was over. He had been exposed again. Professor McGonagall must have seen him use the levitation charm to save Malfoy. Initially, no one had noticed him casting a spell, as everyone's attention was focused on Malfoy. Yet, Brian felt a stiffness in his neck, burdened with unspoken worry. Malfoy finally regained his composure, angrily pushing away Goyle and Crabbe. He approached and seized Ron, dragging him away. Concerned for Ron's safety, Hermione hurriedly pulled Brian to follow, only to be blocked by Goyle and Crabbe. Malfoy's voice, low yet filled with fury, reached them. "I want to duel you, just the two of us, tonight, in the trophy room." Malfoy cast a disdainful glance at the approaching Brian and Hermione, deeming these mudbloods as foolish enough to come together, willing to engage in a relentless conflict. Just as Malfoy finished delivering his scathing remarks, a new temporary mission materialized in Brian's mind. Temporary mission, Midnight Duel. Mission details. The irate Malfoy is set to duel Ron Weasley in a wizard's duel. To become the most formidable wizard in the realm, one must inevitably experience a legendary duel. Assist Weasley in securing victory in this confrontation. Reward, 3 upgrade points. System message, crush all adversaries, young one. Brian sighed inwardly, wary of complications, yet the system often presented inconvenient temporary tasks with a human touch. Although the allure of 3 upgrade points was tempting, Brian was resolute in not stumbling into the same pitfall twice. After all, during the last transformation class assignment, he had been caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall, and today, he had been seen by her while attempting to save Malfoy. As he recalled, Malfoy had not even attended the duel, but instead had informed the dormitory manager, Mr. Filch. If Mr. Filch were to relay this to Professor McGonagall, once could be dismissed as luck, but 3 times would be indefensible. After all, Professor McGonagall had a reputation for her inquisitive nature. Chapter 25, Disillusionment Charm. In the Great Hall, Brian perused the rise and fall of dark arts while contentedly stuffing his mouth with food, having exhausted much of his energy during the afternoon's Quidditch match. Harry's lips twitched slightly, a look of bewilderment on his face. He felt a tumult of emotions, having unexpectedly become Ron's assistant for the midnight duel, a situation fraught with peril. Although the bonds of friendship among young men compelled him to accept, having narrowly escaped death earlier in the day only to challenge Professor McGonagall's boundaries, that evening left him questioning the wisdom of his choices. Harry hesitated for a long moment, fidgeting uncomfortably across from Brian. Brian set his book aside and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed Harry. "You're quite alarming like this. If you have questions, just ask." Harry, lost in thought, finally looked up, seemingly gazing into the distance. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and inquired, "Brian, do you know about wizard duels? What does it mean to be an assistant?" 2 wizards use spells to attack each other until one is disarmed and unable to retaliate. An assistant is someone who steps in to complete the duel if the wizard fails or meets their demise, Brian explained, raising an eyebrow, having read about it previously in his studies. Harry gasped, his expression shifting to one of confusion as he nodded repeatedly, seemingly at a loss for words. "Rest assured, first-year wizards possess only a handful of harmful spells. In the end, it often comes down to fists," Brian remarked nonchalantly as he resumed his reading. "How about it, Brian? Are you feeling the adrenaline rush? Should you come watch me and Harry give Malfoy a good beating?" "He insulted you as well," Ron interjected, casting a sideways glance at Brian, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Absolutely not." Hermione approached with urgency etched upon her face, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. She had just overheard Brian's explanation regarding the wizarding duel, and her words were laced with concern. "You cannot go. If this continues, Gryffindor will suffer significant point deductions." "Ron, the incident this afternoon was your fault. You nearly harmed Malfoy, so his outrage is hardly surprising." Her admonition ignited a firestorm within Ron, who, dismissive of Hermione's counsel, turned his gaze toward Brian, awaiting his response. "I will not participate, and I strongly advise you against it as well. Malfoy is not the type to engage in a fair duel. He is bound to resort to underhanded tactics," Brian remarked nonchalantly, his eyes still fixed on his book. Ron's previously jovial expression soured into a mask of cold fury. "Brian, I have always sensed your disdain for me since the moment I arrived at Hogwarts," he retorted bitterly, his gaze piercing as if it could bore through Brian. "I saw you this afternoon. You used your wand to save Malfoy, and now you implore us not to confront him. Do you aspire to follow in the footsteps of Goyle and Crabbe? I have misjudged you, Brian. You will never embody the true spirit of Gryffindor. Enough, Ron interjected, his composure unraveling as he felt a surge of indignation. Go ahead and join them. We will not miss you. He stood abruptly and stormed away, leaving Harry and Hermione momentarily at a loss, casting apologetic glances at Brian before hastening after Ron. In that moment, Brian appeared far more composed than Ron. Moreover, both Harry and Hermione sensed that Brian was concealing much, creating a discomforting tension. Yet they were uncertain of how to address it. Brian resumed his reading, undeterred by the scrutiny of those around him. He had no desire to engage in the cliques that often formed at Hogwarts. After observing Ron for over a week, Brian found him to be a decent enough fellow. After all, he was still a child. It was only natural for a young person to feel aggrieved when their supposed friends did not side with them during disputes. It would be rather unseemly for someone with the wisdom of a nearly 30-year-old soul to hold grudges over such trivial matters. You seem to have had a disagreement with your friend, Sonia remarked, shrugging as she approached Brian, playfully snatching the book from his hands. Since becoming breakfast companions, Brian had quickly grown familiar with Sonia. He shook his head and walked with her out of the hall, recounting the events of the afternoon. Sonia surveyed him with a peculiar gaze, a whimsical smile playing on her lips. You have mastered the levitation charm with such proficiency? When I was in third year, I doubt I could have used it to save someone falling from the sky. Brian, slightly distracted, offered a casual explanation. The situation was urgent. I'm not entirely sure how I managed to successfully perform the charm. Sonia shot him a sidelong glance, but did not contest his words. Instead, she continued, What is it? Have you encountered another magical dilemma? Brian shook his head gently and asked, Sonia, do you know the incantation for the disillusionment charm? I've searched the library for a long time without finding any relevant books. Sonia paused, her expression suddenly transforming into one of incredulous amusement, and she burst into uncontrollable laughter, her mirth growing louder and more infectious until she could hardly stand upright. You don't mean to say you want to learn the disillusionment charm for the girls' dormitory, do you? Brian looked up at Sonia, noticing her gaze bore an unsettling intensity. He replied indignantly, I am not that kind of person. I'm just a bit curious. This is a high-level spell, and if certain students were to learn it, it would be detrimental to the school's management. Thus, the library naturally would not contain any information on the disillusionment charm. Brian sighed and added, if there is truly nothing available, then so be it. It's not that crucial. However, I do know about this spell. Sonia halted in her tracks and turned to face Brian, speaking slowly. What? Do you wish to learn it? Brian swallowed hard and replied yes. Sonia crossed her arms, winked at Brian, and with a playful smile leaned in to whisper in his ear, Call me sister sincerely, and I shall teach you. A wave of excitement surged within Brian. Mastering the disillusionment charm would allow him to continue his exploration of Hogwarts. Perhaps he could even tackle those troublesome, temporary tasks from the system, such as tonight's dual task, which promised 3 upgrade points. Upgrade points equated to power, and power to wealth. With money, he could secure a home and find a partner. He would not hesitate to call her sister, and even if it came to calling her mother or wife, Brian would not refuse. A smile brightened his face as he looked at Sonia and blurted out, wife. Chapter 26. Those who play with schemes have truly wicked hearts. Sonia paused, taken aback, and asked, what? Tilting her head at Brian, she firmly grasped his ear and exclaimed, Wife. Ah. Brian's face flushed crimson. In a moment of excitement, he had misspoken, feeling utterly mortified. He quickly clarified, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Sister, Sonia's sister. I beg you. An unusual blush crept across Sonia's cheeks as she glanced at Brian before continuing. The disillusionment charm, ISNT, truly invisibility. It might be more accurately described as camouflage. This charm allows a person or object to blend in with the color and texture of their surroundings. Contrary to Brian's expectations, the disillusionment charm is not as advanced as he imagined, but is a commendable alternative in the absence of an invisibility cloak. Furthermore, if its power could be compared to that of an invisibility cloak, then the cloak would hardly deserve its title as one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Following Sonia's instructions on the incantation and gestures, Brian persevered through several failures until he finally discovered the technique, merging seamlessly with the surrounding night. Praise Merlin, Sonia exclaimed. I have never seen a wizard as talented as you. Her tone was serious, as if she were making a vow to herself. A smile spread across Brian's face as he slightly bowed and replied, Thank you, sister. I shall express my gratitude to you later. Sonia rolled her eyes and asked, How do you intend to thank me? Forget it. I shall wait for another time. Currently, my finances are exceedingly strained. The hour grows late, and, after bidding farewell, the two parted ways. It was time for Brian to contemplate how to accomplish the evening's unexpected task. After all, he had mastered the disillusionment charm, granting him the means to undertake covert missions. Brian was inherently cautious, always deliberating before taking action, and never recklessly stepping into perilous situations. Concealment was not his true nature. But Hogwarts, while seemingly tranquil, concealed dangers at every turn. His hidden cards served as his protection and assurance. In the presence of Sonia, he had not concealed his skills in transfiguration, levitation, or even during his recent practice of the disillusionment charm. It was quite intriguing. Some individuals radiate reliability at first glance. Brian sighed inwardly, hoping he had not misjudged her. Furthermore, these were not his final trump cards. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, he noticed Ron and Harry were nowhere to be found. This was perhaps for the best, as Ron was currently in a foul mood, and a direct encounter would be somewhat awkward. Brian sought a secluded corner, activating the system panel to strategize his plans for the night. Host Brian. Magic Power, 25. Basic Skills, Lumos Level 2, Levitation Level 2, Alohomora Level 2, Reparo Level 3, Wadawasi Level 2, Reductor Curse Level 3, Stupefy Level 3. Intermediate Skills, Disarm Level 1, Obstacle Curse Level 1, Levitation Level 5. Advanced Skills, Mind Cloaking Level 9, Disillusionment Charm Level 1. Techniques, Potions Beginner, Inferior, Transfiguration Beginner, Intermediate. Courses, Charms Year 1 Excellent, History of Magic Year 1 Master, Herbology Year 1 Introductory, Astronomy Year 1 Introductory, Defense Against the Dark Arts Year 1 Pass, Transfiguration Year 1 Excellent, Potions Year 1 Excellent. Upgrade Points, 2. Brian allocated both upgrade points acquired from Transfiguration directly to the Disillusionment Charm, enhancing it to Level 2. Considering the capabilities of a first-year wizard, applying upgrade points to offensive spells would be of little utility. Primarily, they were only capable of spells like Wadawasi and Stupefy, which were merely pranks. If Brian were to secretly employ Disarm, even a fool would recognize it was not Ron's doing. Moreover, it was likely that Malfoy would, as per the narrative, report to the dormitory manager, Mr. Filch, tonight. Enhancing the disillusionment charm would facilitate evasion of Filch patrols, given that he was notoriously inept in the wizarding world. Ultimately, Brian had long desired to master both transfiguration and the disillusionment charm. Once perfected, he could conjure an image of himself from his textbooks and, using the disillusionment charm, remain hidden as a mere observer. In such a scenario, even Voldemort would be left in tears. With a single Avada Kedavra, if he were merely transformed, the ensuing frustration would be palpable, significantly increasing his safety. However, due to his presence, the course of history had already shifted. What if Malfoy truly ventured to the trophy room to engage in a duel? Brian rubbed his aching brow and retrieved a quill and parchment from his backpack, preparing a few more plans. At midnight, he set down the beginner's guide to Transfiguration and stretched lazily, noticing that the other four had already succumbed to slumber. He estimated the time was ripe and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, quietly gliding out of the room. The Gryffindor common room was enveloped in silence. Save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth, it was utterly deserted. Brian nodded in satisfaction. Wait, what was Hermione doing here? Hermione Granger, clad in pink pajamas, sat on the common room sofa, lost in her thoughts. Just as Brian prepared to tiptoe away, she suddenly stood up. Startled, he feared she had spotted him, but she walked right past him, a look of deep concern etched on her face, muttering to herself, "No, I must stop them. At this rate, Harry and Ron will drain all of Gryffindor's points." Brian breathed a sigh of relief. During his evening practice, only a first-level disillusionment charm had been easily discernible to Sonia. Fortunately, the upgraded spell had rectified many shortcomings, making it adequate for dealing with these young wizards and Filch. Once Hermione had departed the common room, Brian realized he had no recollection of the precise location of the trophy room. He hastily cast a levitation charm upon himself, silently trailing behind Hermione. The two moved forward in hushed silence, the midnight Hogwarts hauntingly still. The corridor was cloaked in darkness, illuminated sporadically by flickering candles. One could only wonder what courage Hermione possessed to venture alone into the haunted corridors at such an hour. Perhaps her obsession with Gryffindor ranking first was truly driving her. To his astonishment, Draco Malfoy had indeed arrived. From a distance, he could see Harry, Ron, and Malfoy, along with his two cronies, facing off at the entrance to the trophy room. Upon spotting Hermione, Harry and Ron exchanged surprised glances, while Malfoy scoffed and muttered, "Everyone's here, except for that cowardly Brian. Since that's the case, let us step inside and commence the duel." Ron confidently pushed open the door, only for Hermione to grasp his arm tightly, pleading in hushed tones. "You can't go in there. If this continues, Gryffindor's points will be utterly ruined. Before Ron and Harry could respond, Malfoy's sneer deepened, and he pronounced slowly, "Surely you aren't afraid, are you?" Seeing Ron stride in, Harry and Hermione, with no choice, hurriedly followed. However, the scene that unfolded next left them dumbfounded and nearly in despair. Malfoy, with a malicious grin, commanded Goyle and Crabbe to swiftly shut the trophy room door and lock it tightly with chains hidden in the shadows. Though he did not directly inform Filch, he intended to create a ruckus, waiting for Filch to catch the three of them unawares, aiming to have them expelled. "I, Malfoy, shall triumph through cunning in this duel," Brian thought, concealed behind a pillar, utterly astonished. Indeed, those who indulge in schemes possess a truly sinister heart. However, the unfolding events are strikingly reminiscent of the 16th possibility outlined by Brian in his prediction of the fourth scenario. It appears that the 3 upgrade points have already been secured. Brian, lie in wait like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow bird ready to strike from behind. Chapter 27, The Three-Headed Dog. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both astonished by the situation, having agreed to a duel. They were instead locked inside. "I've never encountered such a despicable person," Ron shouted in exasperation. "Malfoy, if you have the courage, come in and stop playing these tricks." "Coward! Fool! What can you do if I don't enter?" Malfoy sneered from outside, a sinister grin adorning his face. "By the way, Weasley, I just had a little fun with Madame Rosmerta. Perhaps Filch will be along shortly." Goyle and Crabbe laughed heartily, while Malfoy wore a smile that was both chilling and mocking as he taunted, "I hope to see you at Hogwarts again, Weasley, the chosen one, the mudblood." Inside, Hermione was nearly in tears. Since Malfoy had locked the door from the outside, even her newly acquired Alohomora spell was rendered useless. She sobbed quietly, accusing Ron of being selfish and boastful. Rather than heeding Brian's advice to ignore Malfoy's provocations, he had ended up cursing Brian instead. Harry felt overwhelmed, raising his hand to halt Hermione's tirade against Ron, reassuring her, "Let us not dwell on that now. We must find a way out of here. If Filch catches us, we will surely be expelled." Hermione ceased her crying, and they began to experiment with various means of escaping the classroom, all in vain. Just as Hermione attempted once more to blast the door open with magic, they heard a loud crash. The lock on the door had broken. The three of them closed their eyes in despair, already envisioning the wrath of Dumbledore when Filch would inevitably escort them to his office. And how furious Professor McGonagall would be. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack, and a head appeared. Harry, seated on the floor, clasped his hands together, murmuring silent prayers. Just as he prepared to repeat his plea for the 3rd time, he heard Hermione's voice rise in joyful surprise. "Brian?" Harry doubted his senses, rubbing his eyes and looking again. He stood in stunned silence for several seconds before relief washed over him, and he stepped forward to embrace Brian tightly. "Let go. I'm not made of glass." Brian feigned annoyance, then asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Tear streaks still marked Hermione's face, while Harry felt a thrill of joy akin to a near escape from death, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Ron, timidly trailing behind Harry, finally seemed to resolve something within himself and quietly uttered, "Brian, I'm sorry. I wronged you." As soon as the words left his lips, they heard footsteps approaching. Accompanied by the faint glow of a distant light, Filch was hastily advancing with his bronze lamp in hand. The mere thought of being caught by Filch sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to hastily flee the classroom. As Brian sought a concealed passage to evade capture, he was unexpectedly seized by Harry and Hermione, who impulsively urged him forward. "Brian, run. We'll be caught if we linger here." Thus, Brian was dragged by Harry and Hermione towards the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Just as he sensed the precariousness of their situation and prepared to voice his concerns, Harry swung open the deepest door, pushing Brian inside, while Hermione deftly shut it behind them. The 3 young wizards, nearly embroiled in disaster, gasped for breath. Harry remarked, "Now Filch won't be able to find us." "Indeed, it's fortunate to have Brian with us," Hermione replied. "In truth, Filch won't pursue us as long as we leave that area," Brian sighed, resignedly stating, "Our predicament may not be favorable." Harry was perplexed, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Brian's words. However, clarity soon dawned upon him, as Hermione incessantly tugged at his clothing, emitting soft whimpers. The terrifying growls of the 3-headed dog shattered the silence, its eyes slowly opening, revealing a cruel, ferocious glint tinged with a hint of mockery. The creature rose, fixating its gaze on the trio, emitting a deep, menacing growl, accompanied by a palpable scent of blood that wafted through the air. "Run!" Brian shouted, and the 4 of them lunged toward the door. Harry, risking discovery, pulled vigorously to force it open, and they escaped with utmost urgency. Phew! Even Brian found himself panting. The cramped space had offered no place to hide. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they might have become the three-headed dog's midnight delicacy. Hearing the distant sound of the door being battered, Ron, in frustration, questioned why would they keep such a beast in the school. Once they reached a place of safety, Hermione's temper flared. "I told you so. I warned you," she exclaimed. Harry and Ron bowed their heads in shame, bracing themselves for Hermione's lengthy admonition, while Brian quietly reclined on the sofa. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary mission, Midnight Duel. Hermione cast a furtive glance at Brian, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and chose not to continue her tirade. She had noticed the three-headed dog earlier than both Ron and Harry, and her observation surpassed theirs significantly. Calmly, she shared her deductions regarding the trapdoor beneath the beast, yet she reiterated that whatever lay within was of no concern to the first-year wizards. She sternly cautioned Harry and Ron against any further recklessness. After conveying her thoughts, she prodded Brian, inquiring, "What did you mean when you said Filch wouldn't pursue us?" At the mention of Filch and Malfoy, Ron's anger flared anew, his words laced with curses aimed at Malfoy, even raising a fist in declaration to confront Malfoy the following day. The trio exchanged knowing smiles at the thought of Malfoy as potential fate. Chapter 28, The Peculiar Quarrel. Brian's predictions proved accurate. The following morning, he encountered Malfoy in the corridor. At that moment, Malfoy no longer exuded his usual haughty demeanor. Instead, he bore the marks of exhaustion, with prominent dark circles under his eyes and a pallid complexion. Nearby stood a middle-aged man resembling Malfoy, his face ashen and ghostly, adorned with flowing white hair, quietly conversing with Snape. This man was Malfoy's father, a notorious scoundrel. Ron's words carried an unspeakable weight. Rumors circulated that he had once been a Death Eater. During Quirrell's class, Brian not only had to exert himself to maintain a facade to avoid detection, but also worried whether his mental barriers were effective. Moreover, Quirrell never imparted anything of practical value. This was hardly surprising. Would he truly teach Harry how to defend against himself? Indeed, during today's lesson, the familiar purple scarf began recounting tales of his encounters with werewolves on some unknown mountain. Although Professor Quirrell was a stutterer, he had an affinity for verbosity. By the end of the class, even Hermione felt utterly drained, having complained several times about not knowing what notes to take from Quirrell's lectures. The little witch was likely anxious about how to prepare for the upcoming exams. However, she need not fret, for by the end of the term, this mummy would have been vanquished by Harry. Sensing Brian's gaze, Harry turned around, scratching his head in confusion. After enduring the class, Brian swiftly blended into the crowd, intent on leaving, when he heard Quirrell call out, "B.B. Brian, sir, may I have a word?" Brian's mind nearly malfunctioned upon hearing this. He glanced at the oversized scarf draped around Quirrell's neck, swallowed hard, and timidly approached within 3 feet of him, striving to compose himself as he lowered his head and asked, "Professor, what is it?" Quirrell set down the book he was organizing, raised his head, and smiled. "Brian, come a bit closer." Reluctantly, Brian took 2 hesitant steps forward. Quirrell's smile brightened further. "B.B. Brian, I have a task that requires your assistance. I need you to help me find a book in the library." Brian hesitated. "Professor, what book do you need?" "Just inform Madame Pants, the librarian. She will retrieve it for you." Quirrell suddenly grasped Brian's hand with surprising strength, and Madame Pants could not locate this book. She said it would take a considerable amount of time. "I need your help, Brian. I will grant you 10 extra points for the term." With no other options, Brian feigned an effort to bow, attempting to break free from Quirrell's tight grip, and replied coolly, "All right, Professor, which book is it?" "The History of Hogwarts," Quirrell stated, curiously without his usual stutter. Meanwhile, Brian, eager to escape, did not notice Quirrell's expressionless gaze fixed upon his retreating form. "How did you manage to do that?" While dining at the restaurant, George and Fred leaned towards Brian, inquiring with curiosity about Snape's furious outburst in the Slytherin dormitory the previous night. They mused that had it not been for old Malfoy's intervention, the 3 of them might have faced expulsion today. Brian furrowed his brow and quietly protested, "It wasn't me." "I." George pointed at Ron, who was animatedly gesticulating among a large circle of people, while Fred, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "It's not you. Ron has told us everything." Brian closed his eyes, clenching and relaxing his fists in turn. He struggled to suppress the urge to deliver a good thrashing to Ron before finally opening his eyes and calmly stating, "I merely scattered some luminescent powder where Malfoy had been standing. It was too dim, and he left in such a hurry that he wouldn't have noticed, nothing more to it." Brian did not truly believe that Ron would be foolish enough to broadcast their encounter with the three-headed dog, considering it was a violation of Dumbledore's explicit school rules. Thus, he refrained from elaborating further. George and Fred found a spot to sit down, lapsing into silence as they observed Brian quietly. Brian cast a glance at Ron, who wore an expression of hesitation and uncertainty. After a moment, Ron's demeanor grew solemn, exuding a sense of gravity, but then his expression softened slightly as he whispered, "That's all there is to it. I'm being truthful." George pondered for a moment before responding, "I never claimed there was more." Brian closed his eyes again, the din of Ron's discussions escalating. Tree Peak Dragon? Norwegian Ridgeback? What on earth? Brian felt a wave of confusion. What were those creatures? Leaning in closer to listen, he discerned that Ron was boasting to Harry and others about the scales and specimens sent to him by his brother Charlie. Fred observed him and remarked, "So it was indeed your doing? How did you come up with such an idea?" Brian stared at the twins, momentarily taken aback before gritting his teeth. "I was nearly worried that Professor McGonagall and Snape would discover I was behind Malfoy's capture last night. It was nerve-wracking." "You seem to have quite the vivid inner monologue. It was rather amusing," Fred noted. Brian and the Weasley twins agreed to keep secret Brian's scheme to deal with Malfoy, with the condition that he would not be forgotten should they stumble upon any entertaining ideas in the future. The twins departed contentedly, leaving Brian seated in contemplation, questioning when he had become as foolish as Harry and Ron, easily outwitted. "Brian, we should have listened to you yesterday." Harry, who had ceased the discussion, approached Brian alongside Ron, somewhat sheepishly acknowledging that Brian had forewarned them about the possibility of Malfoy's trickery, while they had suspected Brian sought to align himself with Malfoy. "Let it go. It's nothing," Brian waved off, feigning indifference, though he felt a twinge of guilt for internally mocking the two. "Last night, Harry and I deliberated for hours, suspecting that the three-headed dog might be connected to Hagrid," Ron added. "You wouldn't believe the last time we went." The two recounted the events that transpired that afternoon at Hagrid's hut and shared their speculations with Brian. Before Brian could utter a word, a stern voice interrupted. "You two do not intend to venture into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, do you? Had last night's experience not been sufficient for you both to reflect upon?" Hermione glared, irate, and exclaimed, "We almost got expelled. If it weren't for Brian." "All right, Hermione, I'm merely engaged in a few minor acts," Brian interjected, aware that if the discussion continued, the trio would soon be embroiled in another quarrel. Did they not notice Harry and Ron's flushed faces? "I trust that Ron and Harry will not return there, will they?" Both Harry and Ron nodded, and Hermione shot them a glance before dismissing them. She wished to converse with Brian regarding the unlocking charm, as her success rate with it was not particularly high. Chapter 29. Let us save Hogwarts, young ones. Brian was already acquainted with the unfolding narrative, rather than discussing the secrets guarded by the three-headed dog. He yearned to practice the disillusionment charm a few more times, for it was a spell vital for survival. "Gentlemen, discussing this matter in the dining hall may easily draw the attention of passing professors," Brian remarked with exasperation as he observed the two still chattering. Harry and Ron, realizing the potential consequences, promptly sealed their lips. At last, Brian found himself with a moment of respite, ready to finish his meal, when Hermione unexpectedly prodded his shoulder and softly said, "Brian, your unlocking charm is quite impressive. Would you teach me?" Taking a deep breath, Brian imparted his understanding and insights of the charm to the eager young witch. Just as he believed the world had fallen silent, the food before him vanished entirely, signaling the end of mealtime. Unless he could locate the elves' kitchen using Fred and George's methods, he would spend the entire afternoon with an empty stomach. Frowning in mild frustration, Brian began to walk out. Seeing this, Harry and Ron immediately followed suit. After a few steps, Brian turned, astonished, and inquired, "I am heading to the library. Are you two coming as well?" Ron paused, momentarily taken aback, before tugging Harry around. To him, the library was scarcely different from the 4th floor corridor. Harry, curious, asked Brian, "What brings you to the library?" Brian shook his head and replied, "Professor Quirrell assigned me a project and asked me to find a book in the library. What can I do? After all, he is a professor." Two rascals. Brian mused inwardly, recognizing that their pursuits diverged significantly. One aspired to be a hero yet was profoundly lazy, while the other, shaped by childhood experiences, had a greater affinity for merriment. As Brian contemplated this, Hermione's inquisitive voice broke through. "Brian, what book are you searching for? I can assist you." The history of Hogwarts through the millennia. Indeed, Hermione proved to be far more reliable than those two, ready to lend a hand in critical moments. Brian realized that if he foolishly sought out Madame Pants, he might encounter trouble, given Quirrell's dubious intentions. With this thought, he hastened forward, only to realize something was amiss when he turned to see Hermione struggling to keep up behind him. "Hermione, why are you still here?" Brian asked, perplexed. The little witch revealed 2 prominent front teeth and playfully remarked, "I was already planning to go to the library." In an instant, the clever little witch had a fleeting thought of the disillusionment charm. Which young wizard could resist the allure of such an advanced spell? With this notion in mind, Hermione resolved to observe what her classmate Brian had been up to lately. Naturally, Brian could not afford to be too complacent with the little witch shadowing him. She was remarkably astute, and judging by her attitude and demeanor today, Brian surmised that Hermione was most likely already aware of his proficiency in the disillusionment charm. He had no intention of dismissing Hermione, as she could indeed serve as a valuable ally in his quest for books. The more one engages, the more mistakes one makes. Maintaining a distance could lead the little witch to unfounded speculations. Therefore, it was wiser to be forthright, projecting an image devoid of secrets. Thus, Brian and Hermione strolled together, engaging in casual conversation until they arrived at the library. Upon entering, the little witch excitedly darted towards Madame Pants to inquire about the location of the millennium history of Hogwarts. As expected, overachievers often enjoy a close rapport with a librarian. Madame Pants paused momentarily, then with a peculiar expression pointed toward a corner in the east, saying, "It's over there." Hermione thanked her politely and, taking Brian by the hand, hurried in that direction. Meanwhile, Brian overheard Madame Pants muttering, "What a coincidence! Just a few days ago, the headmaster removed this book from the restricted section, and now a student comes to borrow it." A pang of unease gripped Brian's heart. A moment later, the two found themselves seated at the central long table with a massive bronze ancient tome before them. Hermione, curious, asked, "Aren't you going to deliver this to Professor Quirrell?" Brian inwardly chuckled, realizing that Quirrell's sudden antics had already diverged from the narrative he was familiar with. Voldemort had always been regarded as the most formidable threat, and safeguarding against him was paramount. Perhaps this book could yield some clues. In a nonchalant tone, Brian replied, "No rush. I'll get it to him in the next class. No need for an extra trip." Hermione paid little heed to this, having just flipped through the weighty tome. Although it encompassed a wide array of topics, including the castle's design philosophy, the thoughts of the 4 founders, and the tales of Hogwarts over the millennia, it did not pique her interest. She had intended to consult Brian about the disillusionment charm, but noticed he seemed lost in thought. So she casually picked up a book titled Detailed Principles of Basic Charms to read. What on earth did that mummy want? Why'd he sought me? Temporary task, Quirrell's conspiracy. Possessed by Voldemort, Quirrell is about to unleash a great storm at Hogwarts. As a student of Hogwarts, the host is unequivocally determined to rise to the occasion and alleviate the immense crisis facing the school. Basic task rewards, 5 upgrade points, 1-hour dual master experience card. Advanced task rewards, evaluation by the system based on the host's performance in resolving the task. Note, the final interpretation, rights belong to the system. A serious and solemn voice echoed in Brian's mind, causing him to blink awake, still somewhat dazed. He placed a hand upon his chest, his complexion slightly ashen. What decision compelled me to step forward? It wasn't me. I'm not involved. Must you deliver the tasks without any forewarning? Such abruptness is quite startling. The system remained as motivational as ever. Yet the mention of rewards caused Brian to raise an eyebrow in surprise and confusion. It seemed this time, the matter extended beyond merely unleashing a troll. He glanced at Hermione, who was engrossed in her reading, muttering to himself about the inexorable march of history. Chapter 30. Although I wish to remain inconspicuous, this time, I cannot afford to be reckless. This version of Quirrell was quite different from the one who seemed merely a pawn. When Brian first encountered Quirrell at Hogwarts, he only experienced a vague sense of foreboding. However, upon the system's issuance of the task, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The ensuing events would likely be far more complex than merely confronting a troll. Despite having Dumbledore as an ally at Hogwarts, thorough preparation was essential for any unforeseen circumstances. Brian reflected quietly, calming his mind, and began to assess the surrounding issues. Quirrell's objectives, as well as Voldemort's, were relatively apparent. Their existence in a liminal state, neither fully alive nor dead, fueled an insatiable desire for the powerful Philosopher's Stone. Consequently, deducing their actions based on this goal would prove significantly easier. It was evident that the system had presented him with quite the predicament. As Brian contemplated, several strategies began to form in his mind. Option A. Utilize the temporary experience card for the potions master in his possession to concoct a polyjuice potion, then provoke Snape to divert his attention towards Quirrell. Option B. Relay all pertinent information to Dumbledore, who would undoubtedly not allow Voldemort to threaten Hogwarts, leaving Brian to await the system's rewards in peace. Option C. engage in an impassioned discussion with Harry, Ron, and the rest, enlightening the Gryffindor trio about the truth, and subsequently leverage Harry's ability to counter Voldemort to resolve the Quirrell dilemma. Option D. Adhere to the historical trajectory by assisting Hermione in dealing with the troll in the second-floor girls' restroom, remaining uninvolved in all else. In an instant, a decision crystallized within Brian's mind. Option A appeared excessively perilous, aside from the challenge of acquiring Quirrell's hair. Provoking the elusive Snape and escaping unscathed was too fraught with risk. Furthermore, Brian lacked a clear assessment of whether Snape could contend with both Voldemort and Quirrell, rendering this choice less than prudent. Option B was riddled with uncertainties. Revealing the situation to Dumbledore, a master of cunning, could very well lead to his own undoing. Given Voldemort's severely weakened state, Dumbledore's interest in the unfolding events might surpass his concerns for the Dark Lord. Moreover, Mrs. Pance's remarks, freshly extracted from the Forbidden section, had ignited a flicker of doubt in Brian's mind regarding whether Dumbledore was truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance about Quirrell's identity. Brian internally chuckled bitterly. Regardless of the circumstances, Dumbledore undeniably embodied the archetype of an old schemer. In contrast to Quirrell, the steadfast trio of Gryffindor was far more inclined to believe that Snape was the one who coveted the Philosopher's Stone with malicious intent. This was hardly surprising, as the proud Snape had orchestrated a situation that was both precarious and disconcerting. Although this was more in line with Brian's character, there lingered the perilous possibility of failing to accomplish the task and consequently forfeiting any reward, rendering the endeavor somewhat counterproductive. Shaking his head, Brian quickly arrived at a resolution. He chose option E, the fifth plan. This would undoubtedly pose the greatest challenge he faced since acquiring the system. Yet, given the system's nature, the rewards for success could be exceedingly generous. To ensure absolute precision, he must also endeavor to conceal any traces of his involvement, thereby avoiding drawing undue attention from Snape and Dumbledore, which could land him on a list of suspects. A myriad of thoughts raced through Brian's mind. Although he had established a broad strategic direction, much planning and investigation remained. Thus, he refrained from lingering in the library. After exchanging a brief greeting with Hermione, he departed, intent on meticulously devising his plans. His foremost task was to locate the room of requirement, until Harry and his companions discovered it. This place was undoubtedly the safest within Hogwarts. Even the Weasley twins, armed with the Marauder's map, were unaware of this legendary chamber, and the professors possessed scant knowledge about it as well. He could conduct his experiments and strategize here with peace of mind. Finding the room was paramount to executing a well-structured plan. His search persisted until Saturday morning, when he finally unearthed some clues on the 8th floor of the castle. An odd tapestry hung in the corridor's center, depicting a giant clobbering a hapless giant. Unbeknownst to Brian, this was the location of the room of requirement in the original narrative. He merely sensed that something was amiss. He first lifted the tapestry to inspect the wall behind it, then rapped on the surface, but it yielded no response. Perhaps his approach was misguided. Utilizing the levitation charm, Brian floated upwards, delicately feeling the wall's surface in search of concealed mechanisms. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, he began to suspect that he might be overly sensitive. He muttered to himself, "Is it truly so difficult to find a quiet place to think?" Suddenly, exquisite magical patterns began to unfurl across the white wall behind him, culminating in a radiant design embedded within the surface. This magical motif twisted and morphed until it ultimately formed the shape of a door, solidifying in place. After an extended period of searching, he realized he had merely misidentified the location. Staring in astonishment, Brian adjusted his vexed demeanor before turning the brass handle and pushing the door open. A study, steeped in the essence of traditional Chinese aesthetics, unfolded before Brian's eyes. In the center, a Zeatonwood 8 Immortals table stood quietly, flanked by shelves adorned with books and artistic treasures, while landscape paintings on rice paper graced the walls. This was the epitome of Brian's dream study. As he entered, the door automatically closed behind him. After meticulously surveying his surroundings, he took a seat behind the desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface as he pondered his thoughts. Brian contemplated for an entire afternoon before settling on a 3-word strategy: entice, confuse, stabilize. This was his first encounter with Voldemort. Instability was not an option. Should he be exposed, Voldemort would soon realize that among the new students at Hogwarts, there was not merely Harry. In such a scenario, his own life, devoid of the protagonist's aura, would be perilously at stake. Having perused the tome, 1,000 Years of Hogwarts, which Quirrell had requested he borrow, Brian suspected that Voldemort's release of the troll was merely a test, one aimed at uncovering the true location of the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, he needed to guide Quirrell towards a false trail, creating a veil of confusion. Yet a nagging doubt lingered in Brian's mind. If the task were indeed so simple, why was the reward so lavish? The system had even issued grandiose declarations of situational evaluations. It should be noted that the previous task of a situational nature involved a 3-year exploration of Hogwarts. Upon reflection, it was clear that the approach must center around the Philosopher's Stone or Harry, as Voldemort's primary concern was his own survival. Brian retrieved the immense bronze book, gazing intently at it. The secret must surely lie within its pages. In the room of requirement, Brian sat quietly on a wooden chair, his left hand holding a lengthy parchment as he meticulously compared the details. Unfortunately, after countless attempts, he concluded that Quirrell might merely be attempting to distract. Consequently, after this weak-ass defense against the dark arts class, he entrusted the enormous bronze book to Quirrell. Brian rubbed his nose thoughtfully, straightened his posture, and muttered to himself, "Let me confirm this once more." He then extracted the parchment, employing spells favored by Voldemort, along with those Quirrell might wield, while documenting the troll's appearance and capabilities, analyzing from various angles whether Voldemort might possess Quirrell for a desperate showdown. It was not until deep into the night that Brian finally organized this body of information. However, he reasoned that, beyond the plan, there should be corresponding contingency measures. Anticipating the course of action in the event of failure could significantly mitigate the risk of missteps. After all, having invested so much time in facing the peril of being captured by Voldemort for research, one must proceed with caution. With a sigh, Brian lamented, "Oh, Dumbledore, do exercise a bit more vigilance. How could you overlook such a grave threat infiltrating the school? To safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, I have truly exhausted my efforts." Suddenly, a realization struck him. The Philosopher's Stone, which Dumbledore was concerned about, required his attention. Quirrell, unbeknownst to Dumbledore, needed his vigilance. Even Harry, the chosen heir of Dumbledore, also demanded his careful consideration. Brian found himself in a state of bemusement, pondering the nature of his fate. He had initially believed that his arrival at Hogwarts would allow him to lead a modest existence, quietly developing his abilities. Yet, the cursed Sorting Hat, the ever-inquisitive Professor McGonagall, the lethargic Dumbledore, and the troublesome trio of troublemakers, along with a rather troublesome system, conspired to disturb his peace. Nevertheless, he rationalized that all these tribulations were ultimately for the sake of his personal growth. He withdrew 2 sheets of parchment, soon inscribing them densely with tiny script. After a moment of contemplation, Brian sensed that something was amiss with his positioning. He then procured another sheet, determined to devise further arrangements and consider the fundamental variables at play. After what felt like an eternity, a serious voice reverberated in Brian's mind. The system, sounding rather exasperated, stated that it merely required him to thwart Quirrell's plans, not to eliminate Voldemort. It seemed his exceptional capabilities had even led the system to perceive him as reliable. Brian blinked and glanced at the stacks of parchment piled on the 4 tables in the room of requirement, a grin creeping across his face. "Well, since the system deems it sufficient, I shall conclude my plans here. However, to adhere to the principle of blending in for this task, enlisting assistance is indispensable." He inquired with a hint of flattery, "Is seeking help against the rules, dear system?" With a playful retort about the system's aloofness, Brian felt no irritation. He rubbed his somewhat sore neck and fell into contemplation about whom to approach. As a Hogwarts owl swooped into Gryffindor's common room, 2 figures stealthily emerged from a lounge, making their way to a secluded, abandoned classroom under the cover of night. Upon meeting, George brandished a piece of parchment, whispering Brian, "What is going on? What do you wish to exchange?" Brian managed an awkward smile, replying, "George, Fred, my time learning magic has been brief, and my accumulation of knowledge is insufficient. I find myself often hindered in my endeavors. If only I possessed the magical prowess of both of you, I wouldn't have to toil so hard. Nor would I need to conceal the designs for the extendable ears." Fred, with a cheerful demeanor, clapped Brian on the shoulder and said, "Oh, I think you'll be better off joining our invention team, Brian. Your idea for the extendable ears aligns perfectly with the thoughts George and I have long contemplated but struggled to advance." George chuckled lightly. "We discussed this before arriving. As long as your requests aren't too outrageous, we're willing to assist you." Indeed, the twin brothers were irresistibly drawn to such temptations. Brian calculated silently, contemplating how to persuade the brothers to lend their aid while he played a more passive role. Simultaneously, he prepared a secondary strategy to ensure that if the twins deemed the risks too high, he would not miss out on the opportunity. In the hopeful gazes of George and Fred, Brian whispered, "You see, Harry and I have only been at Hogwarts for 3 weeks. Yet we are relentlessly targeted by Snape and the Slytherin students. Snape? The two brothers exchanged glances, and an expression of excitement lit up George's face upon hearing the words. We've both endured quite a bit. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Please share. George nodded, reflecting. Indeed, Snape has tormented us for 3 long years. You cannot imagine how we managed to survive these 3 years. Speak up, this is on the house. The notion of Snape having enemies throughout Hogwarts was, quite frankly, an unexpected delight. George and Fred, instantly intrigued, chimed in, do tell us. As the festivities unfolded, a plan emerged to stealthily approach Snape's office and ignite a few fireworks for some minor havoc. What do you think of this idea? Quite splendid. They agreed. And when the time is right, wouldn't it be amusing to toss a couple of dung bombs at the Slytherins? Absolutely, Fred exclaimed, filled with admiration. This is simply brilliant. If it weren't for you, Brian, we would never have conceived such a marvelous plan. Brian waved his hand dismissively, his smile growing ever more radiant. With the Weasley brothers by his side, he could indulge in a bit of leisure, a delightful prospect indeed. The secrecy enchantment was a discovery Brian made in the library. It was an ancient contract magic. This spell would bind all participants. And should anyone breach the agreement or inadvertently divulge information, they would face dire consequences. George and Fred nodded in agreement, while they trusted each other. The gravity of the situation made them wary. Should anything slip out, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Seeing their nods of consent, Brian unfurled the prepared parchment. Upon glancing at it, the brothers' expressions twisted into incredulity, their faces darkened, and they fleetingly contemplated withdrawing from the arrangement. The parchment was densely filled with fine print, stipulating that the content of their discussion that day must not be disclosed to anyone, lest their magical powers vanish entirely, rendering them incapable of ever learning magic again. Though the contract itself was rather straightforward, Brian had included numerous hypothetical scenarios, considering every conceivable situation, which resulted in the densely packed parchment. George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. Brian truly is a remarkable talent. Chapter 32. The confrontation with Quirrell. 1. The troll approaches. George, Fred, and Brian had each awoken to a new day. The establishment of the secrecy enchantment was grounded in camaraderie, mutual assistance, and a shared commitment to accomplish their grand endeavor, all set in a joyful spirit. However, as George and Fred departed, their expressions bore a hint of complexity, their moods seemingly dimmed. The following month would provide ample opportunity for the two to concoct their fireworks and dung bombs. Despite the trio having barely forged a friendship following the recent three-headed dog incident, Ron and Hermione remained at odds. Ron was displeased with Hermione's haughty demeanor, while Hermione was quite dismissive of Ron's lack of scholarly ambition. To avert the scenario from the original narrative, wherein Hermione would retreat to the abandoned girls' restroom in tears, potentially disrupting their plans, they resolved to maintain their focus. As Brian and Hermione studied together in the library, he occasionally hinted to her that it was a terrifying place, weaving in some ghostly tales from past lives amidst the rumors surrounding the abandoned girls' restroom, which left Hermione nearly haunted by the thought. And what of her conflict with Ron? A jest, for who could mediate such matters? They could only take things one step at a time. Currently, Quirrell remained utterly unexposed, maintaining a demeanor befitting Hogwarts' most esteemed professor, as the absence of tests rendered academic worries non-existent. Brian understood that should he confront Quirrell one-on-one at this juncture, even without Voldemort's interference, he would stand no chance against him. After all, the disparity in age and magical education was immense. In terms of spellcasting speed, magical potency, and spell power, the novice Brian was still significantly outmatched by Quirrell. Thus, to resolve this mission flawlessly, he needed to lure Quirrell into a trap of his own design, feigning weakness. And then, when Quirrell least expected it, strike decisively, reaping the rewards in the end. As long as the task could be completed, he would not sacrifice his pride by engaging Quirrell in a futile struggle. Advancement and rewards were the true objectives. The rest could be left to the professors to fret over. If he could seize this opportunity to vanquish Voldemort once and for all, Brian envisioned a future of smooth sailing over the next 6 years, where all his dreams would come to fruition. Coupled with the sporadic ghostly masks adorning the walls and the unique spirits of Hogwarts, particularly the aid of Peeves, the atmosphere and experience here exceeded that of the Muggle world. After all, the Muggle realm harbored no genuine ghosts. Today, however, Harry and Ron were unexpectedly subdued, sitting quietly at the long table, watching Brian with keen interest. "Why are you both so lackluster?" Brian inquired, pursing his lips in concern. For the two were integral to today's plan and represented the most unstable variable. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him. He wondered if Ron had, as in the narrative, uttered a hurtful remark. He scanned the surroundings for a glimpse of the little witch, but found none. Thus he asked, "By the way, where is Hermione?" Ron, blushing, stammered for what seemed an eternity without articulating a clear cause or effect, until Harry, unable to bear it any longer, revealed that Ron had spoken ill of Hermione after class, only to be overheard by her. "Did I say something wrong?" Ron protested, though he stubbornly retorted, "Isn't it her behavior that has led to her having no friends?" "That's enough, Ron," Harry interjected, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. He was not one to tolerate gossip. Lavender mentioned that Hermione is currently hiding in the second-floor restroom, crying. "Your words truly hurt her. I believe you owe her an apology." Ron hesitated, seemingly recognizing the impropriety of his actions. Upon hearing that Hermione was in the restroom on the second floor, Brian finally exhaled in relief. The troll would soon be released by Quirrell into the abandoned girls' restroom, and since these two locations were not on the same floor, it meant that Hermione was temporarily safe. By the time the clever little witch realized something was amiss, according to his plan, the troll would have already been dealt with. Brian ultimately decided to intervene and comfort the two individuals who were at an impasse before him. He withdrew his hand into the folds of his wizarding robe and gently remarked, "Let her be for now. We shall return to apologize tomorrow." Harry, his expression grim, handed Brian an unsigned envelope, stating, "Ron and I received this at our bedside this morning. The letter indicates that there will be an unexpected occurrence at tonight's feast." "Is that so?" Brian asked, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he accepted the envelope and perused its contents. "What do you think, Harry?" The letter instructed them to find Professor McGonagall at 7:30 and inform her that the troll was in the abandoned girls' bathroom. "Why mention a troll? This seems like a prank. Even if it were true, why wouldn't we alert Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall beforehand? Let it go, Harry. Treat it as a jest. Even if the letter holds truth, who would believe it now?" Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Hogwarts, the sound emanating from above, followed closely by the crackling of fireworks. Dumbledore, seated at the head table, furrowed his brow, but at that moment, the doors burst open and a terrified Quirrell rushed into the dining hall, his scarf askew. Making a beeline for Dumbledore. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "The troll is in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed unconscious. Harry instinctively glanced at the letter in his hand, exchanging startled looks with Ron. The surprise on their faces mirrored each other. A peculiar, inscrutable expression crossed Brian's face as he silently mused, "It begins." Chapter 33. The confrontation with Quirrell. 2. The assault of the troll. Chaos erupted in the dining hall, as the news of the troll sent shockwaves through the crowd. After all, trolls are exceedingly dangerous creatures, regardless of their lack of intellect. Dumbledore, the steadfast anchor of Hogwarts, maintained his composure in the face of the unexpected. However, few noticed the fleeting glimmer of sharpness in his murky eyes as he turned. He was the first to exit the hall, followed closely by the other professors. Only Quirrell lay unconscious on the floor of the head table, draped in a blanket conjured by Dumbledore's magic. As Snape stepped through the doorway, his expression underwent a rapid transformation. He paused for a moment, then broke away from the group and departed alone. Harry gently tugged at Brian's sleeve, whispering, "What should we do?" The students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, led by their prefects, began to leave the hall. Percy took charge with familiarity, directing, "All Gryffindor wizards, follow me. First years, do not panic. This is Hogwarts, perfectly safe. Just stay close to me." The group organized themselves into 3 orderly lines behind Percy as they exited the hall, while George and Fred lingered at the back of the line. The two exchanged furtive glances, then pulled out 2 brown objects the size of golf balls from their pockets. "Let me handle this," Fred whispered. Gryffindor and Slytherin have long been arch-rivals, and their fervent supporters would never miss such a rare opportunity. George passed 2 large dung bombs to Fred, who squeezed them gently before carefully placing them behind the door. The dung bombs required a moment to take effect, so Fred feigned nonchalance, surveying the surroundings before joining the throng as they departed the Great Hall, kindly shutting the door and propping it shut with a broom. Brian remarked, "This maneuver is simply exquisite." The Slytherin wizards were not overly concerned about the troll, even jesting and mocking the other house's students for their apparent alarm. Just as Marcus Flint animatedly waved his wand, a cloud of foul, brownish-yellow smoke drifted in from the door. With a dull thud, the 2 dung bombs erupted, releasing a thick plume of smoke that spread through the air. As Malfoy tremulously alerted everyone, the noxious gas enveloped the Slytherin students, leaving them no time to escape, coughing and scrambling toward the exit in panic. "Blast it, it won't open," De Leon shouted. The entrance to the Great Hall had become a veritable disaster zone of stench. And just as he was about to cast a bubble head charm, he inhaled a hefty dose of the gas, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. The door was now surrounded by Slytherin students. Older students had organized a charge against the door, even as they coughed and gagged in this perilous yellow zone. It resembled a scene from an apocalyptic disaster. Quirrell found himself in an awkward predicament, needing to maintain his pretense of unconsciousness until everyone had evacuated, allowing him to search Hogwarts for the Philosopher's Stone. He had successfully lured the professors into the basement, providing him ample time. However, he was struggling to keep up the act now. A student had apparently let out a foul odor, and the stench was overwhelming. Just as Quirrell hesitated about whether to continue his charade, the thick yellow cloud finally drifted towards him, settling into his nostrils. He reacted as if scalded, springing up like a shrimp dropped into boiling water. Immediately, the Slytherin students witnessed Quirrell charge towards the door with the ferocity of a bulldozer. With a resounding bang, the door swung open. Countless cries of despair and curses erupted from the Slytherin students across the campus as Quirrell retreated from the door, gasping for fresh air, only to hear barking from above. Frowning, he hesitated briefly before slipping out unnoticed. At that moment, Dumbledore was en route to the dungeon classroom and naturally heard the loud barking. He glanced towards Hagrid, who nodded in understanding, prepared to follow the sound with his crossbow at the ready. This was precisely the second step of Brian's plan, luring Quirrell into a trap. Should Quirrell not be caught red-handed, his scheme and identity could not be fully exposed, while simultaneously separating him from the troll. Though the means by which he had brought the troll into the premises remained a mystery, Brian was certain that a connection existed between him and the creature. Should Quirrell unite with the troll, it would swiftly disrupt Brian's meticulously laid plans. As Brian trailed behind the group, he heard distant wails and began to calculate his next move. To this point, all preliminary tasks had been executed flawlessly, if fortune favored them. The troll would soon be dealt with, and Quirrell would be apprehended red-handed. Yet a persistent unease gnawed at him from within. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the ranks. All semblance of order was abandoned as everyone fled in a panic. Harry seized Brian's arm with urgency, exclaiming, "Hermione!" Although Brian was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, he maintained a semblance of composure. With a wry smile, he replied, "I'll go find her. The situation is dire. Harry, Ron, you must inform Professor McGonagall that the troll is on the 3rd floor." "Why?" Ron, nearly fainting from the crowd's pressure, queried anxiously. "Isn't it right here?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Brian's eyes as he murmured, "I will explain everything later. There is a dangerous individual with ill intentions toward Hogwarts, and only the professors can resolve this matter. Harry, Ron, trust me and do as I say." With a resigned sigh, Ron acquiesced, whispering, "All right, just don't let Percy see you." Nodding, Brian sought a secluded corner, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself. Chapter 34. The confrontation with Quirrell. 3. The troll's peculiar behavior. The contest with Quirrell had commenced, and all strategies at his disposal had been employed. Even amidst his schemes, Brian could not allow Hermione to lose her life due to his negligence. Moreover, he had previously devised a plan to confront the troll directly, and despite the current circumstances, even an unforeseen event would not greatly deviate from his calculations. However, Brian sensed that Quirrell was proving to be far more troublesome than the narrative had suggested. Perhaps history had already set its course, yet Brian could not fathom why the troll had appeared in the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. As he hurried onward, he meticulously pondered the overall situation. If he were Quirrell, how would he procure the Philosopher's Stone? Approaching the vicinity of the girls' restroom on the 2nd floor, he felt a rhythmic tremor beneath his feet. Brian wrinkled his nose as a foul stench assailed him. Indeed, the troll was nearby. In the next moment, a grotesque behemoth, towering at 12 feet, loomed into view. The troll's visage was hideous, its iron-gray hair shrouding its entire form. Its massive body was ensconced in tattered armor, and with feet measuring a meter in length, each step sent tremors through the floor. Clutching a hefty wooden club, the troll dragged it along the ground, producing a piercing, jarring sound. Brian frowned. This troll appeared to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. The creature had arrived before him, even setting down its club and pausing to ponder with its comically small head. Then, it executed an action that Brian could never have anticipated. Brian fixed his gaze intently, noticing that Hermione Granger's delicate face had turned an ashen white, devoid of color. She trembled in the corner, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at the advancing giant. It appeared that the sound of the giant smashing through the restroom had startled Hermione. She had just emerged from a stall only to witness the scene before her. Brian hastily dispelled the disillusionment charm, drew his wand, and levitated a shattered stone. which he hurled forcefully at the giant. As the stones struck the giant, he called out urgently, "Hermione, come over here." The giant merely swayed its massive frame upon being hit, its tattered armor absorbing the impact. It glanced at Brian standing at the doorway, hesitated for a moment, and continued its destruction of the restroom instead. Hermione, upon seeing Brian at the entrance, momentarily froze, but after a brief pause, she seized the opportunity to escape from the debris and rushed to Brian's side, embracing him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brian," she exclaimed. Brian whispered a few words of comfort to Hermione, yet his gaze remained fixed on the frenzied giant before them. Something was amiss. This giant was unlike any he had encountered before. Brian had not only seen the bumbling nature of giants in films, but had also borrowed numerous books from the library while devising a plan to thwart Quirrell's schemes. All the literature indicated that giants possessed low intelligence, were easily provoked, and exhibited a bloodthirsty ferocity, with wizards needing overwhelming power to subdue them. However, the giant before him not only wore a suit of battered armor, but also seemed indifferent to the attacks directed at it. Just moments ago, when Hermione passed by, it had ample opportunity and capability to harm her, yet it chose only to wreak havoc around it. There was no time to ponder these matters. Once the giant had demolished everything in the vicinity, it would inevitably turn its wrath on both Hermione and himself. Without formidable power, no amount of strategy or tactics could yield results. Therefore, it was imperative to eliminate the giant before them. Brian discreetly retrieved a potion vial from his pocket. Indeed, this was the master-level stunning potion he had concocted using an hour-long experience card from the potions master, specifically designed to deal with giants. However, to ensure its effectiveness against the giant, Brian needed to make some preparations. With a flick of his wand, Brian cast a splitting charm upon the exposed skin of the giant, causing it to howl in pain, turning to fix its bloodthirsty red eyes upon him. Yet, it soon returned to its destructive endeavor. It was insufficient. Brian calculated that a combination of a levitation charm and a splitting charm would be necessary to continuously assault the giant's massive form. Just as he began to feel fatigued, the giant finally became enraged, locking its gaze on the two diminutive figures several meters away and charging towards them, brandishing a wooden club. Now was the moment. Brian hurled the prepared advanced stunning potion at the giant's face with the levitation charm, causing the glass to shatter instantly, and the potion flowed across the giant's visage. Instinctively, it extended its rough, large tongue to lick at the liquid. Success! A wave of quiet joy surged within Brian as he swiftly pulled Hermione away from the troll, creating distance between them. With his wand, he conjured various barriers before him. After all, the mere 10 meters separating them was insufficient against a 12-foot-tall troll, which could close the gap in just a few strides. Brian had to ensure both his and Hermione's safety before the troll arrived. The high-grade sleeping potion, crafted from the Potion Master experience card, proved remarkably effective, its effects manifesting within mere seconds. The troll had barely taken 2 steps before it could push aside the rubble in its path, when its massive and corpulent body suddenly collapsed with a resounding thud onto the floor. "Is it dead?" Hermione grasped Brian's hand, gazing at the colossal figure sprawled on the ground, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Brian, Hermione, Harry, and Ron cautiously peeked out from the restroom, and upon seeing the troll had been subdued, they approached and whispered, "Are you all right, Harry?" A shiver ran down Brian's spine. "What are you doing here? Did you inform Professor McGonagall about going to the 3rd floor?" Harry paused, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he replied, "Professor McGonagall went to the basement. We were genuinely worried about you, and came to see if we could help." Ron interjected, "Why do we need to tell Professor McGonagall about the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor when the troll was clearly here?" After a moment's contemplation, Brian decided to reveal the truth. Someone is attempting to steal an item protected by Hogwarts, and they may strike on the 3rd floor. That is why I discreetly placed the note beneath Harry's pillow. "Who is it?" Harry asked, his anxiety palpable. Hogwarts had always left a positive impression on him, save for Snape. Moreover, the current situation mirrored the contents of the note, leading him to fully trust Brian's words. A figure cloaked in black stood silently, and upon meeting Brian's gaze, smiled and said, "Now that everyone is gathered, it seems our efforts have been spared." Chapter 35. The confrontation with Quirrell. 4. Crisis unexpectedly emerges. The presence of the man in the black cloak cast an oppressive atmosphere over the space, prompting the three to draw their wands. At this moment, they had placed immense trust in Brian. Noticing his lack of action, they too refrained from taking initiative, standing cautiously behind him, vigilant against the wizard before them. The figure in the black robe took 2 steps forward and continued, "Brian, you are indeed no ordinary individual. Did you know that from the very first time I encountered you, I sense your uniqueness. My legitimacy could not penetrate your thoughts. A slight tremor coursed through Brian, though his complexion paled. Just as anxiety began to grip him, a solemn voice echoed in his mind. The host need not worry. The brain cloaking technique set by this system is impervious to detection. He is attempting to deceive me. A fleeting thought crossed Brian's mind. The next moment, he composed himself and smiled calmly, responding, Professor Quirrell, you flatter me. I possess no extraordinary attributes. To the astonishment of Harry and the others, Quirrell stepped out from the shadows, slowly removing his cloak to reveal a face that had become somewhat contorted. Professor Quirrell, is it truly you? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. His favorable impression of Quirrell, shaped by their initial encounter at the Leaky Cauldron and the peculiar tales relayed in class. Could it be you? Hermione gasped, her breath hitching as she pointed at Quirrell. Could you be the one who unleashed the troll? Whether it was due to shock or fear, her words stumbled forth, her voice wavering. Indeed, it was I, Quirrell replied, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. With a mere mention of a troll in the dungeons, I lured all the professors into the underground classroom. The trio's faces paled, suddenly realizing that Quirrell's actions might have been aimed at the peculiar object guarded by the three-headed dog. Harry swallowed hard, feigning composure as he inquired. So it was you that the magical newspaper claimed was stealing from Gringotts? Yes, Potter. You are astute. Indeed, as befits one favored by the master. Quirrell's countenance bore a sinister smile, his unnaturally red tongue flicking over his lips like a predator preparing to feast, sending a chill down their spines. Hermione was utterly taken aback by the unfolding scene. She cast a furtive glance at Brian beside her, only to find him unperturbed, his demeanor calm, as if he were already privy to the entire affair, which inexplicably soothed her. Brian's gaze remained fixed on Quirrell, and with a sudden smile, he remarked, Professor Quirrell has defeated the three-headed dog and acquired the Philosopher's Stone? What is the Philosopher's Stone? Questions surged within the minds of the trio. A beast is always a beast, easily subdued by my hand, Quirrell boasted, raising the glistening stone in his hand, his grin widening. Behold, I have obtained it. What master? Harry found the situation peculiar. It is Lord Voldemort, Brian replied slowly, at last comprehending that Quirrell sought his sealed wand. What secrets lay within this revelation? He pondered while observing Quirrell's every move. Quirrell did not deny it, gradually advancing toward the four. Harry's expression shifted, recalling the terrifying nightmares of his youth, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Brian's gaze shifted past Quirrell to the rear, a subtle smirk of derision tugging at the corners of his mouth. Professor Quirrell, might you wish to examine the stone in your possession? Quirrell dismissed him, believing Brian was merely stalling for time. He raised his wand, a cold sneer gracing his lips. This ends now, little wizards. No. A deep, gravelly voice emerged from beneath Quirrell's enveloping purple scarf, laced with fury and resentment. Master, what has transpired? This Philosopher's Stone is a fake. Quirrell froze, retrieving the stone from his pocket, only to discover its luster had vanished, devoid of any magic. It was merely an ordinary pebble. Seizing the moment, Brian discreetly signaled to the others, and they instinctively scattered behind the cover. Quirrell's formerly jovial demeanor morphed into one of icy malevolence, as he coldly declared, It is you, Brian. Did you do this? Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light shot toward Brian's position. Brian had always maintained an extraordinary level of focus. Upon hearing Quirrell's voice, he swiftly rolled to the side of a stone pillar for cover, shouting, Hagrid now, following Dumbledore's orders. Hagrid hurried to the hidden chamber on the fourth-floor corridor to check on the status of the Philosopher's Stone. Upon discovering everything was intact, he traced the sound of chaos caused by the troll to this very spot, witnessing the scene before him. After a brief exchange of glances with Brian, he quickly concealed himself, preparing for this moment. In an instant, a crossbow bolt shot through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, elegantly arcing towards the unsuspecting Quirrell. He had no time to evade it and cursed inwardly. He twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. With a sickening thud, the magically inscribed bolt pierced through his left arm, blood dripping from it in steady drops. Stifling a groan, he paid no heed to his injured limb, hastily casting a protective charm around himself with his wand. The next moment, Quirrell's face contorted grotesquely within Brian's line of sight, revealing a horrific visage, his red eyes ablaze with fury. Anyone who met his gaze would feel an overwhelming discomfort, a suffocating sensation that bordered on nausea. You have truly enraged me. Quirrell, or perhaps Voldemort, bellowed in a hoarse voice, swiftly unleashing a curse towards Hagrid's direction. Hagrid reacted quickly, dodging the attack. But there was no time to retrieve his crossbow for a counterstrike. In his frustration, Voldemort waved his wand, conjuring a veil of darkness that swiftly enveloped the area, obscuring the vision of those present. Just then, Brian heard peculiar sounds emanating from the center of the ruins, a mix of whispers and the hissing of serpents. At this moment, the calm demeanor he had maintained suddenly shifted. He recognized the source of his unease. Desperately, he shouted, "Stop him! We must prevent this." Chapter 36. The Confrontation with Quirrell. Brian had always approached situations with a rigid mindset established by the 7-book saga of his previous life. Yet he had overlooked the fact that this was a living, breathing wizarding world. The distinction between reality and fiction lay in the fact that people do not adhere stubbornly to the narratives set forth in books. Suddenly, he recalled a particularly iconic moment he had unconsciously dismissed upon learning about Hermione and the troll in the second-floor restroom. This was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, home to a terrifying basilisk. The events of the chamber unfolded in the second year of the Harry Potter series, where one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, a diary, had controlled Ginny Weasley. Using the unique talent of Parseltongue, shared with the founder of Slytherin, it summoned the ancient beast, plunging Hogwarts into a nightmare. Voldemort, having suffered severe loss of power, had fallen into a prolonged slumber. Fortunately, Quirrell, after receiving his guidance, had found the approximate location of the chamber in A Thousand Years of Hogwarts, a book that was meant as a gift to Dumbledore after seizing the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort understood that Albus Dumbledore, the foremost of the White Wizards, would not be easily vanquished by the basilisk. However, this situation could at least present him with considerable complications. The Ministry of Magic had long harbored dissatisfaction towards this illustrious old wizard, whose renown eclipsed their own. Should Hogwarts suffer any student casualties, the Ministry would possess ample justification to threaten Dumbledore, even though Minister Fudge owed his position to Dumbledore's patronage. Yet, the circumstances were peculiar. Quirrell, that fool, had been duped into revealing that the coveted Philosopher's Stone was a mere counterfeit. Moreover, he had fallen victim to the machinations of that child, Brian, suffering a grievous injury as an arrow shattered his arm, forcing him to relinquish control of his body entirely. If these issues were not resolved swiftly, Quirrell would escape. And in his current state, he would not only prove no match for the professors at Hogwarts, but also alert Dumbledore, thus thwarting any chance of acquiring the stone. Voldemort cast a covetous glance at the wand in Brian's possession, poised to unveil the entrance to the chamber when a spell surged towards him from behind. Stupefy. A strange wave of magical energy cleaved through the dense shadows, striking at the heart of Voldemort, accompanied by an eerie sound. Severus Snape, as ever, with his greasy hair and bat-like black robes, stood with his wand raised in defense against Voldemort's assault, urging in a low, menacing tone, "Fools, vacate this place at once." Fortuitously, Snape's intervention arrived just in time, successfully interrupting Voldemort's attempt to open the chamber door. As long as the basilisk remained contained, Brian would not face defeat, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, upon exiting the Great Hall, he finally discerned the source of the explosive commotion. Outside his office, a dazzling array of colorful fireworks lit up the night sky. Snape's face drained of color, his eyes reddening with fury as he vigorously swept his sleeve and headed toward his office. As the potions master of Hogwarts, it housed many precious ingredients and concocted potions. This chaos was akin to a dagger plunged into his heart. Upon arriving at his office, he found it in utter disarray. Countless fragments of ingredients and shards of glass strewn across the floor. The sight deepened the frown etched upon Snape's face, yet he halted abruptly when he spotted a burnt, tattered purple scarf lying amidst the scattered materials. In the shadows, Snape's expression darkened to a chilling degree, his cruelty and malice rendering the air around him noticeably colder. Through gritted teeth, he bellowed, "Quirrell." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he inhaled deeply. The air was not only thick with the scent of charred remnants, but also carried a faint, alluring fragrance. It was the essence of the confounding concoction. Snape paused, realizing that had he not been a master of potions, he would have overlooked this subtle aroma. But for him, it was significant enough. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he envisioned the grim fate that awaited Quirrell. Following the trail of the scent, he tracked it to the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor, where the sight that awaited him nearly caused him to question his own existence. A comatose owl lay quietly in the corner of the restroom. He had, astonishingly, used my enchanting fragrance to feed the owl. Snape turned and strode towards the door, his expression as dark as ever, coldly remarking that even though he was invited by Dumbledore, he would ensure the intruder would regret coming to Hogwarts. Avada Kedavra! Upon hearing that voice, Snape's complexion changed dramatically. He transitioned from a brisk walk to a swift jog towards the source of the sound. He was all too familiar with the voice's owner, a familiarity etched deeply in his memory. Severus, I didn't expect it to be you. Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, regarded Snape with a twisted expression, and after a moment of mockery, he said, I never imagined you would dare to confront me. You have allied with Dumbledore. Haven to you, my dear friend. The color drained from Voldemort's face as his hand moved slowly behind his back. Snape's gaze flickered to Harry, determination and sorrow mingling in his eyes. He had no choice. In response, a beam of green light erupted, fortuitously, as Voldemort was currently weakened, and Snape was no ordinary wizard. He easily evaded Voldemort's killing curse. From the depths of the dark mist, Voldemort emitted a dry, mirthless laugh, casually taunting Severus. Do you think I'm incapable of dealing with you in this state? Snape instinctively took 2 steps back. After all, the entire wizarding world had been haunted by Voldemort's terror for over a decade. He coldly braced himself for Voldemort's next move when suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his brain, nearly causing him to drop his wand. Soon, he found himself on the ground, clutching his head and gasping for breath. As Voldemort drew closer, he managed to utter a single word. You. Severus, farewell, Voldemort declared, extending his withered arm and pointing his wand at Snape, advancing step by step. Snape forced a bitter smile. His eyes were clouded, devoid of any spark, as if all hope for survival had evaporated. With a gentle exhale in his final moments, he couldn't resist glancing towards Harry, his lips moving in a silent plea. Avada, disarm. Chapter 37. The Duel with Quirrell, Brian's Scheme. Voldemort waved his wand, directing the green light from its tip toward the prone Snape, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he prepared to cast the killing curse. Just as he was about to complete the incantation, a figure darted swiftly from outside the restroom, a powerful surge of magical energy sweeping towards Voldemort, forcing him to halt his spell. Disarm. Professor Flitwick's silhouette had never appeared so imposing, at least not in Snape's eyes at that moment. He had finally emerged from despair. Flitwick's disarming spell had taken effect against the severely weakened Voldemort, causing his wand to fly into Flitwick's grasp. The champion of the dueling competition would not let such an opportunity slip away. The instant he seized the wand, a surge of magic erupted from its tip. Voldemort's fragmented body and diminished magical strength rendered him incapable of evasion at that moment. A pale blue beam effortlessly pierced through him. With a sharp crack, he staggered backward, taking 2 unsteady steps, trembling as he touched the wound on his chest, feeling a formidable power rapidly dissipating within him. In the next instant, a violent cracking sound emanated from his body. Curiously, no blood flowed from the gaping wound. Instead, tendrils of black mist began to drift out, gradually increasing, as if a dam holding back a river had suddenly burst. His magic in the dark mist gushed forth uncontrollably, with an expression filled with boundless malice. Voldemort cast a fleeting glance at Flitwick and Snape, his eyes reddened with fury as he let out a series of low growls. In an instant, Quirrell's body exploded, turning to dust that floated in the air. Just as everyone believed Quirrell had been vanquished, a dark soul surged through the thickening mist, rushing toward the window. Voldemort understood that in his current state, even a professor was beyond his capability to contend with, especially as he sensed Dumbledore hastily approaching. Once Dumbledore arrived, escape would be impossible for him. Casting a resentful glance at Snape, he fled the scene. Professor McGonagall was the first to burst into the room. Upon witnessing the ruins and the disheveled form of Professor Snape on the floor, she gasped in astonishment. Just behind McGonagall, Dumbledore entered, his gaze immediately fixating on the unconscious giant. He stroked his beard and surveyed the surroundings, pausing momentarily as he spotted Brian's wand. Harry Potter, can you explain to me what transpired here? McGonagall's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. The young wizards present had never seen her so enraged and could easily sense the imminent explosion in her words. I. Harry trembled, unsure of how to begin. There was a Death Eater, Snape said, rising from the ground with a calm demeanor. Quirrell is a Death Eater. He just used the killing curse. Harry had never anticipated that Snape would one day come to his rescue. He cast a grateful glance at Snape, who, however, refused to meet his gaze and continued. Professor Flitwick has also crossed paths with him. As for the giant, it was already unconscious by the time I arrived. Flitwick nodded, his expression somber. I sensed he was dangerous. Had it not been for the ambush, I would not have been confident in defeating him face to face. Hermione suddenly interjected. I apologize. Professor McGonagall, I had read about giants in the library at school, and I thought I could handle it. Thankfully, Brian, Harry, and Ron arrived in time to subdue the giant. Otherwise, I might have lost my life. Ron and Harry were nearly speechless. astonished that Hermione had spun such a grand tale to the professor. McGonagall seemed momentarily taken aback, instinctively opening her mouth to respond, but Snape interrupted. I believe there are more pressing matters at hand. As for how to deal with these rule-breaking young wizards, a slight delay is acceptable. We must address this with the utmost severity. Indeed, the old bat remained true to form. Professor McGonagall internally acknowledged the situation, turning her gaze towards Dumbledore. The old wizard's attention had not lingered long on Brian's wand. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the assembly. Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Harry, paused, and then continued speaking to Snape. Severus, would it be convenient for you to accompany me to my office? Snape, his expression inscrutable, nodded slightly, and the two swiftly departed. My goodness, Brian, Harry, you were truly remarkable, Hagrid remarked, winking at the group as they stepped out of the professor's line of sight, while he stowed away the enormous crossbow adorned with intricate magical runes. Enough of that, Hagrid. We're in for trouble now, Harry said, a hint of despondency in his tone. Hagrid reassured him, do not fret, Harry. Dumbledore is one of the greatest wizards in Hogwarts history. He will not impose harsh punishment upon you. As Harry, Ron, and Hagrid conversed, Hermione, who was less familiar with Hagrid due to their limited encounters, listened quietly. The arrival of Professor Flitwick was indeed the final card in Brian's strategy. He had not relied solely on Harry and Ron, recognizing their unpredictability. Therefore, he had entrusted Sonia with a task. If the fireworks had not appeared by 8:30, she was to seek out Professor Flitwick, following the trail of markers he had left for assistance. In his confrontation with Quirrell, Brian had nearly exhausted all his trump cards. Whether by redirecting animosity or seeking aid, maximizing every resource at his disposal, he first forged Quirrell's purple scarf to capture Snape's attention. Then, he utilized the distinctive aroma of potions to draw Snape to the faux three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone, which he had arranged using a Transfiguration Master Experience card. Unfortunately, Quirrell moved too swiftly for Snape to encounter him, which was somewhat regrettable. Moreover, even if Snape had not heard the curse, he would inevitably find his way to the second floor, for the stone that Quirrell had stolen had once soaked in the potion of the Devil's Snare, an aroma that only a true potion master would recognize. Quirrell, under the misapprehension that he controlled the situation, had already fallen into Brian's trap. Brian had calculated that Quirrell was unaware of the stone's true location. Thus he transformed into a three-headed dog and feigned giving Quirrell an advantage. When Quirrell obtained the stone and sought to eliminate the others, Brian altered his strategy to feign weakness, leading Quirrell to believe he was in command, thereby revealing his connection to the stolen stone. In truth, this was Brian's ultimate objective. Only by capturing Quirrell red-handed or forcing him to confess could he hope to expunge this threat from Hogwarts once and for all. It was all a meticulous scheme. Chapter 38, The Welcoming Ceremony for Gryffindor. Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary task, Quirrell's Conspiracy, echoed the system's serious voice in Brian's mind as he approached the Gryffindor common room. System evaluation, perfect, almost. Shortcomings, overlooked Voldemort's possession of Quirrell, which led to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets and the ensuing havoc within Hogwarts. Advantages, the system's lack of words left one feeling utterly speechless. A few dark lines appeared on Brian's face. This system was becoming increasingly human-like. Rewards, 5 upgrade points, a 1-hour duelist master experience card. Process assessment rewards, original rewards multiplied by 3. Spell, level 4 disarming curse. 1-hour potion legend experience card. Rewards now distributed. 15 upgrade points, 3-hour duelist master experience card. Disarming curse upgraded to level 4. 1-hour potion legend experience card. System message. Congratulations to the host for completing this temporary task. We hope the host continues to strive and soon becomes the most formidable wizard in the wizarding world. Note, the host should not harbor any fear and should advance boldly. Next time, the host is encouraged to confront any opponent head-on. This is merely a gentle suggestion from the system. Brian fell silent for a moment, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could this truly be the system, asking him to face Voldemort head-on with a body double spell and mind-blanking technique? Perhaps it was eager to find its next host. Brian curled his lip. Didn't it say that this was merely a suggestion from the system? I want to listen. I refuse to listen. While he grumbled about this unreasonable system, Brian called out to the plump lady guarding the entrance. The plump lady nodded and stepped aside, revealing a circular passage. Brian and the four of them waved goodbye to Hagrid and hastily made their way inside, utterly exhausted. Ron was the first to enter the common room, and the scene before him left him momentarily frozen. George and Fred were waving the Gryffindor Red Lion flag, while Seamus stood on the long table in the common room, loudly sharing the gossip he had heard. Each utterance from him was met with cheers, except for Percy, whose face bore a rather grim expression. To him, the misconduct of Harry and the others was a disgrace to Gryffindor. Just thinking about the points Dumbledore would deduct made him inexplicably irate. He repeatedly reassured himself that he was the leader of Gryffindor and needed to inform them that getting angry was futile. Yet, when Percy saw the scene in the common room, his expression was as grim as it could be, and he found himself unable to change the mindset of all the Gryffindor students, leaving him to stand awkwardly on the sidelines. Upon seeing the others arrive, George and Fred pulled out their homemade confetti cannons. With a loud bang, ribbons and colored paper flew about, showering everyone in joy. "You defeated the troll. How incredible!" "My brother," Fred exclaimed, jumping up and giving Ron a hearty pat on the shoulder. As Harry had just entered, the cascading confetti enveloped him from the side. "What is happening? What is going on?" Harry exclaimed in surprise, stepping back a little, but upon realizing the scene, he relaxed and shyly covered his face with his hand. The troll was defeated by Gryffindor. Long live Gryffindor! Before departing, George and Fred winked at Brian. Tonight's events had left a slight flush on Harry's face, and he spoke somewhat awkwardly. Ron nodded, whispering, "I never expected Professor Quirrell to be a Death Eater. I can't believe I was so fond of him." Ron shuddered slightly, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The young wizards lacked the magical prowess to pierce the black mist obscuring the truth behind Quirrell's control, Voldemort. Moreover, due to Snape's intervention, they were oblivious to the confrontation between Snape and Voldemort. Upon hearing this, Brian lowered his head in silence, pondering for a considerable time before gravely addressing the others. "Tonight, we encountered only the troll. Let us refrain from discussing the rest." "Why?" Harry inquired, somewhat perplexed. At last, Hermione, her complexion pale, spoke up. "If word of Quirrell being a Death Eater gets out, both Hogwarts and Dumbledore will be affected. Others will remain perpetually anxious about this matter." With a lingering sense of dread, she earnestly advised Harry and Ron, "Let us heed Brian's counsel." Snape and Dumbledore left in haste, and I suspect the situation is far from simple. Just moments before, Hermione had shouldered the entire burden alone, even resorting to deceit against the professors. Harry and Ron's perception of her shifted significantly. Upon reflection, they deemed her words to be wise, nodding in agreement. Finally, Harry seized the opportunity to showcase the Firebolt 2000 that Professor McGonagall had gifted him earlier. Ron expressed profound envy, his expression suggesting he was already envisioning himself soaring through the sky on the Firebolt, participating in a Quidditch match. Host, Brian. Magic Power, 25. Beginner Skills, Lumos Level 2. Levitation Charm, Level 2. Alohomora, Level 2. Repairing Charm, Level 3. Expelliarmus, Level 2. Reductor Curse, Level 3. Petrificus Totalis, Level 3. Intermediate Skills, Disarmament Spell, Level 4. Obstacle Course, Level 1. Levitation Spell, Level 5. Advanced Skills, Mind Shielding, Level 9. Disillusionment Charm, Level 2. Proficiencies, Potions, Intermediate, Transfiguration, Good. Utilize an Experience card, gaining Mastery Experience. Courses, Charms First Year, Excellent. History of Magic First Year, Master. Herbology First Year, Introductory. Astronomy First Year, Introductory. Defense Against the Dark Arts First Year, Satisfactory. Transfiguration First Year, Excellent. Potions First Year, Excellent. Upgrade Points, 18. Brian was taken aback momentarily by the realization that utilizing an experience card provided such benefits. He nestled deeper into his blankets, contemplating thoughtfully. 3 upgrade points could elevate a spell or potion technique by a small tier. Currently, due to Quirrell's failure in stealing the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort was forced to retreat from Hogwarts. It seemed unlikely that any further risks would arise during the remainder of the first year. Brian carefully deliberated on how to allocate his upgrade points, suddenly recalling the peculiar cries for help he had heard in the restricted section. Over the next half year, if Voldemort posed no threat, he might have the opportunity to unravel the secrets lurking within the restricted section. Brian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was time to consider an exploration of the forbidden section. Chapter 39, Nocturnal Conversations. In the Room of Requirement. Under the cover of night, as the young wizards in the dormitory slumbered, Brian stealthily cast the Disillusionment Charm and slipped into the Room of Requirement. He pondered meticulously over his plans for the upcoming 6 months. Prior to completing his last temporary mission, Brian had resolved that he would refrain from actively scheming for the year ahead, opting instead to delve into the intricacies of magic, explore the forbidden section of the library, and observe the changes within Hogwarts with a watchful eye. This was contingent upon the system not assigning him troublesome tasks, a factor beyond his control. During this academic year, 2 pivotal tasks had already been accomplished. banishing Voldemort from Hogwarts and thwarting Quirrell's scheme to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Now, Hogwarts felt significantly safer than he had anticipated. With Voldemort no longer lurking ominously, his primary concern was to keep his secrets hidden from Dumbledore. Thus, maintaining a low profile in the forthcoming Hogwarts life was imperative. For the next 6 months, he needed only to achieve a minor objective: uncovering the secrets of the Forbidden Section to prepare adequately for the latter half of the school year, and even for the next. The haunting cries for help he had heard lingered in Brian's mind, causing him some unease. However, what weighed more heavily on him was how to navigate the conversation with Dumbledore the following day. Brian closed his eyes, gently tapping his fingers on the table. He was astutely aware of the dynamics at play. If he were to converse with Dumbledore alone, he could easily attribute all the credit to Harry, the so-called savior, portraying himself merely as a supportive admirer. Yet this plan A was evidently unfeasible. Should Dumbledore employ the legilimency to probe the minds of the trio, the situation would become dire. Thus, he had no choice but to implement Plan B, to openly acknowledge that the matter was indeed his plan while discreetly concealing the crucial elements. After all, many significant aspects remained unknown to those 3 young wizards. This strategic move, though seemingly audacious, was fundamentally a methodical approach. He intended to use the known information about the trio to voluntarily reveal his involvement in Quirrell's machinations, thereby masking his critical role in the scheme. Through numerous experiments, he had garnered sufficient understanding and confidence in the system's 9th-level mental occlusion technique. However, Brian was acutely aware that relying solely on mental occlusion would prove futile against a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber. The elder wizard possessed extraordinary abilities and a remarkably high intellect. In the original narrative, a well-laid plan had ultimately led to the downfall of Voldemort and his Death Eater army. According to Brian's current vision for Plan B, he could seize this opportunity to declare his loyalty, thereby alleviating any suspicions Dumbledore might harbor against him. He would present himself as a devoted student who cherished Hogwarts, loathed dark forces, and was eager to assist his peers, someone not worthy of the great headmaster-esque concern. Nevertheless, analysis aside, the pressing dilemma remained: how to explain his knowledge of Quirrell's conspiracy. Navigating the conversation with Dumbledore unscathed hinged upon this critical issue. In the initial encounter at the Broken Cauldron, discussions unfolded regarding the tale of werewolves, alongside a plea for assistance in locating a book interspersed with tales of travel experiences. Something seems amiss. Indeed, the matter of seeking a book through Quirrell could serve as an excellent entry point. Furthermore, Hermione could corroborate this endeavor, complemented by the 9th-level mind-blocking spell. Perfect. As for the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone, it appears that some sacrifice on my part is inevitable. Brian sighed, casting a wistful glance at the painstakingly acquired upgrade points displayed on the system panel, and with determination, he allocated them all to Transfiguration. Ding! Transfiguration has been upgraded to Advanced Beginner. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, Severus Snape sat across from Albus Dumbledore. The situation is as follows. The Dark Lord is now aware of my betrayal, Snape stated, his expression impassive. Dumbledore let out a gentle sigh, intending to reassure Snape not to dwell on the matter. Yet suddenly recalling something, he inquired, has Voldemort obtained the Philosopher's Stone? To my knowledge, he has not. Snape's countenance turned peculiar, his gaze momentarily vacant. I find it perplexing that even the Dark Lord could be deceived by such a trivial ruse. A mere pebble has managed to fool both him and Quirrell. It's utterly astonishing. He paused, then expressed his dissatisfaction. You are well aware of Quirrell's past encounters with the Dark Lord, yet you still permitted him in Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts and interact with Harry. Dumbledore, do not forget our agreement. Would you care for some cockroach clusters? Or perhaps a glass of lemon juice? It seemed Dumbledore was oblivious to Snape's displeasure as he pushed a selection of snacks toward him. Noticing Snape's indifference, he unwrapped a piece of candy, popped it into his mouth, and closed his eyes in bliss. After over a century, the taste remains as delightful as ever. Yes, Severus, you are correct. From the moment he stepped into Hogwarts, I sensed his connection to the Dark Lord. What? Dumbledore's voice was grave, articulated slowly, though Voldemort has not perished. He is currently exceedingly weak. Thus, prior to obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, neither he nor his minions will take any action, which is one of the reasons I felt secure allowing him entry. At the very least, we remain oblivious to Voldemort's current state. We must utilize Quirrell to gain insights into him, perhaps even uncovering the secret of his immortality. Snape pondered for a considerable time before casting a glance at Dumbledore and resolutely stated, I have no interest in these matters. I only hope you will adhere to our agreement and ensure Harry is no longer harmed. Dumbledore smiled serenely, rising to pat Snape's shoulder. Snape fell silent, his dark eyes fixed on the headmaster, and after a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled deeply. I understand. Chapter 40. The first meeting with Dumbledore. Today should pose no issues. Brian contemplated as he exited the room of requirement. Harry, Ron, and the others were not privy to much information. The remainder I should be able to explain. The most likely predicament would be the uncertainty surrounding Snape's conversation with Dumbledore the previous night. During the time that Snape made his appearance, Brian did not engage in any activities. He merely observed the tumultuous battle between him and Flitwick against Voldemort. Ah, the old rogue. Suddenly, he heard a soft voice beside him, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" Brian sighed and slowly shook his head. "Dumbledore has summoned us to his office after class this afternoon." Sonia chuckled softly and replied, "Well, that is what you get for making such a commotion yesterday." With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Who was that person yesterday?" Sonia stared at Brian, her mouth agape in bewilderment, and after a long pause, she finally emerged from her astonishment. "Isn't the mysterious figure dead?" Brian shook his head and recounted the events of the previous day to her. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had no time to elaborate and had to ask Sonia to find Professor Flitwick, who understood the gravity of the matter and did not press for details until now. Sonia gasped in shock. She had never considered that her junior had faced Voldemort. "Are you all right? I mean, you weren't hurt, were you?" Brian smiled. "Fortunately, you arrived just in time yesterday, so everything turned out fine." "Is that so?" "That is truly wonderful." Sonia sighed lightly, her tone wistful. "I just wonder what calamity the mysterious figure will bring next time. I hope that in 3 years, I can contribute something to the wizarding world." Brian couldn't help but chuckle at this. Sonia, the senior, was indeed an emotional person, facing none other than Voldemort, the ultimate antagonist in the Harry Potter universe. Once he recovers, it would be wise to keep a safe distance. "Are you considering joining the Aurors after graduation?" Sonia blinked and looked at Brian, smiling. "I wish to remain at Hogwarts as a professor so I can keep a close watch on you in class." Brian's smile faltered, and he opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Throughout the rest of the day, Brian found himself somewhat distracted, while Harry and Ron excitedly shared their experiences with the trolls. And Hermione appeared quite interested in the impending visit to the headmaster's office. This state of affairs continued until after their afternoon class, when the four of them finally set out for the headmaster's office. Brian was lost in thought about what to be mindful of until they reached the grotesque and enormous statue before the office. In his mind, he called out, "System, adjust the protective range of the mind-sealing spell." They ascended the staircase, and upon entering the headmaster's office, they were greeted by a well-lit, spacious room that, surprisingly, held very few objects. Apart from the portraits of past Hogwarts headmasters hanging on the walls, there was merely a long table in the center and a pensieve to the side. At that moment, Dumbledore sat behind the table, observing the young wizards with keen interest. The professors greeted him somewhat timidly, as Dumbledore's reputation loomed large, instilling considerable pressure upon them. As for Brian, he merely harbored a simple fear of Dumbledore. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a row of sofas before the long table and gently said, "Please have a seat, young wizards." A few individuals, each harboring distinct emotions, sat anxiously upon the sofa. Dumbledore retrieved a generous handful of snacks from a nearby drawer and offered them to the group. "Would anyone care for a mound of cockroaches? Or perhaps a glass of lemon juice? Does this seem familiar?" The manufacturers of the cockroach mound must surely pay homage to Dumbledore's portrait daily to earn such fortune, were it not for Dumbledore's fervent admiration for the infamous delicacy. Frequently recommending this notorious snack to anyone he encountered, this confection would have long since faded into oblivion within the wizarding world. Observing that the group's anxiety had somewhat subsided, Dumbledore gently inquired, "Come now, young wizards, would you be so kind as to share with me what transpired yesterday?" "Professor, this may pertain to me," Brian replied, eliciting a look of surprise from Dumbledore. "After the second week's defense against the dark arts class, Quirrell approached me, requesting assistance in borrowing a millennium of Hogwarts from the library. Miss Granger is also aware." "Yes, Professor. It was Hermione and I who ventured to the library together," Brian added, as Madame Pants had handed him the book. Dumbledore nodded calmly, encouraging Brian to continue. "I perused the book, and initially, I failed to recognize his intention to steal the treasure guarded by the three-headed dog. It was not until that fateful night when we inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden area on the 4th floor that the truth began to unfold." Harry and Ron exchanged awkward glances, perplexed as to why Brian chose this moment to recount the events. Ignoring their confusion, Brian focused intently on constructing the necessary imagery in his mind, explaining how he later discovered that Quirrell had been gathering information regarding the Philosopher's Stone and the Troll, thereby unveiling Quirrell's secret. as a concerned wizard devoted to safeguarding Hogwarts and preserving stability within the magical realm. Brian felt compelled to devise a series of plans to incapacitate the troll and lure Quirrell into stealing a counterfeit Philosopher's Stone, ultimately leading to the exposure of the dark forces within Hogwarts. To bolster the credibility of Quirrell's deception regarding the counterfeit stone, Brian even performed a demonstration of his advanced transfiguration skills. The remaining uncertainties revolved around the arrival of Professors Snape and Flitwick. Brian maintained that their presence was merely fortuitous, as Professor Snape had rescued them at a critical moment. As for Flitwick, he candidly admitted to enlisting Sonia's assistance, acknowledging that such matters could not remain concealed, even when providing testimony. Having concluded his account, Brian stood silently, mentally scrutinizing his words for any inconsistencies while awaiting Dumbledore's inquiries. In the next moment, Dumbledore's gentle voice caused Brian's heart to race involuntarily. "I understand. Harry, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, would you be so kind as to step outside for a moment? There are certain matters I wish to discuss privately with Mr. Brian." Harry and the others looked at Brian in confusion, appearing somewhat lost. The three individuals nodded in agreement, and Hermione felt her heart tighten in her chest. She feared that Dumbledore would hold Brian accountable for the chaos caused during his rescue. An unknown amount of time passed before Dumbledore, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Are you aware of Quirrell's true identity?" With a soft sigh, he lamented, "It is unfortunate that he has strayed from the right path, his heart filled with greed, thus providing others with opportunities to exploit him." At that moment, Brian felt a sense of relief. Since Dumbledore had chosen to engage in an open conversation, any further concealment would be superfluous. He asked Professor, "Did you already know that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort?" "Indeed," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "From the moment he entered Hogwarts, I was aware of his connection to Voldemort. In fact, I was the one who retrieved the Millennium History of Hogwarts from the restricted section to facilitate the forthcoming plans." He continued, "At that time, I was actually waiting beneath the trapdoor on the 4th floor for Quirrell to make his move. Regrettably, he was deceived by you and ended up stealing a fake Philosopher's Stone. Sometimes, I need Voldemort to act so that I can uncover his secrets." Brian nodded in agreement. Dumbledore's nearly 50 years of leadership at the school left no doubt about his authority. If Quirrell had been intentionally placed there by him, it was likely to aid Harry's growth. Brian felt a sense of caution. This wizard might eliminate any obstacles and risks for Harry, promoting his rapid development. He pondered what his own role was in Dumbledore's eyes. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Dumbledore raised a hand to stop him. "Your transfiguration spells are exceptional," Dumbledore complimented. "No student has ever matched your prowess, not even Tom or myself." "Thank you for your kind words, Professor," Brian responded. "It is due to Professor McGonagall's excellent teaching. I merely wish to be capable of protecting myself and my friends." "Helping Harry, I presume? He is your dear friend," Dumbledore remarked, warmth evident in his gaze as he regarded Brian. After a moment of contemplation, Brian slowly nodded and replied earnestly, "Harry was the first person I met in the wizarding world. I will always stand by his side." He politely bowed to Dumbledore and moved towards the door when a gentle voice reached his ears. "Please extend my regards to your mother." Brian was taken aback. Stepping out of the headmaster's office, he stood quietly for a moment before exhaling in relief. The conversation with Dumbledore, though seemingly gentle, was fraught with undercurrents. Dumbledore had never relaxed his vigilance. His meaning was clear. "I fear you might become the next Voldemort." Simultaneously, he subtly warned himself, "If you are not Harry's friend, I would certainly eliminate you as a threat." In truth, Brian conveyed to Dumbledore that he harbored no ambitions of becoming Voldemort. He merely sought to ensure his own safety. This situation reflected a recurring issue. His understanding of this world was overly reliant on the novels he had read in his previous life, relying solely on textual descriptions to assess character, psychology, and the styles of thought and action. This has led Brian to suffer two significant setbacks at the hands of Voldemort and Dumbledore. The Voldemort of reality is far more deranged than his fictional counterpart, while Dumbledore is even more cunning than portrayed in the novels. Thus, as Brian contemplates his future at Hogwarts, he must exercise greater caution. It would be wise for him to lead a quiet and unassuming life. He is already noted in Dumbledore's records, and a single misstep could result in dire consequences. System. Has Dumbledore recently employed the pensive? No. Brian nodded, glanced at the headmaster's office, and then turned to depart. "Brian, are you all right?" Hermione inquired with palpable concern. "It's all my fault. I shall explain to Dumbledore. This is not your burden to bear." Brian was evidently taken aback to find the young witch waiting beside the statue, and he cast her a surprised look. Perhaps his pensive expression had led to a misunderstanding, prompting him to clarify, "It's nothing, Hermione. The professor did not punish me. He merely asked about Quirrell." Is that so? Hermione regarded Brian with a hint of skepticism. She was not as oblivious as Harry and Ron. But she did not press further, considering the gravity of their conversation. Dumbledore's serious demeanor has me rather worried. In any case, thank you. I heard from Harry and Ron that you went there specifically to rescue me, which led to your encounter with the troll. After all, the appearance of the troll in the second-floor restroom was a lapse in Brian's planning. If his negligence had resulted in Hermione's injury or death at the hands of the beast, he would never forgive himself. Indeed, Hermione said, her cheeks tinged with pink. I had no idea your transfiguration skills were so remarkable. I have many questions and hope you can teach me. As they conversed, they entered the dining hall, where Harry and Ron rushed towards them, beaming with excitement. Ron stammered, Dumbledore just awarded Gryffindor 20 points. Brian was momentarily stunned, and Harry embraced him, exclaiming, It's because you defeated the troll. At last, Hermione's anxious heart fully relaxed, and she joyfully congratulated Brian. Ah, the old schemer indeed. Chapter 42, November. Time swiftly passed, and by the end of November, Brian had not been idle. Aside from attending classes, he diligently studied potions in the room of requirement, elevating this challenging discipline to a commendable beginner-esque proficiency, which was quite an unexpected delight. Since discovering that the library's collection could be borrowed extensively, Brian adopted a routine of constant study. Aside from classes, Harry and the others seldom saw him, often pondering the vastness of Hogwarts and where exactly Brian had gone. Their eagerness to find him was largely due to the upcoming Quidditch tournament at Hogwarts, where Harry aimed to break records as the first-year seeker for Gryffindor. After the last team training session would announce the roster, and Harry and Ron were so exhilarated that they could not sleep for an entire week. However, when they eagerly shared this news with Brian, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Thank Merlin, this was the Quidditch team, the pride of Gryffindor. Ron genuinely adored this wizarding sport. Harry nodded in agreement and inquired, Brian, will you come watch the match? Hermione suddenly emerged from nowhere, patted Brian on the shoulder, and asked, Brian, where have you been lately? I've been unable to find you. Oh, I've been reading in the Gryffindor common room. Brian was taken aback, but quickly composed himself, smiling as he sifted through hundreds of possible responses in his mind to find the right one. Perhaps I exhausted myself last time and have been quite tired lately, going to bed early. Once the topic of the troll arose, Hermione naturally ceased her interrogation of Brian and turned to encourage Harry. The match was set to commence tomorrow, and his past experiences had left him devoid of confidence, rendering him exceedingly nervous. He could hardly bear to think of the despair that would engulf the wizards of his house if a mistake on his part led to Gryffindor's defeat. Now that Quirrell's interference was no longer a concern. If even someone with Harry's flying talent were to lose, it would truly be a calamity. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the Quidditch pitch. Brian chuckled and concocted an excuse to depart, and it was evident to all that he held little interest in the sport. So they bid him farewell. As Brian left, Hermione stood there, her face etched with discontent. She seemed rather displeased with Brian's tendency to act independently from the group. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, wary of provoking Hermione, lest she revert to her former haughty scholar persona. Hey, do you two know where Brian has been lately? Hermione asked, casting a disdainful glance at the now distant Brian. Harry and Ron shook their heads, for they did not share a dormitory with Brian, and besides, Brian had mentioned he was self-studying potions. The mere thought of potions reminded them of that detestable old bat, prompting them to keep their distance. Ron sighed and remarked, If you wish, we could search Hogwarts tomorrow to find Brian. Who cares? Hermione shot them a glance, her shoes crunching on the rain-soaked grass as she stormed ahead. Brian, on the other hand, had no desire to spend an afternoon idly watching a group of people soar through the sky. Improving his potion-making skills was of utmost urgency. With Quirrell's plot foiled, no further tasks would be available this term to earn upgrade points. This meant that Brian needed to elevate his potion-making proficiency to an intermediate level within the next 6 months. If he failed to reach this standard, the potions he brewed would possess no market value, thwarting his ability to earn galleons over the summer. The last time I visited Snape's office, I discreetly concealed numerous materials that remained untouched. Fortunately, I had been cautious at the time, so I need not worry about my expenses for the next 6 months. However, the future development will depend on his level of learning. After spending over 3 months with the system, Brian has come to comprehend the range of rewards it can offer. This motivational system differs significantly from those depicted in novels of my past life. It does not provide material rewards. Thus, all materials and equipment must be procured by Brian himself, necessitating a substantial amount of money. The path of alchemy and potion making is fraught with challenges. Unlike other spells that require only prolonged comprehension and clever shortcuts, this cannot be generalized. Who would have imagined that a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger would still fret over finances? Regarding the news from the restricted section, Brian has made commendable progress over the past 2 months. In the room of requirement, he set down his quill, stretched his back, and stood in quiet contemplation of the information he had gathered. According to 2 unnamed twin brothers, there are no rumors of death or casualties within the restricted section, nor any danger. They have repeatedly entered and exited during the night, and aside from some rather frightening classical and dark magic texts, there is little of interest in that place. Sonia had also discreetly inquired with Professor Flitwick, who remarked that the books were merely unsuitable for young wizards at present. Dark magic does not inherently signify malevolent magic. Rather, it was due to Voldemort's significant devastation of the wizarding world that Dumbledore categorized these texts into the restricted section to align with the unified standards of the wizarding community. Flitwick even privately mentioned that he had studied various dark magic to enhance his dueling skills and win the championship, noting that the depth of research into dark magic surpasses that of ordinary magic. Brian speculated that the sound he heard might have been a mere figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, he could not afford to take risks when potential hazards lingered. He had intended to subtly inquire about similar experiences once Harry had explored the forbidden section for the Deathly Hallows, but now that Quirrell's crisis has been resolved, Harry is unlikely to seek information about the Philosopher's Stone in the restricted section. Sitting at the long table, Brian lightly drummed his fingers on the surface. He resolved to enhance his magical abilities before delving into further exploration. Chapter 43. The Quidditch Cup and Professor McGonagall's Trial. However, becoming an Animagus is an exceptionally advanced and perilous transfiguration spell. If Brian wishes to pursue this spell, he will find no relevant reference materials in the library. His only option at this moment is to request instruction from Professor McGonagall. Whether she would be willing to teach him remains uncertain. The advancement in alchemy and potion-making demands considerable funds, while the continuation of his studies in transfiguration hinges on Professor McGonagall's consent. Deep within, Brian let out a couple of low groans, consumed by anxiety and unease regarding his future in the study of magic and the grand ambitions of wealth that accompanied it. Should he venture once more into Snape's laboratory to wreak havoc and prepare additional ingredients? With Quirrell no longer providing cover, the mere thought of Snape's venomous tongue sent a shiver down Brian's spine, compelling him to dismiss this perilous idea. Instead, he resolved to pen a letter to Professor McGonagall to subtly gauge her sentiments. In a room of requirement, Brian opened his eyes and swiftly retrieved a piece of parchment. He began to write, reflecting on his long-held dream of mastering Animagus transformation and the profound passion he had developed for transfiguration after attending Professor McGonagall's classes. The essence of his discourse was clear. Professor McGonagall was the most vivacious instructor at Hogwarts, and the prospect of failing to master Animagus transformation felt akin to a living death. After a moment of introspection, Brian recognized the extreme peril of attempting to learn advanced magic and techniques independently. After all, solitary study not only risks the chance of misunderstanding the material, but also poses a significant threat to one's own safety, rendering the endeavor exceedingly precarious. Next, he needed to devise a strategy concerning the circumstances under which one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, a diary, will be brought to Hogwarts by Ginny next year. The current Voldemort had undergone considerable transformation, and he could not directly access the Chamber of Secrets. The situation might unfold in various unforeseen ways. Sighing, Brian clarified his thoughts and began to contemplate at a measured pace. It was evident that Voldemort possessed considerable knowledge about his sealed magical grasp and showed a keen interest in it, indicating that he had caught the attention of the wizarding world's most formidable adversary. The task of thwarting Voldemort's designs at Hogwarts appeared to be a mission of utmost importance, ostensibly to protect Harry. However, he remained under the watchful gaze of the enigmatic old man lurking in the shadows. Even the slightest misstep could land him on the infamous blacklist. Such unforeseen consequences must be taken into account. Navigating this perilous landscape would not be a simple endeavor. A week later, in the backstage area before the match, Harry was bolstered by the presence of the Gryffindor trio, along with an extra, Brian, who had gathered there. Ron and Hermione continuously offered reassurance to the trembling Harry. "It's just a match. Losing isn't the end of the world," Brian remarked with a smirk. "Look, Harry, this is merely the first match of a lengthy Quidditch season. Losing one isn't catastrophic." Harry's expression darkened further. He forced a smile and nodded, attempting to ease the tension in the air. "No, for the glory of Gryffindor, every match must be won." George and Fred approached, each placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Don't eat Brian. That lad loves to stir the pot." Harry, The task of capturing the golden snitch is entirely yours, George said, his tone grave and heavy. Indeed, Harry, this is a match against Slytherin. We absolutely cannot afford to lose to them. If that oaf Montague wins, he will gloat for an eternity. George and Fred's words fueled Harry's determination, as he too harbored a disdain for the haughty superiority of the Slytherins. As a few individuals gathered together, a figure stumbled into view from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was Neville. Breathless, he exclaimed, "Blaine, Professor McGonagall has summoned you to her office." A thought flickered in Blaine's mind. Could it be that Professor McGonagall had consented to his studies in becoming an animagus? Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. He understood that Blaine's meeting with Professor McGonagall was of greater significance. He nodded slowly, feigning nonchalance. "Don't worry, Blaine. I will certainly help Gryffindor capture the golden snitch." Hermione, curious, looked at Neville and inquired, what could be the reason for Professor McGonagall to suddenly seek out Blaine? Neville appeared momentarily perplexed, shaking his head to indicate his ignorance. The little witch then turned her gaze towards Blaine, eager for an explanation. Blaine could surmise the reason, yet he knew better than to divulge it to Hermione. He winked at her playfully, replying with a smile, "I'll have to find out for myself." After bidding farewell to the group, Blaine swiftly made his way to Professor McGonagall's office, spurred on by Wood's fervent pre-match speech. He knocked gently on the door, feeling a wave of trepidation. After all, this pertained to a profound magical pursuit, and Professor McGonagall was a paragon in this field. If she were unwilling to teach him, he might be deprived of the opportunity to learn the intricate art of animagus transformation. "Come in." A stern, cool voice resonated from within. Once his thoughts settled, Blaine pushed the door open. The professor sat at her desk, glasses perched on her nose as she graded students' assignments. She lifted her gaze to scrutinize Blaine and said with a mild tone, "Mr. Blaine, you mentioned in your letter that you wish to learn animagus?" "Yes, Professor," Blaine replied, standing respectfully to the side. "Animagus is an exceedingly advanced transfiguration spell, and it can be quite perilous. I believe it is not suitable for a first-year wizard such as yourself to undertake." It was evident that Professor McGonagall was reluctant to instruct him in animagus, perhaps only temporarily. Blaine pondered for a moment, then raised his head, displaying a courteous smile. "Professor, I feel that I have recently encountered a plateau in my transfiguration studies. Understanding the magical essence within animagus might aid in my advancement. Is that so?" Professor McGonagall hesitated, mulling over his words before responding. "Mr. Blaine, you must first pass an assessment that I will devise before I can teach you animagus." Professor McGonagall understood that for these inquisitive first-year wizards, mere persuasion would only lead them to clandestinely explore the subject. As a profoundly responsible educator, she felt it imperative to maintain control over the situation. Without hesitation, Blaine accepted Professor McGonagall's challenge. He had a degree of confidence in his burgeoning transfiguration skills, and given the inherent dangers of this transformative magic, he would prefer not to pursue it without guidance. Furthermore, establishing a stronger rapport with the faculty would certainly assure Dumbledore of his intentions. "Very well," Professor McGonagall nodded. "Mr. Blaine, I would like you to transform this quill into a button." For Brian, the task was remarkably simple. With a deft flick of his wrist, he summoned magic from his sleeve, and the quill swiftly transformed into a button of extraordinary stability. Professor McGonagall, momentarily taken aback, lifted her gaze to regard Brian. The impressive stability and swiftness of the transformation prompted her to ponder whether this young wizard indeed possessed the aptitude to master animagus transformation. "Well done, Brian. Now, please revert the quill back and transform it into an owl." In the ensuing moments, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, Brian engaged in the intricate process of transfiguring inanimate objects into living beings into other living forms, and living beings back into inanimate matter. Although he had previously turned an owl into a three-headed dog during a trial session with a transfiguration master, executing such transformations proved to be a formidable challenge. At last, Brian let out a sigh of relief. To pass this test, he had nearly drained his magical reserves. After arranging a study schedule, Professor McGonagall accompanied Brian to Madame Pomfrey's office for a restorative potion. Despite some turbulence, the situation remained largely within Brian's control. This examination offered Brian clarity regarding his proficiency in transfiguration. However, his respite was short-lived. Within Madame Pomfrey's office, the infamous trio from Gryffindor was present. An unexpected turmoil had arisen during the Quidditch match. Chapter 44. Speculations on Voldemort's contingency plans. "It must have been Snape," Ron exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Harry had suffered a broken arm due to an unfortunate fall from his broom, and Madame Pomfrey had just healed him. He now required ample rest. Once Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall departed, the trio hastily relayed to Brian the incident involving Harry's broom spiraling out of control during the match. "But how do you know it was Snape?" Brian inquired, his brow furrowed in thought. "It was definitely Snape," Hermione interjected. "I saw him staring at Harry's broom, murmuring incantations without ever breaking his gaze." Hermione had never believed Snape to be an adversary to Harry. She had always thought they simply needed to improve until this first-hand account changed her perspective. Brian, however, found their conjectures unconvincing. He pondered for a moment, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. It was inconceivable that Snape would act against Harry in the midst of the Quidditch match, especially given his profound debt to Lily, which had compelled him to betray Voldemort and become a spy among the Death Eaters, risking everything for Dumbledore's protection of Harry. Thus, regardless of his animosity towards James Potter, he could never harm Harry. It was far more likely that, as depicted in the original narrative, Snape had sensed something amiss at the time and was attempting to cast a counter-curse to save Harry. The others comprehended his implication, though Hermione still harbored a trace of skepticism, asserting, "I have read in the library about silent spellcasting. The caster must maintain constant focus on the target to succeed." Harry, furrowing his brow in distress, muttered, "I don't know if it was Snape. All I know is that he has always harbored great hostility towards me." Brian was acutely aware that at this juncture, silence held more merit than verbosity, and that uttering less was preferable to speaking at all. Severe as Snape's long-standing acerbic tongue had long since bred discontent among Harry and his companions, rendering any attempts at explanation futile and dispelling their suspicions. Having imbibed a potion for the restoration of magical energy, Brian stood pensively beside Harry's bedside, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the potential for Voldemort's return to Hogwarts. In the original narrative, Quirrell, under Voldemort's influence, had cast an incantation upon Harry's broom during a Quidditch match in a bid to eliminate him. However, with Quirrell now under Voldemort's control and having fled the confines of Hogwarts, one could only wonder who might lurk in the shadows, plotting Harry's demise. A meticulous analysis suggested that Voldemort's presence near Hogwarts was not to be dismissed lightly. His current state was one of profound weakness, necessitating unicorn blood from the Forbidden Forest to sustain his existence, while the allure of the Philosopher's Stone may well exceed his previous calculations. For Voldemort, resurrection symbolized the reclamation of his former self, rather than the wretched existence he currently endured, trapped between life and death. The most plausible scenario indicated that he had covertly infiltrated Hogwarts once more, perhaps in a new guise. Yet, the question arose, why risk an attack on Harry at such a precarious moment? Such an action would undoubtedly reveal his whereabouts, prompting Dumbledore to exercise caution. Although Brian harbored uncertainties regarding Voldemort's intentions, he had come to a tentative conclusion that the Dark Lord had indeed re-entered Hogwarts or concealed the contingency planned therein. Voldemort's insatiable desire for his wand had led him into peril. His ruthless nature had already compelled him to dispatch Nagini to eliminate the seemingly loyal Snape in pursuit of the Elder Wand, not to mention the destruction he had wrought upon Voldemort's schemes to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Fortunately, a thread of insight had emerged, suggesting that further investigation along this line could yield fruitful results. After all, Voldemort's current state confined him to inhabiting others, a phenomenon aptly termed parasitism. Cautiously, Brian resolved not to entangle himself in this intricate web. Confronting Voldemort entailed more than mere self-preservation. It was a matter laden with complexities, intricately woven with Dumbledore's involvement. Thus, what course of action was warranted? Naturally, it was imperative to seek out Dumbledore and apprise him of the situation along with his personal conjectures. Only then could the looming risks be mitigated in advance, sparing him the burden of excessive mental exertion. After considerable contemplation, Brian ultimately decided to compose a letter to Dumbledore. The magnitude of this affair was too significant to conceal. Dumbledore would inevitably become aware of it, rendering any attempts at secrecy futile. It was far better to allow Dumbledore to concern himself with Harry's safety, unearthing Voldemort to alleviate the threat, while simultaneously reaffirming Brian's unwavering allegiance to the cause of righteousness. This, he concluded, represented the most prudent course of action. With his resolve solidified, Brian relaxed and rejoined the conversation among Harry and the others. With a chuckle, he casually tossed the letter beneath the bookshelf in the room of requirement. This place is entirely transformed into his personal sanctuary, ever since he discovered that everything here remains unaffected by the passage of time. He no longer needs to transport large volumes of materials back and forth daily in his backpack. This is truly commendable and remarkably considerate. Brian, clad in his pajamas, stood lazily by the fireplace, stretching his back. Naturally, he signed his name in the student registration book, for magic could not be employed in the Muggle world, which would diminish his practice time. Additionally, with Voldemort's looming presence, it remained uncertain whether he was currently on campus or off, thus staying at Hogwarts. A place under Dumbledore's protection felt decidedly more secure. He gifted Hermione his notes on transfiguration, as his advanced techniques would suffice for her to manage this semester's final exam and even exceed the syllabus. As for Harry's gift, Brian pondered for quite a while, but could not recall any of his particular interests. A magical broomstick? Too extravagant, especially since he already possessed a Firebolt 2000. A trophy of Voldemort's head? That was beyond his capabilities. After much deliberation, he decided to postpone his decision. Ultimately, in accordance with Dumbledore's wishes, he sent a pair of woolen socks and a letter filled with alchemical queries via owl. After all, one cannot let you be idle, can they? Chapter 45. The Christmas Blind Box. Ron sat nearby, grinning foolishly while holding the brand new Wizard's chess set. He had long wished to replace the tattered pieces that had been passed down through generations, but Mrs. Weasley would never acquiesce to such an unreasonable request. Thus, Brian's gift appeared particularly precious. Soon after, Harry successfully unwrapped the gift Brian had sent him, his expression reflecting mild surprise. After several days of contemplation, Brian had finally decided on gifting Harry a petite golden snitch pendant, a gesture to amend the disappointment from the recent Quidditch match. Shaking his head, Brian prepared to join them and experience the thrill of unboxing when George and Fred approached excitedly. "Goodness, Brian, where did you find these items?" Brian shrugged casually, replying, "I discovered numerous magical patterns in the library. I thought they might assist you in your magical item research." Fred's grin seemed to stretch from ear to ear as he remarked, "Several of these patterns align perfectly with the magical items we are about to develop. It's simply—" He paused briefly to regain his composure. Then, with an air of mystery, pulled Brian aside and whispered, "Brian, would you be interested in collaborating with me on developing magical items?" Standing beside them, contemplating which pile belonged to him, Brian was taken aback by Fred's suggestion, turning to him and exclaiming, "But I don't know how." George's expression turned peculiar as he crossed his arms and replied languidly, "But last time you provided us with the blueprints for the extendable ears, and these magical patterns are equally invaluable." Brian smiled and responded, "I found these in the library. I lack the ability to create them myself." "I apologize, George." Fred stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Brian, you could be our magical item production consultant. This way, you won't have to participate in the crafting. You can simply provide us with some ideas, and we will split the earnings 3 ways." Brian lowered his head in contemplation. Fred and George were indeed 2 exceptionally inventive wizards, and it seemed that the renowned anti-curse gloves would emerge from their hands. Joining them appeared to be a rather appealing choice. Fred and George, eager to proceed, immediately stated, "It's settled then, Brian." The 2 brothers, in their usual manner, prompted Brian to reluctantly nod in agreement, softly reminding them, "We should draft a magical contract. I will prepare an oath sample." George and Fred exchanged a knowing glance and replied in unison, "That is certainly reasonable. No problem at all." With the twins' involvement, by the time they departed, Harry and Ron had unwrapped all the gifts. Ron, despondently clutching the knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, while Harry curiously examined a peculiar object in his hands that appeared to be made of a flowing liquid. Harry turned to Ron and asked, "What is this?" The object seemed to resemble clothing, but Harry was uncertain, as he could not recall any garment with such a liquid-like texture. Ron shook his head, indicating he had no idea about the strange, silvery gray item. Brian approached, casting a glance that piqued his interest, and inquired, "May I take a look, Harry?" "Sure," Harry nodded, extending the item towards him. The illustrious invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows was a long, flowing garment that felt extremely cold to the touch. Its silvery gray, fluid material reflected no light whatsoever. Brian first gently assessed the weight of the cloak, then flung it over himself, immediately vanishing before Harry and Ron in the Gryffindor common room. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon, Harry and Ron stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, Harry attempted to reach out toward the spot where Brian had disappeared, while Ron, trembling, uttered, "Is he gone? Can you hear my voice?" Suddenly, Brian's voice echoed from the space before Harry and Ron, and soon a figure emerged, handing the cloak back to Harry, stating, "I've figured it out. This is likely an invisibility cloak." With this revelation, Brian gained a general understanding of the cloak's properties. It appeared to render the wearer invisible within the line of sight, while only slightly diminishing visibility in other aspects, thus differing from the true invisibility depicted in legendary tales. It resembled a permanent, non-magic consuming disillusionment charm, somewhat akin to the mental barrier system implanted within Brian's mind. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, brimming with excitement, began experimenting with the invisibility cloak, while Brian shook his head and rummaged through the remaining Christmas gifts scattered on the floor. Among the gifts was a book titled Spells and Counterspells, the most intriguing book he could recall from his time at the Leaky Cauldron. In his eyes, Brian seemed to harbor no fondness for Quidditch or wizard's chess. His sole passion appeared to lie in the library. Ron gifted him a box of wizarding caramel fudge, while George and Fred presented a pair of successfully developed extendable ears. Taking a deep breath, Brian quietly suppressed the elation within him. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Chapter 46. The End of the Holidays and the Year-End Assessment Task. Since the failure of his last plan, Brian had reflected on his overly deliberate attempts to disguise his talents and fabricate an illusion of absence, which could not escape the keen perception of a wizard as formidable as Dumbledore. In fact, he had now been noted by the esteemed headmaster in his little notebook, becoming a subject of keen observation. It was uncertain what consequences might arise from being recorded in Dumbledore's notebook. Thus, in the forthcoming years, Brian needed to reconstruct his persona to avert any unforeseen calamities beyond his control. If he could seize this opportunity to gain some favor from Dumbledore, that would be even more advantageous. A subtle, meaningful smile graced Brian's lips. It was evident that he had succeeded this time. Perhaps this rudimentary alchemy was a trivial matter for a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, yet for Brian, it was indeed a precious acquisition. Ding! This year's ultimate assessment task. Just when Brian thought he could relax for over a month, the long-awaited system returned. Year-End Assessment Task. Guard the Philosopher's Stone. Basic Task Reward. 10 upgrade points. 1 Wand Unsealing Fragment. Advanced Task Reward. 3-hour experience card for legendary potions. Failure penalty. Erasure of the brain sealing spell, rendering future learning of such magic impossible. Special note. This assessment pertains to the host's final evaluation. It is imperative that the host continues to strive and must not owe any wizard a favor. Well, the mystery was unraveled. Voldemort had undoubtedly resurfaced at Hogwarts, for no one else would contemplate targeting the Philosopher's Stone. What surprised Brian, however, was that for the first time, the system had imposed a failure penalty when issuing a task, compelling him to complete it. After all, without the brain-sealing spell, he would become a mere guinea pig, subject to the whims of others, leading to a life fraught with peril. Even without this penalty, Brian would have chosen to assist Dumbledore in guarding the Philosopher's Stone. After all, he had already gleaned Voldemort's insatiable greed for his wand during their last encounter with Quirrell. Moreover, having thwarted the major villain's scheme to seize the Philosopher's Stone, if Voldemort were to regain his strength, he would undoubtedly target Brian, the defenseless little wizard, first. After all, he could not contend with Dumbledore, nor could he harm Harry, who was under Dumbledore's protection. Reflecting on who had last angered Voldemort, Brian was reminded of Harry Potter. The tribulations Harry had endured over the past 7 years need not be elaborated upon. Brian found himself pondering how Voldemort might attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone once more right under Dumbledore's watchful eyes. Fortunately, time remains relatively ample at the moment. Following the recent upheaval caused by Quirrell, coupled with my own correspondence to Dumbledore as a precautionary measure, the security surrounding the forbidden area on the 4th floor has now escalated to a state of utmost vigilance. Each time Brian passes near that vicinity, he observes various professors from different houses stationed at the entrance. This scenario has created a double-edged sword for the plan to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. While it affords Brian ample opportunity to uncover Voldemort's south hiding place, it simultaneously poses a considerable risk. Should Brian falter, Voldemort would undoubtedly become aware that the stone is concealed within this heavily guarded location. The difficulty rating stands at 5 stars, with an equal measure of danger. Regrettably, during this holiday season, when the castle is sparsely populated, no peculiar behaviors have been noted at Hogwarts, leading Brian to question Voldemort's true condition. Just as Brian was preparing to set aside his strategies for the ultimate examination and delve into alchemy, Hermione found him in the Gryffindor common room, clutching the notes he had meticulously compiled, signaling that the holiday was swiftly drawing to a close. Harry, seated nearby, was dozing off, his face a portrait of exhaustion. Clearly, he had once again ventured out in the dead of night to gaze into the mirror of Ariste. Despite Brian's previous admonitions against such actions, emphasizing that the mirror's visions were mere illusions, Harry had disregarded the warnings. With the commencement of a new term at Hogwarts, the beloved Quidditch matches resumed. In light of the incident that had transpired during the last game involving Harry, the heads of the respective houses were assigned as referees for the upcoming matches to ensure the safety of the players. Furthermore, various professors, heads of houses, and upperclassmen were designated to patrol the spectator areas. The pressing schedule of Quidditch left Harry little time for anything beyond practice. Wood, having been thoroughly enraged by the previous loss to Slytherin, was unable to lift his head due to the weight of defeat. Rumors circulated that Wood was on the verge of seeking forbidden knowledge in the restricted section, intent on discovering the cause behind Harry's uncontrollable broom, vowing to show the culprit the true meaning of cruelty. As this busy yet tranquil period swiftly passed, a piece of gossip from Seamus reached them one day. Snape was to be the referee for the upcoming Gryffindor versus Slytherin match. Chapter 47. Indeed, Hermione, Brian is correct. Harry's complexion instantly darkened. His lips parted in a futile attempt to suppress a grimace. It was over. Gryffindor was destined to lose this match. Snape would undoubtedly employ every means at his disposal to assist Slytherin. As Ron's complaints spilled forth, Harry's expression soured even further. Hermione was incensed at the thought of Snape officiating, recalling the last match when she had witnessed him silently casting spells on Harry's broom. Despite Brian's reassurances that Snape could not possibly be behind such actions, the trio remained unconvinced of Snape's benevolence. She proposed that they inform Professor McGonagall. Harry shook his head in response, declaring, "No, it would be futile. As Hagrid remarked, we lack any evidence to doubt a professor. And Professor McGonagall would certainly not believe such claims." Then simply refrained from participating, Hermione resolutely suggested, "Just say you are unwell." Indeed, Harry, this time, heed Hermione's advice. Ron nodded emphatically. Snape could be lethal. There are no substitutes for our seeker. If I withdraw, Gryffindor will be unable to compete. Harry felt a pang of anxiety. Where's Brian? Perhaps we should inquire about his thoughts. Hermione then recalled her intention to ask Brian earlier that morning and turned to Harry and Ron, asking, "Where's Brian? Where has he gone?" A bittersweet expression crossed Harry's face as he replied, "I do not know either. Snape is the referee?" Brian looked at Harry in surprise and calmly stated, "You should participate. Even Snape would not dare to harm you in Dumbledore's presence." Hermione shot him a glare, saying, What if Snape truly intends to harm Harry?" Brian had just emerged from the room of requirement and nearly fell into the clutches of his persistent trio who were searching for him. Feeling somewhat guilty, he found himself unable to withstand Hermione's relentless questioning, stammering without a coherent reply. Harry sighed and said, "Let us ask Hagrid. He is the only one I can trust in Hogwarts." Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement, while Brian frowned, reluctant yet compelled to accompany the three, especially to express gratitude for Hagrid's previous assistance. The quartet quickly arrived at Hagrid's quaint hut. It was Brian's first encounter with Hagrid's charming wooden abode, where smooth, neatly split pine boards formed the walls, and a simple, pale yellow wooden roof crowned the structure, which measured about 10 square meters. However, it struck them as peculiar that all the curtains were drawn tightly, and smoke billowed from the chimney. When Harry knocked on the door, Hagrid confirmed their identities multiple times before allowing them entry. As soon as Brian stepped inside, he was enveloped by a wave of steaming warmth that was almost suffocating. The other three instinctively furrowed their brows. The room felt as hot as an oven, and soon beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. "Ah, Brian has come as well," Hagrid exclaimed, bringing forth a large bowl of rock cakes and weasel sandwiches to place on the table, along with a pot of tea. "What brings you all here?" Hagrid inquired, his face flushed and evidently uneasy, the temperature in the room making him incessantly wipe his brow. "Yes," Harry began to concern Snape. "Hagrid, why not open a window? It's unbearably hot in here," Ron complained, moving to unfasten the window. Harry and Hermione finally sensed something amiss, acutely aware of Hagrid's unusual tension and his fidgeting demeanor. This series of odd behaviors only deepened their suspicions until Hermione, following Brian's gaze, noticed the dark, ominous egg resting in the center of the fire. "Hagrid, what is that?" Hermione inquired, pointing at the object in the flames. The expression on Hagrid's face shifted no fewer than 10 times in mere seconds. He nervously swallowed, gripping a towel with one hand and clutching a teacup with the other. Uneasily stammering, that is an egg." His gaze flickered as he replied vaguely. Hermione rolled her eyes and sighed. "Come on, Hagrid. We certainly know that it's an egg, but the question is, which species does it belong to?" Hagrid's knees trembled violently, and under the watchful eyes of Hermione and Harry, his fingers quivered as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Ron's voice from behind. "Wow, this is definitely a dragon egg. It looks like a fire dragon egg. Hagrid, where on earth did you get this? It must have cost a fortune," Ron exclaimed excitedly. Harry, too, was intrigued and leaned in to observe the wondrous creature he had never seen before. Hagrid sat on the ground, covering his cheeks, clearly realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth. His gaze appeared somewhat dazed as he quietly explained, "I won in a card game last night." Since Ron discovered the dragon egg, his eyes had never strayed from the dark, mysterious object. He eagerly asked, "This is so cool. Hagrid, when will it hatch?" Hermione, with a note of concern, reminded him, "What will we do when it hatches?" Hagrid pointed to a pile of Dragon Care books borrowed from the library on the table, patting his chest to assure them that he had been studying diligently and could undoubtedly care for a dragon without any mistakes. "Hagrid, it is illegal to privately keep a fire dragon. If discovered, you will certainly be imprisoned in Azkaban," Hermione warned, suggesting that they should dispose of the dragon egg immediately to prevent Hagrid from getting into trouble. "I will be careful. I won't let anyone notice," Hagrid replied with a hint of a smile, warmth glimmering in his eyes. "I've always wanted to raise a dragon." Hermione intended to advise him further, but then heard Brian comforting her. "Oh, come on, Hermione, it's too late now. Once the fire dragon egg starts to hatch, it can't be stopped. Let's wait for Hagrid to hatch it, raise a bit, and then send away." "Yes, Hermione, Brian is right," Ron concurred. Although his brother Charlie specialized in dragon studies, this would be the first time he could see a fire dragon, and he certainly did not want to miss the opportunity. "We can secretly raise it a bit before sending it to my brother Charlie. He will take good care of it." Indeed, Hermione, both Brian and Ron have a point. Chapter 48, Harry's Determination. Brian's desire to hatch the dragon egg was, of course, driven by ulterior motives. If he could analyze the fire dragon's anatomy during the raising process, would it be possible for his future animagus form to transform into a fire dragon? In that case, he would have nothing to fear whenever he encountered someone he disliked. He could simply transform and breathe fire. How delightful that would be. Brian cleared his throat discreetly, stood up, and said, "Hagrid, can I help you raise the dragon after class?" "Me too," Ron shouted. Harry seemed to find the idea quite entertaining, while Hermione wore an odd expression, torn between anger, worry, and helplessness. "Of course," Hagrid nodded, stroking his beard. He spoke slowly, "As long as it does not interfere with your class time, feel free to come by any time." Now that the secret of the dragon egg had been unveiled, Hagrid no longer needed to endure the oppressive heat of his indoor oven. He casually moved several wooden stools and let a few people inside to engage in conversation. "Hagrid, you haven't yet explained how you came by this dragon egg," Harry suddenly inquired. "I mentioned it, didn't I? Last night, while I was drinking, I played cards with a stranger. To be honest, that fellow was probably eager to rid himself of it." Hagrid chuckled, seemingly eager to boast about something. "What did that person look like?" Brian interjected, receiving a peculiar glance from Hermione, who seemed to struggle to comprehend his sudden seriousness. Hagrid paused and replied, "Oh, right. His left hand was weak. When he handed me the dragon egg yesterday, he nearly dropped it." Brian couldn't help but rub his forehead. Even though he couldn't extract precise information from Hagrid, he could deduce through speculation and multiple validations that the individual who had given the dragon egg to Hagrid was indeed Quirrell. From the dragon egg incident and the previous occurrence of Harry's broom going out of control, it could be inferred that Voldemort was weaving a web of conspiracy within Hogwarts. And Quirrell, the former vessel, seemed to have officially transformed into a Death Eater. After all, the vessel Quirrell could no longer appear within the confines of Hogwarts, and Voldemort ultimately sought the Philosopher's Stone. However, this development posed a greater threat to Brian in the upcoming academic year. First, he could not utilize the dragon egg as a lead to pursue Voldemort's host. Second, Voldemort was already a solitary commander, and now he had an additional lackey in Quirrell. The latter's danger level was significantly heightened. Brian could not forget how a previous oversight nearly allowed Voldemort to open the Chamber of Secrets, resulting in potentially catastrophic consequences. With Quirrell now in the mix, Voldemort's operational latitude had evidently expanded considerably. This was a cunning adversary who dared to devise a plot against Dumbledore, using one of his Horcruxes. If he continued to confront this situation with the same mindset, it was likely that he would spend the next 6 years merely as Dumbledore's test subject. Even if Hogwarts appeared tranquil at present, Brian felt compelled to prepare for the unexpected, keeping a few cards close to his chest. "Is there a problem?" Hagrid inquired curiously after taking a sip of strong tea. Brian glanced at him and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to speak candidly. "Is he particularly interested in your three-headed dog?" A wry smile crossed Brian's face as he shook his head and formed a wordless gesture towards Hagrid. Harry and the others grasped the gravity of the situation, opting to remain silent as they turned to leave Hagrid's wooden hut. Beneath the fading sunlight, Hagrid's expression shifted several times before he finally departed with long strides. "Brian seems to be hiding many things from us. We are his friends. We can certainly assist him." Ron was the first to speak. "Tomorrow, we should confront him and seek clarity." "Let go." Harry expressed his despondency, remarking that with Brian's intelligence, if he were unwilling to divulge information, they would be utterly incapable of extracting anything from him. Ron immediately became troubled, agreeing with Harry's sentiment. The letter that had been placed beside Harry's pillow was only revealed to have been planted by Brian after the events had concluded in Dumbledore's office. This was not a grievance against Brian, for Ron felt guilt over the harsh words he had exchanged with him during their last duel with Malfoy, and he yearned to make amends for the mistakes he had made. "We can investigate on our own," Harry declared, gazing blankly at Hermione. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Don't jest, Hermione. We have no idea where to begin." After a prolonged silence, Hermione finally spoke. "I was sitting directly opposite Brian at the time. I clearly discerned the shape of the mouth that caused Hagrid's sudden transformation." "What was it?" Harry inquired anxiously. "It just struck me. I believe Brian was referring to the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione articulated slowly, word by word. As Hermione elaborated, both boys nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Harry sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Exactly. You remember what Brian said to Quirrell in the second-floor restroom? Professor Quirrell, aren't you going to take a closer look at that stone?" "Yes, that's it. Brian must have been talking about the Philosopher's Stone. We can start our investigation from there." Harry's spirits lifted, and he exchanged a high-five with Ron. Hermione pondered for a long while, then sighed gently. Glancing at the two before her, she quietly asked, "But have you considered why Brian might be reluctant to let us know about this?" Harry paused for a moment before murmuring, "Why?" Ron suddenly shivered and reminded them, "Don't forget, Brian mentioned that Quirrell's master is that person." Recalling the nightmare that had haunted him for over a decade, Harry hesitated, but soon regained his resolve. Chapter 49. Off you go, little dragon. At midnight, within the room of requirement, Brian fixated on the list of suspicious individuals sprawled across his desk, while absent-mindedly spinning the notebook Dumbledore had gifted him with his fingertip. In reciprocation, Brian resolved to assist Dumbledore in identifying Voldemort's new vessel at Hogwarts, tasked with guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it was not for his own safety. He was almost moved by his own intentions. Brian's fingers began to gently tap the tabletop as he commenced his analysis. "If I were that individual, how would I conceal myself upon returning and steal the Philosopher's Stone?" A few days later, during herbology class, Harry seized the opportunity to approach Brian, whispering, "Hagrid sent a letter this morning. The baby dragon is about to hatch." "Oh, splendid." Brian, who was busily tending to the herbs with a small spade, nodded in acknowledgement, responding with measured calm, "Let us visit after class." "All right." After a moment's hesitation, and encouraged by Hermione and Ron's supportive glances, Harry tugged at Brian's sleeve and quietly asked, "Can we talk with you for a bit later?" "Certainly." He set aside his work and regarded Harry with a peculiar glance, saying, "Harry, there is no need for such formality between us. You may speak freely now. Or perhaps later," Harry replied with a sheepish smile, as the crowd around them was rather overwhelming. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Harry and his companions immediately clustered around Brian, their expressions heavy with concern. Brian sighed, placing down his small shovel, and suddenly inquired, "Do you have something to ask me?" Harry vehemently shook his head. "No, not at all." "Are you truly certain? Then could you kindly refrain from encircling me like this? It frightens me." "We genuinely have nothing to ask." Brian shook his head, washed his hands, and prepared to walk towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Hermione nudged Harry, and seeing him unresponsive, she leaned closer and said, "Brian, was the Philosopher's Stone invented by Nicholas Flamel? We merely wish to assist you." It took us several days to discover who Nicholas Flamel was. Harry decided to voice his thoughts outright. Brian regarded the group with an odd expression and slowly responded, "The Philosopher's Stone was crafted by Albus Dumbledore's renowned friend, the alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Its purpose is to transmute any metal into pure gold, and it can also create the elixir of life. Hence, Flamel is now over 600 years old. However, due to its immense magical power, that individual has been coveting it. Why do you wish to assist me in investigating this matter? Why not simply inquire directly?" Observing the trio's bewildered expressions, Brian smirked slightly and said, "If you had wanted to know, you should have said so sooner. How could I have known you were so curious about this? Had you asked earlier, I would have informed you long ago." Hagrid stood at the edge of the forbidden forest to greet them, puzzled by the distracted demeanor of the trio. He inquired curiously, "The dragon is about to hatch. What troubles you?" "Nothing," Hermione snapped, casting a glare at Brian as she led the way inside. Harry and Ron followed silently, their lips pressed together, seemingly still reeling from the earlier revelation. What is troubling them? Hagrid wondered, stroking his beard in bewilderment. The two entered the small hut, where the temperature remained alarmingly high. But no one paid heed to this detail. The three who entered first had now pressed themselves against the table, wide-eyed, fearful of missing even a moment of the dragon's birth. In the next instant, the entire egg began to tremble violently, and a long crack suddenly split open. A triangular head emerged from the fissure, its dragon eyes glinting with a sanguine glow. Then, its spiky wings and slender, dark body finally broke free of the shell, wobbling precariously on the table. Hagrid, filled with excitement, reached out a finger to stroke the baby dragon's head, which promptly clamped down on his finger. Whether it was due to Hagrid's callous skin or his complete distraction by the baby dragon, he paid no mind to its actions. Look, it is quite clear that it already knows who its mother is. Hagrid said proudly, let's name it. How about Cruz? Ron suggested, somewhat excitedly. I think Gaskell is also a fine choice. Hermione has a penchant for bestowing 4-character names upon her pets. Brian, with a playful grin, remarked, you all may not realize, but I excel at naming. How about we call him or Guzzy? Alternatively, Little Black could also work. The other 3 wizards exchanged incredulous glances, utterly speechless at Brian's suggestions. With a twinkle in his eye and a broad smile, Brian insisted, it's a splendid name. Initially, I intended it for my future owl, but I can lend it to this little dragon for now. Hagrid, beaming with delight, interjected, let us name him Norbert. It's settled. Despite the lingering dissatisfaction among the other young wizards regarding the name, Hagrid seemed resolute, leaving them with little recourse to voice further objections, particularly as this was Hagrid's dragon. Only Brian, with a hint of regret, turned to Hagrid and asked, Hagrid, are you truly not considering the name Guzzy? Perhaps swayed by Brian's suggestion. Hagrid had already begun calling the little dragon Norbert. As a proud little fire dragon, Norbert could no longer tolerate Hagrid's teasing and, in a fit of irritation, unleashed a fiery breath that singed Hagrid's beard. Brian, lost in thought, mused on the prospects of training this dragon. If he could cultivate a good rapport with this Norwegian ridgeback in times of peril, he could call out, go, little fire dragon, and it would soar forth, hurling fireballs. The aspiration to become a dragon master filled his heart. Chapter 50. Off to Azkaban to gather coal. Are you all right, Hagrid? Harry asked, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. He is just a bit too lively, Hagrid replied, vigorously patting his singed beard as he explained. He has just hatched, and he might be a tad skittish. Perhaps the name you chose does not sit well with him. Brian remarked thoughtfully, if you had named him or Guzzy, he would surely obey. Hagrid finally extinguished the flames on his beard, and they all settled around the little fire dragon. Hermione, eyeing the dragon's sharp teeth and the occasional flicker of sparks, voiced her worry. Hagrid, I still believe you should find a way to handle this fire dragon. It is far too dangerous. It was merely an accident, Hagrid murmured. I will take good care of him. This is a fire dragon. In just over a month, he will be larger than your house. Hermione expressed her concern. By then, you will undoubtedly be discovered. It is illegal to privately keep dragons. It's too dangerous to send him away now, Brian said, appearing somewhat melancholic. He is still too small. We must find a way to send Norbert away before he grows. Anywhere would suffice. Ron's brother Charlie would be a splendid choice. Hagrid, this way, you could still visit him. He is too small. He will perish, Hagrid exclaimed, looking frantic, resembling a worried mother. Hermione glanced at Norbert, who was currently breathing fire, and quietly cautioned, yes, Hagrid, but you cannot keep him forever. I can take him to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid insisted, desperate to keep Norbert. My goodness, Hagrid. Norbert is a fire dragon. He could incinerate the entire Forbidden Forest. Ron shouted, chastising Hagrid for his impractical notion. One must never vanish without a trace. The conditions may indeed be rather stringent, yet Brian, in his quest to unravel the intricate anatomy of the fire dragon, must cultivate a favorable rapport with Norbert. Following Hermione's nature, she ultimately added a 4th stipulation. He must not assist Hagrid in concealing the dragon within the school premises. As a Norwegian ridgeback, Norbert was astonishingly full of energy. Over the course of the past month, he had either sneezed fire sparks that scorched the furniture or barreled through the space, causing destruction. At times, he would gnaw on the beds and furniture. Eventually, Harry had to mount his broom to chase after him, while Brian cast the disillusionment charm to tire out the exuberant Norwegian ridgeback. This idea of Brian's proved to be quite astute, and Harry confidently pledged that he would capture the golden snitch in the forthcoming match. After all, what could be more challenging than evading a fire-breathing dragon, even if it was an adolescent one? After a flight, Norbert would often be so exhausted that he would fall asleep immediately upon being confined in his iron cage, leaving no energy to wreak havoc. Over this past month, he had grown familiar with a few of them, and their bond had become increasingly amicable. Today, however, Harry could not indulge Norbert in play, for he was set to participate in the second Quidditch match against Slytherin, given that both Hagrid and Brian assured him that Snape harbored no ill will towards him. He felt inclined to trust them. Moreover, his recent practice sessions with Norbert had instilled him with great confidence. Brian, too, had been ushered by Hermione to find a spot in the stands to cheer for Harry. He found it difficult to comprehend the fascination with the aerial match, preferring instead to delve deeper into the analysis of the dragon's anatomy. As Harry swooped through the high skies, he tirelessly searched for the elusive golden snitch. This was the strategy he had devised with Wood prior to the match. After witnessing Harry's elevated flying prowess, Wood no longer required him to partake in offensive or defensive plays, but rather to focus solely on capturing the snitch, thus preventing Snape from offering Slytherin undue advantages. Upon spotting the snitch, a confident smile graced Harry's face as he swiftly grasped his broom and dove down, seizing the snitch in his hand. Just as he prepared to bask in the cheers of the crowd, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, engulfing him entirely. Turning his head, he noticed Hagrid, usually so composed, trembling uncontrollably in the stands, stealing glances at Dumbledore beside him, who appeared even more agitated. Indeed, Norbert had commenced his daily game, excitedly spewing a massive fireball toward the sky, heading straight for the descending Harry. A dragon. A fire dragon. How could there be a fire dragon at Hogwarts? The stands erupted into chaos, and Hermione, now utterly dumbfounded, was at a loss for what to do, tears streaming down her cheeks as she muttered to herself in distress. Brian's expression darkened, and with one hand pressed to his forehead, he turned to Ron behind him, inquiring, "Ron, did you not lock the cage?" Without needing to turn around, he could sense Ron's mounting panic, his voice trembling. Yes, I was too eager to watch the Quidditch match. What do we do now? What do we do? Just add an egg. In this public setting, all eyes were on Norbert. Either Dumbledore was willing to bear the burden for Hagrid, or Hagrid and his companions would soon find themselves in Azkaban, toiling away. Nevertheless, at this critical juncture, one must first address the immediate predicament. Had it occurred later in the evening, it was likely that the five of them would be on holiday in Azkaban. As for how to deal with Dumbledore, that was of no concern to Brian, who was currently overwhelmed with a throbbing headache. This was indeed a calamity of epic proportions. Such malice deserved punishment. It was infuriating. May I inquire if there's a necessity for a reading group? If so, I shall create one and seek the opinions of all before proceeding. Chapter 51. Norbert's fate hung precariously in the balance. Who can elucidate what transpired here? Professor McGonagall, her face flushed with indignation, pointed at Brian and exclaimed, "Two first-year students dare to raise a dragon in the school, and a fire dragon no less. Whose audacity has emboldened you?" Brian and Harry stood before Hagrid's hut, heads bowed in silence. Hagrid, trembling, stood behind Dumbledore, his pallor betraying his fear. He could scarcely fathom Norbert's fate. The professors, prioritizing Hogwarts safety, would undoubtedly employ the disillusionment charm to eradicate the evidence of this little dragon, lest the Ministry of Magic uncover any incriminating information against Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall, exasperated, raised a hand to her forehead, her frustration with the two taciturn Gryffindor first years reaching a boiling point. Brian understood that any utterance on his part would surely ignite the impending explosion of McGonagall's wrath. Meanwhile, Snape lingered nearby with an air of amusement, occasionally suggesting that the two should be expelled immediately and sent to Azkaban to work in the coal mines. "What's this, Brian? You had the audacity to confront a troll alone, yet now you are tongue-tied?" McGonagall scoffed, her finger nearly prodding the foreheads of the boys, who instinctively lowered their heads further. As Norbert soared over the Quidditch pitch, Ron, trembling, reminded himself that he had forgotten to lock the iron cage after feeding Norbert. At that moment, Brian realized the gravity of their predicament had escalated. This was utterly absurd, a farce of monumental proportions. Despite Brian's extensive preparations for the dragon, he had never anticipated the emergence of such an overwhelmingly troublesome scenario. Before the watchful eyes of countless students, the sight of a live dragon at Hogwarts was bound to attract attention, especially from discontented aristocratic students unhappy with Dumbledore's governance. Through owls, they had surely gathered evidence against the old wizard, intensifying the pressure on Hogwarts, as the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly take notice. Brian resolved that regardless of whether Professor McGonagall confronted him directly or offered a gentle admonition, he must remain silent, at most feigning ignorance. Otherwise, he would have no chance of escape and would be dispatched directly to Azkaban to feed the most nefarious of prisoners. As for Harry, he was safe. Dumbledore would never allow any harm to come to him. I shall ask once more. Where did this fire dragon come from? Professor McGonagall's expression grew increasingly severe, her voice gradually chilling as Brian and Harry lowered their heads further, almost resting against their chests. "What is the matter? Have you both lost your tongues? Unable to speak?" Brian cautiously glanced at Harry, who happened to return the look. They exchanged a brief, silent understanding before responding in unison, albeit softly, No, Professor. With a thud, Professor McGonagall stamped her foot, ready to continue her admonition when Dumbledore raised a hand to halt her. Minerva, now is not the time to punish these children. The Ministry is already aware of the situation. I've been informed that they will arrive at Hogwarts tomorrow for an inspection. We must address this matter immediately. After a moment of contemplation, the anger on McGonagall's face diminished significantly. With a huff, she turned her gaze toward Brian and coldly inquired, "Brian, where's the dragon?" Under immense pressure, Brian cautiously raised his head to gauge McGonagall's expression, then closed his eyes and pointed to a clearing outside the wooden hut. McGonagall drew her wand and cast a spell, instantly revealing the dragon confined within the iron cage to everyone's view. Hagrid trembled uncontrollably, nearly fainting. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering a comforting glance without uttering a word. It seems Mr. Bryan's disillusionment charm is quite impressive, even more so than that of the upper-year students at Hogwarts. Snape remarked impassively from his side, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Albus, how shall we deal with this dragon?" McGonagall inquired of Norbert. "I suggest we use a vanishing spell to eliminate all traces of it. When the Ministry comes to inspect, they will find no evidence of a dragon. We can simply claim it was the dragon from the Quidditch pitch that wandered in." Norbert's dragon had already met its demise, and Hagrid sat despondently on the ground. This method of handling the situation was indeed the most advantageous for Hogwarts, and he found himself unable to argue or conceive any objections. Resigned, he looked at Norbert, tears glimmering in the corners of his eyes. "Minerva, killing this young dragon is not a favorable solution. Perhaps we should consider how Mr. Harry and Mr. Bryan intended to handle the situation." Dumbledore mused thoughtfully while stroking his beard. "At such a time, how can we heed the advice of two first-year children?" Snape retorted coldly. Bryan sensed an underlying protectiveness in Snape's words towards Harry, yet he could not fathom why the professor consistently articulated his thoughts in such a distasteful manner. "Professor, we were planning to send Norbert to my brother Charlie in Romania. This is entirely my fault," Ron, who had just arrived, explained, his determination evident in the effort it took to voice this decision. Several professors remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement of the suggestion. They exchanged glances with the newly arrived Hermione and Ron, then drew their wands to cast protective spells over the area before departing, leaving Dumbledore, McGonagall, and the young wizards behind. "Let us proceed with this plan." Dumbledore nodded. They needed to expedite Nobber's departure tonight, or Hogwarts would face dire consequences. He then turned to Professor McGonagall and remarked gently, "Minerva, punishment cannot enhance our ability to educate children. We must guide them towards making the right choices." Professor McGonagall said nothing further, merely acknowledging him with a troubled expression. Dumbledore continued, "After the matter is resolved, Brian, please inform me in the headmaster's office." The passphrase is lemon juice. Initially, Brian thought this affair did not concern him, but Dumbledore's sudden summons caught him off guard, compelling him to nod in reluctant agreement. At least Dumbledore was shouldering the blame on Hagrid's behalf, relieving him of the imminent threat of being sent to Azkaban. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that things were increasingly amiss. "What shall we do now? Will it be too late to write to Charlie? If we cannot send Nobber away today, we might all be imprisoned in Azkaban." Hermione expressed her concerns as soon as McGonagall and Dumbledore departed. The usually rule-abiding young, which had never encountered such a terrifying ordeal, leaving her visibly shaken. "Perhaps we should hide Nobber," Ron suggested impulsively. "Otherwise, when the Ministry arrives, we will truly be doomed." Hagrid remained seated at a distance, shedding tears, while the two troubled brothers approached slowly, with Harry's legs visibly trembling at an abnormal frequency. "Hermione, prepare the magical items to control Nobber. We cannot allow him to cause further chaos." "Harry, Ron, you must write to Hedwig immediately." "Hagrid, yes, you. Stop crying and get up. Go confess to Dumbledore. We need the headmaster and professors to manage the narrative at Hogwarts." Nobber's disruption at the Quidditch pitch was too substantial to conceal. The Ministry would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search of Hogwarts. If Ron and Harry were left to handle this recklessly, the situation would undoubtedly worsen, making it increasingly challenging to navigate life at Hogwarts. Now that Brian was entangled in this affair, he had to devise a strategy for the quartet, which now included Hagrid and Dumbledore. The most prudent course of action was precisely as discussed. This time, he had shouldered the burden alongside Harry, and their shared experiences had deepened their bond, prompting Dumbledore to reassess his standing in Harry's eyes. Merely a cunning ploy, nothing more. As everyone dispersed to prepare for the ensuing events, Brian sighed softly, contemplating how to negotiate with Dumbledore after Nobber's departure. After a moment, Hermione returned with Professor McGonagall. Hagrid, having confessed to Dumbledore, took full responsibility for the incident, and McGonagall, having overheard the accounts, realized she had wronged both Harry and Brian. In Hagrid's recounting, the four young wizards were portrayed as exemplary students urging him to refrain from wrongdoing. Professor McGonagall expressed a modicum of satisfaction with the plan hastily devised by Brian. However, in a bid to assert her authority and solidify the dean's power, she cast him a fierce glare and personally enacted a stunning spell. Having delivered her admonition, she hastily departed, for the swirling rumors and the prevailing situation across the various houses of Hogwarts required her and the other heads to manage. Her visit had merely been to assess progress and offer guidance. As for punishing Harry, such an idea had never crossed the mind of anyone at Hogwarts. The anxious crowd lingered outside Hagrid's hut until nearly midnight, when at last, illuminated by the moonlight, they discerned several figures approaching on broomsticks. "Charlie, over here!" Ron exclaimed, waving his hand with palpable relief. The figures in the sky, upon hearing Ron's voice, swiftly veered closer, the foremost among them sporting a mane of red hair. As soon as they landed, he embraced Ron fervently. "Are you all right, Ron?" Charlie greeted with a smile. "Hello, I'm Charlie, Ron's brother. These are my friends. We received your letter and hurried right over." "Things aren't looking good," Ron murmured quietly, introducing his companions to Charlie. Time was of the essence, and without further ado, Brian led Charlie and his group toward the vicinity of the cage. At that moment, Norbert lay blissfully asleep in the center of the cage, oblivious to the commotion around him. Charlie felt a surge of joy, as this would significantly ease his task of transporting the creature. "This is splendid. It makes our job much easier," he remarked, beckoning his friends to manage Norbert's cage. "Fortunately, a portal was established in Romania recently. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it in time." With Norbert finally set to depart, relief washed over the group, and smiles emerged as they began conversing with Charlie. Only Hagrid, with tears glistening in his eyes, lingered close by, offering reminders about Norbert's habits. "He might be a bit mischievous. You mustn't hit him. He is still quite young. He loves a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood. Don't let him fly for too long. He'll tire easily." The arrangements were swiftly concluded, and Charlie, not lingering longer, instructed his friends to mount their brooms and swiftly lift the enormous iron cage into the air. The remaining members waved fervently at the sky, having forged a deep bond with Norbert over nearly a month of companionship. "Take good care of him, sob sob." Harry nudged the reluctant Hagrid and gently urged, "Hagrid, don't be sad. Norbert will fare well over there." "Indeed, Charlie will look after him. He excels at that," Ron assured, thumping his chest. "Yes, Hagrid, we still need to clean up the remnants of Norbert's stay." Hermione pointed towards the disheveled hut, indicating the magnitude of the task ahead. By the time the group finally managed to complete their chores, they were utterly exhausted. That night, they could only manage a meager rest in Hagrid's hut. Chapter 53, Brian's first interview in 2 lifetimes. "Minister, what if Dumbledore has already dealt with that dragon by the time we arrive at Hogwarts?" Standing before the gates of Hogwarts, a stout, elderly woman clad in a pink sweater inquired. Before her stood a middle-aged man with a small mustache, strolling with his hands clasped behind his back. He was approximately 1.7 meters tall, not particularly imposing, yet exuding an air of authority. He was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who had come to Hogwarts for an inspection. After a moment of contemplation, Fudge remarked, "There is indeed a possibility. Although I have expeditiously signed the investigation order, Albus possesses the ability to swiftly eliminate any evidence." Umbridge, delicately pinching her fingers, revealed a beguiling smile, and asked, "What should we do then?" Observing her demeanor, Fudge hastily pretended to ponder, turning away to feign a fit of coughing before coldly stating, "We should focus our attention on the younger students. They lack the quick reflexes of Albus. Once inside Hogwarts, you will proceed to the headmaster's office to find Albus, while I will remain outside, posing as a reporter to investigate the situation further and see if I can gather any evidence to bring him down." "Understood, Minister." Umbridge nodded, her expression growing increasingly animated, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brian, reluctantly trudging towards the headmaster's office on the 8th floor early that morning, was exceedingly reluctant to encounter Dumbledore. However, since the venerable headmaster had made this request, he felt compelled to comply in order to maintain his connection. As he pondered what Dumbledore might say to him, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, student, I am a reporter from the Daily Prophet, and I would like to interview you regarding the recent strange occurrences at Hogwarts. What is your perspective?" Brian paused, sizing him up before shaking his head slightly. The man spoke with an air of bureaucratic formality, reminiscent of minor officials from a past life who would probe the public on the streets, lacking any flair. If only they were a tad more adaptable and their questioning techniques more astute, their identities would not be so easily discerned. Nonetheless, Brian was acutely aware that he must tread carefully in front of these ministry aurors. Even the slightest remark could be magnified and used as a pretext to undermine Dumbledore. Such an event would be tantamount to betraying his trust in Dumbledore, and not only would he face the consequences from the venerable wizard himself, but he would also need to cling firmly to Dumbledore's coattails for opportunities to study alchemy in the future. Professor McGonagall had evidently overheard the inquiry and wore a troubled expression, contemplating approaching, yet was intercepted by the loathsome elderly woman, who obstructed her from getting closer. Brian, unaware of the identity of the individual before him, recognized that any misstep could complicate matters with the Board of Governors, making it difficult for Dumbledore to address the situation. How else could one observe? I simply stand at the classroom door, Brian retorted with a sidelong glance, continuing, it is quite lively with a bunch of children playing, but that is merely the realm of youth, which I do not comprehend. With a smile gracing his face, Fudge held a crystal ball for capturing memories in one hand, preparing to elicit advantageous confessions from Brian regarding the recent peculiar occurrences. His mouth opened, yet words eluded him. I inquire of you, what strange events have transpired lately, and what are your thoughts on them? I do not seek your geographical perspective, nor am I interested in how lively the youth's world may be. Are you not but a child? As the Minister of Magic for a decade, Fudge had mastered the art of negotiation. To undermine Dumbledore and uncover compromising evidence from his tenure, he recognized the necessity of engaging these students. Despite having ascended to the position through Dumbledore's influence, a lingering fear of him remained. Thus, toppling Dumbledore had become pivotal to overcoming his own inner demons, a task he felt compelled to undertake personally. Upon entering, he had envisioned a smooth exchange, only to be confronted by this notably unique young wizard. Peculiar events? Opinions? Brian gazed up at him, responding, I am merely a child, struggling with my studies. I have no time to observe young people squabbling. Fudge knitted his brow, forcing a congenial smile as he declared, Hogwarts belongs to us all, a magical institution where officials from the ministry, esteemed professors, and students are all interconnected. What difference does it make in expressing personal opinions based on one's identity? I am but an ordinary reporter from the Daily Prophet, seeking to glean some information from you. Ordinary reporter? Spare me the jest. You are affiliated with the ministry, are you not? Brian retorted, glancing at him with suspicion. Is it not true that should I speak, you would accuse me of slandering Hogwarts and have me expelled, sent to Azkaban? Let me tell you, such a clumsy plot will not ensnare me. Do not even contemplate defaming me. Fudge opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss, staring blankly at Brian, utterly baffled by the jumble of thoughts occupying the minds of first-year wizards. Who informed you that the ministry can arbitrarily imprison individuals in Azkaban? Even capturing Death Eaters requires an arrest warrant and must undergo judicial review for conviction. How could such a preposterous rationale stand? If that were the case, I must ask you, who would dare expel you without cause and confine you to Azkaban? Minister? Brian's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You claim to be merely an ordinary reporter, yet you have the audacity to deny your affiliation with the ministry? With a thud, Harry, perched on the staircase, lost his footing, captivated by the exchange between Brian and Fudge. Fudge silently retreated to the edge of a column, questioning his life's choices, refraining from further inquiry. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, having just exited the headmaster's office, remained unaware of the unfolding drama. After a moment's hesitation, he cast a puzzled glance at the astonished Professor McGonagall and Umbridge. Ms. Umbridge, why do you and Mr. Fudge not join us? Chapter 54, Unexpected Developments. Albus, you must know that I hold tremendous faith in you. Yet numerous parents of the students have voiced their concerns with great fervor. The ministry must fulfill certain obligations. Fudge adjusted his breathing as he approached Dumbledore, a hypocritical smile gracing his lips. Dumbledore responded with a subtle smile, yet it bore a hint of deeper meaning. Indeed, I trust you, Dumbledore. But as a matter of protocol, the ministry requires a routine inspection. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, observing Brian's slight nod followed by a sudden smile. He glanced at Fudge and said, I concur. However, Mr. Fudge, you must ensure that the students in class are not disturbed. Fudge felt a flicker of surprise. Merely the words of students could not directly incriminate Dumbledore. Given Dumbledore's willingness to acquiesce to his inspection, it seemed likely that this endeavor would yield no results. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. This was a fundamental principle for ministry officials. He smiled faintly. Can I first visit the Keeper of Keys? I know he has quite a few pets. Though this was articulated politely, it unmistakably carried an undertone of command. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, and led Fudge toward Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was chopping wood in the clearing beside his wooden cabin, accompanied by a large mastiff. Upon seeing Dumbledore, he immediately offered a respectful greeting. As the subject of the report, Harry was required to accompany them, as he would soon need to answer questions from Fudge and Umbridge. The other three followed reluctantly, having been strongly urged by Umbridge, who likely hoped to glean something from the expressions or words of these younger wizards. Oblivious to the fact that her superior harbored a profound aversion to ever encountering Brian again. In contrast to the others who were familiar with Fong, this was Brian's first encounter with a loyal dog. During previous visits, he had not encountered the steadfast Fong, perhaps because the creature's instinctive fear of dragons had compelled it to hide. Fong had recklessly scattered Hagrid's belongings everywhere, even disturbing Hagrid's drinking cup, under the pretense of leaving no stone unturned. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's intervention, she might have drawn her wand to overturn every floorboard. Unfortunately for her, she had misdirected her efforts. Norbert's dwelling was situated precisely where Hagrid was chopping wood. Even if she had discovered the area littered with wood shavings due to Hagrid's anxiety, Brian's composure would have prevented her from uncovering anything significant. In truth, Brian, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Fudge were all acutely aware that searching the hut at this juncture was merely a charade, while only Umbridge remained blissfully engaged in her theatrics, even beginning to interrogate Hagrid. "All right, Umbridge. Now, let's explore elsewhere." Fudge could clearly sense Dumbledore's displeasure. He waved his hand, halting Umbridge's continued antics, stating, "There are no signs here of a dragon having lived. Let's find a classroom. I wish to inquire about the circumstances surrounding these individuals at that time." A sycophantic and nauseating smile appeared on Umbridge's face as she softly suggested. As the most powerful figure in the magical realm, Fudge found it utterly intolerable to live perpetually in Dumbledore's shadow, relying on him for counsel whenever he needed to make significant decisions. Umbridge's eyes gleamed with a peculiar delight as she hurried forward, pointing at the wall directly facing the entrance where a line of blood-red letters was inscribed. She called out to Fudge, who had just entered, deep in thought. "Minister, look here. There is something you wish to see in the corridor on the 4th floor." Harry's gaze became somewhat uneasy, Ron's muscles twitched, and Hermione anxiously clutched at Brian's sleeve. It was evident that this was a ploy orchestrated by Voldemort. Did he truly believe that Fudge could wrest the three-headed dog, Fluffy, from Dumbledore's grasp? What puzzled Brian was that it was morning, and the 1st floor of the castle was typically bustling with activity. Even if he had possessed a younger wizard to skip class or resorted to using one of the professor's bodies, there would still be house elves and the wandering ghosts of Hogwarts observing on the 1st floor. To procure blood and smear it onto the wall to form words was no trivial task. How had he accomplished such a feat, and what was the purpose behind it? Having previously engaged in a contest with Quirrell and even confronted the Dark Lord himself, Brian did not believe that such a crude scheme could secure the Philosopher's Stone or topple Dumbledore. Voldemort was not so unreliable. Of course, it would cause Dumbledore some inconvenience. "How dare you do this?" Umbridge exclaimed in terror, yet her plump face bore no trace of fear, rather a hint of delight. "How could you allow such a dangerous creature within Hogwarts? This is a place for students to learn. You need not slander us. This area has been designated as forbidden and all students have been informed," Professor McGonagall replied coldly, her gaze fixed on Umbridge. "A protective enchantment has been established here, and all professors are aware of it. This is not a good situation," Fudge interjected with a smile, although his eyes remained fixed on Dumbledore. "Without the Ministry's approval, no one is permitted to harbor such a large and dangerous creature." Dumbledore regarded him quietly and began to speak slowly, articulating each word. "Minister, perhaps it is time we had a conversation." Chapter 55. Could it be him? "Albus, what do you wish to discuss with me?" In the headmaster's office, Fudge elegantly lifted a cup of lemon tea to his lips, taking a sip to calm his nerves before gently inquiring. Moments ago, he had intended to accuse Dumbledore of harboring dangerous creatures on campus, but upon hearing his calm voice and seeing those crescent-shaped eyes, he felt a sudden wave of trepidation. Years ago, he had convinced himself that he was destined for the position of Minister for Magic. "Fudge, I can elevate you to that position. I can just as easily remove you from it," Dumbledore stated bluntly without evasion. Fudge's body jolted, and his expression instantly shifted. Previously, he had contemplated this matter, but Dumbledore's words were akin to tearing the veil of civility. However, given the nature of our relationship, it would be unbecoming for me to act in such a manner. Would it not? Dumbledore gazed out the window at the sky, lost in thought. "The three-headed dog was placed here by me, guarding the Philosopher's Stone." Fudge chuckled bitterly, almost forgetting the profound connection between this enigmatic old wizard and the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Since Dumbledore had acquired the Philosopher's Stone, he would forever live in its shadow. After silently chastising his own cowardice several times, Fudge elegantly inquired, "Why guard the Philosopher's Stone? Would it not be safer in Gringotts?" Dumbledore scrutinized him with cold eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he retorted mockingly, "Have you forgotten the last break-in at Gringotts?" Fudge blinked in surprise, instinctively asking, "Who?" As you might suspect, came the reply. Fudge abruptly rose from his chair, exclaiming, "Impossible! That individual died 11 years ago. You must be deceiving me." Dumbledore remained silent, merely observing him. Fudge's expression shifted dramatically in an instant, and after a moment, he regained his composure, sitting down again to fixate on Dumbledore as he whispered, "You did not confront that person 11 years ago. What do you intend to do this time? What is your true objective?" "That is not your concern, Fudge," Dumbledore replied coolly. "If that individual truly regains power and re-emerges in the wizarding world, your ministerial career will come to an abrupt end, will it not?" Fudge instantly felt drained of all energy, slumping onto the bench in quiet contemplation. As Brian anxiously awaited, Fudge finally exited the headmaster's office with a troubled expression. Overhearing Dumbledore's quiet warning to Umbridge to forget everything that transpired on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, urging her to disclose no information. It seemed that old Dumbledore had resolved that troublesome matter, thus Brian need not seek Dumbledore's ire as per the previous day's request. Just as he was about to leave with the others, Professor McGonagall's stern voice echoed from behind. "Though this is not entirely your fault, Gryffindor will lose 50 points because of you, and you must take heed. Moreover, I must remind you that the cancelled defense against the dark arts class will resume this afternoon, with Snape as your substitute teacher for the remainder of the term. I hope you will not be late." Upon entering the Great Hall, the group finally shed the oppressive atmosphere. Ron exhaled, saying, "So that is Minister Fudge? It's astonishing that he came in person." Hermione replied, "When I saw that sign on the 1st floor, I nearly lost my wits. Let us refrain from discussing this matter any further, shall we?" Harry sighed, suggesting it would be better to think about how to handle Snape's class this afternoon. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that," Ron lamented. "He has been tormenting me in potions for over half a term. Does he now intend to do the same in defense against the dark arts? You might as well just end my misery." Brian did not join the small group chat. An involuntary solemnity crept over his face, rendering him exceedingly grave, and soon beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. If any student had skipped class to inscribe those blood-red words on the wall of the 1st floor, Dumbledore would merely need to consult the list of professors to identify the culprit. Voldemort would never commit such a fundamental blunder. There were only 3 exceptions: Argus Filch, the caretaker, Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, and their acquaintance, the keeper of keys, Rubeus Hagrid. At that moment, in the 2nd floor restroom, the witnesses had all seen Voldemort escape from Hogwarts, making it impossible for him to have possessed anyone on campus. Among those witnesses, Filch resided at Hogwarts, and Madame Pomfrey only left the school during holidays. Hagrid, however, frequently entered and exited the school to assist Dumbledore with various errands. Lucius Malfoy could be deemed the greatest traitor in the wizarding world. He would never aid Voldemort without substantial benefit, especially since the Dark Lord had not yet regained his full strength and the Death Eaters languishing in Azkaban had yet to be released. Without such power, Lucius would not dare confront the entire wizarding community on Voldemort's behalf. The mere thought that Hagrid, whom he had spent an entire month with, might be a vessel for Voldemort sent a wave of cold sweat down Brian's brow. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed his right eyelid twitching slightly, and his fingers began to tremble involuntarily. Analyzing the situation from this perspective, only one question remained. Why had Voldemort not acted against him and Harry during this past month? Was there some underlying concern? "Great Dragon Slayer, it is a joy to see you. Harry, you are my idol. Long live the Dragon Slayer." The playful banter interrupted Brian's musings as George and Fred approached Harry, bowing at a 90-degree angle and calling out exuberantly. The arrival of the twin brothers alleviated the trio's impending dread of facing Snape, leaving Harry awkwardly grinning. Upon seeing the twins, Brian's eyes suddenly sparkled. He pulled them aside and whispered, "I've encountered some trouble and require your assistance." "Oh, our esteemed brother has concocted yet another amusing scheme?" George, recalling the thrill of their last escapade involving fireworks in Snape's office, remarked with intrigue. "Brian do notiest. I have heard whispers of a remarkable map within the school," Brian said, glancing around before leaning closer to whisper in George's ear. The twins exchanged astonished glances, their surprise evident. After a moment, Fred spoke up. "How do you know about the Marauder S map being in our possession? We obtained it from Filch. No one should be aware of that." Brian chuckled awkwardly. "I had no idea it was in your hands. I merely sought to gather information from you two, considering you are the most well-informed individuals at Hogwarts. Indeed, George nodded, a look of pride illuminating his face. How do you intend to sneak away from Hogwarts? Fred shot him a knowing glance, as if he was already aware of everything. Indeed, I wish to venture to Hogsmeade to procure a few items. Brian could only lie. There were certain matters he needed to verify through the Marauder's map. It had been dreadfully dull lately, and even teasing Peeves had become a distant luxury. Fred sighed. Perhaps it was due to the last encounter with Blood Baron that had subdued him considerably. It had been quite some time since he had last seen him. Even ghosts were fair game for pranks. Clearly, the two of them had too much time on their hands. Brian reflected for a moment and shared with Fred some insights he'd recently gleaned from his notebook, which delighted him immensely. He was not one to be stingy, and since the twins had generously gifted him, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Brian smirked and recounted the information he had just shared with Fred once more. Soon enough, a new fool was added to the corner of the Great Hall, lost in thought and grinning foolishly, despite Harry, and perhaps all those except for Slytherins. Being reluctant to confront Snape, the defense against the dark arts class commenced as scheduled. As the class time approached, the familiar greasy hair and black cloak appeared at the entrance. Snape's demeanor seemed rather pleasant. After all, he did not enter the room by deducting 20 points from Gryffindor right away. He strode to the podium, clutching his textbook, and surveyed the students below before solemnly announcing, "Due to certain exceptional circumstances, I will be taking over the defense against the dark arts classes for the remainder of the term until the holidays." The news regarding Quirrell's theft of the Sorcerer's Stone had been kept tightly under wraps by Dumbledore and the professors present. It was hardly good news and could easily incite panic among the students. Consequently, his words surprised the students, and a murmur of whispers erupted in the classroom. "Silence. We shall begin with attendance," Snape bellowed, his furrowed brow indicating that assuming the role of defense against the dark arts professor had lifted his spirits. Under normal circumstances, he would have embarked on a half-hour monologue. Overall, Snape proved to be a far more dependable instructor for the subject than Quirrell. At least he wouldn't spend 3 hours recounting tales of Snape's adventures. He even approached the teaching of defense against the dark arts with more diligence than potions. And the first-year wizards quickly grasped the concepts he presented. Only Harry found the situation utterly dreadful, as Snape circled around him incessantly during the 2-hour practice. Even though he believed his talents in this area were quite remarkable, his spells manifested far more effectively than those of his peers. Yet Snape's disdain was evident, as he continuously demanded that Harry perform even better. Brian concocted an excuse to carry the Marauder's map to the room of requirement. For a considerable amount of time ahead, he had to keep a vigilant eye on the map to confirm a certain possibility. If Hagrid truly became a vessel for Voldemort, given his relationship with Harry and familiarity with the three-headed dog, it would prove fatal for his upcoming evaluations. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Brian spread the slightly yellowed parchment, resting the tip of his wand against its surface, and recited the incantation as George had instructed him. The ink lines, reminiscent of blood vessels, extend from the tip of the wand, interweaving and crossing one another, spreading across the parchment like a spider's web. In the next moment, ornate green letters emerge above the parchment. The proud suppliers of magical mischief makers, Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Sharpfork present the Marauder's map. Harry's name appears on the patch of grass, alongside that of the Gryffindor Quidditch team members. Ron's name is visible in the Gryffindor common room, and upon closer inspection, one can also see Wormtail beside him, while Hermione's name is located in the library. Could it be Hagrid? Voldemort's power relies on the blood of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. However, as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, it is entirely normal for Hagrid to traverse the Forbidden Forest. Brian taps his fingers on the table, observing Hagrid's movements while contemplating. After a considerable time, the movement of a name catches his attention. It is nearly 9 o'clock. Why has Snape only just left the classroom? Brian ponders quietly, watching Snape's name move slowly toward his office, pausing at the staircase. Leaning in closely to examine the Marauder's map, Brian notices that no other names appear near Snape. Hagrid has remained at his hut for quite a while and seems unlikely to move again. Thus, Brian watches Snape's name with keen interest, speculating on the intentions of the old bat. After half an hour has passed, a thought strikes Brian. He sets the map aside and rushes out of the room of requirement. Snape lies near the corner of the staircase, barely clinging to life, his breath exceedingly faint. Brian's expression changes dramatically. He is 1000% certain that no one passed by him just moments ago, not a single soul. Chapter 57, Brian's Choice. Snape must be saved. Brian resolves firmly, knowing that even if it means revealing certain truths, he must act. He draws his wand and levitates Snape into the air, hurrying toward the hospital wing. Snape is markedly different from Dumbledore. The old wizard resembles a ruler suspended above the masses, weighing every decision against the greater good of the wizarding world or Hogwarts itself. Thus, when he discovers that Harry is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, his attitude shifts dramatically, allowing him to coldly make the decision that could lead to Harry's demise. Conversely, Snape pours all his debts owed to Lily into Harry, to safeguard Harry's well-being. He is even willing to place himself in peril, continuing to serve as a spy amidst the unpredictable Voldemort. Over the course of more than half a year, Brian has observed that, despite the altered narrative, the content disseminated by the system remains closely tied to Harry's experiences at Hogwarts. Therefore, concerning Harry's safety, Snape will undoubtedly not stand idly by, and this master of potion-making may very well become one of Brian's allies in completing his mission. He is certainly not motivated by Snape's potion ingredients. Thus, Snape absolutely cannot afford to be harmed. Brian quickened his pace, yet his heart was engulfed in profound confusion. How could someone as cautious as Snape fall victim to such a sudden and severe ambush? There were no signs of magical combat at the corner of the staircase. Given Snape's vigilance and his remarkable ability to cast spells silently without a wand, he should not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Moreover, Brian distinctly recalled that the Marauder's map revealed no names within a considerable radius surrounding Snape at that moment, even if Voldemort had unleashed a basilisk. A creature that would not manifest on the map, Snape's injuries did not align with the typical aftermath of a basilisk attack. Something was amiss. Brian's alertness surged to its zenith. If Voldemort's vessel could not be located, the entire situation at Hogwarts during the first year would descend into chaos, potentially culminating in mission failure. Heavenly mercy, what has befallen Severus? Madame Pomfrey, upon witnessing Snape, barely clinging to life with dark magical ripples emanating from his wounds, let out a piercing scream and urgently directed Brian to place him on the central bed. She swiftly retrieved her wand and began administering healing spells. Simultaneously, she implored Brian to write to Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore to inform them of the grave crisis confronting Snape. Obediently adhering to Madame Pomfrey's instructions, Brian took a quill from the desk and scribbled a terse message on 2 sheets of parchment. Professor Snape gravely injured, currently in the infirmary. He dispatched the message via 2 owls, each carrying it to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore's respective offices. Not long after the owls entered the professor's chambers, Brian observed the once dimly lit Hogwarts castle suddenly ablaze with light. Within minutes, nearly all the professors were seen patrolling the various floors. With a resounding bang, the door was thrust open, and Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall entered with grave expressions. Dumbledore turned his serious gaze toward Madame Pomfrey and inquired, "How is Severus?" As Madame Pomfrey continued to channel her healing magic, her demeanor grew increasingly solemn. She shook her head and replied, "I have never encountered such magic. If Severus awakens within the next few days, he may yet recover." The individuals present understood her implication. Should he fail to awaken, Snape might never regain consciousness. Professor McGonagall's lips turned pale, and her body trembled as she whispered, "Albus, I recommend we immediately transfer Severus to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries." "That may not be feasible," Madame Pomfrey countered, shaking her head in refusal. "Severus's current condition makes extensive movement impossible. If we attempt to transport him there, he might not survive the journey." Fortunately, this first-year wizard arrived just in time. Had he been any later, I might have been powerless to help. Praise Merlin. "It is truly a stroke of luck," she said, her complexion easing slightly as she expressed her relief. "Young wizard, your levitation charm was executed admirably." Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall then noticed the frail figure lurking in the shadows of the corner. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Brian, how is it that you are everywhere?" Although Brian had decided to reveal some secrets in order to save Snape, he could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing McGonagall's question. Dumbledore gazed at Brian, a flicker of insight passing through his murky eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly declared, "Pomfrey, Severus is now in your capable hands. Please ensure he receives proper treatment. Professor McGonagall, I need you to gather all the students immediately. Everyone must remain in the Great Hall tonight. Mr. Brian, please accompany me to the headmaster's office. I need to understand what transpired." McGonagall nodded, casting a glance at Brian before turning to leave. With Snape gravely injured and Slytherin students requiring her attention, she had no time to reprimand Brian tonight. The troublesome student followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office, awaiting the impending storm of inquiries with a sense of trepidation. Dumbledore offered him a glass of chilled lemonade and slowly began, "First, let's calm our nerves. And then please tell me what exactly occurred this evening, Mr. Brian. Professor, I am uncertain of what happened. I merely noticed Professor Snape's unusual behavior on the Marauder's map. Brian replied nervously. I happened to be in the room of requirement at the time, so I went to investigate and found Professor Snape gravely injured. The Marauder's map? What is that? Dumbledore's face displayed a rare look of curiosity. Brian succinctly explained the map's function and purpose, then added, Professor. It seemed that no one was near Professor Snape at that time. Dumbledore fell into deep thought, and, after a moment, he raised his gaze to Brian with an inscrutable expression, saying, Mr. Brian, may I borrow your wand? Brian's pupils constricted slightly. It was evident that Voldemort coveted his wand, and Dumbledore appeared to be aware of something. What could his request to examine Brian's wand signify? There was no time for further contemplation. After a brief hesitation, he extended his hand and surrendered the wand. Dumbledore observed Brian's seemingly composed demeanor and nodded slightly. Upon receiving the wand, Dumbledore gently caressed the silver-white instrument, and as he lowered his head, a complex glimmer shone in his eyes. He placed the wand on a long table before him, his lips moving silently, and the silver wand suddenly emitted a bright flash. It was only when he witnessed the investigative spell that Brian truly comprehended the extent of Dumbledore's wariness towards him. Regardless of how implausible the tale of the Marauder's map might seem, no one would suspect a first-year wizard of having the capability to ambush Snape. Yet Dumbledore did. He even pondered whether Brian might be Voldemort's clandestine agent at Hogwarts or a new threat altogether. The meticulous plotting exhibited by this newcomer had left him wholly unconvinced that such a scheme could be devised by an 11-year-old child. Brian had previously reflected on the fact that the art of mental occlusion served as both his greatest protection and potentially his most significant vulnerability. For someone like Dumbledore, the presence or absence of such a technique could undoubtedly be discerned. Perhaps he had been observing Brian since the Sorting Hat ceremony. After thoroughly examining the hundreds of spells Brian had employed, Dumbledore handed the wand back to him and, with a gentle demeanor, stated, I apologize, Mr. Brian. I understand this may come off as somewhat impolite, but you must understand the concerns of a headmaster. Internally, Brian scoffed. While maintaining a facade of resolve, he replied softly, It's quite all right, Professor. The safety of the school is of paramount importance. Dumbledore nodded, a light chuckle escaping him. Very well. I shall refer to you simply as Brian. I am eager to hear your thoughts on this matter. Brian lowered his gaze, immediately beginning to analyze the implications of Dumbledore's words. Pondering how much he knew about Voldemort's return, the degree of inquiry embedded in his question, and the nuances of his tone. Whether this was a test of his character or an assessment of his capabilities, he recognized that this opportunity could potentially quell some of Dumbledore's doubts about him. Perhaps even serve as a declaration of allegiance. Dumbledore's smile gradually faded as he gazed into the silver depths of Brian's eyes. A mixture of curiosity and profound significance reflected therein. He spoke softly. What leads you to that conclusion? Brian succinctly recounted the events that transpired during the Quidditch match, alongside the recent occurrences that had unfolded. With a sigh, he added, the consecutive nature of these incidents cannot merely be coincidental. Regardless of his motivations, I suspect the ultimate aim remains the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. The two fell into a contemplative silence. After what felt like an eternity, Dumbledore spoke again. Brian, do you have any suspects in mind? Brian shook his head, indicating that he had yet to formulate any concrete theories regarding the matter. Observing this, Dumbledore rose and began to pace the room, his tone imbued with significance as he remarked, Brian, I require your assistance in locating Voldemort's whereabouts. This unexpected request left Brian momentarily stunned, but soon a sense of elation filled him. With Dumbledore's stature, simply voicing this need meant that he had, in a sense, secured his position of trust. However, he feigned a troubled expression and replied, Professor, I am merely a first-year student. My previous encounter was merely a stroke of luck, and facing that individual is quite daunting. Dumbledore nodded, responding gently, I understand. Should you require any assistance, feel free to write to me. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot conduct a broad investigation on campus. Hence, I need your discreet aid. To refuse again would seem overly deliberate, so Brian nodded and said, Very well, Professor. I shall do my utmost. The old headmaster glanced out the window, waving his hand lightly. Thank you. Tonight, all students will be resting in the Great Hall. This statement essentially served as a dismissal, and Brian bowed slightly before departing. Along the way, he found himself deep in thought, reflecting and searching for any overlooked details. Could Voldemort truly conceal his presence on the Marauder's map? However, Brian swiftly dismissed this notion. Regardless of the methods employed by James and Sirius to create such an extraordinary map, The mere fact that Dumbledore's name could appear on the parchment rendered it impossible for Voldemort, given his current circumstances. No matter how much Brian pondered, he could not discern what he had overlooked. Voldemort had been covertly succeeding in his endeavors, and he could not even speculate on the purpose behind the blood inscriptions on the walls, let alone identify the vessel for Voldemort's return. This was indeed a troubling predicament. If Voldemort was aware of the Marauder's map and capable of concealing his name, then perhaps he should return to the headmaster's office tomorrow to borrow the pensive and investigate whose name was conspicuously absent from the map at that time. Though this approach seemed rather foolish, it was currently the most effective means available. Brian, where were you last night? We couldn't find you in the dormitory during our gathering. Harry inquired curiously at noon. I was the last to enter, simply finding a spot near the door to rest, Brian replied, rubbing his temples as a slight headache began to form. Naturally, he had not wasted time in the Great Hall the previous night. Rather, he had spent the entire evening in a room of requirement contemplating various possibilities, yet he felt something was still lacking. Ron leaned in from Harry's other side, wearing a peculiar expression. Have you heard? Snape seems to have been ambushed and severely injured last night, which is why we were all gathered in the Great Hall. Is that so? Harry remarked, his face displaying a look of disbelief. Did he not just teach us yesterday afternoon? Ron responded mysteriously. This ties back to a legend from decades ago. I just heard about it. Supposedly, that individual was denied a position in the defense against the dark arts class by Dumbledore, and as a result, he cursed that no one could hold that post for more than a year. All professors who have taught the subject have met with unfortunate ends. Harry shivered, not merely due to Ron's eerily accurate remarks, but because every mention of that person brought forth memories of a haunting nightmare. Just as Harry was about to speak, George and Fred approached from a distance, brimming with enthusiasm. We heard there's treasure hidden in the fourth-floor corridor, and we're planning to embark on an adventure. Will you join us, brave Gryffindors? Brian's expression shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended why Voldemort had inscribed those words upon the wall. Chapter 59, A Journey Through the Memories of Another Peeping Tom. Prohibitions could not deter the curious minds of Hogwarts. They merely sought a justification. With the allure of treasure, they would dare to venture in, even if it meant facing a dragon. Voldemort's inscriptions were not intended to undermine Dumbledore in the eyes of the Ministry of Magic. As the most formidable white wizard feared by Voldemort, Dumbledore's terrifying power extended beyond mere magic to encompass his influence and resources. By taking such a significant risk to inscribe that blood message on the first-floor wall, Voldemort aimed to both repulse Dumbledore and disseminate the news through the ensuing commotion caused by the Ministry's investigation. The restricted section of the library has now become a veritable playground for the spirited students of Hogwarts, who roam freely in and out of its confines. The emergence of any intriguing new location within sparks their immense curiosity. Although Voldemort is aware of the three-headed dog's weakness, mingling among this band of adventurers significantly mitigates his risks. Brian looked up and inquired, George, where did the rumor about treasure in the forbidden area on the fourth floor originate? The other three young wizards grew somewhat uneasy, fully aware of the terrifying secrets concealed within. George, taken aback by Brian's sudden question, paused for a moment before responding, I heard it this morning from an unknown source. I caught wind of it as soon as I arrived in the Great Hall. Fudge had warned Umbridge not to disclose any information regarding this matter before his departure, indicating that the news must have come directly from Voldemort himself. This suggested that his actions were imminent. Damn, Brian cursed inwardly. Realizing he had no leads regarding the container he sought, it seemed imperative to visit Dumbledore's office without delay. Ron hesitated briefly and whispered, George, you really shouldn't go there. Why? George replied, perplexed. There are few places as fascinating as Hogwarts left to explore. We've already been everywhere else. Ron muttered a few more words, but fell silent, believing that once George and Fred encountered the fierce dog, they would naturally retreat. Brian remained quiet. He knew he must skip Professor Bin's History of Magic class to use the pensive in Dumbledore's office. Before departing, he hesitated for a moment and quietly summoned the trio, saying, Dumbledore has assigned us a task, part of which requires your assistance. The three exchanged glances, and Harry asked curiously, What is it, Brian? Just tell us, and we'll make it happen. Listen, we need to ascertain the source of the rumor regarding treasure and adventure. Brian scanned the area to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering, I suspect that person may be contemplating the Philosopher's Stone. Harry gasped, You mean? Brian nodded gravely and slowly replied, Therefore, I need you to discreetly inquire. If you discover who it is, do not approach them. Inform me, and I will immediately notify Dumbledore. Hermione suddenly asked, Will Dumbledore award points to Gryffindor for this? He will, undoubtedly, Brian replied with a smile. And it will be quite a substantial amount. All right, Brian, Harry declared, as if resolving to undertake something significant despite his pale complexion. Leave it to us, Brian. Ron patted his chest, saying, I know you're quite capable, but there may be areas where our involvement could be challenging and of little use. He paused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. I once underestimated you, but after the encounter with the troll and the dragon, the two of us have complete faith in your abilities. So you must excel, but leave these minor matters to us. No, your contribution is of immense value. Brian smiled. Perhaps this was the charm of the trio. A significant reason why, even after Dumbledore's demise, people continued to believe in their ability to vanquish Voldemort. He embraced the three of them, fully aware that this would be his final display of emotion, for he must now maintain absolute composure to dissect Voldemort's schemes and dismantle this intricate web. The ultimate examination task of the first academic year bore a punishment far too severe, one that Brian could not bear to contemplate. Furthermore, once Voldemort regained his strength, what frenzied actions might he take, driven by his desire for Brian's wand and enraged by the disruption of his plans? Even though Hogwarts remained exceptionally safe under Dumbledore. What of the holidays? What of his parents? Did he truly hope that Voldemort would adhere to the rules and spare the Muggles? Moreover, the information relayed from Dumbledore hinted that his mother might very well be a witch. This was the gravest peril Brian had encountered since his arrival in this world. He vowed silently to fight with all his might. No worries, this is the list of students. Dumbledore kindly instructed Brian on the use of the pensieve. Additionally, regarding the matter you just mentioned, I shall dispatch someone to investigate. The pensieve was a shallow stone basin, intricately adorned with magical runes interwoven with peculiar symbols reminiscent of ancient scripts. A silvery liquid swirled within, flowing and rolling like clouds drifting across the sky, constantly morphing into various shapes. Following Dumbledore's example, Brian pressed the tip of his wand to his temple, and as he withdrew it, a long, silvery thread clung to the tip, resembling a strand of hair. He glanced at Dumbledore before leaning over the pensieve, with Dumbledore closely following suit. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and turned to Brian, inquiring, Have you suspected Hagrid? That old bee who delights in prying into others' memories. Brian grimaced and nodded, affirming his suspicion. Soon, he exclaimed, Professor, please be aware, Professor Snape is about to exit the classroom. Dumbledore steadied himself, his gaze unwavering until Brian had escorted the severely injured Snape to Madame Pomfrey, at which point they both withdrew from the pensieve. Brian felt a pang of frustration. Snape had turned the corner too swiftly, leaving him no time to cross-reference everyone's names. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, waiting to recover before reviewing the list once more. Dumbledore stood in quiet contemplation for what felt like an eternity. Just as Brian was preparing to delve once more into the pensieve, he patted Brian on the shoulder, signaling his intention to leave the office. As the door creaked open, Dumbledore's hoarse voice echoed from the threshold. Little wizard, not everyone you see represents the entirety. Chapter 60, A Breach of Information. Dumbledore must surely have known something. What do you mean that not everyone was everyone? Did this old man always relish speaking in half-truths? A dark wizard and a light wizard, together possessing 8,000 watchful eyes, making things difficult for a first-year student. As Brian observed that old Deng had vacated the office, he momentarily set aside his thoughts of immersing himself in the pensieve and sought to reorganize his mind. Why was there no evidence of a struggle at the scene where Snape had fallen? Who could have disarmed Snape of all caution? The first name that flashed through Brian's mind was Harry, but that seemed highly improbable. After all, Harry was still shielded by the protective charm his mother had bestowed upon him, rendering him nearly invulnerable, a definitive counter to Voldemort. Could it be a student from Slytherin? Brian grabbed the list on the table and committed to memory the names of all Slytherin students. It was a daunting task, and he took a deep breath before diving back into the pensieve. After what felt like an eternity, Brian leaned wearily against the wall. In the time that had elapsed, he had entered the pensieve over a dozen times and had meticulously located the names of all Slytherin students on the Marauder's map. Even Draco Malfoy, who had once been under suspicion, was found to be in the Slytherin common room at the lake's bottom with his two cronies at the time of the incident, thus exonerating him. Not everyone you see represents everyone, Brian muttered to himself, suddenly struck by a revelation. Could the key information in that statement pertain to a person? Was it possible that Voldemort's second Horcrux was not a human, but rather a pet or a ghost? This would also allow for the possibility of Voldemort possessing such a being. He had always assumed that Voldemort's remaining wraith could only inhabit human forms, akin to Quirrell. Yet, perhaps he had entered a mental cul-de-sac. There was no evidence to suggest that the wraith could only inhabit human bodies. Indeed, only Peeves, the poltergeist, could create mischief on the first floor without alarming the ghosts and house elves, who would merely dismiss him as a nuisance. Yes, only Peeves could have kept Snape from raising his guard, allowing for a sudden ambush. Brian closed his eyes and began to analyze the situation. The current circumstances were a mix of good and bad. The known information now included the true identity of Voldemort's second Horcrux. Moreover, the fact that Snape had merely sustained severe injuries and was not truly dead indicated that Voldemort was not in a state of recovery, lacking sufficient magical power to employ lethal spells. Perhaps he had relied on the same strategy that had incapacitated Snape in the second-floor restroom to keep the scene so pristine. What should be done? Umbridge, have you disclosed the events on the fourth floor of Hogwarts to the Daily Prophet? Did I not warn you against revealing even the slightest detail? Fudge thundered, his face ashen as he burst into Umbridge's office, his voice a low growl. I did not, Umbridge replied, rising abruptly, her complexion draining of color, her former arrogance vanished. Minister Fudge, you know that I have followed your instructions to the letter. Umbridge was visibly shaken. All her powers stemmed from Fudge's support. Should she lose his trust, she would plummet from her current position of authority within the Ministry of Magic. It wasn't you? Fudge cast a dubious glance at her, slamming today as Daily Prophet on her desk. Tell me, did Dumbledore himself inform Rita Skeeter? Umbridge stood there, her lips pale, her body trembling, waves of dizziness washing over her. She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter, otherwise. You know the consequences. Fudge snorted disdainfully and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. When Brian exited the headmaster's office, Hogwarts was indeed bustling with activity. The campus was suddenly filled with a multitude of imposing middle-aged men and elegantly dignified women. Alongside professors were surrounded by crowds, repeatedly offering explanations. Not far away, Brian spotted Sonia, her face a mask of indignation, standing quietly in a corner. He approached her, curiosity piqued. Senior, what has happened? Sonia shrugged helplessly, replying, It's all because of what the Daily Prophet published this morning. These parents have come here to lodge complaints. The words Daily Prophet, complaint, and parents struck Brian like a jolt, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He quickly took the newspaper Sonia handed him, and the headline glaringly proclaimed that Hogwarts was harboring a dangerous three-headed dog. Indeed, a chill ran down Brian's spine. Voldemort was undoubtedly trying to incite panic at Hogwarts. If he was not mistaken, this information had likely been leaked by Quirrell, who was lurking outside. For the sake of Hogwarts' reputation, Dumbledore and the professors had refrained from disclosing that Quirrell was a Death Eater, opting instead to discreetly investigate his movements. However, ever since learning from Hagrid that Quirrell was alive and active near Hogwarts, Brian had been anxious about Voldemort laying a trap through him. This was truly troublesome. Concealment was futile. There were certainly formidable individuals who could unravel the truth. The best course of action for Dumbledore would be to acknowledge the situation and remove the three-headed dog from the castle, providing an explanation to the parents of these noble students, as well as to the Board of Governors, and subsequently collaborating with the Ministry of Magic to quell the brewing turmoil. Yet, doing so would inevitably weaken the defenses surrounding the Sorcerer's Stone, leading to an increasing number of students attempting to venture inside, thereby heightening Voldemort's chances of success. If Dumbledore could personally safeguard the Sorcerer's Stone, there would naturally be no severe issues. However, it was apparent that old Dumbledore had yet to reach such a realization. He was presently intent on using it as bait, uncertain whether he would catch the fish or be caught by it. Brian noticed in the distance a middle-aged witch with a round face and golden hair strolling confidently toward the Hogwarts castle. Chapter 61. The Heartfelt Quartet. Sighing, Brian stood beside Sonia, the cacophony of protesting parents ringing in his ears as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Although he had roughly deduced that Voldemort had possessed the ghost Peeves, he merely awaited Harry and the others' answers for confirmation. Yet, numerous questions still lingered. Although Peeves is merely a ghost, he has resided in Hogwarts for over a millennium. It is perplexing how he managed to attach himself to Voldemort during his moment of weakness. In his mind, there are two conjectures. A. Voldemort and Peeves engaged in a clandestine and unsavory bargain, each party colluding with the other. B. Voldemort possesses an unpredictable trump card that enables him to exert direct control over Peeves through his own power. Brian leans more toward the latter. For judging by Voldemort's recent actions and the direction of his plans, he should be capable of launching an assault on Hogwarts and acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. However, this advantage must come with some restrictions. Otherwise, Snape would already be in heaven challenging James to a duel. Still, the situation is far from stable. Brian slowly opened his eyes to find a round face looming before him, startling him momentarily. It belonged to a middle-aged lady with a mane of golden curls, who was occasionally jotting down notes on parchment. What caught the eye was her ostentatious glasses, adorned with numerous jewels. "Excuse me, young wizard. May I have a moment of your time? I am a reporter for the Daily Prophet," Rita Skeeter said, flashing a smile she surely believed to be charming. Brian cast her a sidelong glance. Not long ago, the Minister of Magic, Fudge, had posed as a reporter in an attempt to frame him for imprisonment. And now another self-proclaimed reporter from the Daily Prophet was before him. Did they truly believe that merely changing gender or appearance would be effective? He let out a resigned sigh and replied, "What is it?" Rita Skeeter regarded him with a slight smile. "Today, numerous parents protested against Headmaster Dumbledore at Hogwarts. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Brian inhaled deeply and asked, "Am I allowed to curse?" "Then I have no opinion," he said, waving his hand dismissively and turning away. Rita Skeeter, her expression darkening, made her way toward the headmaster's office. Brian shook his head. He had begun to formulate some thoughts. But the interruption from this pretentious reporter had muddled his clarity. "What troubles you now?" "Nothing." Before Brian could utter more, he felt a sharp tap on his head. Sonia then tugged at his ear, saying, "You dare to keep secret from your senior? Your expression just now was identical to the last time. Will you speak?" "Dumbledore forbids it." When Rita Skeeter emerged from the headmaster's office, her previously troubled demeanor had vanished, replaced by a spring-like exuberance, suggesting she had obtained the answers she sought from Dumbledore. Moments later, Brian received a summons to Dumbledore's office. As he took a seat, Dumbledore wasted no time in stating, "Tomorrow, I will be summoned to the Ministry of Magic for an inquiry." Brian blinked in surprise, then quietly observed Dumbledore, awaiting further elaboration. "We all know this information was leaked by that individual. Fudge is not so foolish," Dumbledore remarked with a calm demeanor, as if he were not the one under investigation by the Ministry. "Thus, I have openly acknowledged this matter in the Daily Prophet, and tomorrow, the guardian of the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, will vacate the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor." "Brian, I need you to prevent Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said, regarding Brian with a serious expression. Despite Brian's usual indifference, he was nearly startled by Dumbledore's words. The muscles in his face twitched slightly, and after a deep breath, he replied, "Professor, that's impossible." Completing the ultimate assessment task and obtaining further assistance from Dumbledore was of utmost importance to Brian. It would be ideal if he could do so without revealing his involvement in this matter. After careful consideration, Brian took out his heartfelt 4-step strategy. The first step was to feign weakness. "Professor, I have heard of that person's deeds. I believe that no matter how many defenses we put in place, they are of little use in the face of absolute power." Brian managed a wry smile, wondering if the professor truly wished for a first-year student to face certain death. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Brian, you may proceed. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Brian sighed. "Professor, I fear this is not merely a question of need. That individual is exceedingly dangerous, and now he has possessed a ghost, complicating matters infinitely. This is truly daunting." The second step was to demonstrate his own value. Upon hearing the mention of the ghost, Dumbledore's smile broadened. He nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation, encouraging Brian to continue. The third step was to elicit sympathy. Dumbledore chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "With your abilities, the final exam should be a breeze. As for the score, consider this your end-of-term assignment. Should you succeed, I will personally award Gryffindor an additional 100 points." It seemed the first 3 steps had not been sufficiently compelling. After much deliberation, Brian finally devised a significant argument. "Professor, you know that Harry and I share a close bond. If I begin undertaking these tasks, Harry and the others will undoubtedly notice. They previously attempted to assist me of their own accord, and I cannot put my friends in danger again." Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating this. The fourth step was to protect those dear to him. Chapter 62. Danger, danger, danger. Brian idly held his lemon tea, lost in thought, while Dumbledore took a considerable amount of time to ponder, memories from the past flooding his mind. After a long pause, Brian feigned urgency. "Professor, I think this matters still." Dumbledore interrupted Brian, lowering his head slightly and speaking in a grave tone. "I will arrange for several assistants for you, and Fawkes will lend his aid. He is a phoenix capable of withstanding the killing curse. Moreover, I grant you permission to act in my name to enlist the help of the professors." Brian frowned slightly, hesitant to agree outright. Ideally, he wished for Dumbledore to intervene directly, but the old wizard's prior demeanor and current stance made it clear that he was reluctant to take action himself. Brian carefully weighed in his mind whether these conditions would suffice to confront Voldemort's schemes. After a prolonged silence, Brian finally nodded slowly and said, I can give it a try, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Dumbledore regarded him calmly, replying, Speak freely. Firstly, Professor, may I borrow the sword of Gryffindor? I have a purpose for it. Dumbledore nodded, indicating his acquiescence. Secondly, once the task is complete, you must publicly declare that it was all Harry's doing. Brian stated without hesitation. Dumbledore, clearly taken aback by Brian's request, paused momentarily before responding. Very well, but regarding Harry. I understand. Brian replied with a light chuckle. Professor, shall we establish a magical contract? Dumbledore said nothing further, simply extending his hand. However, upon seeing the parchment of sheepskin that Brian offered, his pupils constricted and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Exiting the headmaster's office, Brian exhaled softly. Negotiating terms with Dumbledore had been a scheme he had meticulously planned upon accepting the task, to fulfill the ultimate examination assignment. He had transitioned from being reluctant to enter the headmaster's office to nearly considering it home. He felt he had invested far too much. If the reward from this endeavor were not substantial, the system would be better off feeding the Nargles. Following the incident with the troll and his conversation with Dumbledore, Brian understood the perilous nature of his surroundings. Between the 2 formidable figures, he had to choose one to ensure his safety. This realization prompted him to gradually showcase his abilities to Dumbledore, asserting his value and intentions. If he continued to feign modesty, it would be a mere child's play to those 2 astute individuals. He would be eliminated as a potential threat before Voldemort even made move. Suppressing his internal musings, Brian began to strategize for the forthcoming ultimate examination. However, at that moment, Harry and the other 2 emerged from around the corner, with Harry breathlessly announcing, We found the person you mentioned. It's Seamus. Is it him? Brian furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt surfacing within him. Hermione interjected, Moreover, we specifically inquired with Seamus. Brian's complexion changed drastically as he excitedly asked, You want to see him? Hermione, startled by Brian's reaction, instinctively nodded. Ron offered a somewhat awkward smile and sighed. We just wanted to ask him about the details, and guess what? Seamus said he had only heard about the matter. It's Peeves, Harry remarked. It's been ages since we last saw him. Many have mentioned this. With this confirmation, the final uncertainty was eliminated. Brian felt a sense of calm wash over him. As long as he could ascertain the vessel Voldemort had possessed, he could eliminate several potential contingencies in his subsequent plans, thus conserving considerable effort. Harry and Ron exchanged glances filled with determination, eagerly awaiting Brian's response, while Hermione hesitated momentarily before softly advising, Brian, you must be careful. Indeed, I shall, he replied, sensing an underlying strangeness in the air. If Old Dang were to take matters into his own hands, he would undoubtedly be able to easily eliminate Old Eanby, even though, due to his ignorance of the existence of soul artifacts, he might not be able to destroy him in one fell swoop. Merely restraining his wandering soul from interacting with the outside world would constitute the most prudent course of action. Is this disdain or some other reason? Sitting in the room of requirement, Brian rubbed his temples, dismissing these once relevant concerns as trivial. He unfurled 2 sheets of parchment, inscribing the words Old Eanby's trump card on the first sheet. To comprehend the extent of the devastation Voldemort would wreak in his forthcoming scheme to steal the Philosopher's Stone, it is imperative to ascertain the powers he currently wields and his potential hidden assets. First, there is the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, which he had overlooked previously. Based on the timeline of his second visit to the castle before Christmas, it is possible that, for some reason, there were no reported incidents of harm as in the original text. However, it is highly likely that the chamber has been reopened and that the basilisk has been controlled as a preparatory force for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. This is not difficult to comprehend. The probable motive behind such actions would be one of vengeance and retribution, which does not align with Old Eanby's typically patient and sinister nature. He would not act recklessly unless he had absolute certainty. Furthermore, one must also consider Peter Pettigrew, for Slytherin must be approached with caution. Although Pettigrew's character bears resemblance to that of several pureblood families, they will not make hasty decisions until Voldemort has either regained or demonstrated significant power. In the original narrative, had it not been for Sirius's intervention, Pettigrew would have continued to conceal himself beside Ron for a considerable time. These individuals, driven by self-interest, prioritize their lives, status, and gain, rendering emotional attachments utterly inconsequential. To resolve this matter flawlessly without exposing oneself, one must contemplate every possible scenario. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Brian felt a sense of inadequacy in his strategy. In order to avoid any missteps in the overarching situation, it seemed he had overlooked certain elements. What other resources does old Ian possess at Hogwarts? Brian tapped his fingers on the table as a flicker of realization dawned upon him. This particular aspect was what he most dreaded encountering, a part of his subconscious that he had instinctively chosen to ignore. However, he now found it imperative to verify. After a moment, Brian's expression darkened as he stood in the corridor. He finally grasped the essence of Voldemort's greatest trump card and the enigma surrounding the control of the millennium-old ghost. Nearly Headless Nick. Crisis. Apologies for the sudden unavailability of the reader group. Chapter 63. The odds are not in my favor. With Ravenclaw's diadem missing from the room of requirement, this location can no longer serve as a base for preparation. Brian could vaguely surmise, based on the rules governing access to the room of requirement, that Voldemort had indeed acquired this soul artifact during Quirrell's tenure. As for why it was not utilized during the first troll incident, he remained in the dark. After all, he had no points of reference. His knowledge of soul artifacts was limited. He only knew that the Sword of Gryffindor, or the Basilisk's Fang combined with Fiendfire, could be employed to destroy a soul artifact. In the vast majority of circumstances, Brian typically maintains a relatively composed demeanor. However, the recent exposure of the room of requirement and the unpredictable nature of the soul objects have indeed instilled a sense of unease within him. Even though Voldemort, in his current state, may not be able to access the room of requirement, Brian decided it prudent to change his location, as such a move would offer greater security. Yet, the choice of a new destination posed a dilemma. Dumbledore had informed all professors of his absence, and reappearing before them could potentially reveal his whereabouts, which was far from wise. Should he venture to old Dumbledore's office? Although the headmaster had long since provided him with the password, Brian hesitated, ultimately dismissing this option. He harbored a considerable wariness towards the greatest of white wizards. Wait, had he perhaps overlooked a certain place? As Brian stood in the 8th floor corridor, peering down, the dimly lit castle at midnight revealed only the well-lit infirmary, where he could occasionally spot Madame Pomfrey gliding past the windows. That place is quite familiar to me. A strange smile crept across Brian's face. Indeed, calamity begets calamity, and in the end, it must fall upon you, Snape. Snape's office was indeed an excellent choice. With his acerbic wit and an aloof demeanor that dissuaded anyone from approaching, it was rare for anyone to visit Snape's office. Moreover, given that he was now gravely injured and lying in the hospital wing, it was simply perfect, rarely acting with such decisiveness. Brian resolved to shift his preparations to Snape's office and immediately began his transition. The atmosphere in Snape's office remained as ominous as ever. However, the damage from the last incident had been fully restored. The once bare shelves were once again brimming with potions and ingredients. Without hesitation, Brian seized a vial of revitalizing elixir from the cabinet, downing it with ease. The cool liquid slid down his throat, gradually awakening his fatigued mind. The myriad potions and ingredients in Snape's office were naturally categorized as part of his own reserves in preparation for the forthcoming battle. Even if Snape was incapacitated, he would still contribute to the cause of saving Hogwarts. At worst, he could later draft a letter under Dumbledore's name to explain the situation. Harry, in a bid to save Hogwarts, utilized a modicum of potions from the esteemed potions master. Such reasoning would be entirely plausible, and Snape would surely feel pleased. Since old Dumbledore was willing to bear the blame in exchange for remaining a bystander, why not make the burden a touch heavier? As for Harry's fate, well, that was a bit cruel to contemplate, so he chose not to dwell on it. How much effort had he expended to fortify Harry's resolve? The great savior, Harry Potter, is fortunate to have a friend who considers him so deeply. With his hands clasped behind his back, Brian stood in the darkness, inevitably lost in thought. At this juncture, it appeared that the various actions of the old Slytherin could be deemed little more than minor skirmishes. After this calm, a tempest was sure to follow. The most significant figure within their ranks, Dumbledore, had already fled, and now the second-in-command, Snape, lay incapacitated in the infirmary. The disparity between the two sides is exceedingly imbalanced. Following the current plan, there exists merely an 85% chance of success. No, considering the threat posed by the Horcruxes, it may be reduced to a mere 80%. The prospects are increasingly grim. This line of thought appears somewhat flawed. Brian pondered deeply before realizing the gravity of his hubris. He gently tapped his thigh and reflected solemnly. Brian, you have truly become increasingly arrogant. Can a plan be deemed viable with less than a 90% success rate? Having undergone profound introspection and recognizing the slim chances of success, he resolved to seek alternatives, such as the timing of Voldemort's potential actions. In the initial 2 tasks assigned by the system, Brian predominantly awaited his adversary's moves, countering each attack in turn. If he could predict every conceivable scenario the opponent might present, meticulously avoiding any errors, he could assuredly complete the task. However, plans are often subject to unforeseen changes, and many events ultimately deviate from expectations. Thus, it would be prudent for him to not only prepare as he had previously, but also to emulate Dumbledore by introducing a bait to lure the enemy. Instead of merely reacting, he should proactively create opportunities, coaxing his adversary to act first. By drawing all circumstances into a situation of his own design, he would be better equipped to respond. Yet, even this strategy alone would not elevate the success rate to 90%. Fortunately, Brian had further preparations in place. He had devised a specific strategy to dismantle Voldemort's intricate plans one by one, aiming to achieve a special course of action where he would remain in the shadows, allowing others to assist him. After all, Dumbledore merely required him to prevent Voldemort from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, and he was solely interested in orchestrating the defense of Hogwarts. Such a feat could hardly be termed mere manipulation. It should be regarded as strategic planning. Nonetheless, prior to proceeding, he needed to meet with the student task force assigned to guard Hogwarts, as arranged by Dumbledore, to lay out a concrete plan. His own task was merely to provide overarching strategies and a rough outline of the steps to take and how to act. The true salvation of Hogwarts would rest upon those few individuals. Additionally, he would also be completing a task of his own. Chapter 64. The Student Task Force for the Defense of Hogwarts. Why have we been gathered here? George and Fred inquired, puzzled, as they faced Professor McGonagall in a secluded classroom within Hogwarts Castle. For a moment, Professor McGonagall was at a loss for words, her eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty. Dumbledore had not disclosed to her the purpose behind assembling these children, and her familiarity with him, having worked alongside him for such an extended period, made her acutely aware that it was not a matter of reluctance to share, but rather that he found it difficult to articulate for some reason. In the next moment, a flicker of concern crossed her features. Given the current precarious state of Hogwarts, was it truly safe for these children to assist Dumbledore? With a sigh, she stated, "Dumbledore has asked us to gather you here. He mentioned there are tasks to assign." With that, she hesitated before departing. This classroom was filled with notable figures from the three houses. Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff lowered his head, deep in thought, while Sonia idly toyed with her wand, when suddenly, the door swung open. A colossal figure stood at the entrance, and, as the crowd looked up, they were surprised to find it was Hagrid. He spoke. "Did Dumbledore send you here?" Although it was Professor McGonagall who had brought them, she had stated it was Dumbledore's request, thus aligning with Hagrid's words. "Hagrid, what brings you here?" George asked playfully, "What does Dumbledore want with us?" The group was momentarily taken aback, but followed Hagrid to the headmaster's office, where four diminutive figures came into view. "Brian, is that you?" George and Fred exclaimed with delight, while Sonia's previously calm demeanor transformed into a smile as she approached and patted Brian on the shoulder. Only Cedric Diggory, perplexed, inquired, "Wait, can someone tell me who he is?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mike Bryan," he said with a gentle sigh. "Dumbledore has gathered us here for certain tasks he cannot undertake himself." It seemed Dumbledore was indeed becoming a bit muddled. He had managed to assemble a group of guardians for Hogwarts without even noticing the two remarkable twins among them. Brian was well aware of the Weasley twins' capabilities and had some understanding of their characters and strengths. Could it be that old Dumbledore hoped to rely on the twins to unleash chaos upon Voldemort? As they followed Hagrid into the headmaster's office, each individual, including the trio accompanying Brian, introduced themselves. In some respects, Dumbledore and Brian appear to be on the same wavelength. Notably, the protective squad did not include any Slytherin students, as their connections to Voldemort were too ambiguous. Sonia and Hermione had already begun conversing, indicating that this was not their first encounter. Brian paused, suddenly recalling that when he first met Sonia, she had mentioned another diligent freshman who rose early. So it was her. No wonder. The decision to bring the trio here had not been made lightly by Brian. Primarily, Harry's current protective enchantment could be deemed the ultimate weapon against Voldemort, potentially serving as a trump card if utilized wisely. Furthermore, even if they did not directly participate, the trio would undoubtedly find ways to assist them in their unique manner, which could inadvertently disrupt Brian's plans. George and Fred had never anticipated that Dumbledore would choose them for such a task, and they were now brimming with excitement as they urgently asked Brian, "What exactly does Dumbledore want us to do?" Brian replied earnestly, "Since we have all gathered here to assist Dumbledore and for the sake of Hogwarts." He paused, retrieving a thick parchment from his sleeve, and continued solemnly, "First, we need a magical contract." An hour later, the group had finally recited the confidentiality clauses inscribed on the parchment, pledging to reveal not a whisper of Brian's secrets. A brand new, more refined template for the contract had been completed, surpassing even that of George and Fred's previous efforts. The expressions on their faces resembled frostbitten leaves, dark and purplish. Even Sonia regarded Brian with an odd gaze, her face displaying a peculiar expression. In jest, Brian engaged in a relentless hour of rapid discourse, a feat that could induce fatigue in anyone's tongue. Initially, given Brian's trust in Sonia, such measures seemed unnecessary. However, it was essential for everyone to participate. Her exemption would appear discordant. Furthermore, this approach ensured greater prudence, particularly for the sake of their future endeavors. With a hint of reassurance, Brian's countenance brightened, and he warmly addressed the gathering. I appreciate everyone's hard work. Allow me to briefly elucidate the current situation. Sonia shot him an exasperated glare. Hogwarts and Dumbledore have recently encountered a troublesome predicament, Brian sighed. As you are all aware, due to the dangerous creature in the forbidden section on the 4th floor, Dumbledore is under investigation by the Ministry of Magic. However, that creature is, in fact, guarding something of utmost significance. The group exchanged looks of realization, and Fred curiously inquired, "Is it that three-headed dog?" Brian retorted, "It is students like you, with such inquiries, that complicate matters further." He nodded slightly and continued, "Yet, there lurks a perilous individual within Hogwarts who covets that very object. Even Snape was gravely injured due to a surprise attack from him. Our objective is to prevent this individual from obtaining it." "Who is it?" Cedric suddenly interjected. "Who is this person?" "Voldemort." Despite some mental preparation, the pupils of several present individuals constricted in shock. The specter of the Dark Lord loomed large, as the memories of countless deaths over the years cast a shadow over every wizard's mind. "Impossible," George exclaimed. "That individual is dead." Observing their reactions, Brian sighed softly and spoke. "Dumbledore has been ensnared and is now under investigation by the Ministry. We cannot stand idly by while he jeopardizes Hogwarts and unleashes havoc upon the wizarding world once more. First step to bolster morale. Speak from the heart." Chapter 65. Reforging the Glory of Hogwarts. It is our duty. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation. Cedric pondered for a moment before fixing his gaze on Brian and inquired, "Why not inform the professors or the Ministry?" "Because doing so would incite chaos at Hogwarts and trigger a second wave of panic within the wizarding community, reviving the dormant Death Eaters," Brian explained earnestly. "Moreover, Professor Dumbledore is unable to personally manage this situation for certain reasons. But why involve first-year wizards in this perilous endeavor?" Sonia's eyes brimmed with concern as she questioned. "This is exceedingly dangerous." Brian chuckled lightly, gesturing towards Harry. "He is the only one who has ever harmed Voldemort." All eyes turned fervently towards Harry, prompting him to instinctively lower his gaze. Seizing the moment, Brian continued, "There is no need for excessive worry. That individual has not yet regained his former powers. The only caution we must exercise is regarding the external forces he may employ. Furthermore, the professors are indeed aware of this matter, and they will assist us in critical moments." Second step to bolster morale. Instill hope. The expressions of several individuals visibly softened as they began to ponder the implications of Brian's words. The third tactic to uplift morale was to promise substantial rewards. Cedric and the twin brothers displayed unmistakable intrigue. Ever since Snape ascended to the position of head of Slytherin, the house had monopolized the House Cup for an entire 7 years. This presented an optimal opportunity for each house to earn points. Furthermore, this team was devoid of Slytherin students, making it their best chance to triumph over them. Brian sighed softly and spoke. "Hogwarts has generously imparted magical education to us free of charge for 7 years, nurturing our growth. This was all a result of Professor Dumbledore's relentless advocacy on the Board of Governors, carrying the hopes of many within the wizarding community as he guided us through perilous times. Yet now, we stand on the brink of what may be Hogwarts' most treacherous moment. Why must this prestigious, century-old institution endure such tribulations? In the future, children from impoverished families within the wizarding world will have to lamentfully sell their possessions to attend the distant alternative schools to learn magic. They yearn for the opportunity to enter the esteemed Hogwarts without the dread of perilous journeys, financial constraints, and the inability to receive an education. Professor Dumbledore, along with our daily companions in teaching, will soon be engaged in a struggle against the Death Eaters, and anyone could become the next victim, like Severus lying in a hospital bed. My friends, how could we allow such a fate to unfold? We are all students of Hogwarts, infused with its spirit and bearing its name. We share a common identity as Hogwarts students. The challenges that Hogwarts, and indeed the entire wizarding world, are about to face demand our resolution. For the sake of the wizarding community, for Hogwarts, for Professor Dumbledore, for our beloved teachers and friends, and for our families, can we stand idly by while our loved ones suffer? To restore the glory of Hogwarts is our solemn duty. The fourth tactic to inspire morale is a sense of mission. Suddenly, Fred exclaimed, "I've made up my mind. If it comes to it, I'll go down with Voldemort." George sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Brian, declaring, "Indeed, I, George, shall partake in this endeavor." Cedric struck the floor emphatically and stated with conviction, "Had I not listened to Brian, I would still be unaware of how dire the situation has become. As a member of Hogwarts, I too must contribute to this monumental cause." Feeling the momentum from behind, Brian turned to see Harry, his face flushed, saying, "Brian, tell us what to do. We will follow your lead." Hermione, moved to tears, and Ron, brimming with determination, were ready to confront Voldemort. Sonia smiled and nodded at him. Brian thought, this is unexpected. I haven't even commenced my fifth tactic to rally their spirits, and they're already so fervently engaged. The process of persuading them feels somewhat surreal. However, since the goal has been achieved, the specifics of the journey, whether lacking or abundant, are ultimately of little consequence. He quickly gathered everyone together to meticulously discuss their strategy. As Brian elaborated on his analysis and plans, the group nodded in agreement, expressing their astonishment and endorsement. As the crowd rose to commend the rationality and effectiveness of Brian's plan, they were taken aback by his leisurely declaration. "This is merely the first proposal. In 3 days, I invite you all to return here for the introduction of the subsequent 3 plans, along with an additional 6 combat strategies." With a thud, Cedric, who had just risen, collapsed to the ground, momentarily disregarding his disheveled appearance. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on Brian as if he were a monstrous apparition. The assembly, still in a daze, vacated the principal's office, struggling to regain their composure. George and Fred clutched a blueprint handed to them by Brian, a critical component that required their urgent attention over the coming days for testing efficacy. Should they fail to meet Brian's standards, revisions would be mandatory. After a moment of contemplation, Brian gathered the scattered plans strewn across the floor of the office and gently made his way outside, calling out, "Hagrid, Dumbledore has entrusted us with another task. Let us proceed together." Hagrid nodded in agreement, his respect for Dumbledore compelling him to fulfill any assignment with utmost diligence. Given Brian's insistence on maintaining secrecy as per Dumbledore's wishes, Hagrid refrained from questioning and simply complied. In stark contrast to the confusion enveloping others, Brian remained exceptionally lucid. He had a destination in mind, where 2 key allies would bolster his strategy against the basilisk. Chapter 66, Aragog. Brian sighed heavily, reflecting on the formidable challenge of assembling a competent team. The sight of his companions nearly fainting at the mere mention of the first plan filled him with a sense of life's unpredictability and a profound lack of hope. The revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades needed to reinforce their ideological foundations. Yet Brian's responsibilities extended beyond this. The immediate priority was to accompany Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest for a pivotal negotiation that would shape the power dynamics of Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest for the next 5 centuries. Considering the basilisk's immense size and the potential widespread devastation it could wreak, Brian recognized that Voldemort would likely exploit the chaos caused by the creature to seize the Philosopher's Stone, an endeavor that would minimize resistance, mitigate risk, and conserve energy. Consequently, Brian resolved to confront the basilisk within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, the forest housed a plethora of giant spiders, which the basilisk considered prey. Leveraging Hagrid's relationship with Aragog might prove invaluable in their confrontation with the serpent. As Brian followed Hagrid into the lair of the giant spiders, he was greeted by a multitude of small spiders scuttling across the ground, only scattering to create a passage when Hagrid approached. The deeper they ventured, the larger the spiders became, some even surpassing the size of a house. The cavern was expansive, albeit permeated by an unpleasant odor, with the ground littered with the remains of centaurs and other creatures. Brian blinked, deep in thought. "Aragog, Aragog, come forth," Hagrid bellowed. From the depths of the vast, hemispherical web, an extraordinarily large spider emerged slowly. He appeared to be the king of this domain, as all the spiders ceased their movements upon his emergence, seemingly welcoming him. The 8 eyes, shrouded in a milky haze atop the grotesque head adorned with large pincers, were evidently blind to the world around them. Yet, to underestimate him would be a grave miscalculation. His colossal body, a blend of gray and black, coupled with his powerful, oversized legs, exuded the terror of Aragog. "Hagrid, it has been quite a while. You seem to have brought a stranger," Aragog remarked, his countenance shifting slightly as if he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. "Yes, Mr. Aragog, Brian replied with a light chuckle, stepping forward. I am Ike Brian, and it was I who requested Hagrid to bring me to you. You're not afraid of me? Aragog inquired, momentarily taken aback, and then slowly continued, for Hagrid's sake, young wizard, please reveal your intentions. With a gentle sigh, Brian uttered 2 words, basilisk. At the sound of his declaration, a cacophony of clicking erupted. Countless long legs began to stir, casting massive shadows that swayed ominously around him, nearly encroaching upon his presence. Why bring it up? Aragog questioned. That ancient creature residing in the castle is a distant concern for us. Brian interrupted, but it is about to emerge. After a prolonged silence filled with contemplation, Aragog finally spoke. Very well, this indeed presents a significant dilemma. We could leave this place, for that creature poses a lethal threat to us. Thus, I have come. Brian felt somewhat like a charlatan at that moment. You need not take such drastic measures. After all, you have thrived here for a considerable time, and leaving would expose you to the wrath of wizards. Your 8-eyed giants are treasures in their own right, are they not? He paused, then added, moreover, you cannot simply relocate. The basilisk will soon escape the castle. I represent Dumbledore in proposing a deal. Assist us in dealing with the basilisk, and Hogwarts will promise you a permanent residence within the Forbidden Forest. That is impossible. Aragog bellowed. We shall not confront that ancient creature. Even without your assurances, we can continue to dwell here. Is that so? Brian responded with a light laugh. Then perhaps the other professors should come to negotiate with you, perhaps Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape. No, Brian, Hagrid interjected, visibly anxious. If they were to discover Aragog, they would surely exterminate all the giant spiders here. Can Dumbledore truly guarantee our eternal residence here? Aragog fell silent for a moment, his mood evidently darkening. My children have informed me that the centaurs have repeatedly requested Dumbledore to eradicate our kind. Of course, Brian assured, I will resolve the conflict between you and the centaurs. Aragog plunged into deep thought. As silence enveloped the cavern, not a single spider dared to move. Brian furtively observed the immense form of Aragog, contemplating the potential outcomes. Judging by Aragog's demeanor, it seemed that success was already within reach. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action for the 8-eyed giant spider would be to cooperate with itself, thereby eliminating the basilisk while also securing a legitimate existence within the Forbidden Forest. Could it truly be that the 8-eyed spider clan has become so foolish as to overlook such considerations? Surely not. Having managed to thrive in the Forbidden Forest for such an extended period, this progenitor of spiders must possess a degree of capability. Its intellect should not be underestimated. Yet, should it indeed turn hostile, how might one respond? Very well, I concede. Aragog sighed and inquired, what do you require of us, Brian? Aragog had finally been ensnared by his own persuasion. The matter was already half accomplished. Later, upon hearing Hagrid's call, you are to proceed alone to the heart of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid and I will mediate the conflict with the Centaur clan. Of course, Brian replied, a smile illuminating his face as he took Hagrid's arm, leading him away from the spider's lair. The stench within was unbearable. Had it not been for the formidable assistance offered by the 8-eyed spider clan, he would not have wished to linger for even a minute longer. Next, he was to seek out the uniquely insightful Forenza among the centaurs. The text depicted the Centaur clan as brimming with wisdom, and in comparison to Aragog, he would undoubtedly prove to be more challenging. Brian truly had no inkling of how the diviner of the Centaur clan would respond. Chapter 67, The Great Battle Approaches. Forenza welcomed the two with remarkable warmth, which took Brian by surprise. This was his first encounter with such a wondrously intelligent being, a handsome visage adorned with platinum hair, yet possessing the body of a silver-maned horse. He stood alone amidst the foliage, seemingly aware that 2 individuals would soon pass this way. Upon their arrival, he graciously bent his foreleg in a gesture of courtesy, declaring, the stars of destiny have foretold that today 2 guests of great importance to the Centaur clan would arrive. I have been awaiting you. Brian, a staunch atheist, had always regarded even the invisibility cloak of death as merely a product of advanced alchemy. So he was taken aback by Forenza's words, his mouth agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, Hagrid appeared remarkably composed, seemingly accustomed to such encounters, and engaged in a brief exchange with the centaur. Throughout, Forenza's gaze remained fixed upon Brian, never wavering even during his conversation with Hagrid. After a moment, he smiled apologetically and addressed Brian, saying, if it pleases you, esteemed guest, may I request you elucidate your purpose? The others within, maybe somewhat. Brian did not grasp the implication of his words, but since Forenza had initiated the dialogue, he felt it inappropriate to delay. He chuckled softly, I'm Ike Brian, representing Dumbledore. here to negotiate a transaction with the wise Centaur clan. Firenze nodded with a smile, awaiting Brian's elaboration. I require the Centaur clan to join forces with the eight-eyed giant spider in assisting Hogwarts against an ancient creature. In return, the eight-eyed giant spider will cease any proactive assaults on the Centaur clan, and Hogwarts shall acknowledge the Centaur clan's right to reside within the Forbidden Forest, providing appropriate support. Firenze nodded, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "That is quite reasonable. Over the past few decades, our Centaur clan has indeed been troubled considerably by the eight-eyed giant spiders, though some within our ranks are reluctant to acknowledge it. While I find your proposal feasible, I fear such a request may not sway our chieftain." Brian paused, taken aback, as he discerned the hesitation in Firenze's demeanor. With a slight bow, he encouraged, "Please, Mr. Firenze, do express your terms." The smile on Firenze's face gradually faded as he fixed his gaze intently on Brian, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "Most of my kin are rather obstinate, and though it may be inappropriate to say so, I believe I can persuade them to temporarily set aside their animosity to assist Hogwarts. However, I must alter the terms of our agreement. It is not necessary for the eight-eyed spiders to refrain from attacking us, but the Centaur clan wishes to be recognized as allies of Hogwarts." Brian did not respond immediately, instead observing Firenze's expression for a considerable time before softly stating, "Being allies entails more than merely confronting the basilisk. The Centaur clan has a long-standing obligation to aid Hogwarts in protecting the Forbidden Forest." A smile returned to Firenze's face. "Indeed, it should be so." Brian stood quietly in the heart of the forest, contemplating his strategy. Hagrid's unintentional introduction of Aragog into the Forbidden Forest had proven beneficial for all its inhabitants. The Centaur clan, being wise creatures, inevitably bore desires along with their wisdom. Firenze's intent was clear. The Centaur clan had developed a stubborn and arrogant nature over the years. Had it not been for the relentless erosion of their strength by the eight-eyed spiders, keeping their population in check, the Forbidden Forest would have long been under their dominion. At that moment, they would not be satisfied merely to reside within this struggling territory. The wizards would inevitably seek to obliterate them. Despite their wisdom, the Centaur clan would find themselves outmatched against the likes of those from Hogwarts. Brian understood this principle, and it seemed Firenze did as well. As for why he desired to ally with Hogwarts, Brian surmised that he might have glimpsed something in a divination. Ever since their first encounter, he had developed a burgeoning interest in that mysterious discipline. Before long, Aragog arrived alone. Although greetings had been exchanged, the sight of an enemy still sparked tension, and Firenze's expression soured. Brian tossed 2 prepared parchments to Firenze and Hagrid and stood centrally among the 3, stating calmly, "We need to establish a magical contract to safeguard the interests of both clans and Hogwarts, while overseeing the conduct of all parties. Neither the Centaur clan nor the leader of the eight-eyed spiders may initiate hostilities against one another, with the pact remaining effective for generations. Hogwarts, in turn, guarantees the residency rights of both clans within the Forbidden Forest and provides protection." Aragog paused, then slowly responded, "Was it not previously stated that the Centaur clan would not be attacked?" "It has been revised," Brian replied with a gentle smile, "as long as neither leader appears. That is sufficient." Both parties raised no objections, and thus the process of the magical contract commenced. Since Aragog had lost his sight, Hagrid was designated to represent him. Given the bond between them, Hagrid could adequately convey Aragog's will. Later, Brian and Firenze forged a pact concerning the allies through magical means. However, when Aragog and Firenze departed, their expressions were as gloomy as that of a withered eggplant. Had it not been for the recent oath they had sworn and the formidable strength of Hogwarts, one might have feared an immediate outburst of anger or even a massacre. The complexity of this oath was such that any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, prompting both to privately question whether they had embarked on the correct path. With negotiations regarding the basilisk's assistance in the Forbidden Forest concluded, Brian found solace in Snape's office, indulging in invigorating potions and sorting through medicinal herbs. Simultaneously, he launched a full-scale offensive, orchestrating strategies with old Voldemort. This entire endeavor consumed a full week of Brian's time, during which he re-explained the remaining tactical maneuvers to several members of the Hogwarts Student Defense Squad and distributed a life-saving pouch to them. Brian's preparations were nearing completion, with 4 tactical systems and 6 operational plans fully established. This confrontation with Voldemort would be a struggle of an entirely different caliber compared to his previous encounter with Quirrell. This time, Voldemort would not merely probe. He would strike with full force, revealing some of his hidden cards. Caught in the swirling vortex of events, Brian knew he had to pour all his energy into planning, calculating, leveraging opportunities, and rallying support. Everything was in place, save for the crucial element that would tip the scales in his favor. Chapter 68. Guardians of the Philosopher's Stone. 1. Brian awaited the opportune moment. The basilisk would soon reveal itself. The countdown to the plan's initiation stood at 3 days. Recently, Voldemort had been unusually quiet, seemingly refraining from any actions that might expose him, aside from a few minor tricks. The calm before the storm was palpable. Despite the Weasley twins being reassigned by Dumbledore to guard the Hogwarts Student Defense Squad, the number of students attempting to breach the 4th floor had not diminished. In fact, they grew increasingly spirited. In response, Brian began to make tactical adjustments to the defense of the Philosopher's Stone, hoping that the involvement of the school professors might subtly inform Voldemort about the Horcruxes, aiming for a resolution that would be permanent. At the very least, he needed to eliminate the basilisk to ensure he could enjoy a peaceful second year at Hogwarts. To avoid alarming Voldemort, he refrained from organizing any extensive search for the ghost. Brian understood that since Voldemort had ensnared Dumbledore in the Ministry's entanglements, he must be acutely aware of the risks of exposure. To guide him into a situation under Brian's control, it was essential to first instill a sense of security in him. Thus, Brian merely issued a decree in Dumbledore's name, enforcing campus rules to prevent further casualties. Professors and students were prohibited from wandering alone at night. Thanks to Brian's various decisions and situational analyses, the members' confidence in confronting the wizarding world's most notorious dark wizard had significantly increased, and their recognition of Brian reached its zenith. The Weasley brothers finally completed the construction of the magical items depicted on their blueprint. Had it not been for Brian's meticulousness, they could have begun their leisure activities much sooner, which had been a source of their complaints for quite some time. Brian had been utterly speechless for an entire week. The members of the Hogwarts Student Guard Squad exhibited a lamentable lack of awareness and tactical acumen, relying solely on their behind-the-scenes manipulations. It was indeed a predicament for an innocent and naive 11-year-old. This state of affairs persisted until the eve of the plan, deep into the night in Snape's office, where Brian finally completed his final review. He meticulously analyzed every possible scenario before he could finally ease his mind. Tomorrow, the intricate plan to ensnare their adversary would commence. With everything accomplished and all that could be done completed, the remaining probability was left to fate's discretion. Brian set down his quill, raised his arms, and stretched his back, uttering a sigh. The last time, due to his misjudgment, he had to confront a troll personally to rescue Hermione. Therefore, this time, Brian engaged in daily self-reflection, devising a more precise strategy. After all, compared to charging headlong in a battle, maintaining a steady position and controlling the situation was where he truly belonged. He rubbed his brow, silently pondering. Once this matter was resolved, even if Voldemort managed to escape, he would still have at least 2 years of leisure ahead. A balance between work and rest was essential. After all, he had toiled for half a year, only for the benefit of Hogwarts, ultimately working for the elusive Dumbledore. Far too unrewarding. Something seemed amiss. Harry, Ron, are you really not coming with us to Hogsmeade? Neville and Seamus were packing for their outing, perplexed. Harry chuckled awkwardly, responding, I don't have anyone at home to sign for me, so I must stay here. I've even approached Professor McGonagall several times about this. Neville and Seamus found nothing unusual in this, as Harry and Ron had recently been mysteriously absent for extended periods. Seamus pulled out a small leather pouch from under the bed, his long-accumulated treasure. After counting meticulously, he placed it in his bag and sighed in relief, asking Ron, "What about you? Why aren't you going?" "I'm supposed to keep Harry company," Ron replied, his nose appearing slightly reddened. He patted his chest, declaring, "Isn't it to prevent Harry from being lonely? You two go ahead. Remember to bring me some sweets." The two glanced at Ron quizzically before hurriedly dashing out the door. It was said that opportunities for Hogwarts students to venture out were exceedingly rare. If they were late, they might miss the main group, leaving them with no room for regret. Harry watched the departing duo, finally heaving a sigh of relief, and lifted his head to say, "Ron, we should set off now. We need to take Hedwig and Pigwidgeon to the headmaster's office. Brian is being overly cautious. Couldn't Hedwig and Pigwidgeon stay in the dormitory?" Ron murmured, stroking Pigwidgeon's gray fur. "Let it be, Ron. Brian is up against that individual." Harry adjusted his glasses and replied quietly, "Besides, I'm not at ease leaving Hedwig here." With that, he took Ron's arm and led him out of the dormitory. Overall, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner according to his arrangements. The students of Slytherin have all departed from the school, and Peter Pettigrew has been confined to the headmaster's office, effectively extinguishing the two potential surprises he had anticipated before events unfolded. However, more than these concerns, he sincerely hoped that no further mishaps would arise. Should such a moment arrive, he would be compelled to reveal his final card and rectify matters personally. Brian, on the other hand, yearned to remain in this place, observing the unfolding situation with keen interest. He fixated on the Marauder's map, although he could not see the names of ghosts and the basilisk appearing, nor the actual scenes. It served as a valuable tool for manipulating the overarching situation. The old serpent was undoubtedly poised to seize the Philosopher's Stone today. Even though he recognized that this could be a trap designed to draw him out, he could not afford to overlook this opportunity. The allure of the Philosopher's Stone was too potent. Only those like Voldemort, who had become wraiths, could fully comprehend the preciousness of power and life. Come on, Brian silently urged himself. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the entire Hogwarts castle. With a serious expression, Brian rose slowly, his gaze directed towards the door as he murmured, "The basilisk has appeared. The plan begins." In Chapter 69, Guarding the Philosopher's Stone, 2 luring the serpent into the woods. Cedric and Hagrid sat in a classroom on the second floor near the corner, feeling the castle tremble. A third-year Hufflepuff student leapt to his feet, trembling as he asked, "Is this the basilisk that Brian spoke of?" Hagrid exhaled slowly, his face no longer bearing the amiable demeanor he was once known for. His eyes were tightly shut, fists clenched at his sides, nails digging deep into his flesh, drawing blood. Even so, he did not release his grip, emanating an aura of terrifying menace. Though Cedric and Hagrid were not well acquainted, their 3 years at Hogwarts had allowed them to cross paths numerous times. He had never imagined that Hagrid could appear so fearsome. He swallowed hard, instinctively shrinking back, yet heard Hagrid calmly state, "Indeed, this is the basilisk. It is likely the very creature that caused my expulsion." After forming a magical contract with Brian, Hagrid learned about the events of that fateful day and everything concerning the basilisk. At this moment, his hatred for the basilisk and Voldemort reached its zenith, and he felt somewhat reassured by the 6 roosters he had brought along. The crowing of roosters could potentially be a lethal weapon against the basilisk, yet this ancient creature, having survived for millennia, might possess some degree of immunity. Thus, the mission for Cedric and Hagrid was to provoke the basilisk and exploit its natural fear of roosters, leading it into the Forbidden Forest, thereby allowing the others to execute their respective plans without obstruction from such a colossal beast. Upon reaching the Forbidden Forest, they would join forces with the prepared acromantula and centaurs to eliminate the basilisk. Outside the classroom, the sound of scurrying grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by a palpable vibration that intensified with each passing moment. Cedric could even discern the harsh sound of its coarse skin gliding slowly across the dust-laden floor. He had nearly forgotten his initial trepidation, exhaling a sigh of relief as he shared a light laugh with Hagrid, remarking, "At last, it has arrived." The prolonged absence of the basilisk would have imposed immeasurable pressure on their entire strategy, while they had prepared for such an eventuality. The presence of an ancient creature capable of petrifying magic and formidable physical attacks necessitated constant vigilance. Brian had previously analyzed the potential approach of the basilisk within the 3rd tactical framework he had devised for Hagrid and Cedric. Voldemort's ultimate plan hinged on acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, and should he succeed, it would likely inflict further damage upon Dumbledore's stronghold. Essentially, the basilisk served as a diversion within Voldemort's tactical schema, as he believed his prior actions would have sufficiently alerted Dumbledore to the impending threat, thus affording Brian ample room for maneuver. Hagrid nodded, the tension in his expression easing slightly as he remarked, Brian was indeed correct. The basilisk is most likely to manifest here. Cedric and Hagrid retrieved from their pockets the sheepskin pouch that Brian had entrusted to them, which contained a pair of Muggle sunglasses equipped with a protective visor. This ingenious device, developed over a week by the Weasley twins, served as a secret weapon against the basilisk, whose petrifying gaze could inflict significant harm. Though labeled as Muggle sunglasses, they bore subtle differences. The magical etchings inscribed upon them enabled the user to conjure the visor with a mere incantation, eliminating the need for manual adjustment. In that moment, the two remained still, quietly lurking within the classroom, minimizing their risk of detection by the basilisk. They adhered strictly to their tactical approach, avoiding direct confrontation with the creature's head. Moreover, they had ingested the magical potion Brian had procured from Snape's office to mask their scent. They understood they must wait until a majority of the basilisk's massive form had crossed into the classroom before provoking it. This constituted the first step of Brian's strategy to confront the basilisk, to incite its fury and draw it into the Forbidden Forest. Brian had never anticipated that they could eliminate this terrifying ancient beast the moment it appeared. If Cedric and Hagrid could dispatch the basilisk so effortlessly, It would hardly qualify as one of Voldemort's trump cards. Brian had even considered the possibility that, alongside Aragog and Firenze, they would be unable to truly vanquish the creature. Thus, he had borrowed the sword of Gryffindor from Dumbledore to entrust to Cedric for the decisive blow. Hagrid and Cedric exchanged a knowing glance before stealthily opening the classroom door and stepping outside, finally laying eyes upon the basilisk in its full, terrifying splendor. It was an immense creature, beyond description. Its emerald-hued body, tinged with an air of malevolence, was nearly as thick as an ancient tree, requiring the embrace of 3 or 4 adults to encircle it. Atop its flattened head sat a tuft of scarlet crest, exuding an almost flamboyant aura. From a lateral perspective, although Cedric successfully evaded the basilisk's lethal gaze, the sight of its furious, menacing visage, crowned with a maw the size of a grinding wheel, was sufficiently terrifying. Its scarlet tongue, nearly several meters long, glistened with a viscous slime. Cedric stifled his disgust, swiftly drawing his wand from his sleeve to maneuver away from Hagrid, positioning himself apart. This way, even if one were to close their eyes, they could rely on the other's guidance to act, thereby avoiding the basilisk's stealthy attacks. Disintegrate. Cedric channeled his energy, sweeping his wand in a decisive motion, unleashing an invisible wave of magical force that collided with the basilisk's rough hide, producing a burst of crimson sparks. Despite his meticulous preparation, the spell failed to penetrate the creature's formidable skin. Nevertheless, the basilisk emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing its body in a frenzy, its flattened head beginning to turn in their direction. The visors of his glasses shielded him from the basilisk's gaze. Yet Cedric could still discern much of the surrounding scene, thus avoiding the total blindness that would accompany closing his eyes. As he witnessed the basilisk's tail, thick as a barrel, sweeping towards him with alarming speed, Cedric summoned an unprecedented swiftness, pivoting and sprinting down the stairs towards the Forbidden Forest. The basilisk pursued closely, only slightly easing its pace as Cedric burst from the castle, seemingly hesitant. In its memory, the command issued by its serpentine master forbade it from leaving the castle's confines. It was obliged to continuously roam within, eliminating any humans it encountered and wreaking havoc until further orders were given to venture afar and relish the delectable spiders in the woods. In that moment of indecision, the basilisk's body convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably before it began to advance forward. At that instant, thoughts of commands and sustenance vanished from its mind, replaced solely by the instinct to flee. For behind it echoed the crowing of a rooster. It was Hagrid. Chapter 70. The Protection of the Philosopher's Stone. 3. An ambush in the Forbidden Forest. Accompanied by the incessant crowing of the rooster, the youthful Cedric, clad in a yellow and black striped wizarding robe, ran desperately, pursued by a frantic serpent. Cedric found himself in this perilous predicament not out of necessity, but driven by his unwavering desire to elevate Hufflepuff and his family's legacy. After accepting Dumbledore's invitation, he willingly took on this most treacherous burden. Ironically, the one who had devised and assigned this dangerous task was an innocent 11-year-old boy, currently hidden away in a secluded office, far removed from the chaos unfolding at Hogwarts. Unbeknownst to him, the basilisk behind him was far more frantic, having spent its entire existence within the Chamber of Secrets. Aside from being awakened decades ago by a young wizard, it had largely slumbered, never having encountered such jarring sounds. The moment it heard the rooster crow, an agonizing jolt surged through its very soul, compelling it to instinctively seek escape from this place. What perplexed and terrified the serpent creature was that, regardless of how it hastened its pace, the crowing of the rooster not only persisted but grew increasingly intense. Could it be that a serpent, too, encountered a specter? At that moment, the serpent had no time for further contemplation and could only exert itself to hasten forward. Its subconscious warned that if it continued in this manner, it would not only fail to feast on spiders in the forest, but might also very well meet its demise here. Behind it, Hagrid pursued the serpent at a leisurely pace, brandishing a Muggle-world megaphone. With every 2 strides he took, he would place the megaphone before a rooster and emphatically smack its rear, artificially prompting the chickens to emit increasingly harrowing cries, just out of the serpent's mouth, only to fall into the spider's lair. Cedric swallowed hard and stepped back, only to collide with 2 legs. In disbelief, he abruptly turned to find a handsome man with the body of a human and the legs of a horse smiling at him. Firenze gently patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Do not worry. It is Brian who has summoned us to confront the serpent." Upon hearing this, Cedric felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he was unsure how Brian had persuaded these 2 peculiar races, the fact that the spiders and centaurs were not foes alleviated his concerns. However, it wasn't long before Cedric's realization dawned upon him. The mere thought of Brian's expressionless, unpleasant visage made him clench his teeth in anger. How could he have kept this from me? It terrified me. When I see him next, I shall certainly give him a sound thrashing. Forenza gazed at the infuriated Cedric in astonishment, taking a couple of cautious steps back to maintain distance. Recalling the various oaths Brian had sworn to Dumbledore during their last magical contract, he began to doubt whether this collaboration had truly been orchestrated by the legendary White Wizard. If not, then that 11-year-old wizard had managed to maneuver the Acromantula and the Centaur clan into serving him under the guise of Dumbledore's name, with the only condition being pre-existing residency rights. Such cunning. He cast a sympathetic glance at the fuming Cedric and, creating a bit more distance, lifted his gaze towards Aragog, who was ensnared amidst the spiders. He remarked softly, "It is indeed surprising that the Centaur clan would one day ally with you, Acromantula." The centaurs behind him, armed with bows and arrows, glared fiercely in that direction. Over the years, many of their brethren had perished within the spiders' bellies. Had it not been for Dumbledore's resounding name, they likely would have taken action long ago. Just as once, Aragog grumbled, "I will inform your kin to keep their distance from my children, for I fear we may be unable to refrain from acting against you." Firenze. Just as both parties found themselves at an impasse, the serpent finally surged into the forbidden forest. The serpent felt a twinge of confusion. Upon entering this woodland, the rooster's cries abruptly ceased, as if the forest had been designed to lead it here. Despite having lived for a millennium, the creature had languished in prolonged slumber due to the lack of sustenance within that chamber, leaving its intellect akin to that of a child. The serpent took a vigorous sniff, shaking its flat head. Having arrived at this place, one might as well fill their stomach before anything else. With its keen sense of smell, it quickly located the lair of the 8-eyed giant spiders and excitedly made its way toward them. "Children, heed my words. Close your eyes. That creature will turn you to stone. Brothers and sisters, flank it and attack." In that instant, hundreds of arrows shot forth from the forest. It was as if a torrential downpour of silver light rained down upon the serpent creature from above. Immediately, countless spiders of varying sizes surged forth from the underbrush, charging toward the serpent. In their charge, each spider brandished its pair of fangs, swiftly scaling the creature with their 8 unusually long, bristly legs, fiercely sinking their teeth into its tough hide and injecting as much venom as possible into its body. With a piercing shriek that echoed throughout the forbidden forest, the serpent writhed and swung its massive tail, sending a multitude of dark spiders flying in all directions. Although the serpent's skin was indeed remarkably tough, the initial onslaught of arrows from the centaur tribe, combined with the suicidal attacks of the spiders, resulted in some of them managing to penetrate its skin and inject venom into its flesh. While the feeble toxins induced a modicum of pain, they did not deliver a fatal blow. A few unfortunate spiders that had not closed their eyes in time were instantly petrified upon their first sight of the creature. The serpent, utilizing its formidable strength and hardened body, swiftly broke free from the initial assault, leaving Cedric, Felias, and Aragog in awe of its combat prowess. In that vicinity, the air was thick with the sounds of shrieks and struggles. The serpent, now infuriated, found the desperate writhing of its prey unbearably irritating. Some of the larger spiders, willing to be turned to stone, covered its eyes with their bodies in a desperate attempt to obscure its vision. With a furious roar, it broke free from the incessantly entangling little spiders and charged toward the scent of Aragog. At that moment, a crossbow bolt transformed into a shadowy streak, hurtling toward the serpent's obscured eye with a whistling sound. Felias had awaited this very shot, intent on piercing the serpent's eye. This had been one of their preordained strategies. Even amidst the relentless entanglement of numerous spiders and the persistent harassment from the centaurs on the periphery, the situation remained decidedly grim. Disregarding the enormous spiders in its path, the bolt flew straight toward the serpent's eye. Caught off guard and unable to close its eye in time, the magically inscribed arrow pierced its eyeball. The serpent, now blinded in one eye, howled in agony, gnashing its razor-sharp teeth at all the spiders before it. Seizing the opportunity of the serpent's diminished sight, the spiders on the east and south flanks erupted into a charge toward the creature. The spiders' harmonious coordination was vividly displayed at this moment. They were acutely aware that at this juncture, it was either the basilisk that would perish here or they would become sustenance for one another. Cedric raised his longbow, rearing up on his forelegs, and roared, "Let us unite in our efforts." In the next instant, a torrential downpour of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts, filling the air with the eerie whistling of projectiles slicing through the atmosphere. Cedric, eager to assist with his wand raised, found himself halted by Hagrid, who rushed forward with clenched fists toward the basilisk. His voice echoed from a distance. "Do not act rashly. Now is the time to open the package Brian entrusted to you. Disregard everything else." Cedric stood momentarily stunned, retrieving the shrunken parcel from his pocket. Upon examination, he discovered a tattered sorting hat and a note. The weapon to vanquish the basilisk resided within the sorting hat, and it was imperative that it be thrust into the creature's skull while it was ensnared. As soon as the hat was produced, it erupted in a tirade. Cursed Brian. This hat truly misjudged him. He ought to have been sorted into Azkaban. "Where are you hiding, Brian? I shall inform Dumbledore. How dare you use the great sorting hat to clean toilets? I shall kill you. I swear I shall." After a brief spell of raucous complaints, the hat finally realized something was amiss. Its features contorted, and it cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Cedric, demanding, "Hey, young wizard, where is that scoundrel Brian? And what place is this?" Cedric stood frozen, aghast that Brian had dared to use the sorting hat in such a manner. Now was not the time for astonishment. He cast a glance at the battlefield and, gritting his teeth, inquired the hat, "Where is the weapon?" Only then did the sorting hat turn to regard him properly. Speaking slowly, "Oh, you mean that sword? Let me think. It seems someone had previously stuffed it into my very being. However, you're not a Gryffindor, are you? Hey, what are you doing? Hey." Unable to contain himself any longer upon hearing this, Cedric thrust his hand into the sorting hat's interior, feeling around. While Hagrid was being battered by the basilisk's massive tail, the hat continued its trivialities, yet time was of the essence. Failing to eliminate the basilisk would thwart Brian's plans, affecting everyone in turn. "Ha ha ha. Quit groping, lad, it tickles. Show a little respect for the great sorting hat. Ha ha ha." Cedric's expression hardened with determination as he solemnly declared, "I must fulfill Dumbledore's task. To protect Hogwarts, I shall slay this basilisk." In the next moment, he withdrew a silvery short sword from the hat. Its hilt adorned with a cat-sized exquisite ruby. The blade glimmered in the sunlight, exuding a chilling radiance, reminiscent of a tranquil autumn pool. "You have drawn the sword of Gryffindor?" The sorting hat's face was a portrait of astonishment, for only those possessing the unique qualities of Gryffindor could wield it. "Impossible. I cannot be mistaken. How could a Hufflepuff student possibly obtain the sword of Gryffindor? My apologies, Mr. Sorting Hat, but I believe this is not the time for such discussions." Cedric, who had been vigilantly observing the serpent creature, finally discerned an opportunity to strike while the beast was momentarily incapacitated. Gripping his long sword, he prepared to charge forward. "Allow me to assist you," Firenze smiled, and amidst the astonished gazes of the others, he bent down, allowing Cedric to ascend onto his back. Swiftly, they maneuvered towards the serpent's position, standing atop the silver-maned horse. Cedric fixed his gaze firmly on the creature. As they approached, he leaped with all his might, landing atop the serpent's head. In that instant, he channeled every ounce of strength into his silver sword, driving it deep into the beast's skull until the blade was entirely engulfed. A sudden eruption of crimson splattered from the serpent's forehead, staining Cedric's garments in blood. The creature writhed in agony upon the ground, desperately resisting its fate. In the next moment, the previously silenced cries of the forest echoed once more. The severely wounded serpent could no longer withstand the fatal blow. Its thrashing body collided violently with the surrounding trees, and after a brief struggle, it succumbed to the ground. Cedric, flung aside, lay helplessly on the earth, gazing up at the azure sky as he inhaled the fresh air deeply. One who has never encountered the serpent would forever remain oblivious to the terror embodied by such a colossal being. After a while, he mustered the strength to rise, for he still had one task ahead of him. Brian, observing the live map, noted the names of Hagrid and Cedric transition from stillness to gradual movement. Contemplating quietly within himself, he realized that the serpent had indeed met its anticipated demise within the Forbidden Forest. This progression aligned perfectly with Brian's meticulously crafted plan. Patience was paramount. One must await the opportune moment to maximize the contributions of all involved. Any premature revelation of his strategy could prompt Voldemort, with his cautious disposition, to retreat and bide his time for a more advantageous opportunity. Brian sighed softly to himself. Next, a figure cloaked in black suddenly appeared atop the highest tower of Hogwarts. Chapter 72. The Guardian of the Philosopher's Stone 5. Quirrell could never escape his destined fate. The moment Brian saw Quirrell's name materialize on a live map, he exhaled in relief. Prior to this, a flicker of concern had crossed his mind. Should Voldemort, in a moment of madness, venture to the forbidden area on the 4th floor, the Guardians originally assigned there would be left powerless. Even in his weakened state, Reduced to nothing but a fragment of a soul, Voldemort remained exceedingly perilous. Moreover, Quirrell still possessed an unpredictable variable, one of the Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Both Quirrell and Brian could surmise that Dumbledore would likely relocate the Philosopher's Stone following the extensive coverage of the three-headed dog incident. After all, Dumbledore was no fool. Even if he hoped to lure the lurking Voldemort out, entrusting the stone's protection to Brian, he would still exercise caution. Age often brings with it a greater depth of consideration. According to reason, as long as Quirrell appeared on the Marauder's map, he was undoubtedly a pawn sent by Voldemort to the fourth-floor corridor. Brian had originally intended to ignore him and focus on confronting Voldemort. However, upon reflection, he saw an opportunity to capture Quirrell and provide some information to Dumbledore, allowing himself to live a more carefree life without worrying about the possibility of Quirrell seeking revenge. Observing Quirrell's name moving towards the fourth floor on the map, he let out a soft sigh. Despite Dumbledore's formidable reputation in the wizarding world and being regarded as Voldemort's greatest fear, dealing with him both overtly and covertly each day was no easy task. Without the three-headed dog's watchful eye, Quirrell effortlessly opened the trapdoor and jumped down. He used a levitation charm to gently lower himself to the ground, glancing around and laughing. Was this the obstacle designed by the professors of Hogwarts, the Devil's Snare? Quirrell lightly stepped over the vines, waved his wand, and began to chant. In the next moment, a torrent of blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand. Faced with the roaring fire, the tendrils of the Devil's Snare twisted and recoiled. Yet soon they were all consumed by the flames, turning to ash. Quirrell clapped his hands together, a cold smile spreading across his face. The last time he was pierced by Hagrid's non-magical means was a humiliation that lingered in his heart, although the severe injury had since healed. Hatred could not be so easily extinguished. The more effortlessly he dismantled the obstacles designed by the professors, the more it reflected their incompetence. Quirrell's smirk deepened as he cautiously moved forward. At the end of the corridor lay a brightly lit room. Upon entering, the warmth within seemed to vanish in an instant, and the spacious chamber transformed into a frigid cold. Countless winged keys flitted about the vaulted ceiling, while in the center, encased in a brown, spherical object, was a unique key. Quirrell could not suppress a hint of scorn as he casually waved his wand, causing the ordinary keys to scatter in all directions. The distinctive key, however, appeared to be drawn toward him, gliding slowly in response to his wand's motion. Was this a bit too simple? Quirrell mused, eyeing the uniquely shaped key with curiosity. It seemed he could only retrieve the key by crushing the brown exterior. Without thinking, he instinctively pressed inwards with his hand. With a pop, the brown sphere exploded, releasing a visible stream of foul yellow gas that rapidly invaded Quirrell's nostrils, reminiscent of a sewer that had not been cleaned in months. Quirrell was all too familiar with the stench. He fought against the overwhelming nausea threatening to make him faint, quickly searching for the key amidst the noxious cloud. No, nothing? His expression grew increasingly bizarre, shivering uncontrollably. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, instinctively twisting the doorknob and pushing. The door swung open. What sort of non-carbon-based life form could conceive such an idea? Chilo's voice was dry and hoarse, his eyes reflecting an indescribable bitterness and sorrow. With a hint of disdain, he glanced at his right hand, which had just been sullied by handling a dung ball, and cast a bubblehead charm over his head. He fought against the urge to escape and cleanse himself of the foul odor, slowly advancing forward. This task held particular significance for the Dark Lord. If he could procure the true Philosopher's Stone, the rewards would be immeasurable. Chilo cautiously stepped into the second chamber, where the atmosphere seemed to normalize. Despite the stone chess pieces of black and white obstructing his path, a wizard of his caliber, having already achieved mastery in dark sorcery, was not bound by the rules of chess. A few dark spells shattered the pieces into fragments. No longer beset by the repugnant stench, Chilo smirked and continued down the next corridor. To his surprise, he found only a single table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped vials, each containing potions of varying colors. Curse that wretched Snape. Had he not been rendered incapacitated in the hospital by the Dark Lord? Chilo muttered with disdain as he crossed the threshold. Suddenly, purple flames erupted around him, encircling the space and sealing off any route of retreat or advance. Recognizing that his magical prowess paled in comparison to Snape's, he resignedly seized the parchment beside the table and diligently followed the logical deductions inscribed upon it, identifying the smallest glass vial before him. The professors at Hogwarts had become increasingly inept. Even the simplest of obstacles required a hint. Did they fear he might forget? Chilo shook his head in confusion. Yet, the thought of soon acquiring the coveted Philosopher's Stone, which the Dark Lord had long desired, ignited his ambition. He envisioned himself presenting the stone to Voldemort and basking in the rewards that would follow. Without further hesitation, he swiftly brought the glass vial through the bubble formed above his head to his lips. Chilo gazed calmly at the glowing iron door ahead, pondering the potential dangers that lay ahead. Suddenly, just as the vial slipped past the bubble and into his mouth, he was assailed by a familiar, foul odor. There was no time to reconsider. His mind was consumed by a single thought. How could Snape have possibly included dung in this potion? Chapter 73. Guardian of the Philosopher's Stone. 6. Why was the three-headed dog still here? The moment the potion touched his tongue, a bitter numbness spread, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of nauseating scent. The bubblehead charm lost its efficacy, and the acrid aroma assaulted Chilo's senses, invading his mind. He gagged, exhaling toward his left hand, nearly succumbing to the stench. Were it not for the task Voldemort had entrusted him with, he would have rushed to the nurse's office to force every imaginable repulsive substance into Snape's mouth, seeking to avenge the profound affront to his spirit. Not long after he swallowed the potion, the flames surrounding him finally dissipated. Chilo suppressed the nausea that surged within him and hastened toward the final entrance. The entrance was a semicircular archway, towering at roughly 2 meters high. With a gentle twist of the doorknob, the door creaked open. He knew he must swiftly accomplish the task assigned to him by the Dark Lord. Once the great Dark Lord regained his strength, it would mark the beginning of his vengeance against Hogwarts. He stepped into the last chamber, which was remarkably spacious, surrounded by 6 towering columns, each teeming with unfamiliar plant life, evoking a sense of hidden wonders. A cold smirk crept across Chilo's face as he took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he was petrified. Professor Flitwick, who had long been lying in wait behind the door, seized the opportunity and pointed his wand at Chilo, shouting a spell. Chilo's arms snapped to his sides. His legs stiffened, and he stood rigidly, his mouth agape in shock as he stared at the 3 boys emerging from behind the columns. Surprised, Professor Chilo. We finally caught you. I knew I wouldn't give up. George and Fred exclaimed excitedly, dragging Ron over to Chilo, grinning broadly. You fool, you really showed up. The 3 boys quickly detected the foul odor emanating from Chilo's mouth and recoiled in horror, gagging and nearly collapsing. I told you, Fred. Don't exaggerate the potency of the dung bomb, George retorted, covering his nose while gagging. And you dare blame me, George? Those awful things were all your idea. The dung bomb is revolting. Ron reacted the quickest, hastily removing his shoe and stuffing his sock into Chilo's mouth. Chilo's body was frozen in place, though his senses and thoughts remained intact. His pupils constricted as he helplessly watched Ron shove the offensively odorous sock into his open mouth. The combined stench of excrement and the rancid sock was overwhelming. Chilo's eyes darted around, pleadingly gazing at the trio before him. Unmoved, George and Fred had successfully cast the bubblehead charm on themselves, regarding Chilo with a mix of pity and malice. I never imagined you would actually drink that potion. George taunted with a sly smile. You must have realized that the first door was never locked. We had the true key long before. Fred and I are on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. After all, with a proud smirk, George continued. The second challenge is even simpler. I've yet to see anyone defeat Ron in Wizard's chess. Ron, writhing on the ground in agony, groaned, couldn't you at least give me a bubblehead charm? This is absolutely unbearable. Fred, unaffected, revealed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. How could they not allow Ron to experience this delightful chaos? Later, he and George would inquire about Ron's thoughts on the dung bomb and suggest ways to enhance its potency. He chuckled softly. Let me share a secret with you, Professor Chilo. In truth, one could have simply walked straight in. There is nothing of value in the third chamber's potions. Those were added intentionally after we had consumed them, though it is rather inconvenient to elaborate. George interjected with a smile. Indeed, the tricks in both the first and third chambers were set up later by Professor Flitwick. That ring of flames will vanish on its own after about 10 minutes. Chilo could no longer contain himself. He swayed on the spot a few times before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The mere thought of the consequences of revealing Brian in the contract magic made the 3 of them shudder. Meanwhile, a certain dapper individual lurking in a dimly lit room finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Chilo who ascended to the 4th floor. Brian expressed profound sympathy for Chilo's unfortunate plight. He had merely provided the twins with a slight nudge of inspiration, while the execution was not his doing. Even if Chilo were to circle endlessly in Azkaban for the rest of his life, the curse would fall upon George and Fred, not him. With Chilo out of the way, only Voldemort remained as a solitary figure. Brian closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering the extent to which the old dark wizardess strength had been augmented by the integration of certain Horcruxes. he found it exceedingly difficult to predict. This variable could yield a 5% chance of Voldemort retaliating at the last moment. He glanced at the sole remaining Dual Master Legendary card in his system backpack side and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before quietly opening the door. If a devised plan could not truly thwart Voldemort, he would have to resort to utilizing this experience card. Was it worth using his final trump card to exchange for the mind-shielding spell? Brian concluded. It was indeed worth it. The mind-shielding spell was essential for his continued leisure at Hogwarts. Without it, stability would be severely compromised. Power was irrelevant. Survival was paramount. In a long-neglected basement, Sprout gazed in astonishment at the scene before her and asked Hermione beside her, "Why is the three-headed dog still at Hogwarts?" Chapter 74. The Guardian of the Philosopher's Stone 7. The Mirror finally appears. Faced with a formidable foe, Hermione felt a twinge of uncertainty within her. From Brian's words, she had gleaned the nature of the individual she would soon confront. Even though Hermione came from a Muggle background, she had gathered a vague understanding of Voldemort's cruelty from the scattered conversations of those around her over the years. Moreover, there was an unbound three-headed dog before them. Professor Sprout recast the disillusionment charm on herself and Hermione, glancing up at the three-headed dog guarding the basement with a hint of perplexity in her eyes. She had always known that the creature was there to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Yet Dumbledore had never explained why it needed protection or who would dare to steal such an object. After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly reached a decision and turned to Hermione, whispering, "If danger arises, you should step back and hide. If the situation is indeed as perilous as the headmaster described in yesterday's letter." A first year which like you would surely be struck by the killing curse at the slightest exposure. As a professor at Hogwarts, one must prioritize the safety of the students. Hermione bit her lip, hesitantly nodding as her gaze wandered anxiously. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a sudden growl erupted from the three-headed dog, prompting both of them to look up. Before them, a shadow draped in a black cloak advanced slowly. The three-headed dog threw back its head and roared, exuding an imposing presence. It bared its fearsome fangs, its massive form rapidly lunging towards the mysterious figure. Professor Sprout swiftly drew her wand, remaining vigilant of the potential threat that loomed before them. To Hermione's bewilderment, Harry emerged from the darkness as well. The three-headed dog seemed to disregard Harry's presence, fixating solely on the enigmatic figure ahead. Hermione's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Although events seemed to be progressing positively, she felt a lingering confusion. According to the information Brian had shared when seeking their assistance, that person should be inhabiting a ghost at this moment. Moreover, why had Harry suddenly appeared here? Brian had never mentioned such a thing. Hermione murmured to herself, "What is amiss?" Suddenly, a shadow in the corner caught her attention. She looked up just in time to see the smile that graced the mysterious figure's face upon encountering Harry. Hermione's expression shifted dramatically as she called out, "Professor, Harry, stop the three-headed dog. That person is not the mysterious figure. He is." The hall on the first floor of Hogwarts had descended into chaos. The house elves, seizing the opportunity while the castle momentarily ceased its tremors, hurriedly gathered their belongings and fled outside. Aside from the paintings on the walls that could not move freely, the ghosts sought to avoid any further disturbances. Countless spirits gravitated towards the headmaster's office. Nearly headless, Sir Nicholas drifted out of the Great Hall, preparing to join the throng of ghosts ascending the staircase when he noticed Peeves, who was strangely lingering alone in the center of the first-floor hall before a mirror. Peeves was partially shrouded in a black tablecloth, creating an odd sight. However, given his penchant for mischief, Sir Nicholas paid little heed to it and curiously inquired, "Peeves, why aren't you leaving?" The Peeves possessed by Voldemort ignored him, merely gazing intently at the mirror before him. Through the glass, nearly headless, Sir Nicholas caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes, causing his floating form to tremble inexplicably. Even encountering Bloody Baron had never instilled such fear in him. Sir Nicholas hurriedly joined the ascending crowd of ghosts, muttering to himself, "Strange, when was this mirror placed here? My dear professor, you still prefer to conceal things in such conspicuous locations." From beneath the black cloth, a hoarse and piercing voice emerged. "Regrettably, I know you too well, Dumbledore. I am aware you would not carry the Philosopher's Stone on your person, but would instead hide it within this mirror." To everyone's astonishment, Dumbledore had brazenly placed the Mirror of Ariste, which contained the Philosopher's Stone, in the very center of the first-floor hall. However, the mirror was enchanted with a confundus charm, rendering even Harry, who had previously encountered the magical mirror, unable to discern its true nature. It was only in recent days that Voldemort finally uncovered the peculiar secret of this enigmatic mirror. Dumbledore's profound wisdom had always instilled a sense of trepidation in him during his prime. Now, in his current weakened state, he could only rely on experience and the hidden identity of Peeves to gradually seek out the truth. Dumbledore's effortless departure had caused old Voldemort to contemplate whether there was indeed something extraordinary about the widely rumored Harry Potter. Until now, he had believed that his misfortune 11 years ago was merely due to bad luck, a final retaliation from Lily that had caused his injury. To ensure the secure acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, he had released 3 decoys to lure potential ambushers lurking within Hogwarts. The thought of the individual he had controlled with the Cruciatus Curse, witnessing Harry Potter's emergence, only intensified the malevolent smirk upon Peeves' face. No one could successfully thwart my claim to the Philosopher's Stone any longer. He delicately retrieved a splendid diadem from the depths of the black shroud enveloping him and placed it atop his head, murmuring incantations towards the mirror of Ariste. A magnificent emerald green mist wafted from his fingertips, twisting violently as it coiled around the mirror's surface, gradually eroding Dumbledore's confundus charm. With a series of crackling sounds, the thin veil upon the mirror of Ariste shattered, finally revealing its original form. Ha ha ha! I have waited far too long. Voldemort's chilling laughter echoed as he reached toward the mirror. Shattered, all petrified, collapsing, a bluish-green figure appeared like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Having concealed herself in a nearby chamber for a considerable time, Sonia emerged, unleashing a trio of spells directed at Voldemort before the mirror. "Who is it?" Voldemort shrieked, his voice piercing as he furiously turned to face Sonia, Professor McGonagall, and the familiar silhouette at the back. "Harry Potter, why are you here? I thought you were in the basement." The final defenses of the Philosopher's Stone were nearly complete. Was everyone satisfied with the impending confrontation? Chapter 75, Guardians of the Philosopher's Stone, 8. One of the Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Why? Countless questions swirled within Voldemort's mind. A flicker of coldness crossing his gaze as his body trembled slightly. This was not fear, but rather indignation, an atmosphere chilling to the bone. What has become of this world? Can we not embrace sincerity and abandon deceit? He had devised 3 intricate traps and initiated his grand scheme only after controlling Filch to witness Harry Potter's appearance in the basement. Yet, here was Harry confronting him directly. Through Filch's perspective, he had seen Harry's form in the basement contort, transforming into that of a Hufflepuff student, grinning foolishly at Filch. Had he not been in his ghostly state, Voldemort would have been convinced that he would be driven to the brink of fury. What is this? With merely a vial of simple polyjuice potion, he had caused the Dark Lord to implode upon himself and willingly walk into the trap. Professor McGonagall, seemingly oblivious to the wrathful Peeves before her, cast a few discerning glances at Sonia, her face betraying a look of approval. Indeed, she was a student highly esteemed by Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw, exhibiting commendable magical prowess. Voldemort, seething with rage, broke into a menacing grin as a chilling green light flickered ominously, and a killing curse surged forth, piercing through the air with a deadly gaze. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, prompting them to scatter swiftly towards available cover. Voldemort felt a tinge of disappointment. The Avada Kedavra curse required direct contact with the human body to be fatal, a significant flaw in his arsenal. Seizing the moment, he waved his wand, gradually advancing towards them. Harry's complexion turned pale as he staggered backward. The green radiance spread ominously, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike, blocking all avenues of retreat. Professor McGonagall, having distanced herself during the evasion of the killing curse, found herself unable to assist Harry in that critical moment. In the next instant, a surge of magical energy, like a streak of lightning, tore through the air from behind Voldemort, effortlessly penetrating the layers of green mist he had conjured. The shimmering ripple of magic surged forth with the swiftness of a phoenix in flight, reaching Voldemort's rear in an instant. This spell was overwhelmingly powerful, possessing a tangible essence that even Voldemort struggled to counter. He barely evaded the magical assault. This was the culmination of Brian's ultimate strategy. Given that Voldemort's chances of safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone had dwindled to a mere 80% since acquiring his Horcruxes, why not adopt a different approach? Employing a modicum of cunning to ensure the stone's protection while transitioning from defensive to offensive tactics? The essence of outmaneuvering Voldemort was rather straightforward. The malevolent wizard's ultimate aim was to acquire the Philosopher's Stone to forge a new body. His schemes were inextricably entwined with a tapestry of deception and reality, where the tangible masked the intangible and vice versa. To be precise, it involved utilizing various decoys to lure and disperse the protective forces left at Hogwarts. while he rapidly seized the initiative, locating Dumbledore's hidden treasure and making an early escape. Though this plan appeared deceptively simple, its execution proved exceedingly intricate. Firstly, one had to meticulously deduce the myriad of cunning traps laid by the Dark Wizard, ensuring that he remained unsuspecting and did not alter his plans at the last moment to evade the carefully set snares. Secondly, the ever-scheming Dumbledore had not divulged the true location of the Philosopher's Stone to Brian. It was only upon finalizing his strategy that Brian realized the three-headed dog was merely a diversion, prompting him to devise an entirely new defensive plan. The greatest challenge in this endeavor was for Brian to remain inconspicuous, relying solely on the student guard of Hogwarts and the diminished faculty guard in the absence of Snape to accomplish this daunting task. Although the time allotted to him was brief, the scope of considerations was limited, the team's cohesion was lacking, the members' abilities were somewhat deficient, and their tactical acumen was alarmingly inadequate. He nonetheless endeavored to formulate a comprehensive strategy, successfully outwitting the slightly overconfident Voldemort in Dumbledore's absence. Even if in the end it resulted in a concession to Dumbledore, I had at least accomplished the task assigned by the system, laying a solid foundation for my forthcoming 2 years of languid existence. Thus, this delicate balance between personal gain and the demands of my superior was a reasonable calculation. And why not embrace it? In this regard, Brian had indeed gained a slight victory over Voldemort. Just as everyone believed that the Dark Lord was on the brink of defeat, he suddenly broke into a chilling laugh, his voice growing louder, causing the temperature of the entire first floor to plummet. An eerie, cold aura rushed forth, and swirling black mist emanated from the crown above his head, suddenly crashing down to the ground and transforming into countless wailing specters and demons that encircled Voldemort, unleashing a cacophony of ghostly howls and a profoundly foul odor. The specter of nearly headless Nick, possessed by Voldemort, lifted his head, and at that moment, his emerald eyes morphed into an abyssal black, brimming with a terrifying thirst for blood. He then cast a chilling, piercing gaze over the crowd, and with a voice that was both hoarse and haunting, he declared, "You shall all perish today." He elegantly raised his wand, from which tendrils of heart-stopping black flames emerged. As the dark mist emitted from the Ravenclaw diadem continuously flowed into Voldemort's body, his magical powers surged, and the fiery tendrils coalesced around him, forming a colossal protective barrier that repelled all the formidable spells cast by the gathered crowd. The crisis at Hogwarts may have truly begun at this moment. Chapter 76, The Guardian of the Philosopher's Stone, 9, The Breaking Point. Voldemort, having acquired the Horcrux, was now terrifying beyond measure. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted. Surrounded and besieged, Voldemort finally absorbed all the dark energy emanating from the diadem, the flames surrounding him intensifying, splitting into serpentine forms that surged forth in all directions. The 9 fire serpents flew with astonishing speed, reducing everything they touched to mere toys, melting away all barriers in front of the crowd and revealing a vast opening. This was merely an appetizer for Voldemort. As a master of dark magic, he was not limited to just the fiendfire spell. With a subtle movement of his lips, he unleashed a potent surge of magic, effortlessly assaulting all the wizards encircling him. In that moment, the great hall was ablaze with a dazzling array of colors, the clash of spells creating an overwhelming spectacle of light. Aside from Flitwick, who had once been a champion in a dueling tournament, the other professors, despite their considerable magical prowess, were ultimately ill-equipped for combat, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage. Professor Sprout was the first to show signs of exhaustion, beads of sweat dotting her brow as her body trembled violently. Harry could even hear the sound of his own sweat hitting the ground. Compared to the upper-year students, his rudimentary level of magic was clearly inadequate for such a fierce confrontation. He could not fathom how he had once triumphed over such a formidable Voldemort as a child. Nor could he understand why Brian had placed him in this perilous situation. He felt a sense of despair, stumbling backward, his feet unsteady as he leaned against the entrance door on the ground floor, just as he found himself caught in a dilemma. The hurried arrival of Hermione shattered the stalemate. Harry quickly opened the sheepskin bag Brian gave you. If Dumbledore is not here, he may be the only one who knows how to resolve this matter. Indeed, Brian had never let him down. With a start, Harry, his gaze clouded, exhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and retrieved a small pouch from his pocket. This required Harry to carefully correspond and identify the appropriate course of action for the current predicament. Reading this document evidently provided Harry with a considerable jolt. His expression twisted slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Such a convoluted explanation, had he not read swiftly, it was likely that all the professors would have been slain by Voldemort before finding a solution. He truly discovered a plausible combination, the 7th column of the 9th category. Voldemort's power surged after absorbing the Ravenclaw diadem, and the professors surrounded him, but they were already showing signs of fatigue that rendered them unable to counter him. After grasping the corresponding solution to this possibility, Harry committed it to memory, furrowing his brow, clearly resolved. He seized the basilisk fong from Hagrid, who was still panting, and whispered a few words of caution to Hermione before stealthily approaching Professor McGonagall from behind. "Professor, please transform me into a button. I have a way to confront him." Harry gazed intently at the headmistress, his tone calm. His eyes, like spring water, were clear and bright as he quietly added, "Professor, trust me. I managed to defeat him once by chance, did I not? There is no time left. We will need you shortly." Professor McGonagall's eyes reflected a profound and inscrutable light. After a moment's contemplation, she inhaled deeply, nodded, and let out a soft, prolonged sigh. With Professor McGonagall's withdrawal, the pressure on the other two professors significantly intensified. The Weasley twins, Cedric and Sonia, gritted their teeth and drew their wands, joining the ranks against Voldemort. Despite the addition of 4 more, Voldemort swiftly seized the opportunity to retaliate, sneering as he aimed his wand at Professor Flitwick, shouting, "Avada Kedavra!" Professor Flitwick had no time to evade or draw his wand in defense. He helplessly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a deep crimson bird descended from the sky, its magnificent fiery tail interwoven with golden patterns, exuding an air of nobility. As it sang, an ethereal, mysterious melody filled the air. This phoenix was Fawkes, long vanished from Dumbledore's office. It fluttered before Professor Flitwick, intercepting Voldemort's long-planned killing curse. At that moment, Hermione shouted, "Professor McGonagall, now!" Hearing her voice, Professor McGonagall immediately hurled the button in Voldemort's direction. Voldemort, too, caught the sound of Hermione's call. He momentarily faltered. Then a look of disdain spread across his face. Surrounded by layers of defenses, he had ensured that as long as the flow of magical energy remained uninterrupted, no curse could breach the protective barrier formed by the Inferno and harm him. Fawkes had thwarted the killing curse, but in that moment, it appeared to have lost all its potency, and its feathers began to slowly shed, shrinking as it lay on the ground. Voldemort turned his head, preparing to unleash another Avada Kedavra to eliminate the greatest threat on the field, Flitwick. However, he noticed a gaunt specter drifting slowly behind him, its hollow eyes fixated on him, its robe stained with a mix of wax and silver blood. It was the Bloody Baron. Although Voldemort had nearly seized control of the specter's body, the century-old fear that Peeves had of the Bloody Baron instinctively caused him to pause for a moment. The magical energy of the fiery shield faltered. In that fleeting second, Harry, transformed into a button, crossed the barrier that the Inferno had previously obstructed. Under Professor McGonagall's spell, he regained his original form and soared toward Voldemort from midair. At that moment, the fangs of the basilisk, held tightly in his right hand, lunged toward the crown atop Voldemort's head, while his left hand spread open, aiming to cover Voldemort's face. In the face of despair, a resolute expression adorned Harry's face. Willing to believe in the solution that Brian had spoken of, he gambled everything to protect those present, to safeguard Hogwarts. The decisive blow from Harry Potter had arrived. In the midst of Voldemort's horrified gaze, the fong of the basilisk pierced directly into the crown atop his head. From the crack in the crown, a surge of harrowing black mist erupted forth. As this dark vapor continued to pour out, Voldemort's body curled and twisted, howling in agony, his mouth emitting a series of wretched screams. Yet, his nightmare was far from over. Harry's left hand suddenly lunged toward his face. Voldemort immediately felt the searing pain of fire burning against his visage, and he screamed in anguish while covering his face. An astounding force erupted from within the specter's body, hurling Harry away, crashing him against a nearby pillar. Harry felt a tremendous impact against his back, rendering him breathless. Almost instantly, a more intense wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and before he could react, darkness engulfed him, forcing him to lean back helplessly. As Harry fainted, a soul cloaked in black mist swiftly shot forth from Peeves' body, escaping with remarkable speed. The exhausted onlookers could do little to prevent Voldemort's escape, watching in dismay as he fled, frustration etched upon their faces. With Voldemort's departure, Peeves also succumbed to unconsciousness. Beside him, the basilisk's venom had burned a hole through Ravenclaw's crown, emitting hissing black smoke. Finally, it was over. The group gradually helped each other rise, their spirits shaken by Voldemort's formidable dark magic. Professor McGonagall, slightly recovered, gazed at the ruins before her, her hands trembling involuntarily at her sides. The injured Voldemort still possesses such terrifying destructive power? Various thoughts swirled in her mind. But upon witnessing the unconscious Harry and the distressed state of those around her, she swiftly suppressed these untimely notions and promptly directed everyone towards the infirmary, while she herself retrieved her wand to cast the repair spell. The news of Voldemort's continued existence must not leak, should the parents of the students become aware. Panic would undoubtedly ensue once more. The room was in chaos, while outside, Brian leaned against the wall, deep in contemplation with a furrowed brow. Voldemort's capabilities, enhanced by the fusion with Horcruxes and the use of dark magic, were indeed astonishing, though they might not appear immediately threatening. However, upon reflection, he realized that they had thwarted his scheme without even utilizing their trump card, relying solely on 3 professors and a group of students. This presented numerous logical inconsistencies that contradicted his status as the second Dark Lord. To some extent, 11 years prior, Voldemort had been defeated by the magic of love cast by Harry's mother, Lily, before her demise, and those Death Eaters had been imprisoned in Azkaban. But this hardly constituted good news. Voldemort was undeniably powerful, yet he had not reached an invincible level of terror. Had Dumbledore emerged from Hogwarts 11 years ago to lead the resistance against dark magic, even if he could not vanquish Voldemort, the situation would not have been as dire. Although Brian could never fully comprehend the reasons behind Old Bee's inaction, after facing Voldemort twice, he began to form a rough idea. If one were to boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify, an imprecise conclusion could emerge. While formidable dark magic was indeed the primary cause of his chaos within the wizarding world, Voldemort's true horror lay in his ability to clandestinely disseminate dark magic so widely, gathering a substantial number of Death Eaters from the Sacred 28 families to aid him in achieving his goals. Following this line of thought, it became evident that Voldemort was an exceptionally cunning schemer. Brian's victory in the contest centered around the Philosopher's Stone relied more on luck than strategy. The two were engaged in a battle of wits, with Voldemort underestimating his opponent by considering him to be Dumbledore. Had Brian not been a time traveler aware of the existence of the Basilisk and the Ravenclaw diadem, Voldemort would have undoubtedly succeeded in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. At this realization, Brian felt his body stiffen, a slight tremor coursing through him as tension flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, someone gently tapped his shoulder, accompanied by a soft laugh. Brian's fingers trembled slightly, his complexion paling as he looked up abruptly. Upon recognizing the person, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. Sonia yawned and smiled. "What are you pondering, Junior? I've noticed you've been standing here for quite some time." It dawned on Brian that he had been so engrossed in thoughts of Voldemort that his disillusionment charm had long since worn off. However, he seemed to have arrived at a dead end. Regardless of the circumstances, following the failure of the plan to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, he would be unable to take any significant action in the near future, especially since Quirrell was gone, the Basilisk had perished, and the Ravenclaw diadem was lost. Relying solely on that wandering spirit, Voldemort now faced the pressing issue of survival. A slight smile crept onto Brian's lips as he remarked, "The dark magic of the Mysterious One is indeed formidable. I am still somewhat recuperating. However, I wonder why you are here, Senior. Shouldn't you be resting in the infirmary?" "I am unscathed, merely assisting Professor McGonagall with the healing charm," Sonia replied, gently shaking her head. "I happened to see you standing here and thought I would come over to check." Just as Brian was about to speak, Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated from within. "Sonia, I must go to the infirmary to see Harry. He appears to have sustained serious injuries. Could you please assist in another area with the recovery?" "Of course, Professor McGonagall." Brian sighed in resignation. It was evident that Sonia could not resolve such a troublesome matter alone, even if it took her until dawn. He was inescapably bound to this laborious task. As it turned out, Brian's intuition was correct. Sonia promptly enlisted a sturdy companion, and together they engaged in repairing the shattered architecture beneath the trapdoors on the 2nd and 4th floors, chatting amiably until the late hours, managing to restore only a portion of the damage. Sonia looked at him with a hint of confusion and asked, "Aren't you tired?" Brian's expression faltered, and he awkwardly replied, "That would not be appropriate." Chapter 78. Brian's pet Sonia walked away in frustration, while Brian supported his head, gazing at her retreating figure with an embarrassed demeanor. She had not explicitly articulated how she expected him to sleep. Brian gently pushed open the door to the dormitory, where several young wizards were gathered, chattering away, completely oblivious to his entrance. One must admit, the delightful experiences in Hogsmeade had left a profound impression on them. As it was already late, the dormitory lights had long been extinguished. Although it was not entirely dark, visibility was quite limited. Rockefeller turned to grab a cup, his face suddenly reflecting terror as he shrieked in a high-pitched voice, "A ghost!" The remaining group, startled by his exclamation, quickly huddled together, trembling in fear. Rockefeller's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just heard a ghost story, and he retorted, "Aren't we all present?" Brian's expression froze, several dark lines appearing on his forehead. "So this was the reason why you Gryffindors had awakened the entire school in the middle of the night last evening?" Dumbledore remarked, lounging on the sofa in the headmaster's office. He appeared to be in good spirits, gently stroking Fawkes, who was perched on his lap, while tossing cockroaches into his mouth one by one. Brian felt a wave of disdain wash over him as he watched the unkempt old man, who was supposed to be the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, indulging in such unsanitary behavior. Dumbledore glanced at him sideways and said nonchalantly, "Fawkes is a phoenix. He is quite clean, and I washed my hands earlier, Mr. Brian." With a sudden flutter, Fawkes stood alert, casting a wary gaze at Brian. He could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to suggest that a phoenix is unclean, had it not been for Dumbledore's intervention. The young wizard before him would surely have learned the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. "Professor, could you please refrain from employing legilimency on me? It infringes upon my personal privacy, and I must express my strong disapproval." Brian could distinctly sense an unseen force infiltrating his mind, and a look of resignation spread across his face as he jested softly. Dumbledore regarded Brian for a lengthy moment before shifting his gaze, remarking, "We both know that I cannot fully comprehend your memories. I am intrigued by how such a young wizard possesses such profound skills in mental occlusion. Did your mother teach you? Were it not for the 2 occasions you thwarted the Dark Lord on behalf of Hogwarts, I might have suspected you were a young Death Eater." Brian had contemplated the possibility that Dumbledore had seen through his concealed past. Yet the old headmaster's directness now suggested a lack of animosity towards him. As long as he maintained a thick skin and played the sycophant, he could likely navigate the next 6 years without incident. Adopting a somewhat reserved demeanor, Brian replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words, Professor. However, Brian, such excessive caution is in itself a flaw. What is it that you truly fear?" Dumbledore's tone bore no hint of emotion, his piercing gaze causing Brian to feel momentarily paralyzed with anxiety. After a brief pause, Dumbledore seemed to recognize the severity of his previous tone, allowing a warm smile to grace his features, with a teasing lilt to his voice. "Let's change the subject. I am aware of the recent events, and you performed admirably. I dare say I might not have succeeded to such an extent myself. Speak, what reward do you desire? I shall grant it." Brian exhaled in relief. Dumbledore was not pressing him closely, and thus he decided to feign ignorance. He looked up at Dumbledore with innocent eyes, suggesting, "How about you grant me the Philosopher's Stone as a reward?" Dumbledore's smile immediately faltered, and he took a deep breath to regain his composure before patiently explaining, "The Philosopher's Stone belongs to my dear friend Nicholas Flamel. I cannot make decisions on his behalf. He has requested my protection upon learning that Voldemort may seek it, and furthermore, Nicholas has resolved to destroy the stone altogether." Brian nodded in understanding, chuckling nonchalantly, "You are quite right, Professor. I should have mentioned that I am not easily deterred by trouble. Are you truly not considering handing over the Philosopher's Stone to me?" After what had been a relatively amicable exchange, Brian hung upside down against the wall, contemplating what would constitute a reasonable reward. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat more at ease, leaned back against the central bench, closing his eyes to relax. Suddenly, a deep gray owl swooped in through the window, tilting its head as it dropped a letter onto Dumbledore's desk, emitting a dry hoot. As it awaited its payment, its tilted head caught sight of Brian hanging in the distance, rendering it momentarily still. "Hoot! Archimedes, what seems to be the matter?" Dumbledore placed 5 gnats into a small pouch tied to the leg of an owl, curiously inquiring. Archibald hopped in place a couple of times before hastily taking flight, angrily pecking Brian on the head and then incessantly flapping his wings against him. "It's you, that wretched Scottish round-faced fat chicken," Brian protested discontentedly. "Professor, I've come up with a solution. Since I have no pet to send messages with, grant me this Scottish round-faced fat chicken as my companion." Moments later, Archibald nestled in the corner of the cage, covering his face with his wings, doubting his avian existence. He lamented that it was unfair that this little wizard had shut him out and pecked him, resulting in a farewell. "Goodbye, Lucy. Farewell, Jenny. Parting ways forever, Emily. From this day forth, I, Archibald, have unfortunately fallen into the hands of the Dark Lord and can no longer soar freely with you. The freedom of an eagle's life has come to an end." Chapter 79. No need to trouble Professor Snape. "What? Professor, how could you think that?" Brian exclaimed in astonishment. "I would never be so petty." Old Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, always had a penchant for maliciously misjudging the goodwill of new students. "Moreover, Professor, Surely stewing, it wouldn't be as delicious as roasting, Brian casually remarked. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Who said roasting is better than stewing? First, we must pluck the owl's feathers, then marinate it with a special seasoning for a while, and finally find a clay pot to stew it. The flavor. Archibald. At this, Brian stood in respectful awe. So the professor is a pioneer in the culinary arts of owl cuisine. Truly, the real talent lies hidden. I'm immensely impressed. Dumbledore, realizing he had misspoken, felt his face flush with embarrassment. To mask his awkwardness, he cleared his throat and said with seriousness, I merely heard about it. Just heard. Brian, catching on, nodded in understanding. I see. Archibald, TT, how'd you come to know about the chamber's secrets? Dumbledore, attempting to gloss over his discomfort, stroked his beard and inquired. When Hagrid was expelled, I suspected that Salazar Slytherin, the former headmaster, had secretly kept a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, but I could never find its location and had to abandon the search. Brian pondered for a moment and continued. The principle that doing too much leads to mistakes is understood by those like Quirrell, who harbors ill intentions lurking within Hogwarts. Yet he risks exposure by unleashing the monster in this place. Apart from diverting attention to steal the Philosopher's Stone, there must be other motives. The student then utilized the scant information he could ascertain to attempt to deduce Quirrell's, and even the Dark Lord's, true intentions. It was not until Ron informed Harry that the mysterious figure was from Slytherin and that Hagrid's expulsion was due to the petrification of Myrtle in the second-floor restroom that the student, through comparison and analysis, finally deduced that the entrance to Slytherin's chamber might be located within that very restroom, and that a basilisk was likely residing within the chamber. During the height of the Dark Lord's power, he held great apprehension towards you, Professor. And surely you must have considered whether Quirrell's release of the monster was part of the Dark Lord's elaborate scheme to steal the Philosopher's Stone. What, then, could enable the Dark Lord to escape your grasp? Although Quirrell possesses a formidable magical prowess, it is evidently insufficient to thwart you, Professor. These dilemmas have long plagued the students, only to be comprehended in retrospect. Quirrell is merely a facade. The Dark Lord never anticipated that he could impede you. His true contingency may well reside within the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Thus, it can be inferred that he has been the one to breach the chamber over the years, believing you would prioritize the safety of Hogwarts over the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore gazed intently at the youthful visage before him, lapsing into an unusual silence. After a considerable pause, the aged headmaster sighed softly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. It is indeed rare to encounter an 11-year-old wizard capable of such meticulous and comprehensive reasoning. I have not misjudged you. Hogwarts takes pride in having a student of your caliber. Brian smiled humbly, opting for silence. Quirrell is now confined within the dungeons, and once Professor Snape awakens, I shall procure the truth serum to interrogate him. However, I heard Hagrid mention that certain events have transpired in the Forbidden Forest, have they not? The Forbidden Forest? Brian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, responding, Professor, are you referring to the alliance formed between Hogwarts and the Centaur tribe, or their agreement to coexist within the Forbidden Forest? It pertains to the alliance with the Centaurs, Dumbledore replied, furrowing his brow. You have executed everything admirably, except for this matter, which is indeed lacking in prudence. Why should Hogwarts entangle itself with the Centaur tribe? I hold reservations regarding this alliance. Brian paused, then articulated. Firenze, representing the Centaurs, has pledged to assist Hogwarts in safeguarding the Forbidden Forest, thus alleviating unnecessary expenses on Hagrid's part for its management. Dumbledore, stroking his beard, kindly elucidated. Brian, you are unaware that the internal dynamics of that tribe are quite tumultuous and intricate. This is not a judicious choice. As for the Forbidden Forest, the school will allocate funds for its upkeep. Brian lifted his gaze, cautiously observing Dumbledore, and whispered, However, I have established a magical contract with Firenze in your name. Dumbledore, visibly agitated, plucked a hair from his beard. His face darkened with a mix of embarrassment and anger, and glared at Brian. Is it akin to the magical contract we forged here previously? Upon seeing Brian nod, Dumbledore helplessly turned his eyes toward the ceiling, inquiring, In my old age, I seem to forget. What was it you just said? Professor, I established a magical contract with Firenze in your name. Not that phrase. The one preceding it. Firenze, representing the Centaur tribe, has pledged to safeguard the one before that, Dumbledore pressed. Brian hesitated, his eyes wide with disbelief, blinking rapidly as he said, Hogwarts has allied with the Centaur tribe? Dumbledore nodded, replying with a measured tone. I concede to this matter. After all, It is for the benefit of Hogwarts. Brian, you handled this well, but refrain from doing so in the future. He paused, gritting his teeth, and added, before I find myself compelled to hang you upon that wall once more, you would do well to vacate my office post-haste. Otherwise, I fear I may truly lose my composure. Brian hastily departed from Dumbledore's office, clutching Archibald. From personal experience, he concluded that the esteemed reputation of Dumbledore, who was said to never lose his temper, was nothing but a myth. He had only encountered a miserly old man who frequently resorted to wallowing in his own bitterness. Of course, compared to those still languishing in the infirmary, he was in a far better situation. According to Hermione's revelations that morning, Harry remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Ron was incapacitated by incessant vomiting and diarrhea, a result of being overwhelmed by the lingering stench of dung. At that moment, he found himself nearly at a loss for words upon hearing the news. It dawned on him that the Weasley twins were undoubtedly Ron's brothers. Only siblings could orchestrate such antics. Once they regained consciousness, they would awaken to the sight of Snape in the adjacent bed. Brian turned and pushed open Dumbledore's door. Professor, I happened to stumble upon a few vials of Veritaserum. There's no need to trouble Professor Snape. 2 days later, Harry and Ron were finally granted their release from the hospital wing. Both were largely unscathed. Harry had merely fainted from exhaustion, and Ron's predicament was entirely due to his 2 older brothers. Although Snape had yet to awaken from his coma, enduring the company of Madame Pomfrey and Snape's stern visage was enough to keep the duo in a state of discontent. Soon, however, Harry and Ron were disheartened again, as the end-of-term examinations loomed just a week away, except for the potions exam, which would be postponed until the beginning of the next term for special reasons. All assessments were scheduled to conclude within the week. Throughout the semester, Harry and Ron had led exceptionally full lives. Raising a dragon was delightful, wizard chess was entertaining, and Quidditch was chaotic. They even dedicated considerable time to assist Brian with various tasks. Classes? What had they even studied? The textbooks before them were hardly different from those purchased at Flourish and Blott's. Yet now they buried their heads in the pages, wearied and despondent. Brian cast a glance at Harry, smirking slightly. The great savior, Harry Potter, remained oblivious to the fact that these would be among his few pleasant days at Hogwarts. The day before, when he had handed the Veritaserum to Dumbledore, the old wizard's disdainful expression clearly conveyed his disbelief in Brian's serendipitous find. Nonetheless, Dumbledore could not disclose to Snape that Brian had invaded his office. After all, they had sworn to keep each other's secrets, and even the formidable Dumbledore could not contravene that oath. Such was the advantage of contractual magic. However, Snape would undoubtedly find an outlet for his frustrations. Brian chuckled inwardly, reveling in the fact that he had gone to great lengths to fortify his friend Harry's mental resilience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate assessment task of this academic year, safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone, commencing evaluation and distribution of rewards. Had the rewards finally been dispensed? At long last, the system had broken its silence after 3 days of waiting, as Brian exhaled deeply, his previously impassive face betraying a slight tremor of anticipation. He set aside the casually flipped textbook, pulled out a chair, and settled across from Harry. With a gentle exhale, his gaze began to drift, and his thoughts deepened into his being as he turned his attention to the rewards for the recent task. Host Brian. Magical Power, 36. Basic Skills, Lumos Level 2. Levitation Charm, Level 2. Alohomora, Level 2. Reparo, Level 3. Stupefy, Level 2. Reducto, Level 3. Petrificus Totalis, Level 3. Intermediate Skills, Disarm Charm, Level 4. Obstacle Course, Level 1. Levitation Charm, Level 5. Advanced Skills, Mind Cloaking Spell, Level 9. Disillusionment Charm, Level 4. Multiple Uses Proficiency Increased. Techniques, Potions Intermediate. Transfiguration Basic Good. Courses, Charms Year 1 Excellent. History of Magic Year 1 Master. Herbology Year 1 Excellent. Astronomy Year 1 Average. Defense Against the Dark Arts Year 1 Excellent. Transfiguration Year 1 Master. Potions Year 1 Master. Upgrade Points, 15. Task Rewards, 10 Upgrade Points, 1 Wand Unsealing Fragment, 1 Legendary Potions 3-hour Experience Card. Ding! All tasks for this academic year have been completed. Completion rating, Excellent. Ding! Academic Year Task Rewards distributed, 5 Upgrade Points, 1 hour Transfiguration Master Experience Card. The system's panel materialized in front of Brian, causing his eyes to flicker. This time's reward distribution, aside from the expected end-of-term assessment, brought an unexpected delight. Brian squinted, reflecting inwardly. This Transfiguration Master Experience Card would be perfectly timed for his final practice as an animagus, effectively ensuring his personal safety. A Wand Unsealing Fragment? What could that be? Brian furrowed his brow slightly. He had been puzzled since the last task was released, and now, having completed the task, he inquired about the fragment from the system. The answer he received was somewhat surprising. Collecting multiple fragments would allow the host to unseal the wand purchased from Ollivander's shop. Currently, the host's wand resembled a mere twig, capable of channeling magic but also serving as a sturdy baton. Brian sighed, setting aside this frustrating fragment an unexpected reward. He noted that many of his abilities had significantly improved on the system panel. Skills such as potions had been amassed thanks to the vast array of materials in Snape's office, which was hardly surprising. What delighted Brian the most was the increase in his magical power to 36, alleviating his concerns about depleting his magic during spell casting and the need to prepare various magical replenishments. After this, the only task remaining on the system panel was the long-term exploration of Hogwarts, which, with Brian's point map, was already within his grasp. Ron glanced around and, noticing Hermione still buried in a pile of books, stealthily approached and leaned in conspiratorially to Brian's ear, whispering, "Brian, could you lend me and Harry your notes for the exam?" Ron turned away, silently burying his head in books alongside his close friend, continuing their lackadaisical approach. However, a week later, during the examinations, Harry and Ron found themselves sufficiently prepared for their final assessments. Harry's innate talent was undeniable, while Ron, though seemingly dull at times, possessed remarkable intelligence, particularly evident in his unparalleled prowess in wizard's chess, making him no intellectual slouch. Apart from the intricate examinations in history of magic, which required extensive memorization of theoretical knowledge, both achieved commendable results. Moreover, with the explosive genius of Seamus and the gifted Neville in their first year, their performance paled in comparison but remained admirable even with minimal effort. As for Brian, he had naturally embarked on a path of mediocrity, meticulously ensuring that his grades hovered just above the passing threshold in all subjects, enough to avoid reprimand but decidedly unremarkable. The final examination was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, which required each student to individually transform a silver needle into the shape of a button. Brian's first year at Hogwarts was finally drawing to a close. Chapter 81. Gryffindor loses 20,000 points despite having demonstrated his transfiguration skills to Professor McGonagall in pursuit of learning Inimicus transformation. The possibility of an occasional exam blunder lingered in the air. As a perfectionist, the presence of a mere satisfactory on his report card would greatly unsettle him. However, what if Professor McGonagall decided against teaching him Inimicus because of this? Lost in thought, he hesitated, just as Professor McGonagall's serious voice resonated from the classroom. Brian McGonagall. At that moment, Professor McGonagall sat upright behind the long table at the center of the classroom, with two exquisitely crafted buttons displayed before her, likely the finest works from the previous examination. Brian respectfully drew out his wand and bowed slightly, stating, "Professor, I am ready." "We previously discussed the matter of Inimicus, Brian." Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze to meet his, yet did not retrieve the silver needle from the box beside her. "You performed admirably. Eagerly pursuing such perilous magic is not wise." Brian paused, perplexed. "But, Professor, I haven't yet taken the exam." Professor McGonagall chuckled lightly. "These little assessments pose no significant challenge for you." As she held up a graded paper displaying a perfect score for Brian's view, she continued, "The final exam merely serves to gauge whether your skills meet the required standards. Your transfiguration displayed in my office has already surpassed that of second and third year students, rendering this test unnecessary." Brian's words faltered, and his brow furrowed slightly. "So, I do not need to take the exam?" Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Indeed, congratulations, Mr. Brian." After a prolonged silence, Brian offered a slight bow and quietly exited the classroom, leaving Professor McGonagall utterly baffled. As the last student, Harry observed Brian's troubled expression. He was taken aback. Did Brian not perform well? Brian, failing once is truly inconsequential. Harry quickly reassured him. Brian gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and softly patted Harry on the shoulder, managing a faint smile before departing in silence. This fleeting smile imparted to Harry a profound sense of the world's fickleness, the transient nature of gain and loss, and the capriciousness of life, even imbued with a hint of weathered experience. He cast a pitiful glance at Brian's retreating figure before slowly entering the examination hall. As he settled at his desk, he noticed Professor McGonagall's puzzled expression, the two exquisite buttons on the table, and the untouched student report cards that she had yet to collect. What? Brian received a perfect score? Oh, heavens! Just as Brian stepped into the hall, he spotted Hermione and Ron, who had finished their exams, engaged in conversation with Cedric, Sonia, George, and Fred near the entrance. The hall was already teeming with students from various houses, for after all exams concluded today, Dumbledore would announce the fate of the House Cup here. Ron lifted his head, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Brian, Dumbledore awarded us Gryffindor an additional 250 points." Cedric furrowed his brow, expressing his dismay. Indeed, he only granted Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff an additional 50 points. I'm beginning to suspect I was tricked into working for nothing. Hermione glanced at the dejected Brian, pursed her lips, and inquired, "What's wrong, Brian? Did you not perform well in the Transfiguration exam?" Brian sighed softly and replied, "I'm a bit troubled." The twins and Cedric immediately perked up, intrigued. Could it be that this seemingly invincible Brian encountered difficulties in Transfiguration? Had Professor McGonagall intentionally increased the exam's difficulty? There was something amiss. Taking a deep breath, Brian released his pent-up grievances. "Professor McGonagall didn't allow me to take the exam. She simply awarded me 100 points. It's unfair." Cedric, George, and Fred. The group gazed at Brian in silence. It was indeed unfair. To receive 100 points without taking the exam? How vexing. Did he not perceive the absurdity of his complaint? Why did he express such a sense of life's unpredictability while lamenting? To feel aggrieved after being awarded a perfect score? Hermione inhaled deeply, suppressing an overwhelming urge to reprimand him, and asked, "Why?" Brian rearranged his expression, ready to explain, when he noticed Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and a woeful Harry entering through the hall's grand doors. On stage, Dumbledore droned on in his typical manner, while the students below fought off drowsiness. Harry sat opposite Brian, silently gazing at him with profound melancholy. In the next moment, Dumbledore raised his voice, proclaiming, "I declare that this year's House Cup champion is Gryffindor. We hope that other houses will strive harder next year." Suddenly, the doors were flung open, and a pale Severus Snape rushed in, his hollow eyes fixed on Harry, teeth clenched as he declared, "Gryffindor loses 10,000 points. No, make that 20,000 points." Chapter 82. I will not change my name, nor alter my surname. 2 days ago, the acrid scent of potions permeated the infirmary. Severus Snape, enveloped in a green glow, gradually opened his eyes to behold a pristine white ceiling. Amid Madame Pomfrey's gasps of astonishment, he shifted slightly, a sharp pang coursing through his body. Snape's eyes flickered, casting a glance at her, his lips moving weakly as he uttered a faint plea. "Quick, go fetch Dumbledore. What are you searching for?" Madame Pomfrey rolled her eyes at Snape, her tone stern. "You had just undergone treatment. You should rest properly." No sooner had she spoken than the door of the hospital wing swung open, revealing Dumbledore. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. "Madame Pomfrey, I have a moment to converse with Severus." "Just a moment. Headmaster Dumbledore, Severus requires ample rest. He has just awakened, and his injuries are not yet stabilized," Madame Pomfrey replied, her expression fraught with concern as she glanced at Snape, whose face was contorted in pain, yet eager for movement. After a brief pause, she relented, saying, "Very well, but no more than 10 minutes. I shall prepare the potion." Dumbledore nodded and exchanged a few more words with Madame Pomfrey before making his way towards Snape. As he approached, he noticed Snape's right hand gripping his own clothing with 2 fingers. Dumbledore paused momentarily, then leaned closer to Snape, who whispered hoarsely, "The Dark Lord has possessed Peeves. Hurry, protect Harry. He is in grave danger." Snape's eyes glimmered with a desperate plea. "You promise me." Dumbledore turned his gaze, his ancient eyes fixed intently on Snape, seemingly attempting to decipher the depths of his resolve. Yet, after a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Snape's steadfast gaze did not waver, revealing his unwavering determination. "Harry is safe. The Dark Lord has not acquired the Philosopher's Stone. He has departed," Dumbledore reassured. At these words, Snape finally released his grip on Dumbledore's attire, settling back against the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Snape replied flatly, "That is of no concern to me, as long as Harry is unharmed. I must remind you, Headmaster." Madame Pomfrey stood at the door, holding a large bowl with a stoic expression. "The 10 minutes have elapsed. You must leave now. Severus needs to drink this potion." Dumbledore nodded, casting a glance at the now tranquil Snape before rising and heading towards the exit. "Come, Severus, drink this potion first. What does it taste like?" Snape inhaled, his brow knitting together as he surveyed the bowl of dark, viscous liquid in Madame Pomfrey's hands. He retched, "Madame Pomfrey, I have healing potions in my office. Once I am able to leave, I will consume them myself." "I am aware of your skill in potion making, Severus," Madame Pomfrey replied, her gaze unwavering as she scrutinized him. "However, until your discharge, this is the only potion you may have daily." Snape's expression stiffened, his lips twitching involuntarily. Surely, you do not wish to remain here for 2 months, Severus. Severus, Snape grimaced, yet he endured the excruciating pain as he slowly sat up and consumed the potion. As the liquid coursed through his body, a tingling sensation enveloped him, as if the wounds within were engaging in a relentless self-repair. Despite the peculiar nature of the potion ingredients in the wizarding world, the results were undeniably impressive. Overcome by drowsiness, Snape closed his eyes once more, his breathing gradually evening out. Madame Pomfrey observed the slumbering Snape, standing quietly in place as she retrieved her wand from her sleeve. In a short while, a green light enveloped Snape once again. 2 days later, under Madame Pomfrey's disapproving gaze, Snape finally departed. After all, the Dark Lord had not succeeded in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry was safe and sound, although he had languished in the infirmary for an extended period. The thought of no longer having to ingest that repugnant potion lifted his spirits, causing his brow to arch in delight. Now, he yearned only for the apple-flavored restorative elixir he had meticulously concocted. A faint smile graced Snape's pale visage as he gently pushed open the door to his office. Suddenly, his smile faltered and froze in place. He glanced around, horrified to discover that the materials and potions contained within the 4 cabinets had vanished without a trace. Not even a single glass vial remained. No residue, not a speck of powder was left behind. With a sudden rush of crimson to his face, he spat blood, standing there disheveled and overwhelmed by a surge of despair and madness. Where are my potions? What has happened to the elixirs I painstakingly brewed? Who has done this? Who has taken the ingredients and potions I collected with such effort? Now, let alone drinking a restorative potion, Snape could not even find a cup to quench his thirst. Are you a demon? His gaze swept rapidly, landing on his desk where 2 letters lay. His expression shifted slightly as he hastened to open the envelopes. One letter from Dumbledore explained that a particular student had written to him, hoping he would not be angered, as it was all for the purpose of combating Voldemort. The other letter read, "Dear Professor Snape, greetings. In order to fulfill Dumbledore's directive to nurture love and courage, I find myself engulfed in profound sorrow. After 3 days and nights of fasting and deep contemplation, I have finally conceived a worthy idea. Protecting Hogwarts is a duty incumbent upon every member of this esteemed institution, and I trust that you would also be willing to sacrifice everything for the school. Therefore, I have taken some potions from your office as a precautionary measure. I believe you would not mind, would you? I have also removed some materials from your office to brew potions to confront the Dark Lord. Surely, you would not be angered? I am prepared to lay down my life for Hogwarts, and I believe Professor Snape feels the same. I remain unchanged in name and character. Sincerely, Harry Potter." Snape trembled with rage, one hand clutching his chest, his eyes shimmering with a mix of indignation and fury. Harry Potter! Chapter 83. That was quite the masterpiece. Hogwarts, within the Great Hall, silence reigned so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone, including the professors, stood transfixed, gazing at the furious, severe Snape. Gryffindor had lost 20,000 points? A Slytherin student stammered, inquiring of those nearby. The students at the Hufflepuff table, who had been silent initially, suddenly began to murmur among themselves. Gryffindor had previously earned 250 points thanks to Harry, the Weasley brothers, and Hermione, and they had ceased to covet the trophy. Yet, they could hardly fathom that Snape might be a greasy angel sent by Merlin. 20,000 points deducted from Gryffindor. Severus, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation, Professor McGonagall said sternly, her gaze fixed on Snape, disbelief etched upon her face. The selection for the House Cup has concluded. You cannot arbitrarily deduct points from our house, let alone a staggering 20,000. Snape paid no heed to Professor McGonagall. His eyes locked onto a single individual at the Gryffindor table. At the far end, Harry, who had his back turned to Snape, suddenly felt a chill run through him. Goosebumps rising in an instant. His eyes narrowed as he slowly turned his head. There, with disheveled hair, Snape was glaring intently in his direction, a somewhat menacing expression on his face. Harry could distinctly sense that Snape was looking at him. His pupils constricted, and a cold dread gripped his heart. An intensified potion. A familiar scent. But I haven't done anything. Goodness. Snape's gaze was so fierce that Harry felt his teeth begin to chatter, his legs shaking involuntarily. Severus. The House Cup for this year has concluded, Dumbledore stated, his expression complex as he regarded Snape. Regardless of what Gryffindor students have done, you cannot deduct their points any further this year. A chorus of lamentations suddenly erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Snape's expression darkened entirely. He stood silently in place, lost in thought. The implications in Dumbledore's gaze were difficult for him to decipher. The emotions communicated through his eyes, sympathy, pity, helplessness, were perplexing. Could it be that Dumbledore truly permitted Harry to act in such a manner? Although he wished to protect Harry, who was destined to confront the Dark Lord, did it necessitate emptying his own office? Did he not realize how much time he had invested in gathering and concocting these items? Was it possible that he, the esteemed head of Slytherin, was to become the most impoverished individual at Hogwarts? Percy sat beside the twins, pondering the events that had transpired, when a thought suddenly struck him. He glanced at George and Fred, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Have you two been up to some mischief again?" "What mischief?" Fred replied, bewildered. "We haven't done anything to Snape." Percy pursed his lips, observing the pair in silence. He was all too familiar with their antics. If Gryffindor had lost points, it was likely connected to them. "It truly wasn't us," George protested, looking aggrieved. "We wanted to blow up Snape's toilet seat, but we never had the chance. He has been in the infirmary for a month." "It truly wasn't you?" Percy asked, scrutinizing them with suspicion. "Indeed." In unison, the two responded. "Regardless of who has wronged Snape, did not Dumbledore proclaim that Gryffindor has already secured the House Cup? You need only await your turn to receive it." Percy asserted with unwavering resolve, "As head boy, I shall ensure Gryffindor receives the House Cup with honor, rather than through unjust rulings. Even if Dumbledore were to bestow the cup upon Gryffindor, I, Percy Weasley, will not accept it." George and Fred stood by. Snape, positioned at the center, observed Harry's bewildered expression, and his ire surged to a boiling point. He coldly addressed Harry. "Mr. Potter, since you have taken all my potions and potion materials, I trust you are thoroughly prepared for the potions exam at the start of next term." He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, should Mr. Potter be so enthusiastic. "I shall extend my hospitality accordingly." With that, Snape turned on his heel and departed the great hall without casting another glance at Harry. In an instant, myriad eyes in the hall converged upon Harry. His complexion drained of color. He comprehended each word spoken by Snape, yet their collective meaning eluded him. What did it mean that he had taken all his potions and materials? Did he, a mere novice in potions, even require them? Even if he had taken them, he would have no use for them. What was the meaning of this situation? Harry felt as though his heart might cease its rhythm. Suddenly, he recalled the polyjuice potion brewed by Brian and turned to glance at him, only to find his dear friend's face awash with shock, mouth agape, staring blankly at him, reflecting the astonishment of those around them. Harry was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of suspicion, struggling to process the situation. His mind was rife with questions. Brian's expression seemed genuine. Could it be true? "Harry, you actually took all of Snape's potions and materials? That is quite a feat." Brian exclaimed incredulously, while Ron, Neville, and others directed admiring glances at him. Moreover, the other young wizards voiced their astonishment, marveling at the audacity to pilfer Snape's potions. "How is it possible that he is still alive? What a miracle!" George exclaimed. "Why do we not think of such an idea?" Even the professors nearby regarded Harry with complex expressions, some discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Harry held his forehead, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Even in the throes of amnesia, one would expect some awareness. Could it be that he was afflicted with sleepwalking? Silence. Dumbledore cast a compassionate glance at Harry and declared in a resounding voice, "Quiet. The House Cup presentation shall continue." Finally, Harry exhaled in relief, leaning against the table, gazing up at the splendid ceiling, questioning his own existence. 10 minutes later, at the elevated podium in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall observed the students below, her expression inscrutable, pondering their thoughts. Before him, Percy excitedly held up the trophy, revealing his pearly white teeth. Chapter 84. The Correct Way to Open. Unlike students from other grades, first-year wizards, after signing the departure agreement, needed to be escorted by Hagrid to the Hogwarts station just as they had arrived, to avoid drawing too much attention from the Slytherin students. Bryant deliberately kept a low profile, quietly trailing at the very end of the line. Indeed, he went unnoticed by the two shared adversaries of Slytherin House. At this moment, Bryant remained an utterly ordinary student in Gryffindor House, despite orchestrating two significant events against Voldemort during the year, which, aside from the members of his small team, hardly anyone knew were his doing. Furthermore, all team members had entered into a binding magical contract of confidentiality. The remarkable achievements in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class and the scolding they received in potions from Snape had long been forgotten by everyone after a year had passed. The most notable impression the young wizards had of Bryant was perhaps that he frequently took leave and missed classes. A considerable number had even forgotten his existence at Hogwarts, or else the ghost incident in the dormitory would not have become a joke. At this moment, Harry, lost in thought, followed Hagrid. with his good friend Ron constantly offering him comfort. Harry, don't worry. Think carefully. When did you go to Snape's office? Well, Ron, you're right. Yes, Ron. That makes sense. Indeed, Ron, you speak the truth. I'm about to meet the Dursleys, which is a veritable nightmare compared to life at Hogwarts. Ron pursed his lips. Although he had a large family and a somewhat irritable mother, he enjoyed his time at Hogwarts yet still missed home. That essay conversation I can't continue. Harry looks so distressed. Even though I want to keep chatting to distract him, I can't find a new topic. It wouldn't do to simply praise his great work after all. Ultimately, Bryant encountered the trio. Hermione had waited outside the train for a while, and, upon seeing Bryant, pulled him into the compartment that Harry and Ron had occupied early. The compartment was quite spacious, accommodating all four without issue, and soon they were chattering away. Until Ron recounted the pranks George and Fred had pulled at home, Harry seemed to be stirred by some hidden thoughts, his face lighting up with longing as he murmured, Ron, wouldn't it be wonderful if I could live at your house? Ron hesitated for a moment, then patted his chest, saying, My mom probably wouldn't agree to me living there, but staying at my house for a few days before next semester at Hogwarts is definitely doable. He paused and continued, Ginny has had her eye on you for quite some time. She often asks in her letters if Harry Potter is super handsome and incredibly talented. Harry's face flushed crimson, and he opened his mouth but found no words to say. Hermione took the opportunity to comfort Harry, saying, Harry, stop dwelling on those sorrowful thoughts. You should allow yourself to be happy. We've accomplished so much this semester. Think of the joyful moments. Indeed, Brian chimed in. Harry gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery, his mind conjuring grand spectacles. Even if he had not resorted to stealing and Snape was mistaken in his suspicions, would that have changed Snape's treatment of him? Harry swiftly dismissed that notion. The incident had merely exacerbated Snape's already harsh demeanor toward him. He had come to understand this truth over the course of the semester. Once he grasped this reality, the bitterness in his gaze gradually faded. With a long sigh, as if recalling something delightful, he exclaimed, I was so busy that I forgot to tell you all. Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup during the closed matches. Due to Harry's unexpected appearance and the subsequent interference from the second dragon, Madam Hooch and other professors at Hogwarts decided to conduct the Quidditch matches in a closed setting to minimize uncertainties. However, Harry, along with the Weasley twins, had become involved in a student task force organized by Dumbledore, which naturally led him to forget to share this joyous news with his friends. Oh, Harry thought, dismissing the two unamusing companions, knowing that only Ron would resonate with his excitement. As anticipated, Ron took nearly a minute to recover from the shocking revelation before he leapt up in exhilaration, showering Harry with praise. Harry pressed his lips together, revealing a long-lost smile. This was indeed the correct way to celebrate. Brian quietly gazed out the window, and suddenly the memory of his first encounter with Dumbledore surfaced, along with the words spoken by the old wizard, Send my regards to your mother. Moreover, since arriving at Hogwarts, he was no longer an ignorant novice in the wizarding world. He had practiced and successfully cast his first spell at home. Yet the Ministry of Magic had not come knocking, all of which pointed to the fact that his mother, Eleanor, was indeed a witch. However, he found himself puzzled by why his mother had chosen to conceal her identity as a witch, and whether his father, Ted, was aware of her magical abilities. Chapter 85. Feeding horses, chopping wood, traveling the world. Brian's musings were interrupted by the prolonged whistle of the train outside. Although Harry and Ron seemed reluctant to leave the moment behind, the Hogwarts Express had already come to a halt at King's Cross Station in London. Anxious young wizards rushed out with their belongings, causing a delightful chaos in the carriage. Brian let out a soft sigh, gathered his belongings, and disembarked with Harry and the others, queuing to pass to the magically enchanted wall to reach King's Cross Station. The Hogwarts Express arrived precisely around 4 in the afternoon, coinciding with the peak hour for Muggles arriving to collect their passengers, making the entire station appear exceedingly crowded. Fortunately, the parents arriving to fetch the little wizard had mostly donned the attire of Muggles, thus blending in rather seamlessly. Ron, over here, come quickly. Following the direction of the voice, the group soon spotted a short, plump, middle-aged woman energetically waving at them from a distance. Beside her stood George and Fred, both grinning widely, while Percy animatedly conversed with a red-haired man, gesticulating enthusiastically. A charming little girl with red hair concealed herself behind the stout woman, peeking out shyly to observe Harry, who stood next to Ron, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. That's my parents. I'm heading over now, Ron exclaimed with excitement, adding, I'll write to you during the holidays. Harry, remember to come to my house. With that, he squeezed through the crowd, pushing his suitcase toward his family. Harry, Brian, goodbye. I will miss you both. Remember to write to me. Hermione flashed her trademark broad grin as she bid farewell to the two. Brian stood still for a while, a sense of unease creeping over him. He had clearly informed Eleanor and Ted of the train's arrival time in London. Given Eleanor's nature, she would generally come to collect him without fail. Even if something delayed her, she would have mentioned it in her letter. Patiently, Brian sat on a bench with the frowning Harry, quietly waiting. As time swiftly passed and the throng began to disperse, not only did the Dursleys ignore Harry, but Eleanor and Ted also failed to appear. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Harry and said, "Let us go." Harry looked momentarily taken aback, his face revealing a hint of bewilderment as he quietly asked, "Do you mean no one is coming for you either?" "No one." Brian was momentarily stunned, casting a sideways glance at the irreverent Harry, bewildered by the source of his year's learned sarcasm. He replied, "I just remembered they might have gone to visit friends far away. Don't worry, Harry, I want Teeny to stay with my uncle. Come on, let us inflict some mutual harm." Harry replied. He expertly retrieved a key from beneath the mat and unlocked the door, revealing an interior shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. Could it be that he was the one found by Eleanor and Ted 12 years ago? Brian's imagination conjured up a series of melodramatic scenarios, and with a soft sigh, he flicked on the light. Everything felt so familiar. The house was impeccably tidy, not a speck of dust in sight. In the center of the living room lay 5 large boxes, one of which bore a letter atop it. A flicker of anxiety surged within Brian as he gently set down his luggage and approached the box, picking up the paper to read. "My dear son Brian, just like your sister, the moment you chose to enter Hogwarts for certain special reasons, Ted and I had to leave your side. Though you're still young, you possess a maturity surpassing that of many adults, and both your father and I have complete faith in you. While we wish for you to lead an ordinary life, since you have chosen the path of a wizard, embrace it wholeheartedly. Within the box lies the means for your future sustenance and education. Do not torment yourself." In that year of romantic blossoms, Ted and I indulged in wine and tea, making wishes together. Thus, from tomorrow onward, we shall choose to be a blissful couple, tending to horses, chopping wood, and traversing the globe. Do not dwell on it. Gazing at the letter in his hands, Brian found himself utterly transfixed. Though it contained but a few brief lines, it held an abundance of secrets that compelled him to take a deep breath, squint his eyes, and plunge into contemplation. His mother, Eleanor, and father, Ted, were both wizards, and it appeared they harbored some undisclosed mysteries. Moreover, he inexplicably had a biological sister of whom he had no recollection. Could it be that his parents had cast a forgetting spell upon him? Brian increasingly entertained this notion. Parents who could disregard a 12-year-old innocent boy in favor of tending to horses, chopping wood, and wandering the world could hardly be deemed reliable. He shook his head and gently opened the box before him. With a click, he was met with a dazzling reflection of golden light. Suddenly, the scene before him blurred, revealing piles of gold coins within. He paused momentarily, then proceeded to open all the boxes in the hall. All 5 large chests brimmed with galleons. The exact amount escaped Brian's counting. He fell into silence. In the distance, Archer, confined within a cage, regarded Brian with a peculiar expression, perplexed by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Brian gazed at the 5 boxes, his emotions tumultuous. Had he truly transformed from a mere country bumpkin into a landlord? In the past, he had been so impoverished that even practicing potion-making required reliance on Severus Snape's office. Suddenly, he was struck by a grave realization. In a new villa in York, Ted, holding a cup of red tea, looked at Eleanor and hesitated before asking, "Is this truly the right course for us, for sister? And for Brian as well? There is nothing wrong with it. A fledgling must spread its wings to soar higher." Eleanor languidly reclined on the sofa, stretching as she spoke. "Besides, my relatives do not possess the best of reputations." Yet, Ted smiled wryly. "You have prepared 5 large chests of galleons for Brian. Is this truly without consequence?" Eleanor glanced up at Ted and replied, "Is it too much? It's merely a small portion." Ted shook his head, a strange expression crossing his face. New Haven tea prepared him any muggle currency. The household lacks even the fare to Diagon Alley. Eleanor paused, an awkward expression overtaking her features. Meanwhile, at the seaside villa of King Whitstable, a young man let out a desperate lament. "I am starving. Am I truly not just a child scavenged from a refuse heap?" Chapter 86. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? Lying in bed, Brian opened his eyes. Last night had indeed been unforgettable. He had nearly dismantled the kitchen to unearth a package of expired toast from a corner of a cupboard. Worrying throughout the night. Shaking his head, he rose from the bed. Outside, the dawn was just beginning to break. Today, I must find a way to exchange some muggle currency at Gringotts. Brian, refusing to succumb to slumber, washed his face, and brushed his teeth in preparation for a morning jog. Even wizards must maintain a robust physique. Without agility and stamina, one cannot evade magical assaults. Observing Urchill, the owl, curled up and blissfully asleep in its cage, Brian felt that this creature was living in utter luxury, necessitating a regimen of exercise. Thus, he retrieved a fateful leash from his home and took Urchill downstairs for their morning run, leaving the owl bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. What a bizarre twist of human nature this was. As Brian jogged along the seaside, he circled several times, feeling a light sweat form on his brow, while Urchill lay flat against the ground, having forsaken its noble demeanor for a profound despair over its bleak fate. While one might have heard of walking dogs or cats, who had ever witnessed the peculiar sight of an owl being exercised, listening to the cheerful tunes emanating from a bathroom, accompanied by the splashes of water against flesh? Urchill remained despondently huddled in the corner of its cage, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. At this moment, it yearned to cry out, "Young man, what have you endured to become such a devil?" After his shower, Brian gazed contemplatively at the panting Urchill. The choice of an owl as a wizard's pet was indeed a splendid one. Toads, mice, and snakes invariably evoked a sense of discomfort. As for cats, Brian recalled the guilty pleasure he felt every time he petted that ugly Kneazle, akin to stroking Professor McGonagall. Such thoughts were best left aside. The notion of an aging cat lady was quite daunting. Though the Scottish fold before him appeared exceptionally astute, its personality was excessively strong-willed, utterly disregarding his slightest commands. Even when tasked with delivering messages to Eleanor and Ted at the end of the term, Brian had to settle for one of the owls in Hogwarts communal roost. "What purpose do you serve?" he mused, momentarily taken aback, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he crouched before the cage. "You were supposed to be my obedient pet, yet here you are, indulging in comfort while neglecting the fundamental trust between us." Hooting softly, Urchill blinked its large eyes, seemingly regarding Brian as if he were a simpleton. "Do you not yearn for the exhilaration of soaring in the azure sky?" With a slight tremor in its wings, Urchill seemed to ponder this. Over the past month, having indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, it had gained considerable weight, barely resembling an owl anymore. One might mistake it for a flying pig. Brian continued to entice. "Do you not wish to seek out a female owl?" Urchill's interest was piqued, a glimmer of moisture forming in its eyes. This thought brought to mind the plump Lucy, the slender Jenny, and the beautifully patterned Emily. It gazed at Brian with an adorably drooling expression. "Indeed, I know of a stunning owl, entirely snow white. If you become my pet, I shall introduce you to her." With a flurry of enthusiastic wing beats, Urchill nodded fervently. "Jenny, Lucy, Emily, off you go, for I found a new interest. Would you kindly deliver a message for me? GUH, will you be my pets? GUH. Brian nodded in satisfaction. To become an exceptional owl, one must harbor unique aspirations, and it was evident that Archer possessed a spirit of ambition. As for whether Hedwig was indeed a male owl, that was of little consequence to him. Archer finally departed from the birdcage, envisioning a beautiful, pure white female owl fluttering excitedly around the villa. Meanwhile, Brian organized his belongings, stowed them in his backpack, and prepared to venture to Diagon Alley to exchange some Muggle currency. After downing a bottle of energy tonic, he walked for a while before raising his hand, which concealed his wand, to stretch lazily. Suddenly, a horn blared from behind him. The Muggles on the road appeared utterly oblivious to the peculiar bus. It seemed to completely disregard the traffic regulations of the Muggle world, yet whenever it was on the verge of colliding with another vehicle or a pedestrian, its body would contort in an exceedingly strange manner to navigate around the obstacle. Soon enough, the three-story bus came to a halt before Brian. He noticed the front windshield bore the golden letters proclaiming, "Night Bus." With a loud bang, the door swung open, and a conductor clad in a purple uniform poked his head out, revealing large, flappy ears, and greeted him with a smile. "Welcome aboard the Night Bus, an emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall take you wherever you wish to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I shall be your conductor this evening." Upon seeing Brian board, Stan offered a slight bow of welcome. "The fare is 11 sickles. "Thank you," he said with a professional smile. "Of course, if you fancy a chocolate, it will be an additional 3 sickles, and for 4 more, you can acquire a hot water bottle and toothbrush in any color." "No, thank you." After paying, Brian slowly stepped into the cabin. In truth, the interior of the bus was quite spacious. There were no seats, but each level featured 6 brass-framed beds. Candles flickered on the trays beside each bed, illuminating the paneled walls. As it was still early, the bus was nearly empty, save for an elderly wizard sleeping soundly on the bed nearest the door. As soon as Brian settled into an unoccupied corner bed, the bus jolted to life with a bang. Due to the night bus's remarkable speed, the beds rattled and creaked, and the vehicle itself occasionally thudded, causing Brian some concern. After approximately 10 minutes, the bespectacled driver, Ernie, slammed on the brakes, and the night bus glided to a stop in front of a dilapidated pub. Your destination has been reached. I wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you. Pushing open the rickety door, Brian found the interior aglow with the roaring flames of the fireplace. In the flickering light, the proprietor, Tom, was seen sharing a jovial moment with several wizards, all enjoying butterbeer together. Upon entering, Brian encountered only a child, lacking any interest in greeting him. Simply waved dismissively before returning to the revelry. Brian swiftly traversed the tavern and made his way to the backyard, where he lightly tapped his wand against the wall 3 times. Instantly, the surface began to warp dramatically, and the stones commenced their irregular dance. Before long, a spacious archway emerged before him. He lingered not, proceeding directly to the entrance of Gringotts. "Brian, what brings you here?" came a melodious, ethereal voice from behind him. It was Sonia, her enchanting presence all the more striking due to the holiday. She was not clad in her Ravenclaw uniform. Instead, she adorned a flowing white dress, and her usually tied-back hair cascaded down like a golden waterfall, reaching her slender waist, exuding an alluring charm. Her flawless complexion bore a hint of makeup, radiating an enchanting aura, while her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of amusement. A gentle smile graced her cheeks, evoking a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Are you Senior Sonia?" Brian asked, his disbelief evident as he gazed at her. "Indeed, Junior," Sonia replied with a soft smile, choosing not to elaborate. She was pleasantly surprised to encounter Brian here. "Are you headed to Gringotts? Let's go together." Brian, still somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement and followed Sonia. Upon reaching the entrance, the typically surly goblin unexpectedly greeted them with a friendly smile, bowing slightly before gesturing for them to enter. Sonia, maintaining her composed demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded inside, led by the goblin to a private chamber. Brian remained bewildered. "Wow, we just waltzed right in? How easy. Are all goblins so accommodating? Such favorable treatment?" He glanced sideways at Sonia's exquisite profile, beginning to form a hypothesis about the lives of the affluent. Sonia nodded gently, her tone measured as she remarked, "I will consider these matters, but first, you must assist my friend in fulfilling his request." The goblin finally turned to Brian, scrutinizing him closely, and inquired, "And who might this be?" "Mike Brian." "Well, Mr. Brian, how may Gringotts serve you today? Are you here to arrange a highest-tier vault? Or perhaps to deposit or withdraw a substantial sum of galleons?" An awkward smile crept across Brian's face as he replied, "Neither. I seek to exchange some Muggle currency." The goblin appeared taken aback by such an unusual request, pausing momentarily with a furrowed brow before responding, "Typically, Gringotts does not permit the exchange of Muggle money. However, given Miss Sonia's presence, it shall be no issue." He paused, raising his voice, "Victor." In the next moment, a goblin entered, bowing respectfully at the door. "Please escort this young wizard to exchange some Muggle currency. Remarkable that you know Miss Sonia," Victor exclaimed, surprised as he exited the office. "She is the jewel of the Wallace family." "Is that so?" "She is my senior," Brian replied. Brian explained, suddenly curious, "Is the Wallace family truly that renowned?" "You are unaware of the Wallace family." Victor displayed an odd expression. "The Wallace family is the founding lineage of the Witch Weekly." Brian was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, is this senior a scion of wealth?" Unlike other prominent newspapers and magazines, the Witch Weekly has the Wallace family as its sole shareholder. Victor cast a peculiar glance at Brian and inquired, "How much do you need to exchange?" £10,000. After Brian concluded his transaction with Gringotts, Sonia emerged from the office, her expression glum. Although the elderly which beside her remained respectful in demeanor, Sonia's countenance suggested that the meeting had not gone well. "Brian, did you manage to get the money?" Sonia forced a smile and asked. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal." Brian nodded and followed closely behind Sonia. He was well aware of the importance of gratitude. His senior had assisted him significantly, and he could not disregard Sonia's difficulties. At the very least, he felt compelled to offer some words of encouragement, akin to the motivational platitudes of a trashy system. "Senior, has your family's Witch Weekly encountered any issues?" Once they found a seat, Brian hesitated before posing the question. Sonia looked at Brian in surprise. She had not expected him to be aware of such matters. However, recalling his cunning against Voldemort during finals, she felt a sense of understanding. With a slight sigh, she explained, "Ever since Lakista joined the Daily Prophet, our family's Witch Weekly has been experiencing a continuous decline in performance. It seems that wizards are far more interested in gossip than in recipes or celebrity stories. Indeed, as a certain good man from a past television series had said, gossip is humanity's fourth instinct. Brian, recalling the incessant entertainment gossip reported in newspapers from his previous life, understood the predicament faced by Sonia's family, yet he felt somewhat perplexed. Senior, why is this matter entrusted to you rather than someone from your family? Sonia's expression deepened in sorrow as she sighed lightly. In this generation of the Wallace family, I am the only one. My father, in an effort to train me, frequently involves me in the management of the Witch Weekly. Junior, you have many ideas. Help me think of a solution. Brian, of course, could not allow Sonia to remain distressed. His historical experience informed him that he would learn much more from her when she was in good spirits. With a gentle smile, Brian reassured, Senior, there's no need to panic. There are certainly solutions to these issues. Really? Sonia looked up at him, questioning. Do you truly have a way to resolve the problems of the Witch Weekly? To be honest, I have already devised a solution, Brian nodded, feeling at that moment akin to the legendary seer Merlin. Chapter 88, The Tale of Olivia. Brian intended to write something to be published in the Witch Weekly. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, despite having perused numerous books and television series in his previous life, Brian lacked the remarkable ability of photographic memory. Thus, it was utterly implausible for him to recount verbatim the content he had merely glanced at once, although his recollection relied on a tenuous grasp of narrative threads, which he would then refine through his own interpretation. It sufficed for the present circumstances. At this juncture, the Witch Weekly was reduced to publishing a handful of recipes and celebrity anecdotes, relying solely on the dubious honor of awarding Lockhart the Most Charming Smile Award, a clearly unreliable and misguided venture for prosperity. In truth, the entertainment options available in the wizarding world were rather scarce, with Brian only being aware of Quidditch and wizard chess. Consequently, due to the pervasive ennui, the Daily Prophet, which indulged in gossip, experienced a significant boost in sales. When boredom prevails, gossip often surpasses even the three primal instincts. Contemporary wizards may not favor reading, yet they possess a genuine fondness for narrative fiction. The prevailing tropes in popular novels have been extensively consumed by them. Thus, when Lockhart took the helm as the professor of defense against the dark arts next semester, he reaped the benefits of such familiarity. His narratives, which were nothing more than borrowed experiences embellished with his own flourishes, transformed him into a beloved author. Of course, Brian could pen tales akin to Wandering with Werewolves or A Year with the Yeti of Tibet, but the lucrative market had already been monopolized by Lockhart, rendering it unlikely for him to reverse the declining fortunes of the Wallace family. Moreover, aside from assisting Sonia, Brian had other plans. Once he delved into alchemy, his expenses would be considerable. He could surreptitiously procure some ingredients for potion making from Snape's office, but Hogwarts lacked a professor proficient in alchemy. Thus, all expenditures required meticulous planning. He certainly could not approach Sonia for financial assistance, simply because she was a wealthy heiress. The financial abyss of alchemy would only deepen, potentially leading to an insurmountable debt. With a steadying breath, Brian took a sip of lemon juice and remarked with a light chuckle, before I divulge my solution, I must pay a visit to the leaky cauldron. Sonia, momentarily taken aback, inquired with curiosity, Your solution, could it be that you intend to write it yourself? The two soon concluded their lunch and strolled into the leaky cauldron. At this hour, the shop was nearly devoid of patrons, allowing a middle-aged woman to approach them with a warm smile and ask, Good day, what books are you seeking? Brian, straightforward in his inquiry, asked, Which books are your bestsellers? Without a doubt, Mr. Lockhart's travelogues are at the forefront, alongside some fairy tales that have made their way from the Muggle world, which are also quite popular. The middle-aged woman guided Brian and Sonia to a row of shelves near the entrance, saying, These are the current bestsellers. Feel free to browse. After half an hour of perusing the titles on the shelves, Brian had formulated a preliminary idea. Sonia stepped forward, her anticipation palpable, and asked, So, have you found a solution? Brian nodded and replied, Indeed, but I still require a pensieve. The meditation basin, it seems rather challenging. Sonia hesitated for a moment before softly stating, This item is generally quite precious and difficult to procure. Provide me with your address, and I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to you. Brian nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sonia's proposal. Moreover, after perusing the popular tomes of the wizarding world, he felt a flicker of confidence regarding the content he was about to compose. Following a visit to Flip Street to acquire some materials for alchemical practice, the two bid farewell and departed their separate ways. In the 1st century, King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table rallied the people of Britain in rebellion, establishing a vast kingdom. His half-sister Morgan, leveraging her blood ties to Arthur, stood in opposition to Queen Guinevere. Under the persuasion of his mother, Igraine, Arthur initiated a triennial selection, encountering a vision of his dreams in Ophelia, the daughter of Sir Bedivere. Brian had watched numerous acclaimed television series and novels in his previous life, yet none wielded as much impact on women as empresses in the palace. Decades later, its influence across the eastern seas was beyond imagination. With an exceptionally high romantic appeal, many men in relationships felt compelled to catch up on the storyline each evening, underscoring its allure among women. Naturally, Brian could not merely replicate the narrative. He needed to transform it into a tale set against the backdrop of the Arthurian era, interweaving the magical elements of Merlin and the wizarding world, a task that posed considerable difficulty for him. He wrote deep into the night, rubbing his sore wrists as he organized the manuscript and handed it over to the exceedingly enthusiastic Urchil. Please deliver this to Sonia Wallace. Once school begins, I shall introduce you to that pure white owl. Hoot! Urchil nodded excitedly, seizing the package and soaring out the window. Brian massaged his throbbing temples and settled into his familiar rocking chair. He was uncertain whether Sonia would find the tale of Ophelia intriguing. After all, a remarkable woman like Sonia, at such a young age, was not only adept in magic, but also managed a large family enterprise. She might not be particularly captivated by matters of romance and the intrigues of a harem. However, the idle middle-aged witches who indulged in gossip would surely relish it. Once the novel was published, he would need to discuss profit sharing with Sonia. Approximately 2 hours later, having completed his evening routine and preparing for bed, Brian was startled by a rapid knocking at the door. Who could be at this late hour? He paused momentarily, donned his clothing, and opened the door to find Sonia standing there, with Urchil perched beside her. Brian stifled a yawn, gazing at Sonia in surprise. Even if you found the meditation basin, there's no need to rush in delivering it. Chapter 89. The second phase of the wizarding system. Sonia scrutinized Brian for a moment, shaking the parchment in her hand as she inquired, "What about the subsequent content?" Brian hesitated, shaking his head wearily. "The following plot has yet to be written." At that moment, her cheeks flushed, her long hair brushing against one side of her face as she smiled gently. "Then tell me, did Arthur and Ophelia meet in the end? Did Morgan, that malevolent witch, ultimately meet her demise at the hands of Olivia? What transpired in the end?" Brian fell silent for a moment and sighed. "How about I tell you tomorrow? I'm quite fatigued." "No way." Sonia gently coughed twice, fixing an indignant gaze upon Brian. What kind of author halts their narrative at such a pivotal moment? "It's all right if you're tired. I've brought along plenty of energy tonics for you to drink while you continue." From the resoluteness in her eyes, Brian perceived the promising success of the Chronicles of Olivia. If even Sonia was captivated by such a plot, the middle-aged witches would surely be even more enthralled. The energy tonic was truly unpalatable. "I'll send it to my senior after finishing it tomorrow." "No, you must tell me now." Sonia resolutely refused any hesitation. She was utterly immersed in the narrative and resonated deeply with Olivia. If she couldn't witness Morgan's downfall and the conclusion between Olivia and King Arthur tonight, sleep would be utterly elusive. "I'm going to bed now, Senior. Let us talk tomorrow." "No, it must be now. I'm really tired, Senior. It's not as if I 1T write it." "No, Junior, you must tell me immediately. Will you or 1T you?" Sonia smiled at Brian, inquiring. Brian, his eyes half closed from weariness, suddenly opened them wide, licked his cracked lips, and nodded solemnly. "All right, I will." He cautiously stepped back a few paces and added, "Could you please put away your wand first?" When Brian awoke from his slumber, it was already afternoon. The reward was undeniably generous. He sighed, contemplating the unpredictability of life, and was about to rise when he heard the system's solemn voice echo in his mind. Brian's eyes brightened, and he declared resolutely, "Exchange." The tone in his mind shifted. It was no longer the previous stern mechanical voice, but had transformed into a playful male voice. "Hee, are you certain?" "Absolutely." A faint smile graced Brian's face as he softly affirmed. Although this annoying system had persistently posed challenges throughout the year, it remained reliable in crucial moments. One can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub, thus he exchanged. Subsequently, Brian's consciousness was abruptly drawn into a realm of darkness, and he slowly lifted his head. Above him, the data panel he was accustomed to materialized in the sky, accompanied by a striking line of silver text. As Brian watched with dismay, the points for upgrading steadily diminished until they reached 0. "Brian?" The timely appearance of the silver text in the dark sky elucidated the confusion within Brian's heart. "Fee for opening the temporal secret realm." "Brian?" Gazing at the rotating text in the sky, Brian finally comprehended the secret of this mysterious realm. Time flowed at 10 times the rate of the outside world. However, One could not concoct potions or engage in alchemical practices here. Furthermore, Brian was unable to practice magic, nor could he enhance his magical prowess or mastery through mechanical exercises. However, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Brian's eyes, and he silently mused to himself, "It is worth it. For a man of such prudence, what holds the utmost importance? Naturally, it is the formulation of plans and the study of alchemy and potions for the sake of prosperity. As for magical power, a sufficient amount will suffice. Engaging directly in combat is the folly of a brash individual and does not align with his persona. When confronted with adversaries akin to Voldemort, his forte lies in lurking in the shadows, devising comprehensive strategies, and resolving issues through meticulous coordination. In his view, personal involvement is nothing but a fleeting concern. Evasion is the order of the day. Astute individuals typically rely on their intellect to navigate challenges. So, what manner of place is this? It is undeniably paradise. Are 15 experience points problematic? Not in the slightest. As a sagacious wizard, Brian is acutely aware that should he exhaust his experience points, he can always amass more. However, the existence of such a venue is crucial for him. It facilitates his, plotting against others. Moreover, the most pivotal aspect is that with this location, he can truly expedite his writing. He is enamored. Chapter 90, second-year reading list. For every alchemist, aside from the widely known foundational magical texts, the unique scripts they have successfully deciphered are invaluable treasures. Each script embodies particular meanings. Only through relentless analysis and the discovery of specific sequences can alchemists successfully develop genuine magical artifacts. These artifacts, infused with such enchanting scripts, can, to a certain extent, substitute for the release of magic. This process eschews the need for cumbersome incantations and gestures. A mere infusion of magical energy can directly unleash spells. Of course, what Brian is currently studying is merely the most rudimentary aspect. If advanced alchemy were so simple, the marketplace would not be dominated by just a few practitioners. Leveraging the abundant potion materials from Snape's office, he has painstakingly elevated his potion-making skills to an intermediate level. Following the publication of the Chronicles of Alithia, in which weekly, the sales figures soared to unprecedented heights, verging on frenzy. Due to the impact of the Chronicles of Alithia, the Wallace family seized the momentum, even opting to replace the tedious Most Charming Smile award with a knowledge-based quiz. This singular work has sufficiently enriched both the Wallace family and Brian. Alas, today, Brian found himself unable to continue his writing or studies, for he had received a letter from Hogwarts. The letter's content instructed him to, as he did the previous year, travel to King's Cross Station on September 1st to board the train to Hogwarts, accompanied by a reading list for his second year. As Brian casually perused the list, he could not help but internally scoff. Despite the original narrative having undergone dramatic transformations, Dumbledore remained unyielding, once again appointing Gilderoy Lockhart as the professor for defense against the dark arts in the second year. The reading list not only lacked any specialized text for the subject, but also shamelessly included a total of 7 of Lockhart's personal works, each more exorbitantly priced than the last. Taking advantage of his newfound status as a professor at Hogwarts, Lockhart publicly announced a book launch event to be held today at Flourish and Blots. That Morgana is truly despicable. She has used dark magic to kill the maid sent by Guinevere and discarded her body at the bottom of a well. Indeed, she flaunts her connection to King Arthur, and even the selected Quina has been rendered a cripple by her potions. Oh, I wonder who the esteemed author of the Tale of Alithia is. I do hope she completes her work soon. Diagon Alley is bustling with activity today, filled to the brim with people. As Brian stepped inside, he overheard witches whispering animatedly as they passed by. Although the dismissive attitudes of the wizards suggested that the Tale of Alithia might not be well received among their ranks, nearly every witch on the street was engrossed in discussions about its plot, indicating their fascination with the narrative. The Wallace family is undoubtedly poised for a triumphant resurgence, singing praises atop the Daily Prophet. As Brian furrowed his brow, preparing to navigate through the crowd towards Flourish and Blots, he was greeted by Hermione's enthusiastic voice from behind. The young witch hopped over, embracing Brian and chattering incessantly. What? Hermione paused for a moment, waving her hand dismissively. It was not of great significance. Hurry, come with me to Flourish and Blots. They're hosting an event today. Brian smiled and replied, Hermione, are you going to attend Gilderoy Lockhart's book launch? A blush crept across Hermione's cheeks as she was about to explain, but was interrupted by Ron's exclamation from behind. Brian, Hermione, it's such a pleasure to see you. The Weasley family appeared in cheerful unison, with Fred and George excitedly greeting Brian. The Weasley parents, having seemingly just discussed something important, looked relieved to see Hermione and Brian. Arthur stepped forward, saying, "You must be Ron's classmates, Hermione and Brian. I'm Arthur Weasley. It's a pleasure to meet you." Molly Weasley's cheeks quivered as she smiled. "Children, it's lovely to see you. However, we need to find Harry. We've been searching for him everywhere." Just then, they spotted a dejected Harry trailing behind Hagrid, who was grumbling to himself. "Harry," Mr. Weasley inquired, "were you just now?" Molly was in a tizzy. "The leaky cauldron," Hagrid replied sternly. "Never mind, Hagrid. It's not Harry's fault." Mrs. Weasley chuckled, explaining it's his first time using Floo powder. "Children, we're heading to Flourish and Blots now to buy your textbooks." After a brief exchange, Hagrid departed, and the remaining group made their way to Flourish and Blots. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with long queues, one line of older male wizards on the left and a much longer line of witches on the right. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a diverse array of witches, ranging from youthful maidens to venerable crones, all exhibiting expressions of fervent enthusiasm. When did this all begin? How long must I endure this queue? Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. I have been waiting since dawn. As Brian took a few steps forward, he overheard a buzz of chatter from the crowd. Chapter 91. Who will have Morgan the Witch smash Olivia's mouth? Just as Lockhart emerged from the Lehan bookstore, he was greeted by a throng of eager fans, his smile growing ever more radiant. "Everyone is welcome to come and witness the imminent launch of my new book signing event. A plethora of new titles will be available at Lehan Bookstore." Before Lockhart could finish his proclamation, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd. With a beaming smile, Lockhart approached, only to watch as the crowd dispersed with a rush, all racing towards a newly opened shop. He had extended an inviting gesture, but his grin froze in place, leaving him standing there like a statue against the wind. "A plethora of new titles," Lockhart muttered, the words trailing off into a sorrowful echo. Brian, taken aback by the witch's enthusiasm, turned around only to discover that Hermione, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley had vanished from sight. He shook his head and inquired of George and Fred, "Does your family also follow the chronicles of Olivia?" "Indeed," came the reply, not only from the twins, but also a chorus of lamentations from Ron. Arthur Weasley leaned against the empty wall of Lehan Bookstore, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, lost in thought. Curious, Harry asked, "What is the Chronicles of Olivia?" "A recently published novel in which weekly," George suddenly recalled, his brow furrowing. "Not only does Mum read the Chronicles of Olivia, but she insists that we all must read it as well. Moreover, she will be testing us on it." Upon hearing this, Arthur Weasley resembled a frostbitten eggplant, tilting his head even higher. "Isn't that Harry Potter?" Just as they were about to enter the bookstore, they saw Lockhart rushing towards them, grabbing Harry's arm with delight. "Harry, I never imagined you were also a fan of mine." Lockhart appeared elated, holding Harry's hand with one and waving to the sole remaining reporter from the Daily Prophet with the other. The sound of rapid clicks filled the air as the short man enthusiastically snapped photographs, thick smoke wafting towards Brian. "You smile beautifully, Harry," Lockhart declared, his expression self-satisfied. "It is truly a pleasure to meet you. As a gift, I shall present you with my autobiography, The One Who Can Do Magic, entirely free of charge. It may be quite difficult to obtain later." Brian's lips twitched, trailing behind the group whose faces were etched with exasperation as they entered Lehan Bookstore. Lockhart, undeterred by the lack of applause, merely raised an eyebrow and pulled the reporter aside to discuss how the day's events should be reported. "The next semester's defense against the dark arts class is bound to be a disaster," Harry complained, watching Lockhart's retreating figure. "Let be, Harry," came the reply. "The deceitful are certainly preferable to Snape and Quirrell," Ron whispered in consolation, equally disdainful of the boastful Lockhart. "This is not the great savior Harry Potter." Draco Malfoy wore a chilling smile, his eyes brimming with animosity. Last semester, he had nearly been expelled by Snape due to a midnight duel. He pointed at Ron and said to Lucius behind him, "Oh, and there's the little nose snot. I wager his parents will have to go hungry next month to afford those things." Furious, Ron hurled his book into the cauldron and charged at Malfoy. But Arthur placed a hand on his shoulder, restraining him. He then coldly addressed Lucius. "Mind your son, Lucius, and do not let him become a disgrace among wizards." "Is that so?" Lucius Malfoy's lips twitched, revealing a faintly sinister smile as he pointed at George's tattered beginner's guide to Transfiguration. His exceptionally red tongue flicked over his lips. "Certainly much better than your busy schedule. With overtime, pay barely enough to purchase such a wretched tome." With a flick of his pale eyes, Lucius smirked, tossing several new books from Lockhart's table towards them. "Here, take these. I fear you might not be able to afford a meal next month." With a clang, the cauldron slipped from Ron's grasp. In the next moment, Malfoy and Weasley were entangled in a scuffle, prompting a shriek from Mrs. Weasley, who had just arrived. "Stop it! Arthur, behave!" Malfoy. Hagrid entered, separating the two. "Don't cause trouble." A malevolent gleam flickered in Lucius's eyes as he shoved the tattered Transfiguration textbook into Ginny's hands. "Here, young lady, take your book. This is the finest gift your father can provide. You should not engage with him." "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley gently adjusted Arthur's collar, whispering, "The children are frightened. It's not worth a confrontation with the Malfoys." Brian, Hermione, and Harry quietly contemplated the recent events as the Weasley family reflected on the incident. Despite Cedric having resolved the basilisk issue with Godric's sword during their first year, nonetheless, Voldemort's diary remained a potentially perilous and unstable element. In the original text, Lucius had used the quarrel with Arthur Weasley to slip the diary into Ginny's cauldron. However, Brian was certain he had been closely observing Lucius's actions and had thoroughly checked during the Weasley family's payment. There was no trace of that black diary on them. Where could it be? Brian pondered, casually intervening on Arthur's behalf. It was Kathy, the witch Morgan, who privately taught her how to use dark magic to silence Olivia. The two new women of Arthur, one tall and one short, who enjoy bullying Olivia, are Gillian and Sarah. Mrs. Weasley turned, her smile so vibrant that Ron, Percy, and the twins shivered slightly. "Brian, right? After you finish your purchases, do you have other matters to attend to? If you have time, how about visiting the Burrow? Teach those 5 fools well and enlighten them on how magnificent the tale of Olivia truly is." Chapter 92. Harry's Peculiar Friend. "No, I have some matters to attend to." Brian feigned hesitation for a moment before ultimately shaking his head in refusal. "Very well, but do make sure to come over to play with Ron next time." Mrs. Weasley appeared somewhat disappointed. Brian and she surely had much in common, being the first male wizard she encountered who understood the tale of Olivia so profoundly. "Brian, you two have read the tale of Olivia." Equally astonished was the young witch Hermione, who smiled brightly, unaware of which master penned the novel, claiming it was even more captivating than the tales from our realm. From the outset, Hermione had been enthusiastically introducing Ron and Harry to the splendid plot of the tale of Olivia. Ron's lips twitched, and while Hermione was distracted, he rolled his eyes. Though Harry was utterly engrossed, after all, he had no access to publications like Witch Weekly at the Dursleys. Brian smiled faintly and remarked, "It just so happens I've come across a few." "Hermione, it seems that Lockhart will be our defense against the dark arts professor next term." "Indeed. Most of the books we need to purchase this year are his works. I knew the new professor would surely be connected to him." Hermione became animated, exclaiming her admiration. "I absolutely adore him, Lockhart once. We just encountered him, and I find him more akin to a charlatan than what you described." Harry interrupted Hermione's incessant praise of Lockhart. Moreover, no one even attended Lockhart's book signing. Ron added, "You know nothing of Mr. Lockhart to disparage him so." The girl could no longer contain herself, leaping in front of Harry and Ron, hands on her hips, pointing at them with indignation plastered across her face. "Even you have abandoned Lockhart to seize the tale of Olivia, Hermione." Ron continued his jibe, and Harry nearly burst into laughter. Hermione's claims about Lockhart were abruptly stifled. Her face flushed crimson, at a loss for how to defend herself. "Do not bully Hermione, you two." Mrs. Weasley finally spared Arthur, coming to Hermione's aid. Those two rascals could never comprehend the excellence of Mr. Lockhart. "Come, Hermione, let us assist Ginny in acquiring a wand." Once everyone had settled their supplies for the upcoming school year, Brian waved farewell to the group. He still needed time to ponder the enigma of the diary. And on another note, today's manuscript had yet to be submitted to Sonia. Due to his presence, Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Hermione were absent from the leaky cauldron during their quarrel. Although Lucius ultimately tossed that tattered beginner's guide to Transfiguration into Ginny's cauldron, Brian remained an observer throughout, fixated on Lucius and Draco's every move, failing to notice any peculiar behavior. At that moment, Brian suddenly realized that since the basilisk had been vanquished, even if Voldemort's diary were to seep into Hogwarts, it could only exert control over young witches and wizards, rather than inciting the monumental upheaval as depicted in the original tale. Moreover, the system offered no guidance on this matter. For Brian, the system occasionally resembled an alarm bell. Whenever it issued a task, it was invariably a sign that something was amiss. Amused, he cast his gaze outside at the fleeting scenery and could not suppress a sigh. Days slipped away in the blink of an eye, and on the morning of September 1st, Brian arrived early at King's Cross Station, dragging his luggage behind him. He gently crossed platform 9 3/4 and successfully entered the wizarding station. Today would Harry and Ron be thwarted by the house elf Dobby outside the wall, ultimately arriving at school in Arthur Weasley's flying car? With this thought, Brian absent-mindedly shook his head, placed his luggage in the train's cargo compartment, and boarded, seeking out a relatively secluded carriage to settle into. After a brief span of 5 or 6 minutes, accompanied by the sound of the whistle, the Hogwarts Express started to move slowly. Brian leaned back against the soft sofa in the carriage. During the summer, he had thoroughly studied the alchemical notes, and the upcoming term's content seemed manageable. Thanks to the tenfold acceleration of the time-space secret realm, he had already self-studied the material. Now, with little to occupy his time, he found himself contemplating the subsequent plot of the Chronicles of Olifia to pass the hours. Just as he was racking his brain over the climactic moments, the carriage door was suddenly pushed open. "Brian, there you are. We've been looking for you," Ron exclaimed as he entered briskly, flashing a broad smile that revealed a row of white teeth. Following closely behind were Hermione and Harry, both of whom wore similar expressions of joy. Brian was slightly taken aback that Harry and Ron had boarded the train, yet his demeanor remained unchanged as he chuckled softly. "I couldn't find you earlier, so I thought you hadn't arrived and claimed a seat." The three of them settled in, placing their belongings down, while Harry and Ron occupied the seats opposite Brian, quickly engaging in light conversation. After a while, Ron suddenly slapped his forehead and excitedly remarked to Brian and Hermione, "I almost forgot." Harry mentioned he met a peculiar house elf during the summer. Sighing, Harry explained, "Well, it's not much. On the day of the Dursleys' gathering, a strange house elf appeared in my room. We talked for quite a while and had a great time. But when I told it I wanted to be friends, it said it wasn't worthy of being my friend." Sigh. A flicker of doubt crossed Brian's mind, yet he maintained a composed facade and casually remarked, "I've never met a house elf. Harry, what did you two discuss?" Harry, looking exasperated, stood up with his arms crossed, gazing at the ceiling of the carriage as he lamented. "At first, it kept talking about things from when I was born, even sharing some elf magic with me. But before it left, it urged me to stay away from Gryffindor, suggesting I transfer to another house." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her face displaying a complex array of emotions. "Why would a house elf say such things to you?" Harry turned his gaze away from her, instead focusing on the scenery beyond the car window, and murmured as if in a soliloquy, "I am uncertain, yet it has uttered numerous things I cannot comprehend. In fact, I perceive a sense of fear within its eyes." Chapter 93, I do not even know where I have concealed those things. Brian fixated on the ground, his gaze wandering aimlessly, lost in thought. After a brief contemplation, he addressed the trio, "You may converse among yourselves. I shall take a brief respite, for I did not rest well last night." With the trio's puzzled stares upon him, Brian leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness delve into the temporal and spatial realm. Above him, the dim celestial vault bore faint silver letters gliding across its expanse. Brian paid little attention to this, lowering his head to immerse himself in quiet reflection. Everything was in disarray, utterly chaotic. Dobby had not only failed to prevent Harry from journeying to Hogwarts, but Harry was also poised to become friends with it. Moreover, Dobby had not tampered with the walls. This indicated that Lucius's target was not Harry. As a house elf of the Malfoy family, Dobby was undoubtedly bound by stringent oaths akin to contract magic. It was only when Lucius was not targeting Harry that such behavior, inconsistent with the original narrative, could be explained. Brian retrieved a blank sheet of paper and unfurled it upon the ground. Although alchemy and potion-making were restricted within the temporal realm, it was rather remarkable that items such as paper and books were exempt from these limitations. Brian could freely transport such items in and out, akin to an exquisitely tailored external aid. He procured a feather quill from his robe and, sitting cross-legged, inscribed a name in the upper left corner, Malfoy. He then drew several arrows, one pointing directly to the right, labeled Harry. The other three directed towards Weasley, Brian, Dobby, and Dumbledore. Had the diary made its way out? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. Lucius would likely not have extracted the diary under Voldemort's directive. According to the contents of the Daily Prophet, the Ministry of Magic was set to conduct a thorough investigation into the proliferation of dark magical artifacts this year. Thus, Lucius must have sought to dispose of such items to avoid scrutiny from the Ministry, which might suspect him of maintaining contact with Voldemort. This deduction was not difficult to ascertain from the original narrative, where Harry observed old Malfoy discussing the sale of dark magical artifacts at Borgin and Burke's. However, lacking definitive evidence, one could not guarantee that Voldemort had not reached out to Lucius. Yet, regarding one's own safety, even the faintest possibility must not be overlooked. After all, the Dark Lord's adversaries at Hogwarts, apart from Harry, Dumbledore, and Snape, were primarily fixated on his wand. Dobby's leniency towards Harry, coupled with its encouragement for him to switch houses, all indicated that Lucius was scheming against Gryffindor, and Brian fittingly met those conditions. After a period of contemplation, Brian connected Dobby's and Harry's names, drawing arrows from each name to outline the potential connections and possible developmental trajectories of each identity, methodically listing them and analyzing each one. Currently, the information at hand was indeed scant. Currently, the only known clue is that Lucius has disposed of the diary, and it is highly likely that it will fall into the hands of someone from Gryffindor at Hogwarts. The objectives that the fragment of Voldemort's soul within the Horcrux seeks to achieve can be broadly categorized into a few points: eliminating Harry, scheming to reclaim his sealed wand, and causing turmoil at Hogwarts. However, one particular point emphasized by Brian is that the soul within the Horcrux hopes to regain power through certain means. The soul within the Horcrux seemingly has no connection to Voldemort's corporeal form, yet a soul that does not aspire to become the Dark Lord is hardly a virtuous one. Without ambition, one might as well be a mere fish out of water. By deducing the opponent's intentions, one can gradually analyze from the source, calculating all possible outcomes and leaving no logical relationship overlooked. With clarity of thought, Brian began to lower his head, incessantly adding arrows on the blank paper, scribbling and sketching. The Hogwarts Express journey takes approximately 6 to 8 hours, and within the temporal realm, over 60 hours have already passed. Just as they were about to arrive in about half an hour, Brian finally paused, exhaling deeply, feeling considerably relieved. The enormous sheet of paper before him, magically enlarged to 10 meters in length and 3 in width, was now filled to the brim with a dense array of words and countless arrows extending in various directions. This encompassed hundreds of potential scenarios along with corresponding character relationships. Should Voldemort's Horcrux exhibit any movements within Hogwarts, he could utilize the information on the paper to ascertain the likely subsequent developments and uncover the true intentions of the soul within the diary. Brian did not wish to eliminate Voldemort, for that held no significance. It was a dilemma that the ancient Dumbledore ought to contemplate. His sole priority was to ascertain that the old Dark Wizard's target was not himself, thereby allowing him to remain in the shadows and observe the confrontation between Dumbledore and Voldemort while quietly nurturing his own growth. However, if there existed a connection between Voldemort's soul and his corporeal form, seeking revenge for the thwarting of Quirrell's attempt to obtain the Philosopher's Stone and attempting to seize his wand, he would be able to swiftly detect any such actions and respond appropriately. "Wake up, Brian. We're almost there. Wake up." Brian slowly opened his eyes, his eyelids fluttering as he feigned the appearance of having just awoken. "Are you all right, Brian?" Harry asked with concern, glancing at him. "It's been over 5 hours, and even when George and Fred made a ruckus, you didn't wake up?" Brian was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been overly engrossed, neglecting the external world. He gazed out at the rapidly passing landscape, offering a wry smile. "We have Snape's exam tomorrow. I was studying until dawn." Thud! Ron's cake fell to the ground, and Harry's expression turned bleak, his spirits plummeting. After a moment of silence, he breathed heavily and said slowly, "I completely forgot about the magical exam at the start of term." The joy that Harry and Ron had just experienced now seemed to have transformed into despair. "It's all right, Harry. At Hogwarts, even Snape must adhere to the school regulations." Hermione softly consoled Harry. Upon hearing this, Harry merely lowered his head in silence. And after a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "The most unjust part is that I don't even know where I've hidden those things." Chapter 94. Brian, Azkaban. As the train gradually approached the station, the smiles on Harry and Ron's faces faded away. The group followed the bustling crowd onto the platform. Second-year students no longer needed to traverse the lake as they had a year prior. Instead, like the upperclassmen, they were to board the Hogwarts carriages to reach the castle. Once they squeezed out of the station and walked along a rough, muddy path, they soon beheld hundreds of black-gray carriages awaiting them on the street. Strangely, these carriages appear to be drawn by invisible creatures, standing still in an upright position. "What is peculiar about this carriage?" Ron inquired curiously as he climbed aboard. "What pulls it? Is it truly capable of motion?" Inside the carriage lingered a faint musty and straw-like odor. Hermione wrinkled her brow and explained, "Once filled with passengers, the carriage will indeed move. The books say that the Hogwarts carriages are drawn by a dangerous creature known as the Thestral." "Is this creature invisible?" Harry asked, intrigued. As the four settled into their seats, the carriage creaked and slowly began to move towards the castle. "Only those who have witnessed death can see such creatures." Hermione hesitated before elucidating to Harry and Ron. Even Brian, who had experienced death himself upon entering the Harry Potter universe, was surprised he could not see a Thestral. It was evident that certain stringent conditions must be met to behold them. However, Brian found himself more fascinated by how Hogwarts managed to tame these thestrals to such docility, as they were classified as dangerous magical creatures by the Ministry of Magic. At this hour, Hogwarts was just beginning to flourish. As nightfall quietly descended, the weary birds returned to their nests, and the forest grew eerily tranquil. Yet the castle, in anticipation of the newcomers, was ablaze with light. The great hall was filled with music and boisterous laughter. Brian gazed up at the heavens, where the tranquil night sky revealed a crescent moon shining brightly and stars twinkling like lanterns against the deep blue canvas, casting a cold, ethereal glow. After a brief wait, the group entered the great hall, which had already welcomed numerous guests, though Professor McGonagall and the first-year students had yet to arrive. The group found a place at the Gryffindor table, and Harry timidly lifted his gaze towards the staff table. Gilderoy Lockhart, smiling, occupied the position originally held by Quirrell, occasionally raising his eyebrows at the female admirers who looked his way. Harry's gaze continued to drift slowly. The seats occupied by Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall were conspicuously empty. He finally let out a long sigh of relief, turning to speak to Ron, only to find Snape standing ominously behind him, a cold smirk on his face as he locked eyes with Harry. Slowly, word by word, he pronounced, "I am very much looking forward to Mr. Potter's performance tomorrow. I will be watching you closely." Harry felt a trickle of cold sweat on his forehead, overwhelmed by Snape's formidable presence, while even Ron's complexion shifted slightly as he swallowed hard. After a few tense minutes, the anxious newcomers finally entered the great hall under Professor McGonagall's guidance. As they stood still, she produced the tattered sorting hat. Unexpectedly, the hat did not immediately break into song. Its frayed edges seemed to search the crowd for something, emitting indistinct sounds. Why wasn't the sorting hat singing? This was an unusual occurrence. What was it trying to say? The words were unclear. Something about a Brian. Azkaban. Sending him to Azkaban? Who was Brian? The professors on the platform appeared equally taken aback, save for the ever-composed Dumbledore and the ever-watchful Snape, whose gaze could pierce through. Only Cedric from the Hufflepuff table seemed to grasp the situation, casting a peculiar look at Brian while stifling a laugh. Professor McGonagall, equally stunned, took a moment to regain her composure before extracting her wand and clearing her throat to address the babbling sorting hat. Instantly, it fell silent and obediently began to sing its familiar tune of division. Hidden among the crowd, Brian's expression froze, a few dark lines forming on his forehead. He understood that the hat was referring to him. He had merely sought to repay the hat for playfully using it to wipe the toilet beside the headmaster's office. But to have it remember this? Such a vengeful hat, indeed. With Professor McGonagall's gentle guidance, the sorting hat assigned each of the newcomers to their respective houses. Since Harry and Ron had not arrived at school in that enchanted car, Dumbledore had no need to tidy up after them. The ever-watchful old wizard wore a perpetual smile throughout the evening, observing the sorting ceremony with keen interest before delivering a rather soporific speech, only ceasing when Professor McGonagall shot him a reproachful look. At last, Dumbledore concluded his remarks and, with a flick of his wand, arranged for dinner. The ravenous crowd erupted in cheers as Brian gently tore off a piece of bread to eat, only to be startled by a snap. A diminutive boy with gray hair was pointing a muggle camera at him. "Hello, Brian. My name is Colin Creevey." He held the camera, his breath quickening with a hint of trepidation, and took a tentative step forward. "I'm also in Gryffindor. Could you assist me in capturing a photograph with Senior Harry?" Brian was momentarily taken aback. Why do you need me to take a picture with Harry? However, as he turned to see Harry behind him, he understood that this new student likely wished to photograph Harry rather than himself. He nodded gently and whispered to Colin Creevey, pointing at Ron across the way, "Just let that senior Ron take the picture for you. He is quite good at it." Chapter 95, Potions Exam. Colin Creevey, slightly startled, approached with an expression of pure excitement. Upon catching sight of Harry, his face flushed crimson, and his hand tremblingly gripped the muggle camera. Harry and Ron were frowning over their dinner, lamenting the impending potions exam. Suddenly, Harry noticed a small boy blushing and shaking beside him. He inquired with a hint of confusion, "Is there something you need?" "Why you? Hello, Harry. I'm Colin Creevey. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I take a picture with you?" "Take a picture?" Harry appeared somewhat bewildered by Colin Creevey's enthusiasm. The last person to display such fervor was the stuttering boy wrapped in a purple scarf. Observing the little fellow before him, Harry noted that Colin had already begun to chatter excitedly about his own legendary exploits. Harry's lips twitched. He suspected that his recent spate of misfortunes had made him a tad eccentric. He nodded gently, and Colin's face instantly brightened with excitement. He swiftly raised the camera and snapped a few shots, then grasped Harry's hand, rendered speechless by his exhilaration. Brian cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, noting the peculiarities of celebrity status. There was a reason why Harry attracted such attention at the end of each term. If he were to be in Harry's shoes, constantly under scrutiny, it would indeed feel like a descent into madness. However, this was of little concern to Brian, who contentedly savored his evening meal while contemplating the significant events of the term ahead. Unsurprisingly, he harbored no apprehension about the potions exam the following day. After all, the many brews practiced during the holiday were not without purpose. He had even devised a plan for which steps to intentionally misstep to ensure his score hovered just above the passing mark. First and foremost, this term was to be dedicated to completing the systematic exploration tasks. With the Marauder S map in hand, Hogwarts was within his reach, and he intended to seize any rewards that came his way. After all, the point for leveling up were paramount. Additionally, Brian was particularly eager about the upcoming study of animagy, as it represented an exceptional skill for secrecy. Historically, Peter Pettigrew had utilized the animagus form to hide for decades in Ron's embrace, while Sirius Black had evaded the Ministry of Magic by transforming into a dog. Such skills of discretion were undoubtedly invaluable. In this context, Brian found it impractical to slip into the room of requirement, as only Hermione was not partaking in the studies, which could easily create the false impression of being a top student. On the following day, Gryffindor was scheduled to be the first to undertake the exam. After the potions exam concluded, Ron clutched his report card in gratitude, while Hermione displayed a broad grin, conversing animatedly beside Brian, and even Neville leaped with joy. Brian turned to scrutinize Ron, saying, "Perhaps you should support Harry a bit." Lost in a silly smile while gazing at his grades, Ron replied without looking up, "The exam was so straightforward that I scored a B. Harry must have done just fine." During the potions exam, Snape circled exclusively around Harry, showing little interest in anyone else's work, merely glancing at the final products for a moment. Consequently, everyone achieved excellent scores. Harry took a few steps, swayed slightly, and turned to Ron, saying, "Ron, could you please help me out?" Ron paused momentarily, extended his hand to steady Harry, and lowered his gaze to the report card, with Hermione curiously leaning in as well. Soon, peculiar expressions appeared on their faces. Mouse's potion had 0.004 grams too much, resulting in a 10-point deduction. Heating time was shortened by 0.006 seconds, losing another 10 points. The grinding resulted in uneven particle sizes, incurring yet another 10-point penalty. Stirring time resulted in a total score of 1 point. Evaluation, garbage. Observing their stunned expressions, Brian casually remarked, "I can't believe Snape even gave you a point. I thought he would deduct all your scores." Harry's expression was one of near tears, his eyes glistening. He said, "He feared I might be foolish enough to take my own life, hence the pity point." Then he gazed into the distance, where Madame Pomfrey tended to the lush green grass, bathed in the golden light of dawn. Yet, at that moment, all Harry could see was darkness, for it was the color of Snape. Due to the potions exam, the herbology class had been rescheduled to the afternoon. Ron and Hermione each supported Harry as they moved slowly down the corridor, with Brian trailing behind, carrying their textbooks and supplies. Isn't that the great Potter? The illustrious savior scored just 1 point in potions. Ha 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 ha. Malfoy jeered mockingly at Harry. Behind him, Goyle and Crabbe laughed in agreement. Thanks to Snape's inadvertent slip, the news of Harry Potter's 1-point score had spread throughout the school, becoming common knowledge. "Enough, Malfoy," Ron retorted, nostrils flaring. "It's far better than your father begging Snape for leniency on your behalf, you toad." Malfoy shot Ron a disdainful glance, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. "Remember to cut some more grass in herbology later and send it to your parents for a proper meal, you worthless family who can only afford to eat hay." Ron's face flushed crimson with rage. He was about to charge at Malfoy, but was firmly restrained by Harry and Hermione. For not far off, Professor Sprout was approaching, and fighting in front of a professor would undoubtedly result in detention. Malfoy had also spotted Professor Sprout. He sneered at the four of them before leading Goyle and Crabbe into the greenhouse. "Malfoy has gone too far. You shouldn't have stopped me," Ron exclaimed in frustration. "He insulted my family." "Ron, Professor Sprout is here. Let us not speak just yet," Harry whispered. Professor Sprout, after all, had shared in the defense of the Philosopher's Stone alongside Harry, Hermione, and Ron during their first year. Although Dumbledore had requested that this matter not be discussed, it did not diminish her fondness for the trio. "Harry, Hermione, Ron, do come in. Our class is about to commence," she cheerfully instructed them, then turned her gaze towards Brian, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "And who might you be?" "I am like Brian," he replied. Chapter 96, My Favorite is Still You. Professor Sprout was a short, stout witch, exuding an air of practicality. She was always clad in tattered, dusty robes, her long fingernails frequently caked with soil. Upon first encountering her, One could hardly believe that she was the accomplished head of Hufflepuff. "Good day, Professor," Brian greeted. Sprout feigned realization and gently patted Brian on the shoulder. Just then, Gilderoy Lockhart abruptly emerged from the opposite side. Upon seeing Lockhart, Harry's legs regained their mobility, and he quickly concealed himself behind his friends. Lockhart and Professor Sprout were stark contrasts. He was immaculate from head to toe, donned in flowing aquamarine robes, adorned with a golden belt and various trinkets, topped with a flamboyant golden hat. Lockhart's arrival was met with a broad smile as he scanned the room, quickly spotting Harry beside Sprout. His eyes lit up, and he took a few strides to reach Harry. "Today to the third greenhouse," Professor Sprout interjected loudly, cutting Lockhart off mid-sentence. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot you at class, Professor. Let us discuss this another time," Lockhart replied with a casual smile, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, we are kindred spirits, having tasted fame at a young age. Do drop by my office for a chat sometime." "No, I don't want to," Harry quickly retorted. "No, Harry, I understand," Lockhart remarked, casting a glance at Sprout's displeased expression, then leaned in to whisper a few words to Harry before striding away with an air of arrogance. "Oomph," Professor Sprout exclaimed, pulling a large bunch of keys from her waist and unlocking the door to the third greenhouse. The moment the door swung open, Brian was greeted by the earthy scent of damp soil and fertilizer. Turning back, Professor Sprout retrieved a box of ear protection from a corner. "Quiet, class. We shall begin now. Please come up in an orderly fashion to collect your ear protection. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes. Can anyone tell me the properties of mandrakes? Where in the world can this potion ingredient be found?" The Transfiguration class, commencing in the second year, required students to transform living creatures, significantly increasing the difficulty. Leaving many students flustered, Harry was attempting to cast Transfiguration on the multitude of beetles scurrying across the table, yet each time he failed to hit his mark. Although Ron's wand remained intact after the incident with the flying car, Transfiguration was not his forte, leaving him dumbfounded before the insects. Neville, in his clumsiness, allowed one beetle to escape, which promptly burrowed into the clothing of his companion, Seamus. Poor Seamus, in the midst of his own Transfiguration attempt, mispronounced a spell, leading to an explosive mishap at the long table, leaving both boys covered in debris. Taking advantage of the fact that most students had departed, Brian approached Professor McGonagall at the podium and asked, "Professor, when may I commence my studies in Animagus transformation?" Just as Ron finished gathering his belongings and approached the door, he turned to Harry, astonished, and inquired, "When did Brian become as studious as Hermione?" "This is the first time I've seen him ask a question." "Hey, I'm still here," Hermione interjected, somewhat irked. "Just complimenting you," Ron replied, awkwardly rubbing his nose to mask his embarrassment. "You are acknowledged as a diligent student in Gryffindor." "Indeed." Professor McGonagall paused her actions, glancing at Brian with a fleeting smile in her eyes. "Studying to become an Animagus requires considerable preparation. Brian, we shall commence next weekend. Come to my office every Sunday at 3 o'clock. Mastering the Animagus transformation was one of Brian's paramount objectives for his second year, even taking precedence over the completion of the Hogwarts exploration task issued by the system, as it was a crucial skill for survival. Fortunately, he had made progress in this regard, allowing him to pursue another plan as well. After all, Brian now possessed the Marauder's map, which rendered the exploration of Hogwarts a mere stroll, except for the girls' restroom and dormitory. Those were issues of moral integrity. Upon entering Lockhart's classroom, Hermione chose to ignore the three boys. She happily settled into the front row, closest to the podium, while Harry and Ron dragged the reluctant Brian to the back of the classroom, placing 7 books adorned with Lockhart's visage on the desk to avoid gazing upon the man himself. "I can't fathom what kind of spell Lockhart has cast on these girls," Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione even circled defense against the dark arts class with a heart on her schedule. "My mom and Ginny are fond of him too." Evidently, many in the class were fans of his. Lockhart entered the room with his signature smile and dazzlingly white teeth, likely having only caught the latter part of Ron's comment. However, Ron's subsequent remark nearly caused him a choke. "But Harry, Ginny's favorite is still you," Ron blurted, gazing blankly at the beaming Lockhart, revealing the words he had not finished earlier. Chapter 97, A Different Gilderoy Lockhart. Amidst the autumn breeze, Lockhart was left with a heartbroken expression. Nevertheless, being the thick-skinned individual he was, Lockhart swiftly regained his composure. He twitched the corners of his mouth and then burst into a hearty laugh as he strode to the front of the class, pulling down a giant poster that unfurled from the blackboard. A scattered applause erupted from the audience, for aside from a handful of infatuated admirers, few would hold the most charming smile award in high regard. Lockhart's teaching methods bore a striking resemblance to those of last semester's Quirrell, though his storytelling prowess surpassed the stuttering Quirrell's by a marginal degree. However, the notable distinction lay in the fact that this insufferably arrogant individual conducted his lessons akin to a sales pitch. If he were to venture into the Muggle world, he would undoubtedly eclipse all as a top-tier salesman. He recounted his adventurous escapades from the 7 books, interspersing references to numerous other works. I see you have all procured my complete collection. Splendid. Now, let's commence with a brief quiz today. Fear not. It is merely an assessment of how well you have absorbed the material. Lockhart chuckled lightly as he distributed a test sheet to all present. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Though Brian was well-versed in the narrative and fully aware of Lockhart's true nature, only personal experience could illuminate the sheer audacity of the man before him. He stared blankly at the 3 pages of simple questions, loathing himself for having chosen to dine in the hall at noon, ultimately landing him in this predicament. Brian even pondered whether Dumbledore had dedicated all his energy to promoting cockroach clusters, thus resulting in the employment of such a flamboyant wizard as the defense against the dark arts professor. TSK, hardly anyone recalled that my favorite color is lilac, Lockhart remarked while grading the students' quizzes, once again promoting his own books. A perfect score, Miss Hermione Granger, very well done. 10 points for Gryffindor, as Lockhart's words echoed. Even from the seats occupied by Harry and Ron, they could see Hermione's back quivering slightly. Now, back to the matter at hand. Lockhart retrieved a large cage draped in black cloth from beneath the podium and placed it upon the table. With a serious tone, he addressed the assembly. Everyone, pay attention. As your professor in defense against the dark arts, I shall instruct you on how to withstand some of the most nefarious entities known to the magical realm. What you are about to confront is far more terrifying than anything you have ever encountered. He paused for effect, but fear not, as long as I am here. You shall not come to harm. I only ask that you remain calm. The classroom fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on the front. Even Ron and Harry, who usually dismissed Lockhart, leaned forward in curiosity. I must implore you not to scream. Lockhart observed the expressions of the audience with evident satisfaction and continued his mystifying discourse, for that would agitate them. All held their breath in anxious anticipation as Lockhart slowly lifted the cover, grinning as he declared, "Prepare to meet the Cornish pixies." The most malevolent creatures of the wizarding world finally revealed themselves. Within the cage, a dozen or so small, sharp-faced, slate-blue pixies awaited. As the black cloth was lifted, these diminutive creatures emitted sharp, piercing shrieks, leaping restlessly within their cage. Some shook the bars, eager to escape, while others engaged in a scuffle. Behind them, 2 crumpled wings adorned their backs, and despite their fearsome appearance and irritable demeanor, the small wizards present displayed not a hint of trepidation, for they were simply too small. Laughter erupted from the young wizards. Even Neville struggled to contain his mirth. The young witches wore expressions of disappointment. Despite Lockhart's incessant assertions that these Cornish pixies were exceedingly difficult to handle, only Brian appeared ready to flee, believing this might be the sole instance of Lockhart speaking the truth in his lifetime. "All right," Lockhart exclaimed, slightly flustered. "Let me see how you little wizards will deal with them." At that moment, chaos ensued as the pixies swarmed out of their confinement, immediately wreaking havoc upon all present, subjecting every young wizard to the torment of the Cornish pixies. Neville, still giggling, found himself by 2 pixies tugging at his ears, hurling him onto the classroom's branch-like chandelier. Others attacked the young wizards below, persistently tearing at books, garments, and other belongings. The remainder scattered anything they could find throughout the classroom. Quills, books, and hats flew about chaotically. Even Simon's shoes were snatched away and kicked through the air like balls. Lockhart's posters suffered a similar fate, being torn asunder. Most of the young wizards offered no resistance, diving beneath their desks for cover. Meanwhile, Brian had already gathered his belongings, preparing to escape before Lockhart opened the cage. Just as he was about to bolt from the classroom, he heard Lockhart bellow from the podium, "Do not panic, everyone. They are merely a bunch of pixies. As long as I am here, you will not be harmed." Brian scoffed, dismissing Lockhart's grandiose proclamations. Grasping his belongings, he was about to leave when a black beam of light flashed overhead, causing a pixie to plummet to the ground, convulsing briefly before becoming still. Instantly, the Cornish pixies were thrown into a panic, scurrying about the classroom, with some crashing against the glass, shattering it to escape through the window. However, the remaining pixies were not so fortunate, colliding with a swarm of indistinct, light gray magical entities and falling helplessly to the floor. Brian's hand was already on the doorknob. He turned his head in disbelief, staring at the scene behind him. There stood Lockhart, composed upon the podium. The tip of his wand still pointed into the air, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Chapter 98. This is utterly disconcerting. Brian was not the only one frozen in place. Harry and Ron stared, bewildered, as the Cornish pixies were subdued one by Gilderoy Lockhart, their shock beyond words. To be candid, the scene we just witnessed would not come as a surprise if it had unfolded with any professor at Hogwarts. However, it is indeed astonishing that Lockhart was able to subdue these mischievous pixies. Students, I assure you, there is no need for concern. As long as I, Lockhart, am present, you shall come to no harm, he proclaimed with a playful wink and an upbeat tone. I employed my self-invented petrifying charm and a flock of birds to deal with these Cornish pixies. However, the enhanced spell may prove to be quite challenging for you at this stage. Allow me to teach you a spell to tackle them. Pescapixie Pesternemy. Once again, everyone rose to their feet, clapping fervently. Lockhart raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Now, class dismissed. Harry, could you and your friends please place these creatures in cages? Of course, Professor. Ron and Hermione would undoubtedly remain to assist Harry, but he was taken aback when Brian, who typically vanished the moment class ended, chose to stay behind, seriously examining the Cornish pixies. What do you think? I did mention that Professor Lockhart is a remarkably skilled wizard. Hermione proudly shot a glance at Ron, implying that their biases had clouded their recognition of his undeniable talents. Although Ron had always perceived Lockhart more as a charlatan than a wizard, the recent display had somewhat shaken his convictions. After a moment of hesitation, he muttered, "Perhaps it really is me?" Lost in confusion, Ron found Hermione's words echoing persistently in his mind. Just as he felt his head might explode, he heard Harry curiously inquire, "Brian, are you searching for something?" Having completed the task, Brian chuckled softly and replied, "Nothing of consequence. I have arranged everything. Let us depart." At midnight, Brian stood at the center of the room of requirement, hands clasped behind his back, brow furrowed. Before him lay the corpse of a Cornish pixie, extracted from a bag that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. It was this very body that had compelled him to alter his plans for exploring Hogwarts and come here instead. His decision to stay behind after class and tidy up the scene was also motivated by this corpse. While Lockhart dealt with the first pixie, the young wizards hiding beneath the table were oblivious to the spectacle, and Neville, thrown onto the chandelier in his panic, likewise failed to notice. Only Brian seemed to have glimpsed the unfolding events. Brian was certain that the spell cast by Gilderoy Lockhart was certainly not the petrifying charm. He had seen the afflicted pixie twitch in response to the incantation. Setting aside the mystery of how Lockhart had suddenly acquired such profound magical prowess, it was clear that he had not spoken the truth. The nature of the spell, as evidenced by the pixie's corpse, bore little resemblance to the petrifying charm and instead hinted at a darker magic. Moreover, aside from this Cornish pixie, the other creatures, while still alive, were barely clinging to existence. A flock of birds could not possibly wield such formidable power. At this moment, a significant doubt lingered in Brian's mind. The character of Lockhart presents a rather conspicuous dilemma. Having employed dark magic, he then instructs Harry to tidy up the aftermath, which is scarcely different from a self-destructing Death Eater. If Brian were reflecting on this a year prior, he would have surmised that Lockhart was indeed the possessor of Voldemort's diary, especially considering that Lucius had previously engaged with Lockhart during a dispute over a new book at the bookstore. This strongly suggests that Lucius might have seized the opportunity to conceal the Horcrux among the new releases. However, after enduring 2 confrontations with Quirrell and Voldemort, Brian has developed a deeper understanding of the peril and brutality inherent in the wizarding world, prompting him to contemplate various angles regarding Lockhart's peculiar behavior to ensure a more comprehensive analysis. Firstly, could Lockhart be under the control of Voldemort through the use of the Imperius Curse? Secondly, might Voldemort have directly possessed Lockhart? Thirdly, is it conceivable that Lockhart serves merely as a decoy orchestrated by Voldemort to divert Dumbledore's attention from his true machinations? Regardless, the likelihood of the diary being in Lockhart's possession is notably significant, estimated at around 10%. Brian pondered deeply, his eyes glimmering with thought, as Lockhart's odd conduct evoked numerous considerations. Should the diary indeed be in Lockhart's grasp, his current demeanor suggests that Harry might be the intended target, leaving Brian with a sense of relative safety. As night enveloped the surroundings in an inky darkness, only a few flickering lights illuminated the interior of Hogwarts, casting their glow upon a gaunt figure below. This figure slipped into the second-floor lavatory, emitting an eerie hissing in serpent tongue. The serpentine head twirled rapidly. The sink gradually vanished from view, revealing an exceedingly thick pipe. In the next moment, the slender figure entered the chamber, raising a hand to his forehead, overwhelmed by dizziness. Where's my serpent? This is utterly maddening. Chapter 99. Get lost? No, I won tea. Ask again, and I'll strike you down. In the ensuing week, Lockhart became the talk of Hogwarts, surrounded by a throng of adoring admirers wherever he went. This ostentatious behavior only intensified Brian's suspicions regarding the diary's potential connection to this individual. Nevertheless, even if the diary were in Lockhart's possession, Brian suspected that it would likely pique Lockhart's interest in Harry more than anyone else. Even more vexing than Lockhart was the first-year student, Colin Creevey, who seemed to have memorized Harry's schedule, consistently waiting outside the classroom to greet him with, "Hello, Harry." Ever since this little brat learned from Harry that Brian had achieved full marks under the stern gaze of Professor McGonagall in Transfiguration, Brian finally understood Harry's torment of being unable to find peace. This pesky child clung to him like a piece of chewing gum, utterly impossible to shake off. Wherever he went, Colin followed, incessantly inquiring, "How did you do it? Did Harry teach you? How did this change?" However, the potions class taught by Snape every Friday is absolutely inescapable. In gratitude for the information that Harry discreetly shared with Colin Creevey, Bryant stealthily infiltrated Harry's dormitory the night before potions class using the disillusionment charm and applied a touch of a rare potion from Snape's office onto Harry's robe. Unsurprisingly, during the 3-hour potions lesson, Snape spent 2 hours and 50 minutes mercilessly berating Harry. The pure and resolute Harry Potter, dissatisfied with the professor's atrocious behavior, uttered a retort, prompting Snape to abandon his plan for a 10-minute lecture and continue humiliating Harry instead. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron were commiserating over their recent misfortunes. Harry remarked that Snape, with such a venomous tongue, would surely never have children, while Ron opined that Gilderoy Lockhart ought to be sent off to tend to pigs. Hermione, having recently joined a fan club spontaneously organized by young witches, left only the 2 boys in the common room. Bryant sat apart, casting a glance at the 2 who were lost in their own amusement, and pulled out a map of Hogwarts, meticulously circling and marking the places he planned to visit in the coming days. This map was a replica of the Marauder S map, specifically crafted to fulfill the exploration task assigned by the system. However, the Marauder S map is not all-encompassing. Certain mysterious locations remain concealed, necessitating Bryant's own slow search. With a gentle sigh, Brian accessed the system panel and grimaced at the mere 30% progress displayed on the progress bar, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Apart from the common rooms of the 3 houses, the only remaining safe and least perilous location was likely the restricted section. Among the 3 common rooms, the Hufflepuff common room posed a bit more of a challenge, as it was said that for over 1,000 years, no student from other houses had ever entered it. Bryant nodded slowly, a faint sigh escaping his lips, whether for the fulfillment of the system's task or the acquisition of precious information. A visit to the restricted section was ultimately unavoidable. Suddenly, Bryant recalled the chilling words he had heard the first time he faced the restricted section in his first year. A sense of danger stirring within him. The unknown is the most troubling of all. And even though he had visited the library countless times since then without encountering such a situation again, the unease lingered. Regardless of how high the probability of his imagination might be, he could not disregard this possibility. After careful contemplation, he circled the library's location on the map, labeling it as the restricted section. His bottom line for entering the restricted section was to ensure his safety. Only after securing that could he contemplate stealing valuable information from there. And he had hidden many such trump cards. Harry and Ron had also concluded their session of complaints early and were now standing behind Colin Creevey. Bryant's lips twitched again as he folded a piece of paper on the table and tucked it away in his pocket, narrowing his eyes slightly. Why did he have the impression that this first-year student had a somewhat effeminate demeanor? What was the purpose of getting so close just moments ago? Colin Creevey was utterly oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Brian's mind. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Brian, could you possibly gift me this map? It is my first encounter with a map of Hogwarts." Brian rolled his eyes and replied curtly, "Get lost? No way. Ask again, and I might just have to take drastic measures." Colin's expression gradually stiffened, while Ron twitched at the corners of his mouth. Harry, on the other hand, wore a peculiar expression, seemingly stifling laughter. "Well said, that little brat. He has been a nuisance for far too long," Brian thought, casting a sidelong glance at the chuckling Harry without uttering a word. "Why not, senior?" Colin's face flushed crimson as he murmured, "I fear you covet my charm." The moment those words escaped his lips, an awkward silence enveloped the common room. Colin, wearing a woeful expression, departed, while Ron continued to twitch. gazing at Brian's retreating figure as if he were meeting him for the first time. Harry shook off the stiffness from suppressing laughter, glanced at Brian. Then at the spot on the table where the map had previously rested, raising an eyebrow as if pondering something profound. Alohomora, with a deep voice. The library's tightly shut door creaked open just a crack. The library was engulfed in darkness, eerie and foreboding. Brian stealthily made his way inside, gently waving his wand, which emitted a faint white glow from its tip. The restricted section lay at the back of the library, and Brian, wand in hand, strode purposefully toward it. The mysterious cries for help and the flutter of his heart seemed merely a fleeting illusion as he cautiously advanced, his gaze sweeping over row upon row of bookshelves. The shelves were densely packed with tomes, many of which bore names that hinted at their highbrow nature, the majority concerning dark magic or ancient runes. Upon reaching the restricted section, Brian noted a slight increase in the progress bar for exploring Hogwarts on his system panel. Yet, now that he was here, he hoped to discover a few volumes on alchemy. At last, amid the central bookshelf of the restricted section, a book adorned with faded, gilded letters caught Brian's attention. As he gently extracted it, he accidentally knocked over a large tome bound in black and silver, which fell to the ground and opened automatically. Despite Brian's quick reflexes in covering the book with a magical silencing device he had purchased during the holidays, a chilling, blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. With a decisive clap, Brian slammed the book shut, and as it closed, the spine-chilling scream abruptly ceased. He exhaled deeply, relieved that he had confirmed prior to leaving that Filch was fast asleep in his office. However, for the sake of caution, he retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket to double-check. In the next moment, a shuffling sound reverberated in the silence, sending a shiver down Brian's spine, and his alertness surged to its peak. He swiftly retreated a few steps, instantly pulling up the Dual Master Legendary card on his system panel, hovering over the confirmation button. Pointing his wand toward the source of the sound, his pupils narrowed slightly as he called out in a cold, low voice, "Who goes there?" Chapter 100, The Source of Distress. In the enveloping darkness, Brian furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he continued to adhere to the meticulously crafted steps of his previous plan. With a series of defensive wand gestures, the tip of his wand shimmered softly with a radiant light, casting layers of protective enchantments around him. This scenario had not been overlooked. Brian preferred the initiative over passivity. Simultaneously conjuring the protective charms, he swiftly retrieved 4 or 5 vials of potion from his cloak, including a disorienting draft, an explosive liquid that detonated in succession, and a choking gas. "Brian, don't!" Harry exclaimed, throwing aside the invisibility cloak to urgently halt Brian, who was poised to hurl the potions. Ron's previously impassive face now displayed a hint of panic. Their intention to stealthily follow Brian and startle him had instead left them both startled. Brian's lips twitched as 6 dark spots began to materialize above his head, causing him to press his palm to his forehead, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. For the first time in his life, he was thankful for his slower reflexes, having not immediately activated the legendary dueling card. However, with these two having the invisibility cloak, even his cautiousness had failed to detect their following presence. Had Hogwarts lost all sense of privacy? With a soft sigh, Brian gestured for the two to remain still. Once he confirmed that neither Harry nor Ron bore the scent of Polyjuice potion, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "How did you two end up here?" Harry adjusted his sleeves, cleared his throat, and whispered, "We saw the area you marked as forbidden while in the common room." Ron, having regained his composure, chuckled. "Did you know, Brian, that Harry and I were waiting for you in the common room? If we hadn't seen the door open, we wouldn't have known you'd left." Ron's animated expression shifted abruptly as he asked, "Do you also have an invisibility cloak?" Brian shook his head and explained, "No, I merely happen to know how to use the disillusionment charm." Harry cleared his throat to redirect the topic and directly asked, "What brings you to the restricted section at this hour, Brian?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Brian murmured, "I'm searching for materials on alchemy. Ordinary places lack such resources, so I had to come here at night." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their lips curling into a smirk as they queried, "Couldn't you ask Madame Pants for help?" Brian instinctively covered his face with his hand. If Madame Pants could assist a second-year student in finding such materials, he would not have risked venturing into this perilous area. Rolling his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Now that you two are here, help me search for forbidden books on alchemy." Though Harry and Ron were somewhat perplexed, they complied. Harry lit a lamp and walked along the rows of bookshelves, raising the light to read the titles. Brian also grabbed a book with faded, gilded letters on its cover, swiftly flipping through its pages to see if it met his criteria. Suddenly, he jolted, his pupils constricting. "Help, help! Is anyone there? Help!" The last echoes of a distressing cry reverberated intermittently in Brian's mind, clearer than before. It resembled a haunting wail, tinged with sorrow, emanating from a distant source. Upon closer inspection, a thick black mist swirled at the end of the corridor, revealing distorted faces within its depths. Although Brian remained unusually alert this time, such clarity only heightened his sense of dread, as the situation felt overwhelmingly terrifying. Ron, startled by Harry's actions, swiftly darted behind him, clutching his robes tightly. After listening intently for a moment, he gazed at Harry with a look of sorrowful inquiry, saying, "What sound? Aside from your scare, I haven't heard anything." Harry, however, paid him no mind, fixated like Brian on the distant point. The black mist gradually dissipated, yet the mournful cry persisted. Now seemingly weaker, once more pleading for help. "Help! Help! Is anyone there? Help!" The voice faded away, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. What on earth is happening? Confusion flickered in Ron's eyes as he looked at Brian and Harry, his mind a whirlwind of questions. Harry cautiously approached Brian and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brian, did you hear that voice too?" "Yes," Brian nodded slightly, equally bewildered. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, recognizing its extraordinary peril, yet he struggled to comprehend it. Doubts plagued him. Was this reality or merely an illusion? Why would a voice cry for help in the library of Hogwarts? Initially, he thought it was a figment of his imagination, but he had heard it a second time. And astonishingly, so had Harry. Though he could not fathom why only he and Harry could perceive it, the danger was too great to linger. As he prepared to urge them to leave, he noticed Harry had already approached the end of the aisle, retrieving a book wrapped in black leather from a shelf. His subconscious alerted him that this was indeed the source of the cries for help. Brian was utterly flustered. Reality had once more illustrated the extent of Harry's recklessness. Though Harry was perplexed, he complied with Brian's request and gently placed the book on the ground. Brian first cast several layers of protective charms around them, then produced an antidote and fireproof potion to pour into the book. Finally, he cautiously extracted a tiny vial from his pocket, an elixir long treasured by Snape. Sipping it delicately, he used an alchemical creature invented by George and Fred, as per the instructions, to open the peculiar black book. At the moment the book opened, Brian swiftly pulled the two of them to safety at a distance. Harry and Ron were terrified, fearing that Filch had come. Holding their breaths tightly as they wrapped themselves in the invisibility cloak, Brian crouched at the edge of the bookshelf, his left hand supporting his right elbow, his right hand resting thoughtfully on his chin as he scrutinized the book's transformation. Nothing happened. No strange occurrences, no cries for help, nor piercing howls. Brian released a quiet sigh of relief, indifferent to the two trembling beside him. With measured steps and utmost caution, he inched closer, gripping his wand tightly. The tome, shrouded in a black cover, lay open before him. Though the pages had yellowed with the passage of time, they bore no inscriptions. "Help!" Startled, Brian nearly dropped his wand as he recoiled. Could this book possess a consciousness of its own? What secrets lay hidden within its depths? After a moment of careful scrutiny, convinced of his safety, he retrieved a quill and inscribed, "Who are you?" Yet in the next instant, the words that materialized on the page sent a chill down his spine, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. "I am Tom Riddle, a fifth-year student of Slytherin. Please, save me." Chapter 101. You could see the sincerity in my eyes. The full moon hung in the sky, casting a serene glow. The silvery light draped over Hogwarts Castle like a delicate veil, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. However, within the restricted section of the library, the haunting cry that unsettled Brian emanated from the peculiar book before him, as he stared at the words that had appeared, lost in contemplation. Confusion swirled within him. Logic suggested that this could be Voldemort's diary, yet his instincts whispered that something was amiss. Since his first visit to the library, he had sensed an enigmatic call for help, a resonance that echoed within his very soul, even affecting his mental state. As time passed and the voice ceased, he dismissed his earlier suspicions, until tonight, when he re-entered the forbidden section and once again felt the unmistakable plea, his heart grew increasingly restless. With a sudden clap, he slammed the book shut, causing the words to vanish from the pages. Hesitating for a moment, he inexplicably picked the book up and stowed it in his bag. The cover bore no title or markings, yet its texture felt distinctly different from other volumes, reminiscent of the softness of skin. "Brian, where's that book?" Brian jolted back to reality to find Harry curiously gazing at the place where he had set down the book, while Ron was playfully engaging with a charming little creature of alchemy. "This seems akin to the creatures George and Fred secretly crafted," Ron exclaimed in awe. Harry nodded in agreement, stating, "I felt an inexplicable unease when I heard that cry for help. Perhaps it would be wise not to inform Dumbledore about this. Harry was taken aback. Why not? He reminded Brian that sneaking into the restricted section at midnight was a clear violation of school rules, and it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Brian furrowed his brow slightly. Lowering his voice to an almost inaudible whisper, he said in a grave tone, "Moreover, Ron did not hear that strange voice. It may be merely a figment of our imagination. I believe it would be prudent not to trouble Dumbledore with such uncertainties, especially since he has his own battles to face." While Harry was well aware of the consequences of trespassing into the restricted section at night, he found himself skeptical of Brian's notion of an illusion. This semester, however, he has already encountered enough troubles. He must endure a relentless barrage from Snape throughout the term, while also evading the fervent admirer Colin Creevey from the lower years. In comparison to these two pressing matters, this nonsensical issue hardly warrants his contemplation. Harry nodded in agreement, while Ron wholeheartedly concurred with Brian's words, easily envisioning the fury his mother would unleash if she discovered he had trespassed into the restricted section at midnight. Seeing that both had acquiesced, the tension in Brian's expression gradually eased. Clutching the gilded tome he had previously discovered, he turned towards the door and whispered, "Let us proceed. Filch may be arriving shortly." Yet in the next moment, as he glanced towards the library's entrance, the smile on his face slowly vanished, and he stumbled back several paces, a chill rising from the depths of his being, leaving him icy from head to toe. He swiftly drew his wand, cautiously surveying his surroundings. What happened? Harry and Ron, cloaked in invisibility, approached with curiosity. "The leaf I had wedged in the door is gone." Brian's expression turned grave, and after searching for a while, he finally spotted the leaf near a row of bookshelves and picked it up. After a long pause, Brian exerted great effort to suppress his emotions and asked in the calmest tone, "Did you two follow me in?" Ron nodded and replied, "Brian, you're overthinking this. If Filch had come in, he would have surely caught us and sent us to Snape. It must have slipped from Harry and me without us noticing. Firstly, why would one of the Horcruxes, Tom's diary, appear in the restricted section when it had been in Lucius Malfoy's possession a year ago? How could it emit a cry for help? Secondly, how did the leaf wedged in the door end up near that row of bookshelves? Even if Harry and Ron had accidentally dislodged it while standing by the door for too long, it should not have drifted so far. Thirdly, what explanation could there be for the cry for help and the two phrases that manifested from the diary? Contemplating these questions, Brian felt a cold sweat break out across his body. He resolved to skip History of Magic class the following day to craft a box to seal the diary's magic in the room of requirement. A runic design recorded in Nicholas Flamel's notes, which was not overly complex. Suddenly, he felt a hand pat him, causing Brian to startle. Turning his head, he saw Harry gazing at him with eyes filled with reproach. "Brian, why do you possess so many potions? Did you steal them from Snape?" Harry's voice was laden with suspicion and confusion. Brian chuckled awkwardly, recalling the urgency of the situation that had made him forget Harry was beside him. Yet, he had anticipated such a scenario, and he looked at Harry in disbelief, exclaiming, "Harry, how could you think that? I bought all these during my holiday in Diagon Alley." Harry scrutinized Brian. "Where did you acquire so much money? The Ollivander Chronicles is actually my work, but please keep it a secret, Harry." Harry nodded, perplexed. "You're certain it isn't you?" "Indeed, do not doubt my sincerity. Just look into my earnest gaze." Brian's eyes were filled with such sincerity that Harry found himself momentarily perplexed. Could it be that others had maligned him, or had he truly committed the act in question? The latter notion was far more terrifying. "I believe you, Brian. It is my fault, yet I simply cannot recall the matter at hand," Harry said, a note of regret in his voice. "It's nothing, Harry. If this had happened to me, I would feel the same way." Brian hesitated for a moment before solemnly adding, "However, Harry, I must caution you about one thing. Be wary of Lockhart." Chapter 102, Hidden Task Rewards. Upon raising his gaze, he was struck with astonishment. The room lay in utter silence. The midnight common room was typically quite desolate, so eerily quiet that it felt almost unsettling. The flames of the fireplace cast no light upon that particular area, and though the entrance was shrouded in darkness, there were no signs of anything amiss. Even in the early days of autumn, Brian felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill racing from his head to his feet. Throughout that night, he sensed an unseen presence lurking in the shadows, instilling a palpable sense of dread. "What is it?" Harry asked, confusion etched across his features. Brian remained silent, ignoring Harry's inquiry as he fixed his gaze upon the unsettling area. After a moment's wait, he discerned no movement. A look of uncertainty crossed his face. Was he truly being overly suspicious? On reflection, it was not entirely implausible. After all, The diary was safely tucked away in his concealed pocket, and the enigmatic Lockhart had no means of entering Gryffindor's common room. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Brian could not arrive at any conclusion. He glanced once more at the disquieting area before resuming his seat. "It's nothing, Harry," Brian sighed gently, surveying their surroundings. "What were we discussing just now?" Harry, bemused, murmured, "You warned me to be cautious of Lockhart." "But why?" "Just exercise some caution," Brian replied after a brief pause. "Because the spell he used to deal with the Cornish pixies in class was unlike the petrification curse or the charm for summoning birds." "Ah," Harry exclaimed, astonished, feeling rather taken aback. "Did you witness it? Could be dark magic." This time, it was Brian who appeared incredulous, surprised that Harry had ventured to such depths of thought, something even Hermione had not suspected. Reflecting on how Hermione and her fellow witches were utterly captivated by Lockhart, Brian felt a sense of relief. He smiled and nodded, harboring some doubts, yet uncertain whether it truly constituted dark magic. It is always wise to exercise caution. Brian's words left Harry feeling somewhat alarmed, his eyes widening with concern. After a prolonged silence, Harry solemnly nodded, stating, "I understand." "Do you truly comprehend?" Brian shot a glance at Harry. For just moments before, this same individual had recklessly rushed to retrieve the diary from the restricted section. Should anything else transpire at Hogwarts, this fellow would likely be the first to rush headlong into trouble, potentially inviting chaos upon them all. While Harry and Ron were lost in slumber during Professor Bin's History of Magic class, Brian had already cast the disillusionment charm upon himself and wandered through the castle. After ensuring that no one was around, he quietly entered the room of requirement. For the sake of caution, he withdrew his wand and meticulously cast several layers of shield charms around himself, along with imbibing a plethora of potions. After all, he had an abundance of these concoctions, and as long as he refrained from using Felix Felicis, he felt no remorse. Once he completed these preparations, Brian retrieved the tattered black-covered diary and placed it upon the table. He then produced a fresh ink bottle, dipped his quill into it, and wrote upon the diary, "How do I save you?" The words shimmered briefly on the page before being absorbed, leaving no trace behind. Despite the perilous nature of the diary, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Brian harbored no belief that the fragmented soul of the Dark Lord could breach the system-imposed 9th-level mental barrier. Moreover, in Brian's understanding, the diary could only manipulate its owner through linguistic and psychological persuasion, thus rendering them a mere puppet. Upon opening the diary, Brian did not receive a system notification indicating that his mind had been invaded, yet he remained vigilant. After this communication with the remnants of Tom's soul within the diary, he intended to permanently seal it away. Ideally, he hoped to extract valuable information, but if not, he would not feel regretful. After finishing his writing, Brian sat in silence, poised to observe the peculiar antics of Voldemort's lingering essence. An eerie sensation coursed through him, a chill that rose from the depths of his being, starkly contrasting with the diary he recalled. The texture of the cover was markedly different from that of other books, and the phrases that appeared were oddly peculiar. It offered no assistance with academic dilemmas, no insights into the obscured history of Hogwarts, nor did it tempt him in any way. It had merely uttered a plea for help the previous night, and then fell silent. What it hoped to use for control, mere fantasies. Perplexed, Brian pondered for a moment before extracting a box and a carving knife from his pocket. He relocated to another corner of the room of requirement and sat cross-legged on the floor to craft a magical item capable of sealing the diary. The spell from Nicolo's notebook that isolates magical power would serve as the perfect core formula. However, this was merely Brian's inaugural attempt at creating a magical artifact, and after numerous failures, he finally produced a successful item. Ding! Hidden task completed. Craft your first alchemical magical item. How can one aspire to be the mightiest wizard without mastering alchemy? Congratulations, host, you have taken a valuable first step, drawing you closer to becoming the most formidable wizard in the magical realm. Reward: core spell for the anti-magic charm. Why didn't I receive a hidden task reward when brewing my first potion? Brian stifled the urge to roll his eyes. Hey, just a friendly reminder. All rights to explanations belong to the system. The corners of Brian's mouth twitched as he suppressed the impulse to curse. The system's commentary, while irksome, indeed confirmed that he had successfully crafted a box that could isolate magical energy. Brian once again inspected the diary, yet it remained devoid of any visible writing. He let out a faint sigh and placed the diary into a box for safekeeping, intending to destroy it once he located the Sword of Gryffindor. Although the diary appeared peculiar, as if it had been subjected to a memory-erasing charm by Lockhart, it was preferable to resolve the matter sooner rather than later. Naturally, Brian wished to eliminate one of Voldemort's Horcruxes at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 103, Animagus. Regardless of the machinations laid by Lucius and Voldemort at Hogwarts this year, Lockhart had not displayed any remarkable behavior during the week, apart from announcing his intention to establish a dueling club in class. Ultimately, the dueling club would devolve into a one-act play featuring Harry Potter and Malfoy, while Lockhart's ostentation would likely expose him further. At that juncture, it would become evident whether he truly wielded dark magic. Brian found himself almost admiring Lockhart's audacity. After all, one who does not court danger does not meet with disaster. Were he to learn dark magic, he would certainly tread carefully, wary of any association with Voldemort, unlike Lockhart, who flaunted his knowledge indiscriminately. As for the peculiar diary obtained from the restricted section, Brian harbored numerous uncertainties. Firstly, he could not ascertain whether it was indeed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, given that the texture of the cover and the content of the communication starkly contradicted the descriptions in the original text. Furthermore, he was at a loss to explain the cries for help he had heard last year. Secondly, he pondered the nature of the soul contained within the book. Was it truly the remnant of Tom Riddle? And if so, why did this fragment cry out for assistance? Lastly, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had overseen the school for many years. It was inconceivable that he was unaware of this matter. So why had he not taken action? Unable to fathom these questions, Brian resolved to cease his contemplation. After all, he had sealed the book away, and today he needed to study Animagus with Professor McGonagall. Brian organized the materials and items he needed and proceeded to the designated office. Upon entering Professor McGonagall's office, he found her, clad in a deep green robe and adjusting her square glasses, meticulously sorting through a large stack of materials. Among them, the only item Brian recognized was the mandrake leaves they had recently studied in Professor Sprout's class. "Professor McGonagall, I appreciate your assistance," Brian said, closing the door and bowing slightly in respect. McGonagall adjusted her glasses, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Indeed, Brian was the most talented student in transfiguration she had encountered at such a young age, which was why she had made an exception to teach him about the perilous art of Animagus. However, she was puzzled by the disparity in Brian's abilities. Despite his advanced skill in transfiguration, he barely managed to pass in other subjects. How could anyone be so disproportionately skilled? She gently set aside these thoughts and asked earnestly, "Very well, Mr. Brian, let us commence our studies on Animagus. Before we begin, please share your understanding of Animagus." The Animagus, a sophisticated form of transformation, was meticulously refined by ancient wizards through the art of transfiguration, ultimately enabling one to metamorphose into a specific animal while retaining their magical prowess. It is currently understood that there are three primary categories of animagi. The second type is the acquired Animagus, which is precisely what I aspire to learn under Professor McGonagall's tutelage. An advanced Animagus can instantaneously transform into a particular creature, facilitating the gathering of information and evading peril, thereby allowing seamless navigation between the wizarding and muggle worlds. Furthermore, an Animagus must brew a corresponding potion and conceal it within a designated environment to enhance the likelihood of successful transformation. This, to my knowledge, encapsulates the essence of the subject. I invite the professor's corrections. Standing before Professor McGonagall, Brian spoke eloquently, having gathered pertinent information that had led him to abandon any hopes of transforming into a fire dragon. Despite the inherent risks associated with transformation, hadn't he received an hour-long experience card for mastering transfiguration during last semester's assessment? While Brian spoke, Professor McGonagall occasionally glanced at him, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was evident that Brian had thoroughly researched the materials concerning animagi. Aside from the requisite registration with the Ministry of Magic, he had elucidated nearly every aspect in detail. This brought a growing satisfaction to her expression, prompting her to add casually, "You articulated that well. However, you overlooked an important point. Once the transformation is mastered, it must be reported to the Ministry of Magic. Since the 20th century, only 7 individuals have successfully practiced and registered as animagi. Thus, the journey of learning to become an Animagus is not as effortless as you may envision." At this juncture, Professor McGonagall seemed to momentarily freeze before regaining her composure. Casting a subtle glance at Brian as she continued, "This also explains why I prohibited you from studying Animagus last semester. The proficiency in transfiguration directly correlates with the level of risk involved in the final transformation." "I understand, Professor. However, what kind of training is required to become an Animagus?" Brian nodded, deftly sidestepping the topic of notifying the ministry. After all, the fewer individuals who were privy to his trump cards, the better. Who among the rational would be foolish enough to engage in such actions as reporting to the ministry? As for Professor McGonagall's concerns regarding transformation risks, Brian remained largely unconcerned. After all, the system still housed a master-level transformation experience card. The magical stone conjured by that card had once deceived a formidable sorcerer like Voldemort, hinting at its extraordinary capabilities. From Professor McGonagall's exposition, it became clear that the process of training to become an animagus was exceedingly intricate. Initially, one must hold a single leaf of mandrake in their mouth from the full moon of the current month until the full moon of the following month. At no point may the leaf be swallowed or removed. Should the mandrake leaf leave the mouth, the entire process must recommence. On the full moon a month later, the leaf is extracted, and saliva is collected in a crystal vial, wherein the leaf is submerged to concoct the elaborate potion. The more Brian listened, the more peculiar his expression became. Must it truly be so revolting? Whose abhorrent method is this? Chapter 104. Although the potion for transforming into an animagus involves a rather grotesque process, it remains the sole means by which one can practice becoming an animagus within the wizarding community. This potion necessitates the addition of a strand of hair and a silver teaspoon of dew under the illumination of moonlight, culminating with the inclusion of a cocoon from a ghastly moth. The resulting mixture must then be placed in a tranquil, darkened space, untouched and unobserved until the arrival of the next thunderous storm. If the potion emerges as a vivid crimson hue, it signifies successful concoction, allowing the drinker to attempt their inaugural transformation into an animagus. Despite the intricate steps involved in practicing to become an animagus, it is advisable to adhere to the most reliable methods unless one possesses the caliber of Dumbledore. Furthermore, after a year of utilizing the Room of Requirement, Brian had become quite adept at understanding its functionalities, as it could simulate the specific scenarios required for the animagus potion, thus saving considerable time. Professor McGonagall extended a vibrant green leaf to Brian, saying softly, "This is the leaf of mandrake. The timing for your practice is entirely at your discretion." At this juncture, Professor McGonagall paused, her tone becoming serious. "However, it is prudent that you notify either me or Professor Dumbledore when you attempt your transformation into an animagus. All practitioners undertake their initial transformation under the watchful eye of others, not solely for safety, but also to mitigate the risk of uncontrollable and hazardous behavior post-transformation." Brian nodded solemnly, affirming, "I understand, Professor." Professor McGonagall smiled with narrowed eyes, likely unaware of the mischief lurking in Brian's mind. Her satisfaction with this respectful student only grew. Adopting a faux serious demeanor, she cleared her throat and continued, "There is no need to rush the practice of becoming an animagus. This semester, you may focus on preparatory work, and once all conditions are established, you may consider proceeding accordingly. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me at any time." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall handed him a tome on animagus training. Brian meticulously read through the opening explanations and flipped through several pages, discovering insights into the practice, along with annotations and detailed explanations penned by Professor McGonagall herself. A profound sense of satisfaction filled him. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Brian expressed with a bow. At last, he could embark on his journey to become an animagus, even though this endeavor would inevitably reveal some of his abilities to Professor McGonagall. However, given her genuine concern for her students and her discretion, coupled with his firm commitment to the requirements of becoming an animagus, it was worth it. Successfully mastering the animagus transformation would add several valuable cards to his proverbial life-saving arsenal. Thus, exposing a few secrets seemed of little consequence. Following this, he would diligently focus on his magical studies at Hogwarts, steering clear of criminal activities and frivolous distractions. As long as the system remains as stable as it has been recently, he can leisurely enjoy his time at Hogwarts. He can study alchemy, brew potions, experiment with spells, and when boredom strikes, he can indulge in writing novels. If time permits, he might even visit the office of that particular proprietor. As for the troubles concerning Voldemort, upon exiting Professor McGonagall's office, Brian glanced at Harry, soaring freely across the Quidditch pitch, and couldn't help but smile faintly. It was Harry who disrupted the plans to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It was Harry who became the hero of Hogwarts. And ultimately, it was Harry who bore the brunt of the consequences. What do these troubles have to do with me, Fat Tiger or Brian? As long as he remains cautious and vigilant, these predicaments will surely be left to Dumbledore and Harry. I need a suitable place to practice becoming an animagus, Brian mused, contemplating a bright future at Hogwarts, and soon found himself outside the Room of Requirement. After silently repeating his wish thrice, the door leading to his desired destination gradually materialized. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover that the room was engulfed in a torrential downpour. Raindrops traced transparent arcs through the air, splashing onto the soft earth and creating glistening droplets, forming a hazy curtain of water that obscured his view. The pitch-black sky offered no glimpse of light, shrouding the entire interior in an inky darkness. Only the occasional flash of lightning provided a fleeting glimpse of the surrounding trees. Although he was unsure how such a storm had formed within the room, it was undoubtedly the ideal setting for practicing animagus transformation. The Room of Requirement certainly held great secrets. However, it was fortuitous. Once all other steps were completed, he could proceed with the transformation. A few days later, coinciding with a full moon, Brian, unnoticed, stealthily cast the disillusionment charm to slip outside. In a secluded corner, he placed a leaf of mandrake into his mouth, tucking it beneath his tongue, thus commencing his training in becoming an animagus. Yet, this was not a straightforward endeavor. Speaking with an object in his mouth was inherently muddled, and eating required extreme caution to avoid inadvertently swallowing the leaf. The most challenging aspect was drinking water or potions. During his first attempt at drinking water, he nearly swallowed the mandrake leaf. "Brian, what is the matter with you?" Harry inquired, observing Brian's peculiar behavior at breakfast the following day. "Oh, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit under the weather," Brian replied ambiguously, attempting to conceal the leaf beneath his tongue from Harry and the others. Just then, Sonia and a few Ravenclaw witches passed by, smiling warmly as they greeted, "Good morning, Harry, Hermione, Ron." With a playful wink, she continued in a hushed tone, "Brian, have you eaten well? I happen to have something I'd like to discuss with you." Chapter 105. No need for further words, I understand. Sonia led Brian outside the Great Hall, asking, "Have you finished your manuscript?" He looked at Sonia and replied, "It's done. I just need to make a few revisions, and I'll bring it to you this afternoon." Sonia cast a fleeting glance at Brian and suddenly inquired, "You haven't been writing these past few days, have you?" Brian shook his head and sighed. Fixing her gaze intently upon him, she murmured, "Very well." While Brian often skipped his history of magic class, he found himself seated at a library table, penning his thoughts, with Sonia sitting directly across from him, her unwavering stare disheartening him. As his senior and collaborator, her lack of fundamental trust was profoundly disappointing. This prompted Brian to waver, pondering whether he should submit the manuscript for his next book to the Daily Prophet, convinced that its writers would be envious. Sonia was far too astute. She was not as easily deceived as Harry. With Harry, a mere plea to look into my sincere eyes sufficed for an explanation regarding potions. Sonia waved her hand before his eyes, chuckling, "Stop daydreaming and write." Brian shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. He sighed, dipped his quill into the ink, and began to write. "It's all right. After collaborating for so long, I certainly trust you." He waved his hand dismissively, but then a thought struck him, and he turned his head to ask, "There is something I've always been curious about. Why did you help me so much back then?" "What do you mean?" Sonia replied, her gaze directed at him, a hint of indifference in her tone. "I mean, when we first met, you even taught me transfiguration and the disillusionment charm." Sonia pondered for a moment before responding, "Isn't it natural for a senior to assist a junior?" Brian looked at her, his expression clearly skeptical. Sonia's face displayed a hint of helplessness as she said, "Well, when I first entered the school, I was also aided by a Hufflepuff senior. For some reason, you remind me of her. Could it be that?" Suddenly, Sonia tilted her head and smiled radiantly, as if spring flowers were blooming and the ice was melting. Brian remarked, "This conversation has become quite unmanageable." He grimaced slightly and said, "Let me express my gratitude, but please, no ear-pulling." After Brian exited the library and bid farewell to Sonia, Hermione emerged from seemingly nowhere, a sly smile gracing her features as she approached Brian. "Brian, are you practicing to become an animagus? I read about this. The first step in training an animagus is to hold a mandrake root in your mouth for a month." Brian was taken aback by Hermione's keen observation. He glanced at her helplessly and did not deny it, sighing slightly, "Yes, Hermione, you need not elaborate further. I understand." Before Brian could finish his thought, he stared at Hermione, wide-eyed and bewildered. "What do you understand?" "No, Hermione, you don't comprehend." "Yes, Brian, I truly do. You, who can already practice to become an animagus, far surpass my current abilities. I will inform the Gryffindor students to amend their poor impression of you, so they recognize you as a guiding light and a role model for diligent study and transfiguration." Coughing, Brian felt a surge of air rush from his lungs, nearly losing his balance on the stairs. "Leave it to me, Brian. I promise I will not make it difficult for you." As Brian noticed the curious gazes of the surrounding students directed towards him, 6 dark spots gradually emerged above his head. He hastily pulled Hermione aside and whispered, "It's not what you think, Hermione. You've misunderstood." "Huh?" Hermione looked at Brian in confusion, unable to grasp the reason behind his words. Yet she patiently awaited his explanation. Could you please help me keep this secret? I would prefer that no one knows I have been practicing to become an animagus, Brian said, furrowing his brow and earnestly explaining. If others find out, it could lead to significant trouble. I would rather enjoy a tranquil life at Hogwarts. Oh. Hermione's expression grew increasingly perplexed. In her understanding, receiving praise from professors and earning points for Gryffindor was the rightful path. Why would someone want to conceal such an accomplishment and live in constant fear of being discovered, given Brian's prior experience of secretly plotting against Voldemort last semester? Hermione pondered his words seriously and soon nodded. I understand. I will help you keep this secret and will not let anyone else know. Brian smiled and nodded, saying, if you encounter any difficulties with Transfiguration, feel free to seek me out. I will gladly assist you. Of course, you may ask, Hermione replied. Have you and Harry discussed anything regarding Professor Lockhart? Brian nodded slowly, yes. His thoughts subtly shifted as he contemplated for a moment before delicately explaining, not exactly, Hermione. Please don't be alarmed. I just find it difficult to discern the spell Lockhart used against those Cornwall pixies. Wasn't he at a flock of birds and the Petri ficus totalis? Hermione's face displayed a look of confusion. What's wrong with that? However, did you see the spell Professor Lockhart cast with your own eyes? Hermione paused, lost in thought. During the incident, she and a few other young witches had taken refuge under the table to avoid those ugly little pixies, and naturally, she and T witnessed Lockhart's spellcasting process. She felt a vague sense that Brian might have a point, yet she was reluctant to shatter the perfect image of Lockhart in her mind. Observing her reaction, Brian chose not to press further. Planting a seed of doubt in Hermione's mind was sufficient. Maintaining a semblance of rationality in the future would be enough. However, these were merely personal speculations and could perhaps stem from a certain bias against Professor Lockhart. Regardless, after the events of last semester, it was prudent for them to remain vigilant. While the trio might be somewhat bothersome, they had shared a bond of camaraderie after aiding them at the end of the previous academic year, displaying the courage to confront danger. For the sake of both sentiment and reason, Brian would naturally ensure that they were not placed in peril if he could help it, and he would certainly offer a warning if necessary. Yet, he had to admit that he harbored some less than noble thoughts. With the hope of nurturing the three young ones to swiftly mature into a formidable force against Voldemort, Hermione sought to free herself from the need to cling to Dumbledore's coattails. She quickly gathered her composure, heading to the library to complete her assignments for the week, while also contemplating the implications of Brian's words. Nodding farewell to Brian, she turned and made her way toward the library. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back and said, Harry and Ron seem to be looking for you urgently. They're at the Quidditch pitch. If you have a moment, you might want to check on them. Quidditch match? Brian looked at Harry, Ron, and Wood with astonishment, shaking his head repeatedly. I can't do that. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wood's face. He had been overwhelmed by Slytherin's shiny new broomsticks and had foolishly entertained the suggestion from Harry and the Weasley twins to consult a second-year wizard. George patted Wood on the shoulder, grinning. No one is asking you to participate in the Quidditch match. They merely seek your insights on strategic arrangements for the game. With a sigh, Brian inquired, how does one play Quidditch? Unable to tolerate any further, Wood stormed off in frustration, while Harry stood silently by, choosing not to speak. Although Brian was adept in transfiguration, possessed remarkable intelligence, and could even devise strategies against Voldemort, he was not omniscient. He simply lacked interest in activities like Quidditch, rendering him somewhat clueless in this domain. Only George and Fred remained animated, eagerly sharing information about the sport with Brian. Ever since witnessing Brian's explosive encounter with Snape and his cleverness in dealing with Quirrell, the twins firmly believed that Brian would devise a solution. At long last, under the twins' enthusiastic guidance, Brian grasped the composition of a Quidditch team, consisting of a goalkeeper tasked with preventing the opposing team from scoring, 3 chasers responsible for offensive scoring, 2 beaters wielding bludgers to disrupt opponents, and a seeker searching for the elusive golden snitch. Successfully scoring a goal with a quaffle earns a team 10 points, while capturing the golden snitch grants a staggering 150 points. There is no time limit to the match. It concludes only when the snitch is caught, with the team accumulating the highest score declared the victor. The prowess of the players on their broomsticks greatly influences the overall outcome of the match, which explains the urgency felt by Slytherin after acquiring new broomsticks. Wood hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. Come on, we need to train. Our first match is against Slytherin. Harry's complexion paled at the thought of potentially losing to the newly joined Malfoy, fearing the venomous taunts that would surely follow. What are we to do? We have scarcely trained, and now we must begin. Wait, Brian interjected, raising his hand to signal for silence. Wood glared at the interruption caused by Brian, but was halted by George's intervention. Is hitting opposing players with a bludger not a foul? Brian queried Fred. Fred nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "You have an idea?" Brian pressed his hand down, signaling for him to remain calm, and then inquired, "Is it true that scoring a goal with the quaffle earns 10 points while catching the Golden Snitch awards 150? Fred nodded in affirmation. Brian then turned to Harry, asking, "If no one were to interfere, could you catch the Golden Snitch?" Harry gazed into the distance, nodded solemnly, and replied, "Of course." Finally, Brian directed his attention to Wood, questioning, "Is it true that there are no substitutes allowed in Quidditch matches?" Harry, with a serious expression, affirmed, "Understood, Captain." George and Fred exchanged disappointed glances with Brian, their confidence completely eroded. At this juncture, Brian's inquiries regarding the rules of Quidditch seemed futile. Rubbing his forehead, he glanced at Wood, then at Harry and the Weasley twins, exclaiming, "Are you all imbeciles?" "What do you mean?" Wood could no longer contain his frustration and shouted, "Say that again." Ignoring him entirely, Brian waved his hand at the group and instructed, "Come here, listen closely." The four exchanged puzzled looks, and, eventually, under the persuasion of the other three, would calm down and move closer. The prospect of these individuals employing their intellect to devise a strategy seemed utterly implausible. This group from Gryffindor only knew how to charge recklessly into situations. It was beyond comprehension why the Sorting Hat had placed him here. With a resigned gesture, Brian said, "During the match, you will proceed as follows." Moments later, the expressions of the four shifted from confusion to sheer bewilderment. Wood stared at Brian, dumbfounded, and remarked, "Is this really permissible? Why wouldn't it be?" Brian shot him a glance, exasperated that such a reckless individual could fail to grasp the essence of communication. "Is there a rule stipulating that you must attack?" Wood stammered, "And no, it doesn't state that." "Then there you have it. Just declare that this guarantees victory." Brian surveyed them, sighed heavily, and lamented, "So, when faced with challenges, could you not engage your minds? Do you still resist being called foolish?" Looking at Brian and then at themselves, Wood was suddenly struck by profound questions regarding the history of human evolution, the origins of species, and the cosmic explosion. Why, despite being born of the same parents, is there such a vast chasm between people?